The year is 2008. Beijing is gearing up for the Olympics. Shanghai is on the verge of surpassing the Oriental Pearl, and the internet industry is booming. The three tech giants are beginning to take shape. In the world of finance, a 26-year-old woman has just become the richest in real estate, while economic tides are shifting in unpredictable ways. Across the nation, 720 million people still live in rural areas, and among them, 225 million migrant workers are flowing like waves into the cities. In June of this year, a sudden thunderstorm left Jinling even more humid, the air thick with the melancholy of graduation season. Yu Xing was jolted awake by a violent shake. Before his vision adjusted to the dim light, the pungent smell of alcohol hit his nose, stirring up a sense of familiarity laced with unease. "Senior brother, wake up. Someone's been calling you like crazy." You almost knocked over a Petri dish in the incubator. Yu Xing squinted at the familiar face before him. His mind was hazy, struggling to piece together the moment. "Are you still dreaming? What's with that blank stare?" Zhang Xiling waved a hand in front of him, looking puzzled. Yu Xing exhaled slowly, feeling like he had just stepped out of a long, intricate dream. Gratitude and fear churned in his chest as he hesitantly confirmed, "Zhao." "Zhao Xiling," a brief silence. Then his junior brother's expression turned even stranger. "Senior brother, my surname is Zhang Xiling." Yu Xing nodded, close enough. It wasn't his fault for not remembering. After all, they never kept in touch after graduation. His mind was still caught in the storm of memories. Two unfortunate souls shared this laboratory, one standing before him and the other himself. What could be worse than throwing all your money into investments right before the financial crisis of 2008? Investing family money. Yu Xing ran a hand down his face. Reality and dreams blurred together, leaving behind only a deep exhaustion. The weight of bad investments was nothing compared to the series of missteps that followed, each one logical at the time, each one a disaster in hindsight. After dropping out of medical school, he had chased faster money. First, private equity in the US. Failed. Then, a stint at La TV before it collapsed. When that fell apart, he moved on to a promising startup with yellow bikes littering the streets, until it too went bankrupt, swallowing his savings. Real estate was supposed to be the safest bet, but then came Evergrande. Not only had he sold houses, he had bought them at precisely the wrong time. One by one, the dominoes fell. Now, sitting in this old laboratory, Yu Xing couldn't help but reflect. Were his choices really mistakes? Weren't they all rational decisions at the time? Wasn't he just following trends, doing what everyone said was smart? Why then did every step lead straight into disaster? "Senior brother, what's wrong? You keep sighing." Yu Xing snapped back to the present. Zhang Xiling was still watching him curiously. "It's nothing. Just had a nightmare, dreamt I lost a lot of money." "Well, wash your face then." Zhang Xiling patted his shoulder, his tone half joking, half sympathetic. Yu Xing pulled out his phone, searching his contacts. He needed to reach his old senior in the US, the one who had convinced him to invest in the first place. No answer. Zhang Xiling mumbled, "If I lost that much money, I'd jump off a building." Yu Xing's hand, hovering over the call button, froze. Oh, that's why they lost touch. No wonder he never heard from him again. A knot tightened in his stomach. He dialed again. No response. He tried 3 more times, but it was useless. Instead, his mother's name flashed on the screen. Yu Xing took a deep breath before answering. "Mom," his mother's familiar voice, filled with warmth and concern, instantly transported him back to reality. "What's wrong? You sound off." He hesitated, then let out a small sigh. "It's nothing. Just my Petri dish cells broke." "Have to start over." "Then start over. What's the big deal?" she said simply. Yu Xing was stunned for a second. "Start over." She said it so lightly, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. His mother went on about family matters, but his mind was elsewhere. When she mentioned his aunt looking for a house, he instinctively responded, "She doesn't have to live nearby. You know how she is." His mother dismissed his concerns. "She just wants to be close to family." Yu Xing fell silent. Last year, his senior had made a profit in private equity, which convinced their relatives to invest even more this year. His uncle mortgaged his house, his aunt sold hers, his grandfather put in his savings. They had all trusted the system, and now the storm was coming. Yu Xing wanted to tell his mother to warn them to pull out, but how? No one would believe him, and even if they did, it was already too late. Instead, she changed the topic. "Son, don't stress too much. If things really don't work out, just come home and grow grapes with your uncle." Yu Xing nearly laughed. "What? I thought you always wanted me to be a doctor." "I do," she admitted. "You studied so hard, it would be a shame if you didn't use it, but being a doctor is stressful. I just want you to be happy." Her words hit him harder than he expected. For years, she had drilled into him that becoming a doctor was the only way. Yet in a single moment, she let it go. Happiness was more important. Yu Xing's throat tightened, but before he could respond, she abruptly said, "Wait, I need to call your uncle. What if growing grapes isn't profitable either?" And just like that, she was gone. Yu Xing stared at his phone, shaking his head. Growing grapes, what a joke. After a moment, he called his senior in the US again. Still no answer. He washed his face, staring at himself in the mirror. The panic he had felt during the financial crisis was still vivid, but now he just felt calm. The situation was what it was. Panicking wouldn't help. He needed a solution. His mind raced. There were only 3 months before the financial collapse hit in full force. He had to cover a 5 million yuan hole before it was too late. As he stood there, an idea formed. If it were those high-flying bosses he had once worked for, what would they do? He murmured to himself. If it were Accountant Jia, Boss Dai, or Zhu, how would they handle this? What? Zhang Xialing had returned, carrying a book. Who are they, your heroes? Yu Xing glanced at the title in his hands and smirked. They are my true body of martial soul. Zhang Xialing snorted. What kind of nonsense is that? Come on, let's go eat. Yu Xing shook his head. Not hungry. As Zhang Xialing left, Yu Xing looked at the classroom wall. The same inspirational quotes were still there. Books are the ladder to progress. Nothing is difficult if you have determination. A sharpened sword emerges from grinding. The scent of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Empty words. What was wrong with being rich? His phone buzzed. His senior in the US was finally calling back. Yu Xing answered, his mind already racing ahead. This time, he wouldn't be the one left in the dust. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing had no answer for a moment, so he could only sit in the laboratory and think silently. When Zhang Xialing came back from the canteen after dinner, he was startled by the lights and was shocked by the sitting quietly as soon as he turned on the lights. He couldn't help but complain, "Senior brother, what are you doing? Don't turn on the lights." Thinking. Yu Xing answered seriously. Zhang Xialing asked, "What are you thinking about? What new tasks does Teacher Liu have?" "I am thinking about which one is the real me, tomorrow, today, or the past." Yu Xing thought something. "I remembered the ship of Theseus, and I remembered Zhuangzhu's dream butterfly. One is a question from the 1st century AD. If the wood on Theseus's ship was gradually replaced until all the wood was not the original wood, then would the ship still be the original ship? One is from Zhuangzi's Kiwu Lun, and I don't know that Zhu's dream is butterfly and the butterfly dream is Zhu's." It is difficult for Yu Xing not to think about the problem of dreams, and it is also difficult for him not to pay attention to his mentality and changes. If he is still a genius, even if he knows about financial management in advance, he may be panicked. However, Zhang Xialing had no interest in discussing philosophy with his senior brother. He just sat on his chair with a depressed look on his face. His mood was completely different from before eating. He muttered, "No matter what boat or what butterfly, he could solve me. The problem with your girlfriend is a good boat and a good butterfly." Yu Xing turned his head and looked at the unlucky man next to him and suddenly felt enlightened. No matter what it is, 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 what. He let out a sigh, looking at Zhang Xialing, who knew nothing about the bigger problem, and asked, "What's wrong with your girlfriend?" "Oh, I want to study for a master's degree. She failed to pass the postgraduate entrance examination. She originally agreed to have World War II. Now her family asked her to go back to her hometown to find a job. We clearly agreed." Zhang Xialing sighed. "We had a big fight again when we were having dinner just now. She can take the exam. What is it to go back now? How to fall in love with a long-distance relationship. Now she will go back after listening to her family. Will she be forced to go on a blind date in the future? What am I?" The unlucky guy was chatting, but he didn't expect to suddenly encounter the sorrow of breaking up. While Yu Xing was considering his own affairs, he listened indifferently, but suddenly he wandered to Zhuangzhu's dream of butterflies. I wonder if Zhu's dream is butterflies and butterfly's dream is Zhu's. There must be a distinction between Zhu and Hu butterfly. This is called material transformation. But this time it is not a philosophy, but a consideration that is superimposed with the sorrow in my ear's materialization. There is no hope for the United States for the time being, and the holes in front of him still need to be repaired. He doesn't want to see the old thing happen again, even if this time he falls into a few years of patience and endures for a few years. I endured it for 5 years. worked as an ox and became a horse for 10 years and suffered for 15 years. A little spark came out of Yu Xing's heart, and there was a blink of an eye. Now he really didn't want to endure it at all. He interrupted the unlucky guy and tried to say, "All she wants is an attitude." Zhang Xiling said in a daze, "What attitude? We both agreed to work together. You have been admitted to graduate school and continue to be in school. If she still can't pass the exam in World War Roman II, there are so many opportunities on campus, will you change your mind?" Yu Xing sighed. "You always say you love her. How do you prove that you love her?" "I." Zhang Xiling thought about how to answer. Yu Xing continued to ask, "You said you love her, you said you will go to the end, but no matter whether she goes back or not, I think you will never be able to get together in the end." Impossible. Zhang Xiling was his first love. He had been in love for 3 years and believed in the future. "I said I would marry her if I wanted to marry her." Yu Xing shook his head and said, "I don't believe it. There are not so many people who are dating in college until they get married." Zhang Xiling said firmly, "We are different." Yu Xing still shook his head and said calmly, "I don't believe it." Zhang Xiling almost jumped up, not caring about this senior brother of his classmates, and glared at him. "Is it your turn to believe it?" "I have seen a lot of people like you." Yu Xing said with some disdain in his tone, "Do you know how many college students break up after graduation? Do you know how many people can't survive for 2 years? Do you know how many realistic problems you need to face after graduation?" "Have no idea." He spoke faster and did not give the unlucky guy time to think carefully and expressed his own idea. "Do you dare to bet with me? If you don't bet on anything else, just bet on whether you can get married in 3 years. What are you betting on?" Zhang Xiling asked almost furiously, with the determination of his first love. "Simple, you pay 500 yuan now. If you break up within 3 years, this money will be mine." Yu Xing stared at the junior in front of him and said the conditions. Zhang Xiling agreed without hesitation. "Okay. If we don't break up, you can double the money. If you can get married in 3 years, I will give you 999 roses." Yu Xing directly pulled out 3 A4 sheets from the drawer and quickly drafted the contract. In just 5 minutes, Zhang Xiling took over 3 contracts that had been signed by Yu Xing and was instructed to sign at the party and was asked to pay for it in a bit confused. He held 2 contracts and looked at his senior brother who had put away the other one, feeling a little confused. "What's going on? Why did you bet on your relationship with your senior brother?" Zhang Xiling felt something was wrong, but he couldn't say it. After thinking for a while, he finally found a question. "If we get married, what should you do if you don't give Rose to you?" "Even if a rose costs 5 yuan, 999 flowers will cost about 5,000 yuan, but now I have only taken out 500 yuan, which is exactly 1/10. The contract is in triplicate with my autograph. My fellow disciples, I can't even fulfill this small bet at that time. You will be slandered me at the South Medical University." Yu Xing promised. "Besides, it's only a few thousand, it's just $1. If my junior brother can really get married, what's wrong with me happily paying a few thousand yuan?" When Zhang Xiling heard this, it seemed like the same. Seeing that he was still hesitant, Yu Xing added, "I want to even lie to you so that I can't finish my graduate studies and even a doctor. I swear to the lamp." Zhang Xiling nodded after all. Seeing that the most critical step was not completed, Yu Xing reached out and said, "Take the money." Zhang Xiling took out his wallet and took out half of his living expenses, but still felt something was wrong and handed over. "Junior brother, it seems that you are indeed confident in your love and are indeed firm in your future." Yu Xing put away the money and praised, "I can't wait to send you roses." When Zhang Xiling heard this, he calmed down a little. He looked at the contract in his hand again, and after a little thought, he said, "I'll show her my attitude and let her see my confidence in our future." Yu Xing looked at his junior brother who had left the laboratory, reached out to keep him and stopped again. "Forget it, love always has to go through storms. The junior brother is a little test piece of inspiration." Recently, it is the graduation season and breakup season. Many student couples are facing severe practical problems. Perhaps they can start from this aspect. A couple is 500, and a couple who finds 100 pairs who are willing to pay is 50,000. It is probably difficult for a single Nanyang Medical University to find so many target customers, but if the scope is expanded to the entire Jinling, 1,000 couples, 10,000 couples, what if the region is expanded to East China and even the whole country? What if we expand our customer attributes from campus to society? Yu Xing's mind started to turn around. Maybe he could try to take a small bite. On the contrary, young people always have to endure the pain of love. It is better to use this pain to help themselves solve some real difficulties. The accumulated funds invested by the whole family this time were about 5 million, which means 10,000 pairs of target customers. It seems difficult, but it is indeed not that easy, right? A series of issues such as operating costs and company tax payments have to be considered, and customer goals actually need more. Yu Xing burst into pieces one after another, and he only wanted to work hard to make money. He had never started a business, but since he woke up from his dream in the afternoon, he had never thought of any way to make money quickly. Or try it. Think about what Accountant Jia will do. Yu Xing murmured to himself, calling for a real person who is good at painting ecological big cakes. He felt that if this former boss could talk freely, he would probably be able to organize tens of thousands of couples to draw around one without changing his face. Big cake. He remembered the ridicule he heard on the phone before, and he still had to practice. Yu Xing sat in the laboratory and thought silently. If the law is not prohibited, it can be done. If it is in the form of commercial services or gift packages, it may be able to rely on ordinary commercial contract laws or relevant regulations, and at least it can ensure that the operation will be carried out for a period of time. Regularity. If it can be run, it is not necessary to find so many customers in 3 months. The financial crisis is storm. As long as you have some money in your hands, you can alleviate the situation, rather than being helpless as before. Having 500,000 in your hand is like a long drought and rain. Having 1 million in your hand is like a long drought and a rainy rain or a wedding night. Having 1.5 million in your hand is like a long drought, a bridal night, a bridal night, and a bridal night. Yu Xing does not expect to solve the problem in one go. As long as this stage can be alleviated and the relatives have hope, at most, it will last for a few more years, and it will be solved at one time. However, after all, he has never started a business. Even though he has had experience in bringing people in the company, it is ultimately 2 different ways. Yu Xing took out his notebook and wrote down his ideas for starting a business project, thinking about whether there are potential resources that can help. If you start a business and make money, it would not be possible by yourself alone. The laboratory was quiet, and the pen slid across the paper, leaving lines of thought. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. But this quietness was soon broken by Zhang Xiling, who returned. He rushed into the laboratory with 2 contracts on his back and shouted, Yu Xing, we broke up, we broke up. Yu Xing was interrupted by his thoughts, put down his pen, and looked at his junior brother carefully. Oh no, he carefully looked at the potential human resources and asked with concern, What's going on? Didn't you give her an attitude? She said I was holding a **** contract for no reason and said I had a problem with my brain. Zhang Xiling said excitedly. She said I was unreliable. She broke up with me. Yu Xing said strangely, how come it is unreliable? In white and black in triplicate, everyone signed it. Zhang Xiling looked at his senior brother angrily. No, it's not this. You can't prove it at all, you can't prove it. He couldn't find a suitable word for a moment. Yu Xing helped to speak. This thing now cannot prove that you can go on smoothly, right? It cannot solve the real problem of whether she will return to her hometown, right? Yes, Zhang Xiling affirmed. Yu Xing nodded. Indeed, it makes sense. Zhang Xiling looked at his senior brother and asked for help powerlessly. What should I do? Senior brother, how to solve it? No need to solve it. Yu Xing pondered. Didn't you break up? The problem no longer exists. Zhang Xiling. His tears were almost coming out. Originally, I was excited to share my confidence and attitude with my girlfriend, but it triggered a bigger quarrel and finally got involved in the issue of long-distance relationship, and then broke up. It could have been that way. I could communicate calmly. He said in pain, I don't want to break up. I think she might be angry. She's also talking for a while. You will meet again tomorrow. Yu Xing comforted him so much and then changed his mind, but the main problem is neither the contract signed nor yours. The quarrels that will be caused by your work, school, and other places, and these are the problems. Zhang Xiling thought about the quarrel, breakup, and future with his first love, and tears really flowed out. He sat in his seat and cried silently, feeling extremely sad, painful, and sad. Oh, seeing this, Yu Xing sighed, junior brother, this situation. Zhang Xiling raised his head with hope. Senior brother, what are you doing? Do you have any suggestions? Your question. I broke up at this time last year. Yuzing shook his head after experiencing this stage. Feeling is a matter between two people after all, and I can't give you a good idea. Zhang Xiling wiped his tears with sadness again, and after a while he stood up and said, "Senior brother, go and drink." Wait. Yuzing thought, "You are so sad, I have a way." Zhang Xiling raised a glimmer of expectations, hoping that his senior would give him a guide. The sudden question raised by first love today made him panic, and the breakup just now made his whole heart toss and turn. Yuzing looked at the junior brother in front of him, confirmed that he was ready to listen, and announced quietly, "The money you invested in Yu Zuhui is gone." Zhang Xiling. He looked at the senior brother in front of him in confusion, not reacting for a moment, but he understood the meaning the next moment. The confusion that had not yet faded on his face and the sudden rise of horror were intertwined, and his expression was particularly wonderful. The sadness brought by love suddenly faded, but what followed was a more exciting panic. Zhang Xiling stood up suddenly and said in a loss of voice, "What, senior brother, what money is gone? Wait, how do you know I invested money? Yuzing, please make it clear." Yuzing signaled his junior brother to sit down. Seeing that he didn't sit down, he didn't force himself. He turned on the recording before his phone and played the call between himself and his senior. The call content is very clear, and the meaning behind both parties is extremely obvious. When Zhang Xiling listened to it for the first time, he couldn't believe it. After snatching his phone, he continued to listen to it for the second, third, and fourth time. Stupid, sweat out, really scattered. Zhang Xiling didn't bother to ask his senior brother. After listening to the recording several times, he realized that he used his phone to call Yu Zuhui from the United States. But he called him once, twice, and 3 times, and turned off the phone. He was stunned for a while before turning his head to ask his senior brother. His face turned blue and his lips trembled. Senior brother, is this true?" Yuzing sighed and asked, "How many of you voted?" 430,000. Zhang Xialing's voice also trembled. "That's fine." Yuzing nodded and said again, "I'm 5 million. Zhang Xialing was completely shattered because of the slightest hope that came out of the first half of the sentence, and he smiled bitterly. "What's the point of this? My money, my money. This is the money my parents saved for half their lives. I wanted to wait until I graduated and went to work in the hospital before seeing how to buy a house. This is gone and nothing can be explained. There is no need to consider whether it is different or not. There is no guarantee at all. Now I am really not sad about love, now it is." Zhang Xiling only felt that he was hopeless. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yuzing looked at his junior brother's sad look and was worried that he would really have a short opinion. He poured a glass of water first and then said, "Xiling, we are all facing a big problem now. Money is a man's courage. If you don't have money, then you will be fine. If we don't have the courage, we have to find a way to solve it." He paused and said, "But when we find a way to solve this big problem, let's solve your small problem first." Zhang Xiling raised up in confusion a small question. "Any other small questions?" "Let's go find your girlfriend, I'll advise you." Yuzing said seriously. Zhang Xiling said miserably, "What else can I persuade? It's gone, nothing is gone." Yuzing first advised the party. "Xiling, I will ask you one thing. If you really break up, do you think her next boyfriend will have you? Can you treat her better than you?" He made another reason. "Look at you, you only have 430,000 yuan. I am 5 million yuan. Think about my buddy." Zhang Xiling was stimulated by this number and came back to his senses. His senior brother's 5 million was indeed much worse. Like the pathology he and his senior brother learned, this department is probably one of the poorest departments in the hospital. I don't know how many lifetimes I have to save with my salary alone. Yuzing grabbed his junior brother's arm, took him out of the laboratory, and headed straight to the girls' dormitory building. Nanjing Medical University will not start summer vacation this year until July, and there are still many people in the dormitory building. Yuzing asked Zhang Xiling to call his girlfriend Lu Heiying. After she came down, she first revealed her identity, then pointed to her junior brother's face and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, look at Zhang Xiling, look at him. He was completely disappointed after hearing that you were about to break up. My brother and sister, I have never seen a man cry like this because of a breakup. He doesn't want to live anymore. Look at his eyes swollen." When Zhang Xiling faced his girlfriend Lu Heiying, he would no longer cry, but when he heard his senior brother's next words, he couldn't help but shed tears. To be honest, Zhang Xialing's family is an average, but his parents have prepared 430,000 yuan for your future family. I won't talk about whether the money is enough. My family has really done its best to do this. seeing that his junior brother was not crying. Yu Xing had to point out another reason that made him lose all his thoughts. Zhang Xiling cried silently, and tears couldn't stop. Lu Heiying quarreled with her boyfriend twice today and even broke up at night, but she was also in her first love. Seeing Zhang Xiling crying like a person she had never seen before, she couldn't help feeling distressed. She stepped forward and hugged the one who cried for herself. Man. Then she started crying. When Zhang Xiling saw his girlfriend crying, he cried even more sadly and cried loudly. One is angrily, the other is angrily. There are indeed many student couples crying downstairs in Jun's dormitory, but crying like Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying still makes passers-by feel sad. Seeing that Yu Xing gradually wanted to watch, he quickly grabbed the unlucky guy's arm and told his girlfriend to communicate well tomorrow night. But Lu Heiying also grabbed her boyfriend's arm and refused to let go. Zhang Xiling looked at his senior brother and then at his girlfriend. After all, he patted his girlfriend's hand, asking her to let go of herself first, and followed her brother reluctantly. Ying, it's not that I don't want to express my feelings to you, it's me. Let's see what to do with the problem in front of you. Yu Xing pulled his junior brother back and saw that Lu Heiying was still standing there. He changed his mind, worried about what would happen to this miserable Mandarin duck again, so he let go of his junior brother's arm and ran over to chat. Let's return to the sentence. After walking a long way, Zhang Xiling said with tears in his eyes, "Senior brother, won't you go to the laboratory? It's too late, sit by the lake and feed the mosquitoes." Yu Xing found the street lights by the school's artificial lake and sat on the ground. Zhang Xiling sat down with a thump, looked at the lake for a while, and the urge to jump in was finally suppressed. The senior brother had spent so much money inside, and he was much calmer than himself. "Brother Xing, what are you thinking?" he asked when he saw that his senior brother didn't speak. "I'm thinking about jumping in." Yu Xing looked at the lake and thought, "Brother Xing." Zhang Xialing's mood was not very stable, and now he was a little ready to move. Yu Xing reacted, "Oh, jump in and take a cool bath. The weather is too hot. Is it particularly hot this year? Oh, take a cool bath and wake up. It's a new day." Zhang Xialing couldn't be so calm. After thinking for a few seconds, he suggested, "Let's call the police." Well, he is in the United States, and his family may also be in the United States. Yu Xing shook his head slightly. "In addition, I suspect that those GK fund documents were also forged by him. Calling the police may not have much effect on this situation, and it will be difficult to follow up." Recovered. Zhang Xiling couldn't help but stand up excitedly again, but didn't know what to say. After sitting down again, he said powerlessly, "Brother Xing, why don't you tell me I can still have a happy time?" He suddenly remembered the bets at night and said helplessly, "Brother Xing, you know that the money is gone. Why do you still have the intention to cheat me on the money?" Zhang Xiling took out the 2 stacked contracts from his pocket and threw them on the grass, complaining, "If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have quarreled with Ying." Yu Xing pointed out this. "Aren't the breakup problem just solved? You all hugged each other. I'll help you solve the small problem you mentioned earlier." "Where is the money?" Zhang Xiling turned his head and said, "What about the big problem?" "There is a big problem now," Yu Xingyi said sternly. "You just say that the small problem has not been solved, right, Zhang Xiling?" Yu Xing asked again, "Did I cause the big problem? Did you give me the money, Zhang Xiling?" This. Originally, the fingers hurt, and then they stabbed them directly. The fingers stopped hurting, and the chest was so sizzling blood. He was sitting by the lake at this moment, recalling what happened in less than half a day, betting that the contract intensified his love problems, informing the financial management situation, and using big problems to cover up the small problems. Just now, he used his own reasons for a small problem that is temporarily dealt with in a desperate situation. Tease play. Zhang Xiling briefly looked at what happened and thought about the senior who was far away in the United States and asked in a daze, "Brother Xing, what did you want to do? Have you really lost money?" He felt that this senior brother seemed too calm and looked at himself again and cried bitterly after losing 430,000. "Aren't you listening to the recording?" Yu Xing found that recording can really solve many problems, so he won't say much. "I'm just thinking about it." No matter how anxious the situation is, it's not a solution. Zhang Xiling smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to be anxious, but can this be controlled? Try to control it. Even if we cry until we die, can you Zhuhui send us the money back?" Yu Xing's question already had the answer. Zhang Xiling stared at his senior brother. "What should I do? His phone is turned off and calling the police is useless. What should I do?" Yu Xing did not answer immediately. After looking at the lake under the night for a long time, he finally said, I'm afraid we can only do it ourselves. Zhang Xialing. I thought about it for a long time. Yu Xing frowned. Xialing, my money is not my own money. It is my whole family, the money of a whole family. I don't know when this matter will break out, but we develop along the current route, and I don't know when I want to make up for such a deficit, so we can only seek change. We have to change, Zhang Xialing murmured. Look for change. Yes. Yu Xing nodded. If you are poor, you will change. If you change, you will be able to 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 be able. Can it be done if it changes? Zhang Xialing was worried. Let's change first. Yu Xing turned around and asked the unlucky guy, Are you poor? Zhang Xialing was speechless. He was poor at first, but now he is in debt. After a while, he asked the extremely calm senior brother, Brother Xing, do you have any solutions? Let's think about it together. Yu Xing did not immediately throw his thoughts to party A. Zhang Xialing thought about it from top to bottom, combined with his professional knowledge, finally came up with a quick idea of making money and whispered, Brother Xing, why don't we go and make wine? The cost of wine is low. Let's go again, make some blue pills mixed in, claiming that they have health care effects, and then put on the title of tutor. Yu Xing raised his eyebrows. Well, it seems to be quite a punishment. After Zhang Xialing was recognized, he became even more excited and said hurriedly, Brother Xing, the cost is low, the effect is fast, and he can repurchase it. This is capable. Yu Xing thought for a little while and reminded, it may cause some adverse reactions. It has a certain irritating effect on the digestive tract. Some people who take the medicine will feel nausea. Some may have mild headaches and dizziness, and there are also small probability palpitations. If there is an adverse reaction, and you suspect the alcohol in turn, what should you do if you do this responsibility? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Both of them studied medicine, so they are naturally more sensitive to this aspect. Zhang Xialing struggled with his expression, and after a moment he still collapsed by the lake. Maybe there is no problem in controlling the dose, but how do I need to experiment with this? There are no conditions for experimentation now. After a long time, a cool breeze by the lake blew away the sultry summer heat, and the lake's surface also gently shaking the broken moon. Xialing, I have an immature idea now. Please help me learn more. Yu Xing broke the increasingly bleak atmosphere and said slowly, You think that the bet I made with you can promote it to Are there more couples? Zhang Xialing looked at his senior brother for no reason. Just as you said just now, low cost. We only charge money now, and we will pay for roses when they get married. Yu Xing stared at the lake in front of him and thought, There is a market, and couples will always have it. Do something symbolic and commemorative. He continued, The investment and rewards are attractive enough that for customers, a relatively low investment of 500 yuan can earn a generous gift with strong emotional significance in the future. Zhang Xialing was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect that the bet he had just made would have such an extension. After a while, he added another amount to his senior brother's play and then asked, Will others be as stupid as me? Yu Xing asked back, Are there any people in love smart? Zhang Xialing felt that he seemed to be being scolded. He lowered his head and thought about what his senior brother said. No matter how he heard it, he felt that he had collected the previous money and did not intend to fulfill the subsequent promise. After a moment, Zhang Xialing murmured, Brother Xing, such a project seems to be more of a test of character. Yu Xing nodded. Well, what's your character? Zhang Xialing is confident. I have a good character. He subconsciously asked back, Where are you? Yu Xing answered honestly, I'm the average. Zhang Xialing. He asked helplessly, Brother Xing, do you plan to make a profit in such a project? No, Yu Xing replied unexpectedly. No matter how many customers there are, they will definitely cash out. I just need money now. You won't be short of money in the future, Zhang Xialing asked. How do you get the money you want to exchange in the future? I'm optimistic about a lot of things, stocks and real estate. Yu Xing said seriously, I can cash out even if I play with coins. Zhang Xialing looked at his senior brother in surprise. What are you playing? Are you so determined? Do you have to pay it back even if you sell yourself? He discussed again. The question is how to make others believe us. What I can think of, others can also think of. What should I do if the company runs away in 3 years? This is a major problem and needs to be endorsed. Yu Xing pondered. So if we rely on our student's identity and first develop it in the student group, the difficulty of acquiring customers will naturally be reduced, and I thought about it. I think, in order to facilitate communication, if customer 1 can reach customer 2, we can give customer 1 a certain share. If customer 2 can continue to attract customer 3, we can give 1 or 2 a share. However, in order to avoid risks and reduce costs, this sharing can be changed to a point system. Points can be redeemed for gifts or redeemed for more roses at future weddings. It was originally 999, which can be added to 2,000 or 3,000. Zhang Xiling was stunned. Brother Xing, isn't this a pyramid scheme? No, we have actual projects. Yu Xing shook his head repeatedly. If you have to say, we have added a certain direct sales method. We are selling products, not attracting people. Zhang Xiling pointed out what he heard just now. Isn't this increasing the number of roses just to draw the original pie bigger? Originally, 999 roses were painted cakes, and the amount of points exchanged for more points was just to use what had not happened in the future as a temptation. It was to switch medium-sized cakes to large cakes. Well, but I'm determined to achieve the final fulfillment. Yu Xing said seriously, it's just that both the customers and us need to wait, and we all need patience. To a certain extent, this is the growth of customers and us. Zhang Xiling looked at the solemn senior brother and couldn't tell whether he was joking with him. He thought about it and hesitated. Is this okay? Okay, Xiling, that's it. Yu Xing made a decisive arrangement. We will act separately. You will get a blue pill, I will get a love contract, and we will watch over each other in the future. Zhang Xiling thought about the adverse reactions, the senior brother's design, and his calmness. After all, he felt that the risk of entering was lower and begged, Brother Xing, let me do it with you. Okay, in this way I will call Lu Heiying first and ask her to ask if there are any dormitory sisters or besties and help us find customers first. Yu Feng was very enthusiastic and did not want to delay any time. Zhang Xiling just nodded, suddenly felt something was wrong and asked, Brother Xing, why do you have the phone number of my girlfriend? I just wanted it. Yu Xing replied casually, if you develop a customer, start with the one around you. Zhang Xiling opened his mouth, and the feeling of being plotted deepened. However, what can we do with the current situation? He listened to his senior brother's concise call and thought about it, but there seemed to be no direction to choose. After Yu Xing called, he put down his cell phone and promised, Junior brother, I know about debt earlier than you. Now it is considered as negative first and then negative. We will watch over each other and face the challenge together in the future. He stretched out his right hand. Zhang Xiling hesitated and stretched out his hand. He originally planned to do it, you want to say that. Seeing that his junior brother was distracted, Yu Xing held his hand and shook it hard. If he was poor, he would change. He quickly pulled his first accomplice. In the extra episode of the Millennium, I always thought it was appropriate to stay there several times. I think that ending is quite lingering. Or do you have any good angles and suggestions? End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Zhang Xiling signed a love contract and almost broke up with his girlfriend. He confirmed that he lost money after investing. He was confused and wanted to work with his senior brother. He returned to the dormitory that night. He was very confused and wanted to shout, but everything that happened today was mixed together and stuck his throat, making him lying on the bed with only whimpering crying. Sleep for a while, cry for a while, sleep for a while, cry for a while. Internships for classmates and friends, those who are looking for jobs, and there is only endless loneliness and sorrow in a dormitory. Zhang Xiling woke up in a daze and washed his face with cold water. Thinking about what happened yesterday, he suddenly fell into hesitation and fantasy again. What if the American seniors have difficulties? What if he gets the money back after a while? With this idea in mind, he mutes the phone and goes to the laboratory step by step, numbly continuing to warm up his upcoming life in the first year of study. Hold your breath and concentrate, and the worries gradually fade away. Zhang Xiling has never been so focused, as if he is immersed in the ocean of learning. Bang! The laboratory door was pushed open. Zhang Xiling turned around in a daze and saw his senior brother Yu Xing, who was walking in quickly. Yu Xing glanced at the laboratory and saw that there was no one else. He saw that the junior brother was still observing the Petri dish in front of the incubator. He couldn't help but be furious. Why don't you answer the phone call? Why are you still not doing your job here? I. Zhang Xialing didn't expect to be questioned like this and was stunned for a moment. No, senior brother, you are my senior brother, I. This, who is the real job? Yu Feng walked to the incubator in a hurry and asked, are you still having fantasies? I. Zhang Xialing stammered and couldn't speak. Then did you call Yu Zuhui in the morning? Yu Xing asked again. Have he called you back from yesterday to today? Zhang Xialing shook his head, neither calling nor receiving a call. Yu Xing stared at the unlucky person's eyes and said word by word, I've called it. I'll turn off the phone. 80% of the person named you have already run away. Don't have any fantasies about the person surnamed you. Zhang Xialing looked at his senior brother blankly and suddenly whispered, Sir, senior brother, your surname is you too. This is two different things. What's more, it's a matter for me to run away. Now I have to pass this level. Yu Xing raised his voice. I'll ask you one last time. If you can't firmly believe, then you can continue reading your book. Zhang Xialing was about to cry again. Brother Xing, don't force me. Yu Xing didn't say anything, but just stared at the junior brother in front of him. After staring for 5 seconds, he turned around and wanted to leave. Zhang Xialing's repetition and fantasy were finally pierced by such actions. He chased after him 2 steps and grabbed his senior brother's arm, as if he had caught a life-saving straw, and he was sure that this was the right job. Brother Xing, I'll do it. Yu Xing turned around and pointed to the direction of the incubator. Take out the Petri dish. Zhang Xialing was not sure, so he carefully took out the Petri dish in the incubator. The cultured cells in the culture dish are very fragile and are often contaminated. Once this happens, you have to do it again. Take mine out too, Yu Xing instructed again. Zhang Xialing still didn't understand what his senior brother wanted to do, but he also followed the orders to do it. Seeing him stuttering, Yu Xing snatched his Petri dish and took out a pen from his pocket to stir the cultured cells. Zhang Xialing said in a lost voice, Brother Xing. Yu Xing threw the Petri dish and the pen on the table and pointed at the pen without saying a word. Zhang Xialing looked at his senior brother, then at the Petri dish in his hand, and finally took the pen with a cruel heart and also churned the cultured cells inside. He cried while stirring, and this disturbance was to follow his senior brother to leave the sect, and this disturbance was to have a bleak future. Yu Xing was already a little used to the crying of his junior brother and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, today we will join forces and we must come up with a way. Seeing that his junior brother refused to answer, he felt that he wanted to get rid of his blood and encouraged him. We will make 1 million this year, cultivate the cells and make a lot of money. I vow to earn 1 million this year. Zhang Xialing stopped tears and looked up at his senior brother. Where is the remaining debt? Didn't your family invest 5 million? Yu Xing pursed his lips. Unfortunate things. I will pick up any pot without opening it, he replied angrily. Of course the rest is to earn slowly. Although he felt that it was a bit troublesome, Yu Xing did not set the project of this love contract to a high goal. As long as he had money and could survive this period, time would still be on his side. Zhang Xialing looked at the 2 Petri dishes on the table, then looked at the senior brother who felt cold, and suddenly he didn't know what to do. He asked the leader, Brother Xing, what are we doing now? You call your girlfriend and I will consider how to implement this project. In the afternoon, you go with me to ask about the entrepreneurial support policies for college students. You are a graduate and I am studying. Maybe you have a role in this regard. Yu Xing arranged one by one. Go to find Lao Liu tomorrow to see if he can leave school or keep his academic status. When Zhang Xialing heard the second half of the sentence, his throat couldn't help but slide, but he did not object. From yesterday to today, he has found that his senior brother is very goal-oriented and action-oriented in his work, which is much better than himself. Yu Xing sat down and saw that the unlucky person was still confused and pointed to the Petri dish on the table. Give it aside. Zhang Xialing held 2 disposable Petri dishes and stared at the mess of cultured cells on it, feeling that his future was as messed up as it was. He threw away the Petri dish in a tangled manner, turned his head to look at his senior brother, who seemed to have been involved in his career as if nothing had happened, silently took out his cell phone and dialed it to his girlfriend Lu Heiying. Zhang Xialing reported his plans to his girlfriend with a nervous mood. He did not mention the financial crisis, but only exaggerated his optimism about his senior brother's career. Fortunately, from yesterday to today, it finally received good news and my girlfriend agreed. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xialing shared the news with his senior brother happily. Well, she will most likely agree. Yu Xing said casually while thinking, you don't study for graduate school and most of the problems between you will disappear. She will not take the postgraduate entrance examination in the second world, and you will also enter society. She will return. It's also said that if you don't go back to your hometown, at least, the two people are in similar states. The smile on Zhang Zhailing's face suddenly froze. Then he angrily said, Brother Xing, what do you mean? Do you sow discord? Do you want to blackmail me that 500? Do you don't want to repay my rose? Yu Xing looked up in surprise, looked at his junior brother and changed his words. Well, okay, that's it. Lu Heiying believed in you unconditionally and supported you firmly out of your feelings. She never thought so. By the way, I was wrong. Zhang Zhailing's anger was like a balloon that had been poked into a hole and suddenly became deflated. He stayed for a while, panicked and sad. Would she think so? Why did she do this? It shouldn't be, shouldn't they all hope each other is better? What's wrong with people thinking about themselves? Love yourself first, then love others. Yu Xing said, besides, who can define what a better future is? You didn't tell her that our project is good, it's very good, have potential. I'm. Zhang Zhailing said angrily, I'm looking for a remark for the time being. You're also lying, okay, it's even, don't think too much. Yu Xing ended this topic. Zhang Zhailing felt mixed feelings and suddenly found a loophole in his senior brother's words. Brother Xing, you said I was lying. You also think this project is not very good and has no potential, right? Of course not. Yu Xing replied calmly, because you were wrong, you should say that our project is very good and promising. It was loved by customers as soon as it was born and quickly won the order. Zhang Zhailing said in surprise, do you have an order? Yu Xing pointed to the unlucky guy. You are, Zhang Zhailing. He sat decadently on the chair and said helplessly, damn it, Brother Xing, you really confused me. Seeing that his senior brother didn't say anything, Zhang Zhailing complained, Brother Xing, why are you so cruel? You are so strange now that you feel terrible. When Yu Xing heard this, he thought for a few seconds, looked back at the unlucky person, and said earnestly, Zhailing, I found that you have not changed your mentality and identity yet. Of course, this is not your fault. Objectively speaking, it is actually a tough situation to make you change quickly, but I have to say, it's not that I'm cruel, it's that we all face extremely realistic problems now. Your money mine is gone, we have a big financial hole that needs to be filled. You have to change your mindset and identity as soon as possible, otherwise you will only face a more cruel reality in the future. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Zhang Zhailing listened to his senior brother's announcement and looked at his calm and even cold eyes and felt chill. Yu Xing sighed and said, otherwise, Zhailing, think about it, if you don't do it with me, or if you suddenly know the news yourself, what should you do? Zhang Zhailing was silent for a very long time this time and finally shivered. The wind on the rooftop must be very strong, and the water in the lake must be very deep. He drank a big glass of water, looked at his senior brother who was not talking, and still said his inner feelings. Brother Xing, we have never done any project or entrepreneurship, I am just afraid. This can be done well, is it? Yu Xing did not answer immediately. This was indeed a question. In fact, he was thinking about his situation and direction last night. Is the love contract he initially verified on his junior brother a prototype or two? One is insurance from an insurance company, and the other is commercial contract from an ordinary company. The former was once famous, and the latter also promoted the sale of orders of more than 100,000 yuan. He was once a potential customer in his dream. He decided to buy a house because he dated his girlfriend. She liked to try new things. Whether it is an insurance company or an ordinary company, the product is the same product. The difference is that the former has stronger credit endorsement and is easier to win the trust of consumers. Yu Xing did not set the goal of a love contract to be very high. He was neither infatuated with listing nor could he feel that he could do tens of millions or hundreds of millions. He just wanted to make a small profit with light assets. After all, no one has no money now. The technology has no resources, but the financial management has exploded. If the upcoming storm can be slightly alleviated, at least it will give the family a hope, which is all good. If there is no sign of opening up a situation in a short period of time, you can only try other things with your debts on your back. However, Baidu, Alibaba, and Tencent have been developing for many years and well-known tracks of projects. If you want to achieve something, you may only can start from vertical segments. For example, e-commerce is developing so vigorously. websites that make price comparisons may be popular. No matter how good, grow grapes. Yu Xing's emotions have calmed down and he really considered a way out for growing grapes, but he did not go back to find his uncle like this, but introduced the new variety that was later very popular, Sunshine Rose Grape. This is a variety native to Japan. After it was introduced to China, it was fried to hundreds of dollars per pound, and it is known as the Hermes among grapes. Yu Xing felt that it was really impossible to take a sip of this soup. Not to mention how rich and powerful it was, as long as it was better than the original situation. But if you want to do these things, it is best to squeeze out money from your hands, and you must first have the source of fresh water. He carefully set his inner expectations and considered his junior brother's confusion at this moment. His tone slowed down and gave him a promise that he would not fulfill. Xiaoling, I don't know if we can do it well. If we do this, if there is no improvement this month, if you don't see any hope, then make your little blue pill. Zhang Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief. The senior brother didn't have to pierce his head to death in this love contract. He was about to nod and suddenly was stunned. No, I didn't say I had to make a pill. Wait for lunch later. You can call your girlfriend and ask her to help us mobilize friends. This month it depends on whether there is any movement among the student group. Yu Xing has already started the next topic. If you want to make a difference, even college students who are in the graduation season cannot open up their emotional colleges, so let's switch the track quickly. Brother Xing, why do you listen to your tone? Are college students that stupid? Zhang Xiaoling tried to make a little defense. Xiaoling, it's not stupid, but their eyes are clearer at this stage. Yu Xing said seriously, we are all studying medicine. I think we can look at our customers from a more realistic perspective and see our customers. Business. What is love? The brain secretes phenylethylamine, which makes people excited, makes people breathe and heartbeat faster, makes people fall in love at first sight, and makes people fall in love. After two people fall in love, dopamine is secreted in the body, which makes people happy and satisfied. I wish I could get tired of being together every day, but unfortunately, it comes and goes quickly, and will not always maintain a high level in the body. On average, it is not its 2.5 years. Dopamine decreases, endorphin relays, reduces anxiety, increases stability and warmth. In addition, there are posterior vasopressin, norepinephrine, serotonin. We work together to complete the journey of love. We don't want to be mysterious. We can look at it more materially. What do you think? Yu Xing depicts love under the action of hormones in the human body. Zhang Xiaoling shook his head repeatedly. Brother Xing, you completely attribute love to the effect of hormones. It's too realistic. You can't be so realistic in everything. If you say that, everything has to be so realistic. He didn't have the nerve to say so bluntly, but Yu Xing understood. It's just this realistic logic that looks at love, and we also need to use the same thinking to look at projects and interpersonal relationships. Yu Xing smiled slightly. I just describe a perspective of looking at it. I actually believe in love. As for other things, whether it is this project or the small pill you want to make, when everyone should talk about benefits, talk about interests, don't be polite when encountering things. Zhang Xiaoling was a little embarrassed and a little surprised. Brother Xing, are you serious? Of course, you don't have to be so gentle or gentle. You are the one who is 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 serious. Yu Xing was serious. We both owe money. If you find out that I want to run away with money and so on, you can just tear your face. Don't be polite. Zhang Xiaoling was so straightforward that his senior brother said a concern. Although he was a little embarrassed, he nodded based on the bleak status quo. Senior brother, if you say so, then we are villains first and gentlemen. If there is really such a time, we can't I blame you for being realistic. What are you talking about? Let's go, we'll have to get busy today. Yu Xing stood up disconcertedly and said, go and ask about the policy in the afternoon, and let you become the legal person of our company. Zhang Xiaoling asked while walking, why am I doing it? Yu Xing replied concisely, you should do it, okay. Zhang Xiaoling nodded and did not ask more. Oh. He took a few steps and suddenly stopped, looked at the senior brother who turned around and said seriously, Brother Xing, I don't really want to do the small pills, I'm in a hurry to seek medical treatment. I understand. I know you have a good character, so leave quickly. Yu Xing understood, if you hadn't had a good character, I wouldn't have let you be this legal person. Zhang Xiaoling exhaled and followed suit. Brother, just don't misunderstand yourself. Thank you to the leader of Sanez. Thank you to the big guys for the rewards of Wumaxing. Wanma Hope returning to the foreign land. Wanma Chang'e 2016. carved ye, falling night like blood, etc. Thank you for your collection and voting. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The sun came out in the morning, and there was another light rain in the afternoon, and the air and mood seemed to be stuck together. Yu Xing took Zhang Xialing to run for most of the day and received good news and bad news. The good news is that Zhang Xialing's girlfriend found a customer who thought the love contract was interesting and might get another 500 yuan. The bad news is that it costs money to register a company. Registering a company requires money. Yu Xing was stunned when he was at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and then he realized that it was still a real payment system. Registering a company requires real money. The revised company law was implemented in January 2006, and its provisions were limited liability. The minimum limit for the company's registered capital is RMB 30,000. Pay 30,000 first. However, there is also a support policy for college students to start their own business within 2 years of graduation. If the registered capital is less than 500,000 yuan, you can installment periods. The first period is not less than 10% of the registered capital. The actual registered capital will be added to more than 50% within 1 year. The remaining funds can be in place within 3 years. After doing this, just pay 10% of the 30,000 yuan, which is 3,000 yuan. Yu Xing felt the warmth of the policy and raised money with his junior brother on the spot. After raising 2,000 yuan, he continued to raise money with his junior brother's girlfriend, and finally raised 3,000 yuan. Just when Yu Xing and Zhang Xialing were happily preparing to pay and name the money, the staff pointed to 3,000 yuan, declined the birth of Giaicom, and interpreted the policy in detail. The registered capital is indeed supported by 10%, but the 10% capital cannot be less than 30,000 yuan, which means that as long as your registered capital is 300,000 yuan, you can enjoy this policy. The voice in the window was not slow or slow. The policy allows installments, but the first period cannot be less than 10%, and the actual investment cannot be less than 30,000 yuan. Zhang Xialing, who was crowded beside him, suddenly became anxious. Hey, why didn't you say it just now? If we could get 30,000, why would we still have this 10%? The voice in the window was innocent. You didn't ask. I just said we won't be queuing. We have been queuing for so long, and now you say you want 300,000. Zhang Xialing was extremely dissatisfied. You didn't ask, what did I say? A voice from the window came out. Who knows you don't even have 30,000 yuan to open a company? Zhang Xialing's face turned red and he wanted to argue with the ant at the window. Okay. Yu Xing grabbed his junior brother's arm, saw that the security guard was already walking over with a fierce look, and said simply, let's talk about it when you go back. Zhang Xialing was pulled away unwillingly and left the Industrial and Commercial Bureau dejectedly. Yu Xing didn't take the little episode to heart. After thinking for a while, he found that his junior brother was still unfair, so he had to persuade him. Think about the industry you are studying. How good can the service attitude be? Zhang Xialing, senior brother you. Sure enough, there is no class that betrays the interests, only individuals who betray the class. However, not all support policies are visible and intangible to them. In addition to the troublesome funding threshold, corporate income tax can be exempted from 2 years. Yu Xing thought that the Giaicom that is still in sight now should also be considered a qualified information industry, and it can be related to the internet at least. In addition, college students can also get loan support after starting their own businesses. The loan amount is around 20,000 yuan, and the loan term is up to 2 years. You can apply for an extension at the end. Just say what. Overall, this trip made Zhang Xialing feel embarrassed and depressed. Yu Xing knew that when he saw the junior brother's appearance, he was thinking about his little blue pills in his heart, and then he smashed this idea with one sentence. It also takes capital to make a little blue pill. Zhang Xialing suddenly woke up. Yes, why are you so stubborn? Brother Xing, I didn't want to make that. He denied and asked his senior brother in distress, what should I do now? You don't even have enough money to register. If you don't have enough, you will earn. Yu Xing replied directly, if you can't even make money from registration, you won't have to do it later. Tomorrow, go to Lao Liu to discuss the matter of retaining your student status and find several clubs in the school the day after tomorrow. See if you can attract more customers. When Zhang Xialing heard this, he said that this is true. If he didn't even pay the money at the beginning, there would be no need for it later. However, when he heard that he was going to find a tutor, his whole heart immediately shrank. Zhang Xialing said hesitantly, Teacher Liu. Don't worry over there. Anyway, I'm telling him about my business first. You can move it back. In addition, I want to borrow money from Lao Liu. Yu Xing thought, we need to work in the student group as our students. No matter whether you deal with clubs or student unions, you can use sponsorship to help us attract new products. Zhang Xiling asked, is the money I borrowed from teacher Liu for sponsorship? Yu Xing rolled his eyes at the unlucky guy. Of course not. A customer costs 500 yuan. As long as they get one, they will give them a sponsorship of 100 yuan. Zhang Xiling was stunned. Ah, the wool came from the sheep. He thought for a while and suddenly said, Brother Xing, what if some clubs directly leave us alone? What if they sign a contract with their couple? Yu Xing glanced at his junior brother with praise and finally got on the road. He nodded. It is indeed possible, but their attributes are in the community field after all, and they cannot do this specifically. Students will also be very worried about the risks in it. Moreover, we already have the first mover advantage in size. It's different. We already have 1,000 customers, we are already very familiar and confident, and they still have to think about it. Zhang Xiling pondered. Do you have to wait for us to find 1,000 customers before contacting us? That will take a long time. We already have it now. Yu Xing looked at his junior brother and smiled. When you go out, you give your identity and your performance. Zhang Xiling. We have not only achieved results, but also, after detailed market research, we are already in contact with investors. The future goal is the national market. Yu Xing said seriously, this is our Giaicom. Zhang Xiling said carefully, Giaicom has not been established yet. Yes, Giaicom has achieved such achievements before it was officially established. When it was officially established, what's going on? Yu Xing changed his perspective. Zhang Xiling felt that he was almost deceived, and his senior brother's tone was so sure. Anyway, this month we have to try to quickly start projects at all universities in Jinling. If we can't do this month, we will immediately find another way out. Yu Xing walked and said seriously, Xiling, I'm not kidding you, just counting from today. If I can't see hope today, next month, we will part with each other. Zhang Xiling felt panic in his heart. Brother Xing, why do you have to be 1 month? Don't have to die as if you are stuck. No, the market only gives us such opportunities. Yu Xing said quietly, the universities in Jinling are generally summer vacation next month. No matter how sad and lingering, the arrival of July summer vacation will objectively divert the attention of students and couples. They go home, work, and other places. There are still 2 more concentrated scenes on campus. Moon. When Zhang Xiling heard his senior brother say this, he felt nervous and worried about the decisive battle of the college entrance examination several years ago. 30 days of decisive battle. What will it look like in 30 days? He didn't dare to think about it very much. He only knew that he would follow Brother Xing first. Zhang Xiling suffered from insomnia this night. When he saw his senior brother again in the morning, he held his cell phone blankly and said strangely, Brother Xing, I may. I may? What's wrong? You can't go today. Anyway, I'll talk to Lao Liu first. Yu Xing thought that this junior brother still had doubts about retaining his academic status, but this is normal. Everyone has their own ideas. No, my girlfriend sent me a text message. Why don't I have any intention of replying now? Zhang Xiling sighed in confusion for a few seconds. Brother Xing, I may not secrete dopamine. Yu Xing was speechless. Anyway, this couple must have had no results before, and I don't know what it would be like this time. He had a little idea, but now it is not the time to implement it. He just bought fruits and drinks and took his junior brother to find his mentor Liu Jingrong. Yu Xing had not graduated from his mentor before, but it was not his fault, but he was blamed on himself. He was unwilling to listen to advice at that time. This time, hesitated, but his mother's words made him hesitate. However, when the 2 brothers knocked on the door, it was not the mentor they had made an appointment yesterday, but his first-grade daughter Liu Zhishan. Aunt, it's brother Yu Xing. Liu Zhishan opened the door and turned around and shouted crisply, Aunt, Mom and Dad have not come back yet. Shanshan, your dad is not at home. Yu Xing is very familiar with the teacher's daughter and has picked her up and dropped her off a lot since she was in graduate school. Yu Xing was a disciple of the founding university of Jinling Medical University. In other words, Liu Jingrong was not very old. His undergraduate degree was South University of Science and Technology. Later, he went to the United States to study for a master's degree and doctoral degree, and then returned to his alma mater to be a teacher. He was promoted to associate professor last year, recruiting graduate students. As a senior disciple, Yu Xing was once very sorry for not being able to graduate from Lao Liu, but now I have to be even more sorry. This time I may have to kidnap one of my junior brothers. Dad is going to pick up Mom, and you still have to buy vegetables. Liu Zhishan ran to the living room while saying without looking back, Auntie is here, Aunt is here. Cartoons are being played in the living room. Yu Xing, who had just put down the drink in his hand, took a look and saw Aunt Shanshan, who was getting up from the sofa. He found that this master aunt, who had never heard of before, was unexpectedly young and beautiful, and in a hurry what impressed in the glance was her beautiful and asterisk lips, followed by her graceful figure. Yu Xing had never heard of the teacher having a sister before. He thought he was a distant relative, but when he heard her speak, he gave up the idea. You are the senior brother under my brother, right? I heard him mention it several times on the phone and say you are working very hard. Liu Weining looked at the two people who walked into the living room, one of whom was handsome and the other, men's big. She judged which one was the eldest disciple mentioned by her brother, and then smiled and introduced herself. I am Liu Weining, who usually works in Xinjiang. Although Yu Xing was about to rebel and leave the school, it was okay to call out Master's aunt. However, this person was too young and hesitant. He noticed that her eyes looked at her junior brother beside him. Seeing that the unlucky guy had no intention of speaking, he reached out and introduced. Yes, I am Yu Xing. This is Zhang Xiling, a junior brother who was admitted to the postgraduate this year. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Yu Xing felt it was not convenient to talk about Liu Weining from the teacher, so he changed his mind and smiled from the child's perspective. I really didn't hear Shanshan mention that she had such an intellectual aunt before. Liu Weining smiled suddenly, a little surprised by Yu Xing's mature tone, and then reached out and touched her niece's head with a doting hand. Shanshan is less than 8 years old this year, so naturally she would not talk about such topics. Zhang Xiling was introduced by his senior brother and was still a little embarrassed. He hesitated and said hello. Hello, Teacher Liu. At this time, Liu Zhishan, who was watching TV, looked up at the strange elder brother and asked her aunt strangely, Aunt, why did he call you a teacher? Are you a teacher? Liu Weining signaled the two male college students to sit down and smiled at her niece. Of course my aunt is not a teacher. Well, your new senior brother should call me. She blinked her eyes and was a little troubled. It was so strange that the two young guys called themselves auntie, but if they called themselves sister, they were instantly the same as their niece, so it would be better to start with their brother, master, and apprentice. Liu Weining asked for advice with a smile. In theory, you should call me Master Aunt and Master Uncle, Yu Xing. Why do you usually call sister wrong? I usually. Yu Xing said the truth, just call me Master's wife. As Liu Weining said, he worked very hard before and got along well with the teacher's family. If the teacher asked him to call him the teacher's wife, then he would naturally do what the teacher said. However, now that I come back, the teacher is less than 40 now, and his mentality is completely different. Liu Weining nodded and smiled. I will pour tea by myself and pour a cup for the master. Yu Xing nodded, and then directed the naughty Zhang Xiling. Pour tea and pour a cup for the junior aunt and senior brother. Just as Zhang Xiling recognized his status and was about to take action, a tender and crisp voice suddenly came from another, pour a cup for junior sister. Liu Zhishan also joined the conversation while the end of this cartoon. There was a burst of laughter in the living room, and even Zhang Xiling was no longer so restrained. However, Zhang Xiling smiled and suddenly realized that the purpose of this trip was painful again, and he fell into trouble again. The senior brother wanted to come to the teacher to retain his academic status. Should he follow him and ask, or next time? His emotions fell rapidly, and his eyes were stunned. Liu Weining noticed that the introverted male seemed to be staring at her in a daze and smiled slightly. Zhang Xiling, your name is interesting. Are you thinking about what kind of lipstick to buy for your girlfriend? Do you want me to recommend it? Zhang Xiling reacted and quickly lowered his head and drank tea shyly. Yu Xing was worried that the unlucky guy was feeling uneasy and smiled and said, We really discussed lipstick on the way, but it was not for our girlfriend, but thinking about preparing small gifts for our customers. Liu Weining said, Prepare a small gift for the customer. Yes, our customers will have some girls, so. Yu Xing still shouted, I don't understand this either. What are the best recommendations for Master's aunt? Liu Weining looked at the male college student and said with a smile, My brother said you are usually bored in the laboratory. Why don't I feel like you? There are many ways to use lipstick, like the color I paint now is Estee Lauder's Dried Maple Leaf Red 333. It is not picky about skin tone. It looks lively and more advanced because it is matte velvet and will feel matte after it is dry. She gave another example. Like the very classic Dior 999, which I like to use, it is a pure and passionate red, but it is very versatile. Liu Weining took out the lipstick from the delicate bag on the sofa and smiled. Even if you are barefaced, as long as you apply it, you can immediately improve your complexion, as if you can ignite the enthusiasm of the whole world. She talked and saw the two male college students looking confused and couldn't help but smile. These are beyond the scope for you. Anyway, different lipsticks have different characteristics and different standards for use. Yu Xing was indeed unfamiliar with this field as always, but when he heard this, he immediately spoke out. No, there is only one standard for all lipsticks. Liu Weining was interested. Oh, the lipstick that makes women look good is a good lipstick. Yu Xing is both a compliment and a truth. Your dry maple leaf red 333 is a good lipstick that meets the standards. Liu Weining smiled sweetly, but she was not disgusted with the roundabout praise, but this was indeed different from her imagined brother's disciple. No, the depressed one next to it is very suitable. When Zhang Xiaoling heard his senior brother's words, he couldn't help but remember them in his heart, thinking that he could try to praise his girlfriend when he went back tonight. Mr. Master has really studied lipstick. Our project doesn't understand any of this. I hope to ask Mastercom more in the future. Yu Xing was also telling the truth this time. Liu Weining didn't think there was anything wrong with the title Master Gu, but after chatting with Yu Xing for a while, I always felt something was wrong when I heard him shouting like this. She took the initiative to say, "Don't call me master. My brother is much older than me. We will discuss our own opinions. It's better to call me Sister Ying." Yu Xing immediately followed the good news. "Okay, Sister Ying." Zhang Xiaoling hesitated whether to change his name, and before he could speak, he heard the master continue to ask again. "My brother said you are bored in the laboratory. Why do you have any projects? It is related to lipstick. Are you working in summer vacation?" Liu Weining became more interested in chatting. Yu Xing pondered for a while and said tactfully, "Xiaoling and I are trying more possibilities. It is the graduation season now, so we set up a love contract project, and a couple spent 500 yuan to sign a contract with us. As long as they get married in 3 years, we will give them 999 roses." Liu Weining looked at the two men in surprise, then asked with some ridicule and laughter, "Serious?" Yu Xing did not answer this question and continued. "According to our survey, the chances of college couples getting married after graduation are 1.5%. This situation is the basis for the continuous growth of our project." Liu Weining asked casually, "Is your investigation scientific? Is it so low? It's only 1.5%. When Zhang Xiaoling heard the question, he held his breath and did not dare to answer. Is it a science investigating? What science? What investigation? When Yu Xing faced the doubts, he said calmly, "Why wouldn't it be said that the graduation season is the breakup season?" He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Sister Ying, this probability is actually not that low. I exaggerated it. In fact, in our sample data, it is 6%. Liu Weining nodded thoughtfully, 4 times. 6% is 4 times 1.5%. Although the exaggerated proportion is high, its absolute value is still not high. That is, there are only about 6 pairs of 100 college couples who can get there. Marriage hall. After this calculation, it is necessary to attract 100 customers and earn 50,000 yuan. In the end, only 999 rose contracts from 6 customers are required. If you cooperate with rose suppliers, the cost of 6 contracts can be reduced to 15,000 to 20,000 yuan, or even lower. Zhang Xiaoling looked at the trusted master and felt that his scalp was numb. Senior brother said nothing about the truth. He glanced at his serious senior brother again, and suddenly he couldn't tell the difference. Could it be that such an investigation really happened? However, after taking a sip of water, Yu Xing immediately overturned what he had just said and smiled and said, "Sister Ying, the data just now is my nonsense. We are not able to do market research yet, so we can only judge this project based on our intuition, feasibility." Liu Weining raised her eyebrows and laughed in silence. "Isn't it nonsense?" "Yes, because we just started the road and don't have the energy or resources now." Yu Xing leaned forward slightly and said sincerely, "So, in order to better establish consensus, I missed the data." Liu Weining thought for a moment, glanced at Zhang Xiaoling with a confused look, and raised her red lips slightly. "Is it still a consensus on the data? When I mentioned a very low data for a college couple from graduation to marriage, Sister Ying accepted it just a little bit of doubt." Yu Xing smiled and said with great certainty, "At this time, the amount of data is no longer important anymore. people quickly believe in data out of their understanding of reality, and this behavior itself is the basis for the feasibility of this business. Two male college students in the living room performed very differently. One was mature and confident, the other was confused and even panicked. Liu Weining, who was originally lazy, stared at Yu Xing. She was obviously on vacation, but suddenly felt like she was going to work. She sat upright on the sofa. This guy was really different. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Whether it is believed to be 1.5% or 6%, both data are very low. If you have not read the research report and subconsciously believe it quickly, it is that everyone is not optimistic about the future of college couples. Is a love contract appearing because of an optimistic view of the future of a couple? On the contrary, it is precisely because we are not optimistic about the future of couples that we have a foundation for profit. But to some extent, the judgment given by oneself is more profound and convincing than the bystander of looking at the data alone. Liu Weining understood this just after a change of thought, and she felt more and more that her brother's student had a maturity that was inconsistent with his age. Yu Xing observed his expression and felt that Sister Ying really understood what she meant and continued to describe her thoughts. The first thing we consider is whether this project and business are good, and then whether it is good or not, Sister Ying. Although I did not do research, I feel intuition. The data above is better than the 1.5% I mentioned at the beginning. Our consensus on the direction of couples determines that this is a viable business, and the real data may be less than 1.5%, or even 1% of the data determines that it is a good business on a certain scale. Liu Weining listened to the logical description of the male college student, thought about the rigor of under a certain scale, and truly developed an interest in discussing with him. She asked two questions. You have approximate user goals. Such projects obviously cannot be limited to the student group. If you expand from students to society, even if your 1% data is true, the overall mix will be mixed in the future. The data may drop, and there will inevitably be costs. This business may not be good soon, and there may be a bottleneck problem. If it can operate well, the early user growth will have a good curve, but after reaching a certain level, you must increase your investment to exchange for continued growth. But in this case, it is worth discussing whether it can be called good again. Yu Xing could not answer the discussion of Master Gu because he was about to open his mouth. The door over there was pushed open. He could only temporarily stop the topic with one sentence. That's a problem that we can only continue to improve after we have a little stinking money. Yu Xing stood up to welcome the teacher Liu Jingrong and his wife Yan Liang. Liu Jingrong, 37 years old, is already an associate professor at Nanjing Medical University. He is a young and strong man. However, he seems to be more distant in his work and is more satisfied with his current life and finding daily fun. Liu Jingrong was carrying a large bun of vegetables. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the two disciples had arrived. He smiled enthusiastically and said, "Come on, try my skills today, and I won't go out to eat." "Brother, you cook." Liu Weining raised a small question. "We are fine. We have to make up for Sister Wrong." Liu Jingrong's wife Yan Liang is pregnant with her second child and is now pregnant and is not suitable for a meal in the kitchen. "Don't worry, let's talk first. I've learned a lot of dishes recently." Liu Jingrong was full of confidence and shouted again, "Zhang Xiling, come to the kitchen to help me, and tell me, by the way, your heart muscles are being raised. How are the cells?" Zhang Xiling was shocked and looked at his senior brother for help, but he did not receive a response. This. What else can I say about this? The cardiomyocytes in the Petri dish were stirred by myself. He moved to the kitchen door and looked back at his senior brother, who was already talking and laughing with his master's wife and aunt. He really wanted to change with him. Zhang Xiling spent 10 minutes of sweating profusely. Soon, he found that teacher Liu was busy and focused on dealing with food, so he could only calm down and follow him. About 20 minutes later, Yu Xing showed up at the kitchen door. After chatting for a few seconds, he found the two of them in a mess. He volunteered, "Teacher, I'd better do it. You seem to have never tasted my skills." Liu Jingrong was sweating profusely and made the right decision after forcing a few sentences. "Xiling should go out too. There is nothing to do, so I'll do it simply." Yu Xing rolled up his sleeves and sent him to the living room casually, regardless of the unlucky eyes. "Okay, Zhang Xiling, come on, I'll recommend a few documents to you. You can take a look in the next few days." Liu Jingrong called out the slow-moving Zhang Xiling. Zhang Xiling walked out of the kitchen and looked back at the busy senior brother when he saw the teacher, wife, and aunt in the living room. What happened? Suddenly, he really wanted to change with Brother Xing. But if you can't change it, you can't cook. Zhang Xiling had something to do in his heart. The more he answered the questions from the teacher and his wife, the more he sweated, the more he stuttered. This scene was not until the food was served in the kitchen. Liu Jingrong failed to cook, and everyone was mentally prepared for the lunch meal, but unexpectedly, the dishes made by Yu Xing actually tasted good. Yes, Yu Xing, you will be the only one who comes to your house for dinner in the future. Liu Jingrong was surprised to praise Kaishen's disciple. No problem, Yu Xing said with a smile. I'm on call, and the future improvement in cooking skills will depend on our kitchen. Liu Jingrong was very happy and felt that this disciple was very cheerful today. When he looked at Zhang Xiling, who was about to start, he felt that he was too nervous. He cared about the nervous disciples kindly. After chatting for a few words, he heard his younger sister Liu Weining and his eldest disciple chatting about some topics that he didn't understand very well. A love contract is actually a bet. I thought about it for a while, and it was quite interesting. However, in addition to the actual operation, it also has a big disadvantage. It is easy to replicate and has no threshold. Liu Weining ate. I felt very crispy after a mouthful of lotus root. Sister Ying, this is true, but that is also a matter that needs to be considered after a little scale and a little famous. Yu Xing was very serious. Unlike the confusion of the unlucky junior brother, this master is able to really discuss the quality of the project and the problem of the project, the person who is feasible. Liu Weining shook her head and disagreed with this statement. It's too optimistic. What is your scale? If you don't consider it now, will it be too late to consider it in the future? Sister Ying. Yu Xing's thoughts were interrupted by the teacher. After hearing these few words, Liu Jingrong suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Yu Xing, you are so angry about your seniority. You call him his sister, why are you calling me? Yu Xing looked at the teacher innocently. Liu Weining said out loud, how do you shout? Call me aunt, call me aunt, call me aunt, do you have to call me old? You talk about yours, I talk about mine. Zhang Xiling looked at his master and his senior brother with a gaze and wanted to take the opportunity to lift the people, but no one paid attention. Liu Jingrong glared at his sister, but he was indeed 10 years older than Liu Weining. She had her own ideas since she was a child, so this glance would not have any effect. Eat it, I think this cooking skills are not much worse than Sister Wrong. Liu Weining was amazed. You big disciple is really good. Liu Jingrong had no choice but to acquiesce to discuss his own opinions. Yu Xing waited for Sister Ying to finalize the problem of seniority and then continued the topic just now, but had changed the answer. I think it's better to consider how to make the scale first, he said. Liu Weining nodded in agreement. For a pioneering project, there is no future without the present. Of course, if you don't think about the future, there will probably be many problems one after another. Since the project logic at a certain scale is feasible, then what is next? Yu Xing discussed, the student group will be the initial foundation, especially in the past month. After this period, you have to consider quickly opening a hole in society. Liu Weining frowned, considering the timeliness of the man's mouth, and shook her head slightly. It is indeed necessary to expand customers upward, but I think it is good to expand from graduates downward. For example, a freshman couple gets married after graduation. Such a name must have attracted many young customers, and the difficulty of acquiring customers for the student group is naturally less difficult. Yu Xing's eyes lit up. This was something he had never considered, but he immediately corrected. It's not a bewitching, but growing up with young users. Liu Weining nodded with a smile. Yes, that should be the same accent. She did not refine this idea, but just mentioned it slightly and continued to chat. A project is indeed considered first whether it is feasible. If it is feasible, then consider how to do it. The operating costs, input-output, and other issues cannot be relied on just by relying on the issue of, have you ever considered the size of the team that a city like Jinling or an area like East China needs? Seeing that Yu Xing stopped chopsticks and listened carefully to his voice, Liu Weining continued to give a realistic example. Although the revenue obtained from customers and the final redemption design have a lot of space, it may be very good in actual operation. It will be filled with costs soon. If you hire a new employee, he will be lucky this month and get 10 couples favors, and will only bring the company 5,000 yuan in income in a single month. How much profit can this 5,000 yuan cover the employee's salary, and minus the necessary expenses such as venues and transportation? What is the specific difficulty of acquiring 10 orders? According to Zhang Xiaoling's performance, can he make 5 orders per month? Zhang Xiaoling was suddenly named, and he was stingy and was humiliated silently. Liu Weiniang's voice was not too slow. Every time an employee is added, it is required to have new customers every month. This is not a month or two, but it will be a constant pressure, which requires the company to continue to develop. That is, the hidden requirement is to have such a market foundation. A project does not necessarily mean that there is profit. The size of the team determines most of the operating costs, and a love contract is a new thing. So how many people can accept it is also a question mark. Perhaps you can quickly acquire a group of customers in a short period of time, but after the growth period, you will face the problem of how to weigh the issue of increasing investment and stimulating growth. In the longer term, you have to consider fulfilling customers. As for the market foundation, it concerns the upper and lower limits and is a general perspective. Liu Weiniang said this and then re-examined the entrepreneurial description I heard today and said with a smile, "From this point, there are still many flaws in such projects." After all, the demand for the so-called love contract is not that rigid. In a sense, it can even be said. It is created with limited ceilings and imagination space. The longer the time, the greater the pressure, unless. She casually gave a judgment. Unless we only look at its early and mid-term development, it may be a good plan to evaluate it. When Liu Weiniang said this, she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She looked at Yu Xing, whose face remained unchanged, and Zhang Xiaoling, who looked uneasy, pondered for a few seconds and said with a smile, "But starting a business is difficult. You can't just run away after getting the money." Yu Xing took a sip of the soup. After listening to the analysis of the master's aunt for such a short time, he couldn't help but ask, "What kind of work does Sister Ying do in Zhangjiang?" "I have worked in the 4 major for a few years, and now I'm doing consultations in Bain." Liu Weiniang said with a smile, "It's a professional match. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading." Yu Xing wanted to toast, it was so right. The 4 majors are the world's top 4 accounting firms, and Bain is one of the world's 3 major consulting firms. It's no wonder that Liu Weiniang can quickly and targetedly talk. "What are you talking about? What contract? What couple? What customers?" Liu Jingrong next to him seemed to have come to an end to the chat between the two, and finally expressed his confusion. "Why can't I understand what you are talking about?" Yu Xing glanced at the teacher and decided to add a piece to this discussion, saying, "I have an idea of mitosis in cells proliferating." Liu Jingrong held up his glasses and said seriously, "Oh, tell me, customer direct sales elements reduce operating costs." Yu Xing said a few simple words. Liu Jingrong, "I'm telling me." Liu Weiniang's eyes lit up. She laughed at her brother first and then praised, "If the appropriate direct sales elements can be added, it can indeed bring great vitality, which can improve some evaluations. But I've seen them many teams with good entrepreneurial logic often make mistakes in execution." This is a bit tactful. The derogatory term for Xingqiao is talking about others and is also evaluating what he just heard. Yu Xing heard the meaning and asked, "Sister Ying also knows about direct sales and pyramid schemes. What if we set the level below the 3rd level?" Seeing that he was blunt, Liu Weiniang said directly, "Do you really think there is no problem with the 3rd level? The definition in the relevant regulations is based on the number of people who develop directly or indirectly. She's talking about the definition of pyramid schemes in the regulations on prohibition of pyramid selling passed a few years ago." Yu Xing's eyes were bright, and he continued to ask, "What if we both restrict the levels and do not pay them?" Liu Weiniang was stunned when she heard this, and she would not give her any reward. Yu Xing defended his design. "If we have client and he helps develop clients, then we will not share cash, but only increase the number of roses he exchanges when he gets married. As for, will this client finally get married, that 1% will be discussed in 3 years." He spread his hands. "There will be no reward in the past 3 years. According to the probability, even if every customer develops new customers, 99% of people will not receive the final increase. Only when you give a reward is counted." "Then I won't give it." Yu Xing argued again. "Even if we really go 3 years later, the above said that our model feedback is not good, then we are willing to accept rectification, and just to fulfill the reasonable and legal roses in the contract for these 1% of customers who stick to love. The extra ones will not be never mind, he said seriously. In this case, we only learn from the elements of direct sales to stimulate a certain degree of vitality. In fact, we have not successfully implemented the link of delivering excess rewards. At most, no matter how mechanical law enforcement is, we will be the slightest right. Liu Weining, who was knowledgeable, was stunned and suddenly felt a wildfire running around in her heart. The chef didn't read the recipe, but instead read the art of war. The doctor doesn't use a scalpel, but instead uses a sickle to cut leaks. I'm not afraid of hooligans being brave, but I am afraid of hooligans being educated. Yu Xing is not only discussing with this consulting company, but also sorting out his own ideas. He saw the worry gradually fading in the unlucky eyes of the unlucky ghost. After pondering for a few seconds, he continued, "We neither do insurance publicity nor absorb deposits in disguise, nor do we engage in illegal possession. We are just betting, but based on the contract law business practices." He finally added, "A fresh business practice." Liu Weining really couldn't help laughing. Good it. It's rare to avoid the 3 crimes of illegal business, illegal absorption of public deposits, and fundraising fraud in one sentence. She asked with a smile and curiously, "Do you have legal affairs or what? Have you consulted a lawyer?" Yu Xing shook his head slightly, but although he did not consult, he had an existing business prototype, so he must have been recognized or acquiesced. He calmly expressed his original intention. "We are not trying to make money by cheating people. This is a business that makes money by probability. If possible, I hope that every customer will exchange the roses at their wedding for every customer in 3 years. Merchants are kind. As for why customers must not come to redeemed, they have to ask themselves." Liu Weining looked at Yu Xing deeply and smiled at Zhang Xiling, who was inexplicably excited beside her, and said, "Your senior brother understands the method. This is a good thing. It is good for your project and you." Zhang Xiling didn't know why he was excited, but said excitedly, "Yes, my senior brother also asked me to be a legal person in the company." Liu Weining pursed her lips. She took back half of the sentence. "I understand the method a little too much. Zhang Xiling, come to the study with me." Liu Jingrong listened to the conversation between the 3 people, vaguely heard some meaning, and stood up very seriously. Zhang Xiling looked at his senior brother for help. Yu Xing shrugged and said, "If you want to be a legal person, go quickly." Liu Jingrong frowned and noticed that the eldest disciple had a smell of mastermind behind it. After all, Zhang Xiling got up and planned to keep up with the change and walked into the desperate study that needed a showdown. Liu Weining looked at the scene, shook her head, and still spoke based on the project she heard. "I have 2 suggestions." Yu Xing happened to speak at the same time. "Sister Ying, I have a heartless request. Since I'm not asking for it, there's no need to say it." Liu Weining said gracefully, "Do you still listen to the suggestion?" Yu Xing simply replied, "Listen, free advice from Bane, my sister Ying, why not listen? End of this chapter." "What's wrong with me being a rich man?" Yu Xing did not immediately listen to Liu Weining's suggestions. He first packed up the dishes on the table, soothed his master's slightly uneasy mood, then took a piece of milk candy from his pocket and gave it to his junior sister, and finally poured 2 cups of tea. "Sister Ying, have tea." Yu Xing politely handed the teacup to Liu Weining. "This tea is not in vain," Liu Weining said with a smile without any politeness. "Yu Xing, I don't think you are on a whim, but after you have been studying medicine for all these years, isn't it a pity that you suddenly change your mind?" When Yu Xing saw that his master's wife led his junior sister to the room for lunch, he shook his head slightly, took a sip of tea, and sighed. "I have a hard time. I can't save myself after studying medicine. Myself." He didn't want to unfold this topic, put down his teacup, looked up at Liu Weining and asked, "Sister Ying, to be honest, what do you think we need to pay attention to in our project?" "Yu Xing, I just reviewed what I wanted to do. You also mentioned that you don't do insurance publicity. This kind of bet is indeed a bit of insurance." Liu Weining was not interested in the topic of hardship or not. She was not idle for a while and said with a fast speed, "If it is calculated based on insurance, an order of 500 yuan will be 500 yuan, and the pricing fee rate will be 20%. The net premium is almost, 417. The product redemption is 999 roses, which are considered as insurance, even if it is 3,000 yuan. The pricing fee rate is 20%, and the pricing interest rate industry is commonly used by 3.5%. Liu Weining thoughtfully asked, well, if it's insurance, it's better to add a termination period. How many years do you think the probability of a couple getting married will decrease every other year? It's about 3 to 10 years. During this period, you can exchange it for marriage. Yuzing gave a number. Generally, the longer the time, the harder it is to get married. Even if the probability of getting married in the 4th year is 80% of the 3rd year, then and so on. If this is the case, the probability of getting married in the 3rd year of your product model. Liu Weining took out her niece's homework book and listed the formula above, trying to see the probability of getting married in the 3rd year of this model. Suppose the probability of getting married in the 3rd year is k, the 4th year is k asterisk 0.8, the 5th year is k asterisk 0.82, and the 10th year is k asterisk 0.8. Net premium equals coverage amount times the probability of marriage in the 3rd year / 1 plus priced interest rate, 3 plus the probability of marriage in the 4th year / 1 plus priced interest rate, 4 plus the probability of marriage in the 10th year / 1 plus priced interest rate, 4 plus the probability of marriage in the 10th year / 1 plus priced interest rate, 10. 417 equals 3000 asterisk, k / 1.0353 plus k asterisk, 0.8 / 1.0354 plus k asterisk, 0.87 / 1.03510. Well, you can use the summing formula of the equal ratio sequence. The first term is k / 1.0353, the common ratio is 0.8, and the number of terms is, it can be calculated, k approximately 3.7%. Yuzing saw Liu Weining writing in the primary school homework book, and then took out the calculator to divide the 2 into 2, and finally gave the answer. He stared at the calculation process above and asked sincerely, Sister Ying, sister, what are you doing? It's quite interesting to do merger and acquisition consulting places. Liu Weining learned his tone and smiled. If you really count according to insurance projects, your number setting is to make the highest probability of cashing out customers at 3.7% to estimate Tusk. It really feels like an insurance actuary is working behind the scenes, which looks quite reasonable. It is difficult for Yuzing not to respect smart people. Liu Weining threw down her pen, put away the smile on her face, and said seriously, I think you have considered many aspects. This kind of business amount setting seems to be carefully considered. Well, you are a smart person and you are paying attention to the red line in advance. This is really rare. However, I have seen and heard of many capable people who run companies, such as direct sales, pyramid schemes, capital sales, Ponzi schemes, etc. You think those extremely smart people don't understand the risks of the red line. Do you take measures to avoid it? Do you think they didn't think that they just stimulate vitality when using these, just use them temporarily? There are too many smart people in the world. When it was really difficult, my colleagues in the company advised me, and my friends around me said that those who were engaged in pyramid schemes and funds had to guarantee that these smart people would have to use them, and they had to try again and again with the mentality of luck, and finally got deeply involved in it. So the old saying goes, being smart is just mistaken for cleverness. Liu Weining shook her head and sighed. Sometimes success does require a little luck. She turned her head to look at Yuzing, a male master, and saw that his face was as deep as iron without any hesitation in his eyes. Yuzing noticed Liu Weining's subtle movements and slowly praised, Sister Ying is really clear about the matter. It's just clear onlookers. Liu Weining suppressed the little surprise in her heart and said with a smile again, people's thoughts and states in the bureau are different, so they will enter the bureau if they are accidentally. Is this Sister Ying's first advice to me? Yuzing believed that this was an extended suggestion of going wrong in previous words. No, these are just my feelings. Liu Weining's voice became a little cold. My first suggestion is that it would be fine at the beginning. If you can really get up, leave the city of Jinling as soon as possible. Yuzing was stunned. This was something he had never thought about. Liu Weining slowly explained her confusion. Jinling, the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, this city. It's not that it's bad, but sometimes you go to the old city to visit, and there are a lot of tobacco and alcohol recycling stores. This statement seems quite meaningful. Yuzing understood almost instantly that the city of Jinling is very historical, and sometimes his style of doing things is also very historical. I think you really want to do this, and you won't expect to bring in all the customers you can contact, right? This business is destined to only try to convert a small number of customers who are interested in this. Liu Weining changed her approach. Since that's the case, just like this business, why don't your company find a city that can accept new things more? She reminded. Otherwise, it's nothing. If the competitors stabbed it too, there might be something. The style and acceptance of different places are different. The world is dangerous, is it not to be guarded? Yu Xing thought of many situations in an instant. He sincerely poured a cup of tea again, stood up to say to the tea, "Sister Ying, this suggestion is practical." Liu Weining took a sip of tea with a smile, but did not keep it in the dark. This second suggestion, you can re-register a company in Zhangjiang. It's not just that I work in Zhangjiang, but based on the objective situation, I encountered an accident. The situation may be useful. It is difficult for Yu Xing to disrespect the second cup of tea. This time he made a little joke. "Sister Ying, if I have money, I will cover all your lipsticks in the future." Liu Weining's red lips seemed to be smiling. "Then I hope you will be rich sooner, and then I will go to the counter and wave my hand to the counter. I will be in this counter." Seeing that this person is indeed insightful and adheres to the principle of paying more money if you can get more information, Yu Xing diligently poured the third cup of tea. "Sister Ying, for the early arrival of that day, I would like to ask you for more advice." "I have nothing to give you advice. I'm just talking about it on paper. Whether it can be done or not, and whether there is any problem with actual execution, it depends on you." Liu Weining shook her head slightly, but after a moment of contemplation, she said, "This project is relatively new. Your customer base is not someone who needs to try hard to convince, but you can try new things." On the day of the wedding, 999 roses were arranged on the scene. Thinking about it is romantic. The consumption impulse you provide is thinking about it is romantic. Just like people go out for a trip, the happiest time is not really going out for a trip, but planning time before traveling. When a lover gets married, is the diamond ring expensive? It will depreciate when you get it. Does wedding photos have to be taken? Most of the destinations you take are stuffed under the bed. Is it necessary to arrange the 999 roses on site? Liu Weining said with a smile. "Hey, what I want is the feeling at that moment." "This feeling is sold for you for 500 yuan. Is it expensive?" Yu Xing gave a thumbs up and said it was right. "This project has a certain room for imagination, but it is certain." Liu Weining stroked the ends of her hair, her voice turned plain, and her eyes became sharp. "If you regard it as the core business of a company, I think we will soon encounter the bottleneck we mentioned earlier, and there will be a problem of investment and growth. But if it is a second or third growth curve of a company that already has core businesses, it will be different in terms of cost and prospects." Yu Xing looked at Liu Weining hesitantly. Liu Weining blinked at him. "Sister Ying's suggestion is, if you can make a scale, you can sell it to." Yu Xing pondered his meaning, thought about the current situation on the market, and continued, "Sell it to Century Jiayuan, Baycom, etc." Century Jiayuan and Baycom are both dating websites. They have been established for several years now and have a good scale. The core business is to be a matchmaker. Yes, there is also a Genicom, which is the top 3 in this market. Liu Weining added a company and smiled. "The marriage and love market is definitely much stronger than your small track with a single segment, but their core business is, after the growth slows down, new growth points will inevitably be opened up. And naturally, we have to work **** the upstream and downstream of marriage and love." She said in a casual manner, "Just as I said just now, you only need to do this, but if you do it alone, you have core business and your staff and team are ready-made. That is, you need to get twice the result with half the effort." Yu Xing suddenly thought of the conversation she had at the dinner table before. It is easy to replicate, there is no threshold. Is this what she just considered? He nodded slowly, not repulsing nor felt that his current situation was qualified to reject the company, but he said slowly, "I'm afraid we must also prevent their competition. Compared to us, they obviously can reassure customers. Rose, it takes time to cash out. Can a new company be there in 3 years? The probability of Century Jiayuan, Baycom, and Genicom will be more likely to last for another 3 years. At the same time, all the advantages and disadvantages of the project I talked about before are placed on these 3 companies. The advantages are magnified and the disadvantages are reduced." Yu Xing thought of potential competitors and buyers that may appear, but his mind was a little distant. If it could be sold, could it expand the scope? Tencent has QQ Show and internet couples. With its huge traffic, can it reduce the unit price and increase it? Revenue, where is Alibaba? Can it be interested in this kind of subcategory social interaction? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. NetEase seems to have done business in marriage and love, and it is not surprising that even the boss can raise pigs. Yu Xing was full of thoughts for a moment, and it was hard not to consider those well-known internet companies, whose tentacles, whether light or dark, have spread across all walks of life many years later. What? Are you reluctant to let it go? Liu Weining did not respond when she met the person, gave a very natural judgment, and said sincerely, "It's better to stop when you see it than to run away in the end. We ordinary people don't have to make a profit. How many billions are there? This is already very successful in making a project well, and it will be enough for you to spend it slowly." Yu Xing felt this sincere advice and was quite grateful. He said, "No, Sister Ying, I just thought that if we aim in this way, we may need to increase some hype, methods of doing things, and the goals need to be modified. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. That's what you founder needs to consider. Anyway, if you really can't do it, just continue to be a doctor, in short." Liu Weining had already said a lot when she first met. Although it was for the sake of her biological brother, some factors where I am happy to see the hunting. Not all entrepreneurs are logical and thought carefully. Of course, this does not mean that entrepreneurs of other styles cannot succeed, but communication with the former is always more pleasant. Liu Weining said, "Don't make trouble, classmate Yu." Yu Xing smiled helplessly. "I really didn't think about running away." "Yeah, I believe you then," Liu Weining said readily. "Good luck, boss Yu." Yu Xing felt a little fluctuating when he heard these two titles before and after, and he still made his unhappy request. "Sister Ying, I just mentioned this today, and you analyzed so much. It's just too much. It's amazing. Are you willing to do this with us? Whether it's decision or equity, just say it." Liu Weining did not unexpectedly hear such an invitation and refused with a smile. "No, I am not interested in such a project, and you just do it." "Is the value of this equity? Is it more than my salary?" She shrugged with a cramped smile on her face. Obviously, Liu Weining earns a lot of money from her job. Yu Xing said and continued quickly. "Then, Sister Ying, you have such a lot of salary, can you lend me some money? I almost have the money to register a company." Liu Weining, "Isn't this a real, unforgiving request? The invitation just now was to cover up borrowing money, etc." She said angrily. "The money for registering a company. You haven't even registered a company. How much does it cost to register a company?" "It's still 30,000 left." Yu Xing met Liu Weining's eyes. "It's okay to lend me 25,000. Seeing that the master did not speak, he quickly modified the loan. 20,000 or 10,000. 10,000. It was originally a business that wanted to make money by nothing but you. It fits." Liu Weining tried her best to give a positive comment and refused. "Don't borrow." Yu Xing was not angry but said with some regret, "Sister Ying, you missed a good return. There are not many we can count you as invested in, really, Sister Ying." "Don't borrow, don't borrow." Liu Weining reiterated her decision and smiled. "I'm not interested in investing, but I can be your first batch of customers." Yu Xing immediately asked enthusiastically, "Sister Ying, it is definitely worth investing in the wedding. Others have been 3 years. Sister Ying can ask me to exchange it anytime after a year. The 999 roses will be upgraded to 1001. I gave you sincere advice, so you can give me 2 more. Liu Weining glanced at the deliberately exaggerated male master. "Or why it's a good thing. I only added 2 of them." Yu Xing said seriously, "But don't look at these 2. The lottery is also very good. You can choose one from 1,000. I'm quite inclined to be successful now." Liu Weining was amused and crying. "I won't vote for myself. I'll help my friends place an order. They will follow your conditions just now. They can exchange 1001 roses at any time when they get married in a year." Yu Xing agreed without hesitation. "It's so, sir." "Sister Ying, how many orders are placed?" Liu Weining said lightly. "Just place 20 orders and someone will come to cash in a year." Yu Xing took out his pen and was about to write a contract by hand, but suddenly realized that the total price of these 20 orders was exactly what he said in the end, that he borrowed money 10,000 yuan. "I'm afraid I can't repay it." Liu Weining's eyes were smiling. "I'm also a little curious. Can a person who has been studying medicine for a few years, but suddenly wants to start a business, finally repay the things?" Yu Xing nodded slightly and did not be polite. He wrote a double copy of the contract on his junior sister's primary school homework book, but it indicated that it was 21 orders. Liu Weinying took the words in black and white and saw the numbers on it. Yuzing said seriously, Sister Ying, you will be rewarded with a big reward for your opening. I will give you a ticket. Liu Weinying signed 2 contracts and smiled and put her own money in her niece's homework book. Sister Ying, I have another request. Yuzing did not plan to give it to you for free. Liu Weinying couldn't help rolling her eyes. Yuzing seemed not to see this expression and asked for help. Sister Ying works in Zhangjiang. If you have any friends who can help register a company, the money will be deducted from the money you placed, and the rest will be transferred to my card. Liu Weinying. She stared at the man in front of her for 10 seconds and gave a thumbs up. Okay, you are this. Before Yuzing could respond, he heard the sound of the study door being opened and suddenly closed. Then he saw teacher Liu Jingrong walking out of the inside angrily and heading straight for the door. Liu Jingrong glared at the eldest disciple, said nothing, and left directly. Yuzing was a little confused, not knowing whether his junior brother had succeeded or failed, and then he saw Zhang Xiaoling slowly moving out of the study. Brother Xing, the teacher wants to call my mother. Zhang Xiaoling's tears were always not under control these 2 days. He was so panicked and afraid that the parents would be invited to the parents in the end. Liu Weinying looked at this scene and turned her head and asked, I'm canceling that batch of orders now, can I? Yuzing made a loud voice, written in black and white, I have no regrets when writing, but my junior brother is always like this, it's not okay. The 30-day countdown has begun and I still have to work hard. Yuzing's mind changed and thought of an idea that might be very appropriate. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yuzing invited Liu Weinying to listen to the unlucky showdown process together, but the latter was not interested in this and had already made an appointment with his friend to go shopping, so she exchanged mobile phone numbers and changed her clothes and left the door first. Yuzing poured a glass of water to calm down and first sent his bank account to a large customer by text message, and finally listened to the showdown process. The process is actually very simple. This is a 15% statement indicating the purpose of the visit plus 80% reprimand and bitter words plus 4% persistence plus 1% confession. You still said to me, Yuzing said hilariously. That, Brother Xing, it's not me who said it, it's the teacher. Zhang Xiaoling said with a little twisted voice, it was him who guessed it. Not surprising I brought you here. I also discussed so much with Sister Ying in front of him. Yuzing waved his hand and signaled that his junior brother not to worry about his emotions. He smiled, it's okay, so it won't be possible for me and him, said it. Zhang Xiaoling said worriedly, but the teacher wants to call my mom and dad. I am admitted to the postgraduate degree and will be admitted to the school in the fall, but I retain my academic status at this time, so why do I have to start a business? According to Zhang Xiaoling's retelling, the teacher suggested that both of them go to the brain hospital to register, and he has expert friends there. The teacher is also for your own good. Did he call or not? Yuzing's emotions did not fluctuate much, and he had experienced it no matter how bad the situation was. Not yet, the teacher asked me to think about it carefully. He said he wanted to go to the meeting first. Zhang Xiaoling's tears had stopped, but his eyes were a little red and swollen. Yuzing slowly drank tea, considered the current situation, and said carefully, Xiaoling, don't worry first. The teacher hasn't called yet, and your parents don't know yet. This phone call will be available sooner or later, but even if not, we are just trying to do anything and have no choice. Anyway, under the current situation, he couldn't think of a better choice. When he thought of the scale of the sudden capital, what he came to his mind was the idea of private police stations and mass emails asking for money. Now this is a safer choice to make money quickly and easily. Zhang Xiaoling took a breath and knew that what his senior brother was right, and that this was something he would face sooner or later. Of course, if we have achieved some results, it would be much better to call this phone. Yuzing changed his tone and pondered. Xiaoling, I have a job experience, you can also give it a try in the future, called user control. Zhang Xiaoling finds it a bit strange. What is Xingji's experience in work? Is it meant to be in the group? Or when I was in the past internship? But he skipped this point and asked in confusion, what does it mean to use people to control people? For example, you lead a team to sell a house. Yuzing said slowly, there are many people in the team and not everyone is convinced of you. What should you do? Thinking about impressing him all day long, or thinking about it all day long is he wearing small shoes? Not to mention that it may intensify the conflict. The biggest goal of selling houses to achieve performance has been ignored. We shouldn't waste our energy on this in actual work. What is man? The essence of man is the sum of all social relations. In a team, or it is easier for you to understand in a class, someone always plays well with some people. He can't listen to my opinions, but he can hear the opinions and even orders of people around him. What we need to do is not to subdue him, but to pry people around him or above him so that we can better achieve our main goals. Yu Xing slowly described some of his work and management experiences accumulated during his thunderous career. Zhang Xiaoling's expression was quite ignorant. Looking at the senior brother's expectant eyes, he slowly made a sound in his nasal cavity. Yu Xing inhales, presses the nerve that wants to jump, points to the direction of another bedroom and spits out 3 words, pillow wind. The pillow wind is just like the pillow wind so much. Zhang Xiaoling murmured super lowly, not letting his senior brother hear his voice, but he firmly remembered the words just now and the 4 words using people to control others. Do you have money? Yu Xing asked at this time. Zhang Xiaoling replied vigilantly. No, I've given it to you. Yu Xing nodded and instructed him. Go and buy some small celery, pork belly, and live shrimp. I will make some dumplings for my master's wife. I can eat them at night or put them in the refrigerator to freeze them. I can take them when I want to eat them. Can you convince her by making dumplings? Zhang Xiaoling asked. What if the master's wife doesn't help? Yu Xing got up and walked towards the kitchen and smiled and said, if you don't help, don't help. That's my master's wife. What's the point of making some dumplings? Zhang Xiaoling was silent for a moment, and his senior brother was not so ordinary in character. The two of them acted separately, but they didn't notice that there was a little ear listening at the end of the corridor. 15 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoling brought back the vegetables he bought from the supermarket at the entrance of the community, and found that his senior brother had put the chopping board on the coffee table, with kneaded dough next to it, and the junior sister Liu Zhishan was sitting on the sofa. Don't watch so much TV, it's not good for your eyes, Zhang Xiaoling said. Liu Zhishan glared at the new senior brother without saying a word. Yu Xing took the bag and went to the kitchen to wash and cut. Zhang Xiaoling followed behind, trying to get the shot, but he saw that his senior brother was quick and he seemed to leave no room for himself. Cut the parsley and add salt to kill water. Boil the shrimp heads and remove the tendons from the shrimp tails. Yu Xing cut the shrimp tails into large grains and marinated them with salt, pepper, and cooking wine. He turned his head and saw that his junior brother was so stupid that he didn't know what to do, so he had to say, you chop the pork belly into filling. You can do this. Zhang Xiaoling was assigned a task. While busy with what he was in his hands, Yu Xing said, don't chop the meat too hard, it's easy to get rid of it. Wait until the oil consumption, light soy sauce, cooking wine, and shrimp oil are added, and then water 3 times. He thought about it and denied the idea. Forget it, just chop the meat, I will do the rest so as not to waste it. Brother Xing, what is water grabbing? Zhang Xiaoling really doesn't understand these things. It is to beat the water into the meat filling so that it absorbs water and becomes sticky when stirring. Yu Xing explained in detail. When the dumplings are put into the pot and cooked, the meat filling is full of water and will not grow old easily, and it will taste it, more fresh and tender. Zhang Xiaoling said sincerely, Brother Xing, why do you understand everything? Who is born to know this? It's all taught by others. Yu Xing unconsciously smiled. Speaking of which, fetching water was taught by his little girlfriend in his dream. His thoughts disappeared in a flash, and he continued to say to his junior brother, just like you jumped out of the environment of studying medicine, I can understand that you are panicked, cramped, and at a loss now. Don't talk about you in starting a business. I have no experience, but there is really not much time left, and we need to see results as soon as possible, so we need to think more and take the initiative. Yu Xing either intimidates or tells the status quo. Zhang Xiaoling also knew that his performance was probably not good in the past 2 days. He whispered, yeah, and said only, I hope my teacher's wife can persuade the teacher. The dumpling filling should be left to taste, and the dough also needs time to wake up. The two returned to the living room, and Yu Xing sat next to the junior sister and said with a smile, Shanshan, senior brother discusses something with you, is it okay? Liu Zhishan blinked and said like a little adult, Brother, tell me. It's too hot. Senior brother will come back and buy you ice cream and take you to the playground. Yu Xing promised first and then said, that's it. When your father comes home in the evening, if he is angry, please tell him not to be angry. Tell me about my senior brother's goodness to my parents. Liu Zhishan turned her head and continued to watch TV, asking without much care, what should I say about my goodness? I will teach you. Yu Xing smiled, just remembering that one time I went to pick you up, but it suddenly rained and didn't bring an umbrella. I carried you in my arms and ran home. I was soaked and sick, you're fine. Liu Zhishan said and agreed crisply. Okay. Seeing that the junior sister was so easy to talk, Zhang Xiling also gave an idea. Shanshan, I will teach you too. Liu Zhishan glanced at Zhang Xiling and said in a plain tone, Do you want to teach me? Zhang Xiling was stunned. No, you kid. Zhang Xiling felt that everything had changed. He was obviously a prospective graduate student who was envied by his classmates and made his family proud. Now he is worried that the teacher will call his home and even ignores the children. This is really no status. He was speechless and could only quietly be depressed by the side. Yu Xing was also a little surprised by the junior sister's performance. He didn't say anything more, but instead reminded Shanshan to be more obedient and take care of her mother at home. Liu Zhishan listened obediently and agreed. Yu Xing accompanied the junior sister to watch TV for a while and then started making dumplings. As a person who once had to save money by himself, he was very familiar with doing this. When he was halfway through, his master's wife Yan Liang walked out of the bedroom after lunch break. Yu Xing, you are really interested today. I haven't seen you show this before. Yan Liang sat next to her daughter, rubbed her head, and said to Yu Xing with a smile, I have been studying hard for a long time. I used to make it not delicious, but now I dare to take it out for you to try it. Yu Xing could only explain this and continued, Master's wife, the refrigerator is half frozen. You will go back and see you can eat it directly when you want to. Yan Liang smiled and nodded, and after a quiet moment she said, Yu Xing, when I woke up just now, I read the text message Lao Liu gave me. He asked me to persuade you and let you think about it carefully. What's wrong? What are you doing? Master's wife, Zhang Xiling, and I invested in financial management and lost money. Yu Xing kept making dumplings and his voice lowered a little. Now, the opportunity to consider an entrepreneurial project is good, and I plan to do it first. If you do it, I won't study here at the school. He explained the matter clearly in one sentence, but did not mention the specific numbers. Yan Liang frowned and said with concern, How can this work? How can you not learn? What kind of financial management? When did it start? No wonder Lao Liu was angry. This is not possible. Yu Xing, don't be impulsive. It's a lot of money. Yu Xing was not very bitter and revengeful, and his tone seemed quite firm in his understatement. Master's wife, we are not impulsive. I talked a lot with Sister Ying today. If you think I'm a hot-headed person, then you ask her what she thinks about our project, and the teacher can ask her too. Whether it was eating or discussing and communicating after meals, Yan Liang saw it, and this sentence suddenly made her hesitate. There is no doubt that my sister-in-law is excellent. Her job is to connect with companies that often fly around in various cities, if even she agrees. Yu Xing lightly made a dumpling and looked up and said, Master's wife, don't you believe us, don't you believe her? Yan Liang thought about it and sighed. Then we must not go to school. Master's wife, we just found a good opportunity to try, so this time I want to keep my academic qualifications first. Yu Xing said calmly, if it really doesn't work, then let's come back. Yan Liang frowned and said after a long time, This is so ridiculous. How much did your financial management lose? Did you cheat someone? Can you still recover now? You have been studying for so many years to reach today. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Yu Xing was still the same sentence as before, but his tone became more firmer. Master's wife, don't you believe us, don't you believe her? Zhang Xiling heard the loosening in the wind, noticed hope, and said, Yes. Yan Liang looked at Yu Xing, then Zhang Xiling, and finally looked at Yu Xing and said tactfully, It's not that I don't trust her, nor do I trust you. Someone needs to help you do something like a company. How can you do it alone? Try and fight. Zhang Xiling was about to say that he had his own share, but suddenly stopped his throat. Oh, believing her and believing him, then who do you believe? Why are you just struggling alone? He reluctantly endured humiliation and lowered his head, understanding who the junior sister might be with him. Yu Xing kept making dumplings and said, Master's wife, rich people are the way to play, and there are teams are the way to play. There are so many roads, so let's work hard in the cracks. Anyway, I have made up my mind. Now. Yan Liang said angrily, Why did you make up your mind for such a big thing? Even if you want to do it, you have to discuss it with your family. Yu Xing did not answer immediately. After making the last dumpling, he arranged it neatly, patted the flour on his body, and smiled and said, Master's wife, in addition to financial management, we also want to tell our family after we have achieved results. At the latest, I will tell my family before September. Without waiting for Yan Liang to speak, he pointed at the dumplings and said, Master's wife, I'll open the dumplings later. The ones on top are from you and the teacher. You can eat them directly when you want to eat them. The 2 layers on the bottom are from Shanshan. I don't have them inside. Put asterisk, 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 and don't mess up when you give it to her. Children Liu Zhishan don't like to eat ginger. Hey you. Yan Liang looked at the neat dumplings, then looked at Yu Xing's firm face, and suddenly felt a little sad and said angrily, "You have finished making this dumpling, and you are not ready in the future." Going home? I'm afraid I'm busy in the future. I've been taken care of by the teacher and my wife before, so I can be stuck in the laboratory. Yu Xing said seriously, I'm worried about going to a project in the future. I don't know if I'm busy, but no matter what, I don't know if I'm busy. Is the teacher angry with me? The teacher is still the teacher, and the teacher's wife is still the teacher's wife. Yan Liang is pregnant, and her emotions are prone to fluctuations. When she listens to these sincere words, tears roll in her eyes. She turns her head and stops looking at the neat plate of dumplings. Yu Xing quickly poured water for her and mentioned that he would take Liu Zhishan to the amusement park for 2 days, ending the topic. Yan Liang adjusted her emotions and knew that Yu Xing would not change her decision. She told him to take good care of herself. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Liu Jingrong still did not come back, and Yu Xing took Zhang Xiling to stand up and say goodbye. Yan Liang called these 2 people to stop, went back to the bedroom first, and then came out and took a stack of cash fortification into Yu Xing's pocket. Yu Xing refused to give in. I don't understand what you said, and I don't know what Xiaoying thinks. I know you must be short of money now. Yan Liang held Yu Xing's arm holding the money and insisted, this money is not much. It's not that it's not true. What you use for starting a business is to eat when you are hungry and buy a piece of clothing when you are short of clothes. If you say you recognize me, the teacher's wife, accept it. Yu Xing was in a trance for a moment. He was still the same person, and his master's wife still stuffed money to herself in the event of a change. He stopped refusing and took it away. Okay, master's wife. Yan Liang nodded with satisfaction and was afraid that the eldest disciple would feel sorry for taking the money, so she said, that's right. When you make a lot of money in the future, just bring more things during the holidays. Yu Xing nodded and said yes, and then squatted down to instruct Liu Zhishan to take good care of her mother. Unexpectedly, Liu Zhishan and Yu Xing looked at each other and said coolly, don't worry if I do my business. Yu Xing. He touched the child's head, stood up and said to Yan Liang, master's wife, you go back. The teacher is back tonight. Please advise him not to be angry. Yan Liang held her daughter's hand and finally said, oh, you guys are fine too. If you have something to do, call me. Don't be embarrassed. Yu Xing and Zhang Xiling left the teacher's home. Both of them had their own thoughts and didn't say anything along the way out of the community. Yu Xing stopped at the entrance of the community. See you at the lake last time at 9 o'clock in the evening. Ah, brother Xing, what are you doing? Won't we be together? Zhang Xiling wanted to follow. I want to check the potential customers here, and I have to think about digesting some communication with Sister Ying. She has indeed given me a lot of inspiration. Yu Xing said thoughtfully, she has built a preliminary product with mathematics model, but I think the real probability should not be 3.7%, which means that our product settings have a lot of room for adjustment. Anyway, I have to think about it. Zhang Xiling fought for it. I'm right next to you and you won't stop you from thinking. Yu Xing said concisely, breach. Zhang Xiling was already a little numb to his position. After a few seconds of silence, he asked blankly, Brother Xing, do you think the teacher will agree? Are your pillow style and small cotton jacket style useful? Yu Xing shook his head slightly. I'll find out soon. He waved goodbye and left slowly along the road. Zhang Xiling looked at the back of his senior brother for a while and didn't know where to go for a while. After thinking about it, he decided to go to have dinner with his girlfriend in the evening. After experiencing emotional ups and downs in the past 2 days, he also wanted to gain emotional comfort. However, Zhang Xiling received a call from the teacher before he had dinner. Although the other party's tone was still hard, it had eased compared to his previous statement. Zhang Xiling was excited. On the one hand, he had temporarily obtained permission, and on the other hand, he was also surprised by the power of this pillow style plus little cotton jacket style. He couldn't help but think again that his senior brother taught him, using people to control others, is it really so magical? Zhang Xiling didn't see his girlfriend for 2 days. He heard the good news first. The atmosphere of this supper was particularly pleasant, and there was no such an annoying quarrel as before. After dinner, he went back to the dormitory to take a shower, and then went straight to the lakeside where he met Brother Xing last time. Brother Xing hasn't arrived yet. After Zhang Xiling sat down, he slowly thought about his thoughts. About 10 minutes, he saw the senior brother walking over. "Brother Xing, you're here," Zhang Xiling greeted. "Yeah." Yu Xing nodded slightly, sat on the ground, and asked casually, "Where is Lu Heiying? Why didn't she come?" Zhang Xiling was stunned. "No, what are she doing?" Yu Xing was also stunned. Didn't she tell you?" "I called her and she agreed to come to work in the company." Zhang Xiling was completely stunned. "Come to work in the company? Who, she?" "Ah, your remote problem has been completely solved," Yu Xing said with a smile. "You two don't have to worry about long-distance relationships in the future. If you don't have small problems, you can concentrate on our big problems." He continued to say, "Today is good news. We have big orders, new employees join. The project has been substantially promoted, and there are more correct." Zhang Xiling finally realized that what appeared in his heart at this moment was nothing else but the four words he saw and heard today, using people to control people. "Grass, bring my girlfriend to this **** company. Cow, even the company has not been registered yet. Grass, it depends on others. This is the product that has been made on me." He stood suddenly, his face flushed instantly, his eyes were particularly tense, and he angrily shouted, "The surname is Yu. Are you still a human being?" "Thank you to the leader of Jingyan, and thank you to Ling Mohan Kaianyu, Zaya Adao with blood, Nyan Zai, maple leaf, and the foreign land for your rewards and votes. Try to follow up the new book, as it is related to subsequent recommendations and it is quite important. I will pay more rewards when I put it on the shelves." End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing was a little surprised to his junior brother's strong reaction. He raised his head slightly, looked at Zhang Xiling, who was particularly angry under the light, and wondered, "Why am I not a human anymore?" "You sit down and talk first. It's okay if you force me. Why are you looking for Lu Heiying?" Zhang Xiling glared at Yu Xing. "What does this matter have to do with her?" Yu Xing spread his hands. "The company lacks people and she lacks jobs, isn't that right?" Zhang Xiling was furious. "She has a job. Her family found her a job." Yu Xing didn't take back his spreading hand and said more rigorously, "The company lacks people, and she lacks the job to stay in Jinling." Zhang Xiling took a deep breath. "She lacks a job like this. I'm not enough for you to be so fucked. Why are you going to be so **** by her? I didn't like you." Yu Xing corrected it and said, dissatisfied, "Zhang Xiling, you are the second in command of the company now, and you can't look at your company like this." Zhang Xiling looked at the serious man in front of him and felt it was particularly ridiculous and funny. "What a second in command. The company is just 2 people. It's 3. Yu Xing stretched out his hand and signaled his junior brother to sit down and communicate slowly. "If you don't want to be, let your girlfriend be the second in command," Zhang Xiling angrily said. Yu Xing patted the grass and continued, "Also, I didn't like your girlfriend. If you can chat, sit down and chat." Zhang Xiling also wanted to raise his voice, but suddenly saw the eyes that he glanced at from time to time. He squatted down, reached out to grab Yu Xing's collar, and asked in anger, "Call her. Please let her come to the company. Why don't you call my parents?" Yu Xing said calmly, "I don't have their number." Zhang Xiling smiled angry. He reached out and took out his cell phone and threw it on the grass. Call it. Hit it quickly. Get my whole family here to do this mess for you." Yu Xing shook off his junior brother's hand, pulling his collar, picked up his cell phone on the ground, searched for the address book, and called the dad number. Do. Zhang Xiling snatched the phone and pressed the phone and underestimated him. He held his phone tightly and growled, "Lu Heiying is innocent." Yu Xing spread his hands halfway and stopped his movements, saying, "Funny. You made me think I am a murderer or I am doing some pyramid schemes. If you catch someone, you will be detained and not allowed to leave. Come and go here freely, including you. What are you doing for her? What did you want to do?" Zhang Xiling was almost collapsed, and the disaster was no more than his family. Yu Xing really sighed. "Zhang Xiling, if you don't recognize our project yet, there is no need to be here. I don't want to do anything. I have a job here and she is willing to come. It's that simple. She has a better job opportunity and she came because of me." Zhang Xiling said hatefully, "You play with me, plot against me, and use me as an experimental subject. Forget it. Why do you affect her?" From that night to now, since complaining about the quarrel with Yu Xing, the originally ordinary life seemed to suddenly appear in a whirlpool. I was unable to resist at all and was pulled away by my senior brother step by step. He was stimulated to sign a contract, was told that his financial management was in turmoil, he was taken to reunite, was raped as an entrepreneur, and was asked to leave school. Now even my girlfriend is going to be brought here. Zhang Xiling collapsed, really collapsed. It's not that it affects her, but I think this opportunity is really good. Yu Xing remained patient. Everyone works together to solve all the problems that should be solved. What are you afraid of? Zhang Xialing stared at the senior brother in front of him and said bluntly, I'm afraid she will have a secret. Yu Xing. He pulled a grass from the ground and nodded. Okay, then you can let her do it with you, and there is no evidence to do the small pill with you. I don't do it, I'll do nothing now. Zhang Xialing said excitedly. I'll go back and wait for death now. Let me fend for myself. Yu Xing frowned. The doctor was kind-hearted. Although it sounded like an angry word, he really didn't want to see the unlucky person going this way again. Of course, I still lack people here. Zhang Xialing, is there any problem with your logic? If you think our project is not good and you can't do anything, then you can really find a way out by yourself. Yu Xing persuaded, if you think it is okay, you can work together. Why did you stop Lu Heiying from joining again? Zhang Xialing said word by word. Because you have bad intentions, because you are too scheming. Yu Xing looked at the junior brother in front of him in confusion. I'll ask you, why do you want me to be a legal person in the company? Zhang Xialing said coldly. Yu Xing looked at his junior brother and asked back, what's wrong with being a legal person in the company? The teacher asked me. Zhang Xialing was so excited that he had just controlled some of his emotions. You said, if you asked me to be a good person, do you just want to evade legal responsibility by yourself? How can you talk about escaping if you don't violate the law? Just don't violate the law. Yu Xing said carefully. Besides, what do you think you can do in the company now? Zhang Xialing. I don't have money. I have to pay my debts. I have to be able to do it. I used to study medicine, but I have no resources and my family is not local. Yu Xing said sincerely, isn't it just for you? You have to be a little risk now. If you don't want to take it, what else can you do? Besides, we will avoid what should be avoided. You will also listen to my chat with Sister Ying before. No matter what, you'll be stopped if you're so angry. What can you do if you become the legal person of this company? Yu Xingjin has some words, Zhang Xialing said decisively. Then you do it. Yu Xing was silent for a few seconds. You go. Zhang Xialing immediately stood up and wanted to leave, and then he heard the next sentence of the man in front of him and squatted down again. Yu Xing said, I let Lu Heiying be the one. Cow, the one with the surname Yu has no good things. Let me tell you clearly, if I don't do it, she won't do it either. Whoever you love is. Zhang Xialing grabbed Yu Xing's collar for the second time and said firmly, I will tell her now that I want to break up. I won't play anymore. I will stop doing it. I will fend for myself. I will move bricks. I will go to work. He let go of his hand, stood up and pressed his voice. I've had enough. I'm going to pay it back a little bit. I won't play anymore. I won't play anymore, okay, Brother Xing? Yu Xing said calmly. What do you want? You can work and move bricks here. Zhang Xialing clapped his hands. Don't do it anymore. Don't play anymore. Let's break up. Then your problem will not be solved. Yu Xing asked regretfully. She returned to her city and met a fickle man. She was unhappy and painful. What should I do? Zhang Xialing looked at the devil's senior brother sitting on the grass coldly and spit out a few words. What are you doing? I won't do your business anymore, right? You're going to break up anyway. Anyway, you told me before that you won't secrete dopamine. Yu Xing raised his head. Zhang Xialing no longer planned to continue talking and turned around and left the vortex and chose another direction that he couldn't see clearly. Hey, live, don't die. Yu Xing told his junior brothers back. A sneer appeared on Zhang Xialing's face, hypocritical and crocodile tears. My offer will still be kept for Lu Heiying. Whether she comes or not is her own business. Yu Xing raised his voice a little, enough for the junior brother who had taken a few steps to hear it. Zhang Xialing immediately turned around and said, You are dreaming. You don't want to make money, don't delay others making money. Yu Xing said affirmatively. Do you think she's all for you? She is willing to come by only agreeing with my project. Zhang Xialing looked at the demon brother and the one on his face calm. I feel that this person feels inexplicably crazy when he is calm. Do you think you are so attractive? Do you think you can't do it without her? Do you think she is blinded by love and immediately agree when she hears she can work with you? Yu Xing asked 3 consecutive questions and revealed the answer again. It's because she thinks the project has a good prospect, but she thinks it can try it. Lu Heiying is much better than you. Zhang Xialing looked at Yu Xing in surprise and said, Impossible. Just call. What can you say? As of now, our company has received 21 orders, 20 of which are from Liu Weining and from employees of Bain Consulting. Yu Xing said lightly, What do you think Liu Weining's abilities are? Do you think I are the ones? Is her discussion a mess? Zhang Xialing fell silent. He witnessed the discussion between his senior brother and his senior aunt. His senior aunt must have been knowledgeable in consulting work and was really insightful in his words. And his senior brother. The senior brother praised Mr. Master for being able to analyze the pros and cons of the project in a short time, but he had such an idea and did not take long to improve it. Others don't know, but don't you know as the subject of the experiment yet? I just said what I said to Liu Weiying to Liu Heiying again. Yu Xing said concisely, "Oh, and the optimization content has been added, so what she recognized is not you, but the project itself." Zhang Xialing stared at the senior brother on the grass. This was not the tears of a crocodile, but this was the crocodile. This crocodile can even scam people like Master Gu, let alone his girlfriend. You can slander me, but don't slander my project. This is a business that makes money by chance. Yu Xing pointed to the east and repeated, "And you don't want to make money, don't delay others making money." He stood up from the grass and welcomed the newcomers from the company. Zhang Xialing followed the demon's senior brother's gaze and realized that it was his girlfriend Liu Heiying who came. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Under the orange light at night, Liu Heiying trotted all the way with a smile. When the distance was slightly closer, she could still see the sweat beads on her forehead. "Hi, Xialing, hey, senior brother." Liu Heiying waved her hand, and the crisp voice came first along the evening breeze. Zhang Xialing suddenly felt a little dazed when he looked at the scene on the small road by the lake on campus. On one hand is the abyss of financial management explosion, and on the other hand is the beautiful future like the picture in front of you. Zhang Xialing and his girlfriend said what the world said about first love, growing up together until old age, being together forever, discussing how to settle down in the city, and discussing how to treat each other's parents in the future. All of this suddenly stood on the brink of breaking in this sultry summer. Is there really a chance to save such a broken thing? The breeze is coming and the water waves are not stirring, but dopamine seems to be secreted again. Zhang Xialing unconsciously took 2 steps back, stood beside his senior brother, and murmured, "It's so amazing to use people to control others." At this moment, he deeply realized the greatness of his senior brother's experience. It's not a glimpse of light, but a straight hook on the fish. "Brother Xing, I just want to be a doctor in a plain way," Zhang Xialing said at the end. "Hi, Liu Heiying." Yu Xing did not answer immediately. He greeted Liu Heiying, who had arrived close to him first, and then smiled. "Being a pathologist is not profitable." Zhang Xialing was silent. Yes, my family used to report it to me, but I actually didn't want to study medicine at all." Liu Heiying has short hair, speaks refreshingly, and has a more familiar personality. "I thought I would sit in the hospital for the rest of my life. It seems like my legs are going to have varicose veins." She touched her silent boyfriend with her arm. "Hey, what's wrong? Don't you say anything. Don't you welcome me?" Xialing is thinking. Yu Xing smiled as if nothing had happened just now. "We were talking about what Marx said before. The essence of human beings is the sum of all social relations." Liu Heiying said in confusion, "How can we talk about this? Men are just like this, chatting from all over the world, but this is also somewhat related to our project. Romance relationships are also an important part of social relationships." Yu Xing pointed to the grassland. "Come on, sit down and chat, Liu Heiying. You said on the phone that the friend you helped ask was a little hesitant." Liu Heiying nodded. She was asked to help ask about the potential customers before, and she did ask. "I have 2 friends who have a good relationship. One I talked about, and she was quite interested and should be willing, but the other one was very concerned. One was that she felt it was unreliable, and the other was that the price was a bit high." Yu Xing said, and first made a statement. "This is our earliest frontline feedback." He continued, "Like what I told you, my discussion with Liu Weiying, if such a project wants to quickly launch the scale in the early stage, the 500 yuan price may lose some of the interest of potential customers. But at the same time, I'm also think about it. Our activities on campus are going to take shape, and the 2 different groups must be different. You think your friend will hesitate if we lower the price to 299. Nowadays, college students generally have hundreds or thousands of living expenses per month. Yu Xing feels that 299 should allow some potential users with price-sensitive prices to make a decision without having to bite too hard." After thinking briefly, Liu Heiying replied, "That should work. 299 and 500 sound like 2 different feelings." Yu Xing took out the paper and pen, calculated the simple model that Liu Weiying had built before for the new employee, and then solved the answer and then said, "Her 3.7% probability should be relatively high." If we calculate it according to the 299 number, this probability has been further reduced to 2.5%, which I think is gradually approaching the probability in our real world. In order to increase the scale, the student population can be reduced to 299, and the time is still 3 to 10 years. The social group price has increased to 520, and the time has been shortened to a 2-year period. This is not only conducive to the development of our initial work, but also allows different customer groups to be distinguished and is more conducive to the subsequent expansion of scale. Liu Heiying nodded thoughtfully, then turned her head and found that her boyfriend was looking at her with strange eyes. She shook her hand at Zhang Xiaoling's eyes. Yu Xing looked at Liu Heiying, then at Zhang Xiaoling and said, "No one is born 1%, but couples, including you, can all walk hand in hand toward that 1% and finally get the rose blessings of our lovers who finally get married." At this time, Liu Heiying frowned when she saw her boyfriend still not speaking and asked again, "Xiaoling, are you unhappy that I came to the company? Do you think?" Zhang Xiaoling spoke with some difficulty and pointed to the formula in his girlfriend's hand. "How about this? I think this is very interesting. Behind the desire to fight and be beaten is the exquisite probability calculation." Liu Heiying found it very interesting. Besides, the consulting company's advice is not given, and in the end, it can discuss acquisition with the marriage and love company. If it can be acquired, it can be purchased. If so, wouldn't it be a lot less effort? Zhang Xiaoling looked at his senior brother. Did he even say this? Yu Xing's eyes were sincere and he kept smiling. No, you don't welcome you, I'm too happy." Zhang Xiaoling tried hard to adjust his expression, imitating his senior brother's smile. "But you are late, you can't be the legal person of the company." "It's okay, I can run to the market and see how our project is done." Liu Heiying had already considered her own thoughts at night. "You can also test it. The company's finances can be transformed." Yu Xing glanced at his junior brother. Yes, there was no response. He smiled and said, "Those are easy to talk about after that. Now we will support the preliminary framework first." Liu Heiying nodded vigorously. Zhang Xiaoling rubbed his face and stretched out his right hand to his girlfriend. "Okay, let me introduce you. I am Zhang Xiaoling, the second-in-commander of the company." Liu Heiying tilted her head and laughed. "I will be the second-in-command so soon." "Where is your company? I will be the second-in-command." Zhang Xiaoling also smiled, feeling helpless. No matter what that guy is doing, the project he created has been dragged away by him all day long. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? June 15th, late at night. After taking a hot shower, Yu Xing sat at the desk and pressed the lamp on, got up and turned off the dormitory ceiling light, took out the lighter from the drawer, and lit a red Nanjing stick that was rubbing against the dormitory next door. The original roommates all went to the hospital for internships, and he was already used to the tranquility of the night. The smoke gradually lingers and blurs under the desk lamp, but the projects I have been busy with these days are becoming clearer and clearer in my heart. Thanks to the rough mathematical model established by Liu Weiniang, Yu Xing has tried to calculate the probability using different pricing. The probability of inverted release has never exceeded 3.75%, and the lowest is less than 1%. The essence of this product is probability. In fact, its prototype is indeed mostly insurance, including at least 10 or 20 similar products. Is insurance companies' active innovation the purpose of benefiting customers? Obviously, after careful calculation and detailed investigation, they confirmed that such products are profitable. Once the core is established, the beginning and end of the product will be simple. The biggest difference between whoever does it now is endorsement, which is the trust of the customer, but the effect this shows is just how much you make, or how much you make. Yu Xing crushed the cigarette *** in a temporary ashtray, reached out, and drew a SWOT analysis form on his laptop. This is a common analysis method based on 4 dimensions: strengths, advantages, weaknesses, disadvantages, opportunities, and threats. He pressed the pen tip to the threat, and the first thing he considered was why those innovative insurance products disappeared. The sudden disappearance of a type of stable and profitable product will only be caused by interference from above, and the most direct one is probably the China Insurance Regulatory Commission. What is the reason? Yu Xing had never thought about this in the past, but today he couldn't help but start thinking about these things. After thinking about it, I'm afraid that institutions like the China Insurance Regulatory Commission would feel that the impact was not good. What if this bad effect of being carried out by an insurance company is a non-insured love contract? It does not apply to the insurance law but follows the contract law. Does this type of threat still exist? Yu Xing thought for a moment, picked up his mobile phone, searched for legal provisions, and pondered word by word. The previous communication with Liu Weining did avoid the wrong direction, but this aspect still needs attention and is worth thinking about. After a long time, Yu Xing looked carefully at a word on the screen of his mobile phone and wrote it on his notebook. Communicational order and good customs. In addition to not being able to violate the law, we cannot violate public order and good customs. As for how to determine this public order and good custom, Yu Xing used the tip of the pen to draw a circle on this word, roughly thinking about the threats of his own products, and suddenly thought of Liu Weining's 2 suggestions and felt that the value of gold was still rising. There are no detailed regulations on public order and good customs. The same thing may be different in 2 different cities. However, if you realize the risks in this aspect from the very beginning, there is no way to reduce the threat. Some hype methods emerged in Yu Xing's mind, such as selecting elders from customers' homes, holding free commemorative ceremony for golden and silver weddings for them, and even finding more of these to hold collective commemorations. In this way, cooperate with the media to guide things in a positive direction. Yu Xing wrote the word Chinese letter and hesitated for a few seconds and picked up the pen and crossed it out. Destruction is easy and difficult to build. If you have money and resources, such hype can be carried out, but by significantly offsetting the threat in that aspect, you may not be too optimistic. There is no threshold and it is easy to replicate. When similar competitors appear in the market, will they make such investments? If they don't do it, how effective will the investment they make? Good things don't go out, bad things spread thousands of miles. It is originally a vertical subdivided field, and it will be gone if it has any impact on the above. So, Yu Xing picked up the notebook and stared at the probability calculation process above. Once the core is established, the product in the heart will naturally produce flesh and blood. Such products with beginning and end can undoubtedly be made. However, it seems very appropriate to make a product normally, consider risks in advance, carefully polish the team, and pursue long-term vitality. But if you change your goal to find a buyer, the approach will be different. Yu Xing thought that Liu Weining, who only said 2 suggestions, actually gave 3 suggestions, made a scale and sold them to potential competitors such as Century Jiayuan, Baycom, and Genicom. These are 2 suggestions she put in, afterwards, and the internet companies that I thought of from this. If so, there is only one thing to do now, including in the future, which is to quickly push up the scale of the project, rather than patiently building its skeleton and flesh. With different results as the guide, things are completely different to do. How to choose. Yu Xing's eyes were faint, and at this moment when the night was quiet, it seemed that the 3 real bodies appeared beside him. If it were an accountant, a boss, or a belt, what would they do? Their voices seemed to appear in Yu Xing's ears. Boast and brag, burn money, leverage, leverage. Yu Xing took a deep breath, and the dormitory was still silent. He raised his hand and crossed out all the formulas and processes from top to bottom and left to right in the notebook, and the flesh and blood produced by the products in his mind seemed to wither in an instant. This probability game is quite fun, but if you don't have to support the final redemption stage, the probability is not the point. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. With the purpose of only taking projects, the core of things will naturally shift. You don't need to pay too much attention to the product probability, just focus on pushing up the scale. Yu Xing closed his laptop and looked at the time on his phone. It was only 3 months before the financial storm on September 15. In other words, there is really not much time left. If the project can be sold, the money you get will be enough for ordinary people to be happy. Zhang Xiling is an ordinary person, while Liu Heiying is an ordinary person. I am also an ordinary person. Yu Xing turned off the table lamp and lay on the bed to think carefully. He and Zhang Xiling were just 2 ordinary people who were in debt. It would be best if the money could be filled at that time. If it could not be filled, the situation would be quickly alleviated. Even if the fight can be resolved by September, both of them can return to normal life. Yu Xing's helpless words came to his junior brother's mind, I just want to be a doctor in a plain way. He has been thunder all his life, and he also wants to be a doctor in a simple way, or if he doesn't become a doctor, just buy a house, buy coins, and enjoy his life. That's also pretty good. Yu Xing closed his eyes, but the company's operations with two different result orientations suddenly got into his mind again, making it particularly clear. Although I also have a lot of work experience and some management experience with leading the team, this is the first time that the top-level design will be completely different when the project runs completely differently. Yu Xing in the darkness unconsciously smiled. It feels pretty good. He turned his back and no longer thought about the project, but just kept saying words such as making money, buying a house, and buying coins to help him sleep. Not long after, Yu Xing, who was not sleepy at all, suddenly opened his eyes and a thrilling thought came into his mind. Buying coins, why do I have to buy coins? Why can't I set up an exchange? The night was silent, and the true body was quiet. Yu Xing's thoughts turned slightly, and he felt that it was too far away. It was the most important thing to do the current thing well. Whether it was long-term operation or looking for a takeover, the first thing at the moment was to urge Liu Weining. Zhangjiang's company needs to be registered first. Once the company there is completed, there will be an additional digital endorsement. In an instant, our company has a registered capital of 5 million. Unlike the mainland where capital verification is still needed, there is no need to verify capital in Zhangjiang. This will definitely make many customers feel at ease if they don't explain it deliberately. As long as customers can be allowed to come in, after all, there is a final probability, and the buyer will be responsible for them. No matter how good it is, wait for me to buy. Yu Xing's thoughts were paused. Anyway, I will definitely be responsible in the future. The new book period still scores the next chapter, and there is another chapter which adds up to more words. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The sun rises as usual, and it is a new day. Yu Xing got up and washed up, went downstairs with a refreshing spirit, and the second in command was already waiting below. Why don't you go up? He asked his junior brother casually. It's the same wherever you wait, the air below is better. Zhang Xiling smiled. Brother Xing, let's go there again today and register the company first. Yu Xing had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly understood the meaning and turned his head and said, we don't have enough money. Didn't the teacher's aunt place a big order? The teacher's wife gave her some money. I thought about it last night and borrowed 15,000 from relatives and friends this morning. Zhang Xiling said seriously. In addition, we collected it last time. Yes, that's almost enough. Yu Xing was a little surprised. It was not that junior brother Jing could still raise money, but that he had such an active and positive attitude. He pointed to the direction of the cafeteria, signaled to go for breakfast first, and asked, why do you think of borrowing money from relatives and friends? Brother Xing, you said before that there was not much time. I couldn't sleep last night. I really needed to race against time when thinking about this. Zhang Xiling said carefully, since I want to do it, since it's not just me, then we will have a unified position. Try to do this well. It is hard not to be even more surprised, he asked as he walked. That's what I told you the next 2 days. Why did I have to be like this after Lu Haiying comes? Is the magic of love so strong? I don't know either. Zhang Xiling shook his head. Anyway, you will either be killed by the project or I will be killed by the project. Working on the project is to do work. Yu Xing was still a little relieved to correct this statement. It's great. It seems that he should have called his girlfriend right away. Zhang Xiling was silent for a few seconds and made a request. Brother Xing, at least, even if you call Xiaoying over, you should say hello to me in advance and discuss with me. If there is any decision involving family members in the future, you shouldn't be hiding it from me. Okay. Yu Xing agreed directly and added, it's not that I hide it from you, it's me that I didn't expect her to agree directly on the phone, and it's her that she would tell you personally. Zhang Xiling did not get entangled at this point, but carefully put forward new requirements. Brother Xing, you used to say that villains first and gentlemen were later. Yes, I said it. Yu Xing admitted. Then our company's business and capital operation. Zhang Xiling paused or finished speaking. Can it be transparent? Yu Xing glanced at his junior brother and laughed in silence. Are you really planning to let Lu Haiying transfer to finance? When did you get the certificate after the exam? We went back last night and discussed it. Starting a business is even more difficult for us than the 3-cross postgraduate entrance examination. It is cross-professional, school and region. However, if we do it, we have to try what can be done well. Zhang Xiling seriously said, she is a little stupid in her studies. Last night she studied there is always a loan and the loan must be equal. I have been studying it for a long time. I'll read it for a while. I have to explain it to her, but I believe her finally, it's okay. Yu Xing thought about it and walked for a while and suddenly asked, I think Lu Heiying is quite cheerful. Otherwise, let her go to business and get financial funds. In this way, you will feel more at ease when you see the money with your own eyes. Is it? Zhang Xiling was very surprised. Senior brother was so relieved to himself. The two walked into the cafeteria, ordered 2 simple breakfasts, and found a remote location to sit down. I'll do finances, is this okay? Zhang Xiling said it anyway. Yu Xing replied vaguely, I think this is quite cost-effective. He smiled again. Anyway, you should take care of this period first. Look at Lu Heiying's business situation, and also look at her certification situation. When it is truly formal, you can't take charge of this part according to the regulations. Zhang Xiling thought for a while and nodded. Yu Xing took a bite of the bun and said vaguely, Okay, junior brother, since you have borrowed money, see when you will get the account soon. Zhang Xiling put down his backpack, took out a black plastic bag from it, and handed it to his senior brother. Yu Xing weighed it in his hand and felt that his junior brother had made too much progress than yesterday. It took some effort to prepare the money so early. The attitude behind this was completely different. He stuffed the money into his pants pocket, which made him feel very secure. Okay, thank you, junior brother, Yu Xing said sincerely. Zhang Xiling looked at his senior brother and reminded him, I'll go and register in the afternoon. Yu Xing said 2 words, no hurry. Zhang Xiling almost got anxious. What? Have you heard me chat with Sister Ying before? She thought it would be better to register a Zhangjiang company, which is not just the difference between regions. Yu Xing said slowly, what's the best? Fortunately, we can use a few thousand yuan for a few thousand yuan. If you acquire a company with registered capital of millions, when facing customers, if they don't know the difference between the mainland and Zhangjiang company, they will believe that we have strength. He took a sip of porridge and continued, mainland companies need to register, but we can run them first and register until we have money, and no one will care about this. Zhang Xiling was stunned when he heard this, and after a while he asked, then why are you going to take my money? Yu Xing replied innocently, didn't you hand it to me? Zhang Xiling was really anxious and got up and went to the dining table to get the money in Yu Xing's pocket. While blocking his hand, Yu Xing said earnestly, you have also said that we have unified our position. We want to kill the project. We must try our best to do this. All of these require money. Zhang Xiling gritted his teeth and said, why do you have to wait for me to hand you the money? Then tell me the difference between Zhangjiang Company and Mainland Company. Yu Xing grabbed the junior brother's arm tightly and advised, you didn't even ask, didn't I hide it from you? Zhang Xiling still didn't want to. Yu Xing had no choice but to emphasize. Anyway, you are in charge of the money, so what are you afraid of? This money was borrowed by the company. Its usage is to be on the board of directors. When the second in command of the company heard this, he stopped robbing money. I have borrowed everything, what are you afraid of? Seeing this, Yu Xing took out the money and put it on the table. If there are too many lice, you won't worry about it. If there are too many debts, you will start to look back and forth. Zhang Xiling looked at the money and was a little ready to move and complained, don't hide it from me, don't hide it from me. I didn't hide it from you. I'm going to call Sister Ying after dinner. There is no movement on her side. Yu Xing shook his head. I have to urge her. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Zhang Xiling calmed down a little and returned to the opposite position to have a meal, but his eyes still fell on the black bag from time to time. He felt that he had made progress after his girlfriend joined in thoughts last night. However, unexpectedly, the attitude of transformation is not enough. If you don't understand some things, the more you take the initiative, the easier it is to suffer. Cow, why is he a **** trick? Yu Xing quickly finished the buns and said, however, Sister Ying gave us guidance and placed a big order. The money was not in place and the matter had not started. It was not good for me to call like this. Zhang Xiling thought for a while, nodded and said, it's really not good. People are already very supportive. Can they still feel that it is slow? Fortunately. Yu Xing smiled. I promised to take Shanshan to the amusement park before, so I happened to ask Sister Ying to take her with me. We will bring all the registration materials for my ID card another time, so it will not be abrupt. Zhang Xiling took 2 sips of porridge, sucked the porridge in the words and looked up in shock. Brother Xing, you promised to take Shanshan out for fun. You didn't think about this at that time, right? This is a very appropriate little tale for a date. Yu Xing shook his head and denied. Everyone is ordinary people who can think so far. This is a coincidence. Zhang Xiling lowered his head to drink porridge. He didn't know if ordinary people could use people to control others like that. nor did he know if ordinary people could pull out the outline of project in just a few days. After a while, Yu Xing took out his cell phone and walked out of the cafeteria to make a call to make an appointment. For about 5 minutes, Zhang Xiling came back as he looked at the smile on his senior brother's face. Okay, there's no problem with Sister Ying. Yu Xing was quite happy. You call Lu Heiying and ask her to implement the orders of those 2 friends first. We have reduced the price, and 299 should be fine for them. Zhang Xiling nodded. Yu Xing pondered for a moment and said, we should not be idle today. Let's take action separately. Once we go to the surrounding universities, we will find a counselor and check the love situation on campus in the name of social surveys by clubs or schools. Zhang Xiling was puzzled. I want to know how many couples are among the 115,000 graduates in Jinling this year, said Yu Xing. This will be our potential customers, and we have to have a general idea in our mind first. Zhang Xiling said in surprise, Brother Xing, how do you know that there are 115,000 graduates this year? Yu Xing made a phone gesture. Of course I called the city to ask. The reason was just now campus social survey and not some secret data. Zhang Xiling said sincerely, Brother Xing, I really feel that every time I see you again, you can take out new things. Don't be surprised, after all, your ability is only 8.6% of mine. Yu Xing said with a smile. Zhang Xiling was puzzled. 8.6%, this is too accurate. Yu Xing gave a lip shape of 543. Zhang Xiling was stunned for a moment and understood that it was a debt of 430,000 and 5 million. The greater the debt, the greater the ability. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing wanted to act separately with Zhang Xiling, but given his junior's ability, the first wave still brought people with him to avoid being at a loss when he was at a loss when he started. The upcoming Giaicom needs to set goals for the upcoming team. Now this step is to investigate the love situation between college students and graduates, and then further evaluate the potential user group of Jinling, and to a certain extent, the domestic group represented by the above, as for whether the data is strict or not. Yu Xing felt that the goal he had created was not outrageous, and he would leave room for flexibility anyway. Counselor, Qu Xiaoming, male, 31 years old, has a good relationship with students and a gossip on his personality. I used to think he was too gossipy, but now he is gossipy. On the way, Yu Xing introduced his junior brother the first goal of this trip, which is his counselor during his undergraduate years. On the way, he bought 2 packs of cigarettes from the school supermarket, threw 1 pack to Zhang Xiling, and printed several decent questionnaires. When they saw the target, before Zhang Xiling could react, they saw the 2 of them leaving the office and found a staircase to **** the clouds. When Yu Xing saw the counselor, he felt a little moved, and he couldn't help but exchange more greetings. Hey, why did you lit another one? Qu Xiaoming looked at him and only took half of it. Yu Xing said in surprise, are you so fiercely smoking now? Yu Xingheran, the pressure has been a little too much recently. Oh yes, serious business, come on, Xiling, bring the questionnaire. Qu Xiaoming took a questionnaire and saw the title above the questionnaire for the love of Chinese college students. He looked carefully and asked in confusion, is this what you are talking about? I thought I wanted to ask me to introduce you to my girlfriend. Is it better to introduce my girlfriend? Yu Xing said with a smile, I am also helping my buddies. They want to do campus surveys, and it seems that they are still thinking about getting sponsorships from big companies. I think about it, this kind of student situation is like this. I have to find someone like Brother Q who is capable and responsible. It is more serious to introduce your girlfriend. Qu Xiaoming looked at the questionnaire, took out a pen from his pocket, and muttered, is there anything wrong with Brother Q? Is it okay for Lao Q, right? Yu Xing smiled. Qu Xiaoming looked at the questionnaire carefully, and it was not complicated. What proportion do you think college students have been in love? How many college students are in love? What is the proportion of graduates in love? What do you think is the proportion of college couples going toward marriage after graduation? Didn't you talk about it yourself? Do you still have to ask me about this? Qu Xiaoming held the pen and said so, but he had already begun to think about the proportion that suited his impression. Yu Xing smiled and asked directly at the first question. How many classes have you taught in the past few years have you been in love? Qu Xiaoming has read the question and thinks carefully. This is a matter of whether it is divided or not. His pen nib hesitated among the 2 options and looked up and said, I have talked a lot. As a college student, I suddenly came from high school to such a relaxed environment. My parents are not around me, they are all peers. Some are sprouting and some are following the trend. I think at least 70%, like the 4 classes I am leading now, there are nearly 200 people. Well, they may have been in love for 14 or 5, but they will be very quick and they will be divided quickly. Then you choose. Yu Xing did not mix his views, but just wanted to see the counselor's cognitive status. You can also write what you think is the proportion, 75% or 78%. Qiu Zheaming chose 70%, 80%. Then he took the initiative to say, I'm still talking about it. Maybe less than half of it, no, 30%, well, not right, I'll do it. Qiu Zheaming muttered something, Luo Maobin, Jiang Jian, Jin Xinhui, Shang Linlin. It was wrong without her, she was separated. Zhang Xiling couldn't help but wink at his senior brother. This counselor was indeed quite gossipy. After a long time, Qiu Zheaming used the 200 people he brought as a sample and gave a number that surprised him. The proportion of people who are still in love may be 25%, almost 50 people. Yu Xing nodded slightly and asked, their ratio should have dropped again for graduates next month, right? It seems. Qiu Zheaming thought about it and shook his head. It doesn't seem that there will be much difference. He hesitated and said, it is estimated that it will drop by 5%. Someone will break up, but more should break up after graduation. 5 points a lot, that is to say, there are 40 people in the graduates in love. Yu Xing asked a question that can verify the probability. From your contact, these 40 couples finally got married. How many can there be? Qiu Zheaming fell into deep thought. Yu Xing did not urge him and waited for the answer. If you get married, you definitely can't be considered the student I have now. This is the past, Qiu Zheaming said hesitantly. According to the total of 200, there are 40 left after graduation, about 1. Yu Xing was stunned. 1, is it just a couple? Is it a divorce again after getting married, does that count? Qiu Zheaming asked. Zhang Xiling, who was listening to the side. Yu Xing was silent for 2 seconds and said firmly, forget it. Qiu Zheaming nodded, then it's a pair. Yu Xing, it's still a pair, 1/40. The probability of getting married among graduated couples is 2.5%. After graduation, you will encounter too many problems. You are naive on campus. When you go to society, you are not 2 people but 2 families. Qiu Zheaming thought about it carefully and felt that there were quite a few, and he sighed. Parents, life, buying a house, personality, work, there are too many factors. While saying this, he answered the last question in a pen. Yu Xing took the questionnaire handed back by Qiu Zheaming, glanced briefly, took 5 more pictures from his junior brother, and smiled and said, Brother Qiu, help me and let other counselors fill it out. What's the point of filling in this? Qiu Zheaming shook his head, but he still took it. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. Yu Xing smiled and handed another cigarette. Qiu Zheaming waved his hand and reminded him, if you don't smoke, you should try less, you will have nicotine. Yu Xing agreed with a smile, thanked the counselor again, and then took Zhang Xiling away. When he went downstairs, he asked his junior brother, this is not that difficult, right? Yes, Zhang Xiling nodded first and then said, but isn't this because you know each other? Let's go to the tourism college next to you. Yu Xing did not refute, but just said his own thoughts. We need to make good use of our student identity, which can greatly reduce communication costs in campus activities. Zhang Xiling subconsciously asked, he is still a student, what can he do? Yu Xing shrugged. It's probably what it feels like. Zhang Xiling couldn't help but smile and said, only 1 out of 200 people got married. In the end, there was only 1 person who went from campus love to real marriage. Yu Xing asked casually, will you be that one? Zhang Xiling stopped talking. When he walked out of the school gate, he suddenly said, Xiaoying is also in the company now. If we split, will it affect our work? Yu Xing stopped, glanced at his junior brother, said nothing, and gave him a thumbs up. He did not answer such questions and explained the ultimate goal of today's survey when he walked into the school next door. We need to have a rough number so that we can know how far our activities in Jinling can do. If the boat is small, it's easy to turn around. If it's 1,000 pairs of potential customers, we may be able to set a 30% conversion rate. In this way, with performance goals, we will consider the size of the team we need and how many people we need to do this. Campus activities are relatively simple. As long as you do the previous experience, the subsequent things will be similar. Yu Xing asked his junior brother, do you understand? Zhang Xiling nodded and asked again, where does the teamwork come from? Yu Xing pointed to the school. It's not difficult to do this first. He also said, Also, I want to use our survey sample to issue a Huaxia College Students Love Survey report, and when the team has initial experience and achievements, they will gain some additional reputation. Zhang Xiling heard this tall name and was a little unsure that it would come from two medical students. Perhaps, would it be more appropriate to write a Huaxia College Student Health Report or a Mental Condition Assessment Report? End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing took Zhang Xialing's second investigation without much effort. Even this trip was faster than finding my own counselor. Yu Xing arrived at the office and politely indicated the student identity and politely sought the help of the counselors. Except for a counselor who had something to do, everyone else in the office surrounded him, and the female counselor was enthusiastic. Discuss. Hey, did you get the marriage certificate from the pair of students who proposed in public last year? No, I'm diving in the group. I heard that there was a Cold War. Who can get 70%, 80% of this? I think there must be 80%, 90%, right? Maybe more than 90% of the students in love have to do it. I won't check it out, just write it 92%. The discussion in the office was very lively, and this kind of discussion was much more fun than work. He was full of enthusiasm, actively cooperated, chattering, and still had an unfulfilled desire. When Yu Xing and Zhang Xiling walked out of the office, they could still hear the discussion coming from behind. The two looked at each other and saw incredible things in each other's eyes. This is not difficult, but it is a bit too much. I miscalculated it. I shouldn't carry fruits, I should buy melon seeds. Yu Xing reviewed his mistake. Zhang Xiling couldn't help scratching his head. Why? I can't tell me. The counselor is also a human being. This is no different from discussing girls in the dormitory, discussing the next class, and discussing which teacher is beautiful. Yu Xing said, Okay, start working hard. You are here at a few schools here. I'll go to Nanda. He thought for a while and arranged. We will spend 2 or 3 days on research. Today is not enough time. I will call a few more people tomorrow and hand over the information to Sister Ying the day after tomorrow. We will strive to start this week. Zhang Xiling held a stack of research questionnaires and nodded vigorously. Soon, when he really got to act alone, he found that he was still a little nervous and stuttering when he spoke. But nervousness and stuttering did not affect the progress of this work much. Sometimes, the counselor will ask which school and the meaning of the questionnaire, but after explaining it a few words, there is no harsh question. Zhang Xiling reborn and rehabilitated again, and he did not end his research journey until the evening. There are 15 universities in Jiangning University Town, including well-known domestic universities such as Southeast and China Southern Airlines. Today's survey was about riding a bicycle and running 5 universities. In addition to the school and its neighbors, there were 7 universities. Zhang Xiling was busy for a day, sweating all over. While waiting for his reunion with his senior brother, he was flipping through the research questionnaire and was amazed. Is this a research activity? It seems that it is not that tall. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiling waited for his senior brother with exhausted face. Brother Xing, how about it? Zhang Xiling hurriedly handed over the mineral water. I went to Xianlin and went to 8 schools. Yu Xing drank half a bottle of water. How is it here? Zhang Xiling reported his results. I went to 5 schools plus 2 schools we have together, and now there are 15 schools in total. There are almost 50 universities in Jinling, which is 30% away. Well, you don't have to run them all. It seems that if you ask someone to help you tomorrow, you will almost be able to prepare a report. Yu Xing wiped his sweat, took over his junior brother's achievements today, and read it carefully. He turned over 2 pages and took out a piece of it on the table. Zhang Xiling took it over and said strangely, What's wrong with this? Is there any problem? If it's too low, you won't be included in the statistics. Have you watched TV? Remove the highest score and remove the lowest score. Yu Xing said casually, the love rate of the first answer is 20%, 30%. Which one from the school? Write it nonsense. Zhang Xiling also had some impression of this questionnaire. It seems to be a civil engineering counselor, and he also asked me the answers of others. Yu Xing said yes. Tu Mu, it's not surprising. Hey, for the sake of Tu Mu's face, he wouldn't have written too much. Zhang Xiling blinked and roughly understood the situation. In this way, we won't have to go there in the future. No, on the contrary, it's not that people in the civil engineering industry don't want to talk to, but that there are few girls, so there are too few. How can you still be reluctant to spend money after dating? Yu Xing shook his head. Not only do you have to go, but it's also our high conversion rate, target. Zhang Xiling only had a kind of emotion. Damn. After Yuzing drank the water, he also roughly read the questionnaire. Before he could start counting, Zhang Xiling received a call from his girlfriend, saying that he had already settled 2 customers and received 598 yuan in funds, and requested to come and join. By the time Lu Heiying arrived, Yuzing's statistics were coming to an end. I haven't written a contract yet. I remember Xiling was holding a contract before. They didn't ask me for it. Lu Heiying was very happy as soon as she met. It's going to go smoothly. It's going to go smoothly. I have talent. We are talented. Well, in the future you will do market work and let Zhang Xiling take care of the money. Yuzing is optimistic about the third in command who has no ideological burden. Our project will inevitably contact many female classmates, and you are very suitable for them. Communicate. Lu Heiying became proud and proud. Come on, take a look at our results today, the preliminary statistical conclusions from 15 universities in Jinling. Yuzing finished the calculation, picked up the notebook, and announced the results today. The proportion of college students who have fallen in love is 80%, but the proportion of people who are in love is 32%, the proportion of graduates who are in love is 21%, and the proportion of marriage after entering society is 1.5%. In other words, the most core probability of marriage in a love contract is roughly in line with the current situation. And if we follow this data, there will be up to 24,150 couples among the 115,000 graduates in Jinling this year. But considering the repetition, the realistic graduate couple will inevitably be reduced. We can go for a fraction of it. Yuzing thought, that is 20,000 graduate couples. He continued, get rid of those who are angry about the Cold War and the long-distance love, count 3,000 pairs. Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying couldn't help but look at each other. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Yuzing picked up the pen again. Get rid of the people who are planning to break up, counted as 3,000 pairs. There are 14,000 couples left. Get rid of the things that are just a matter of talking, and they will break up immediately after graduation, which is also considered 3,000 pairs. Yuzing reduced another round. There are still 11,000. Yuzing raised his hand again, just about to speak. Zhang Xiling had to speak and begged, Brother Xing, stop going again. For some reason, he always felt uncomfortable. Yuzing looked up and said, oh. Have you considered the comprehensive factors enough? Well, according to today's rough statistics, there are about 2 pairs of 100 couples who can get married after graduation, which is quite high. The expression on Lu Heiying's face was a little stiff. Okay, continue to count tomorrow. Since I have done it, then be more solid. Yuzing was quite satisfied with his work today. Excluding various factors, this year's 11,000 graduate couples will be our potential customer group, not to mention 30%. Even if the conversion rate can be achieved by 10%, it will be 0.1100 pairs. 1100 asterisk 299, 328,900. Remove the fraction of the money and have a revenue of 300,000. Yuzing looked at the second in command and the third in command. Look at the actual transformation of the early work. If it can be increased to 30%, it will be aiming for $1 million revenue. Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying nodded silently. Okay, I'll write a piece of data. You all take a look. We will think about the work we are about to do, check for the shortcomings and make up for the leaks. Yuzing took out another A4 paper. Everything is done, work is temporarily over. Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying left with a rough couples research report, and they had no interest in talking all the way. When we arrived at the door of the dormitory, the 2 young people hugged each other, and their hearts were trembling. Today I have personally verified the reality. You said, can we reach the end? Lu Heiying asked in a low voice. Yes, it must be. Zhang Xiling knew how to answer at this time. However, he unconsciously remembered the various scenes during the daytime research. Different counselors answered the last question on the questionnaire with different accents and expressions to introduce a marriage. The proportion was too small. As soon as Zhang Xiling separated from his girlfriend, he received another call from his senior brother. Oh yes, I forgot one thing. We want to apply for a Taobao store on Taobao. If you register with your ID card, your name is Giaicom. Yuzing said, if you can use it in the future, we will send this report once we send it. There will definitely be online traffic. Zhang Xiling asked, is it me again? Yuzing said, yes, it's okay if you don't let Lu Heiying go. You guys discuss it, it's okay. Zhang Xiling thought about his weak girlfriend who was just now in his arms and sighed, I'll do it. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Zhang Xiling ran for the investigation for a day and was very tired, but he still had to continue running the next day but felt very motivated. As the data is summarized, the generalization ratio, and combined with the data asked before, he watched his senior brother roughly circle the scale of potential customers. Originally, this project was just stuck in the mouth, but as soon as the specific digital goals came out, the project seemed to have a real outline like a number. This feeling. Although Zhang Xiling was a little uneasy about his love, this night was the most reliable time to sleep in recent days. However, after breakfast and arrived at the meeting classroom designated by the senior brother, he unexpectedly saw three strangers. "We are too tired to run, and the data may not be detailed enough. Let's do more people today." Yuzing arrived and explained the situation. "Strive to complete it today, and Sister Ying and I will also have to talk about this tomorrow." Zhang Xiling nodded. This was what my senior brother said yesterday, but he didn't expect that brother Xing was so popular that he could bring people over in the morning. Yuzing introduced the new personnel. When Zhang Xiling heard this, he found out. One surname was Bao, one surname was Cao, and the other surname was Guan, respectively. One surname was Bao A, postgraduate entrance examination B, and relationship C. These three of them are all junior brothers. They want to find experience in ensuring the postgraduate entrance examination, experience, and information about teacher Liu, but somehow they were brought over by the senior brother. Oh, I should know how to get it. As soon as Zhang Xiling figured out the situation, he saw another person walking into the classroom. He greeted in surprise, "Brother Liao, why are you here?" The person who came was Liao Shipeng, the same level as Brother Xing. He usually lives in the laboratory next door. "Brother Liao comes and help." Yuzing said this and later told the senior brother Liao's current name. Because he promised to give the other party the reagents, consumables, and other things that need to be reimbursed that he would not use in the future, so he is now called Reimbursement D. Zhang Xiling looked at this act and felt a little complicated. Brother Xing has been busy all night. His ability is only 8.6% of his, but he has not tried his best yet. Yu Xing introduced the investigation task to Abt, which has their own desires. He also talked about his experience of taking action yesterday, and then divided it, and continued yesterday's model. He and his junior brother first brought two people to familiarize themselves with the situation, and finally each other. Implement, Brother Xing. Zhang Xiling is a studious person at heart. He will confirm his experience in his mind. He will find an opportunity to ask his senior brother in a low voice, "Is this also a person-controlled person?" Yu Xing was stunned. Who is the one who is in charge? Zhang Xiling used his eyes to signal Abt. Yu Xing was amused and laughed. "Xiling, don't think about everything. This is just a normal thing to do. What you have to say is to treat others with sincerity." Zhang Xiling. "What to do? What sincerity? Who? You?" He said in disbelief. "Brother Xing, why are you sincere? I am the one who was slandered. Didn't I tell you?" Yu Xing shook his head. "Actually, I regretted it when I went back that night. If I didn't say the 4 words using people to control people, wouldn't you have a fight with me?" He patted his junior brother on the shoulder. "But I thought about it again. If you can teach you can face our situation better. That's also good." Zhang Xiling actually found that he was feeling a certain degree of sincerity at this moment. Do work, try to go to all the universities in Jinling today, so that you will know what you want. Yu Xing's attention turned to today's affairs and said, "Oh yes, go back and print your experience in studying and study notes. It's a reward." Zhang Xiling said in a daze, "I don't have any experience in ensuring the research." Yu Xing glanced at his junior brother and instructed, "Then write one for someone." Immediately, he added, "Write a sincere copy." Zhang Xiling. "I didn't want to fool myself. I have a good character." No matter what, Yu Xing, Zhang Xiling, and Abt still quickly began market research. Because of the experience of the first day, even if it was just one day, Zhang Xiling was much more calm this day, and even gave him a confident guidance, which was a bit nervous about his postgraduate entrance examination and postgraduate entrance examination B. "It's okay, don't be nervous. The counselor is also a human being, so be polite." Zhang Xiling instructed the A-level student who is about to be separated. "It doesn't matter even if you are rejected. There are many schools and many counselors." A-level student said sincerely, "Okay, senior brother Zhang, you are so awesome. You are good at studying and doing things quickly." Zhang Xiling felt that this was nothing, but when he looked at the admiration that could be seen in the eyes of this junior brother, he suddenly became a little stunned. "Is it true?" Why do you feel a little childish? But I think I am so pursuing a. Brother Xing also thinks I am the same. Zhang Xiling acted alone with some thoughts, but today seems not as lucky as yesterday. The questionnaire at the beginning was rejected by 3 counselors in a row. He was sweating and a little anxious in such a stuffy weather. After drinking a bottle of water, Zhang Xiling sat on the steps and took a deep breath, thinking about how to do the work on his hands. Suddenly, his inspiration flashed and a thought came to his heart. Think about what the senior brother would do. Zhang Xiling rolled his eyes as if strength was coming from his body. Seeing a female classmate passing by, he quickly stood up, greeted the other party, and said in a gentle tone, "Hi, classmate, hello, can you help me?" The female classmate who passed by stopped and looked at the strange classmate who had a pleading look on his face. "What's the busy thing?" "That's right. I'm a freshman from Nanjing Medical University this year and am now working and studying," Zhang Xiling said gently. "I just want to find a counselor to help fill out a questionnaire. Do you have any familiar instructors? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading." The girl hesitated a little. Zhang Xiling spoke in a coquettish tone. "Do you a favor, okay? Your eyes are so beautiful, you can tell at a glance that I am not a bad person." He also took out his student ID while saying this. The girl couldn't help laughing. Okay, let's go. I'm fine now. You're in graduate school. Then you are a senior brother. Why are you working part-time to study?" "I am admitted to the postgraduate graduate school, thinking that I can not only reduce the burden on my family, but also exercise myself." Zhang Xiling made a small lie. The girl was surprised. "Wow, you are admitted to the postgraduate degree. You are so awesome. Senior brother, I will help you and you can help me too. Tell me how to learn and leave a mobile phone number." Zhang Xiling smiled and said, "No problem." The 2 of them walked upstairs talking and laughing. After completing a survey successfully, Zhang Xiling's work this day seemed to have switched modes, and the progress has increased greatly. Of course, this is also because of the addition of a beautiful girl, who enthusiastically helped, to complete several questionnaires. At 8:30 p.m., it is still the classroom where you meet in the morning. When Yu Xing heard the voice, he saw his junior brother who was late and asked, "Why is it so late? It's all you need to do." When Zhang Xiling saw his girlfriend Lu Heiying also, he hesitated for 2 seconds and replied, "I had a meal outside, and there were a lot of people." "Okay, come on, count it. This should be considered a Jinling College Students' Love Survey report with less water." Yu Xing did not ask more questions and counted the last 2 questionnaires. Lu Heiying put down her notebook, smiled at her boyfriend, took over the questionnaire today in his hand, and looked forward to the results of her 2 days of work. Zhang Xiling coughed and held his girlfriend's hand. "It seems that there should be not much fluctuation with yesterday's." Yu Xing said while calculating, "If you look at it this way, using this data to estimate the potential customer groups in cities such as Xincheng, Hangzhou, etc., it should not be too outrageous. After all, we have given a lot of room for flexibility." About 15 minutes, a report on the love survey of Jinling College students was released. Sure enough, the difference from yesterday's data was not too big. Yu Xing still copied 2 copies to the second and third in commands, and then arranged the job, reminding them to bring their ID cards and go to take care of their children together tomorrow. The second and third in commands of the company still took a walk back with the data results. "Xiling, when you didn't come, I asked Brother Xing if there were many people to exchange in the end, would he repay it?" Lu Heiying chatted. He said that he believed in the data, but if it really exceeded expectations, he also believed in it. His own character. Zhang Xiling thought about the first communication with his senior brother and sighed. He said he is of average character. Lu Heiying laughed. "That's modest. Whose character will usually say it directly? Only those characters are really average and really bad will they brag about their good character. Are you stupid?" Zhang Xiling. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing asked Liu Weining and Liu Zhishan to go to the amusement park together. In addition to fulfilling the contract, the important purpose was to urge the company. However, after he brought Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying to meet, he did not mention any business with Liu Weining. Instead, he played very much for a long time. It was almost noon. Zhang Xiling went to buy water, and Lu Heiying took over Liu Zhishan on a carousel. Yu Xing then wiped his sweat and walked to Liu Weining, who was resting next to him. "You're crazy about Shanshan." Liu Weining smiled. "Children can feel the adult's dedication to play, and she will be happier." Yu Xing said with a smile, "When playing, you have to devote yourself to play, just like when doing things, you have to devote yourself to doing things." Liu Weining glanced at the male master who was sitting down with a smile. I thought you could hold it in and not mention it. She had guessed what she would hear today. Anyway, there is something to do. Yu Xing said frankly without being shy. I really have to trouble Sister Ying. Are you so anxious? Don't you do the preliminary work? Liu Weining asked. Yu Xing reached out to get the backpack that Zhang Xiling placed on the ground and said seriously, it's quite urgent, but we are also doing the preparations. He handed over the folder he took out of his backpack. Liu Weining looked at her niece who was happily turning on the Trojan horse and reached out to take it. She flipped through it and saw a Huaxia College student's love investigation report behind the copy of her ID card. Oh, what's this? Liu Weining was a little surprised. She looked at the decent data on it and asked, where did the data come from? This is the result of our investigation of visiting almost all universities in Jinling. Yu Xing said seriously. To be precise, its name should be Jinling University Students' Love Investigation Report, but in order to attract everyone's attention in the future, I changed this name. Liu Weining couldn't help laughing. I will investigate. She shook her head slightly and said, I didn't expect you to do this anymore. I thought entrepreneurs like you would go up first. Liu Weining found that there were materials behind it. After reading it casually, she found that there was a customer analysis. Based on the 115,000 graduates in Jinling this year, 1,100 couples were designated, and 1,400 and 1,000 couples were designated, based on the 149,000 Shanghai and 104,900 Hangzhou couple. In addition, there are also considerations for the team size, with the goal of 1,100 couples of Jinling's potential customers, and considering building a rapid advancement team of 100 to 140 employees. Liu Weining looked at this series of data and frowned slightly, rapid the team quickly. 100 to 140 employees. Where will you recruit so many people in a short while? Sister Ying, I plan to provide stamped internship certificates for the prospective seniors in different schools after the company is coming down. Yu Xing described his thoughts. As long as they are willing to come, no matter how long they work, it will be fine. In fact, it's almost the same. Recruiting 3 people from each university in Jinling will let them be responsible for converting potential customers in their schools. Usually, the school requires seniors to provide internship certificates. There are nearly 50 universities in Jinling, each with 3 people, which is about 150 people. Liu Weining was stunned. She couldn't think of this. This is indeed a pain point that only college students can notice. Well, the employees go back to guide the couples at their own school, which is a familiar working environment. She turned her head to look at Yu Xing with bright eyes and asked with interest, how do you pay them? Divide 2 to 3 large teams, and the performance of different teams is PK. Teams with good performance will naturally receive a higher team commission. Each employee will have their own commission according to their personal score range. Yu Xing talked happily. I asked. I went to the summer vacation worker at KFC. It is now 7.2 an hour, and I work at most 200 hours a month, which is 1440 yuan. We set up an internship salary model of 850 basic salary plus performance commission. Now, the price of a single order is lowered to 299 yuan, and the highest level can be divided into 200 yuan. Of course, I think so now. Once it starts running, I will see how to adjust it. Anyway, we don't need anything else except employee costs. Yu Xing said so. Liu Weining silently looked through the folder in her hand again, looked at the investigation report, the customer group analysis, and the team introduction. And I thought about such commission settings again. A total of 299 yuan per order, and the maximum commission can be obtained 200 yuan. Liu Weining put down the folder and passed the emerging project plans that she had come into contact with in the past few days. The core of the product is that the probability of successful redemption of a love contract is extremely low. Product needs. College students across the country have similar environments, and the behavior of love itself divides certain economic conditions and thresholds. The product team, mainly students in school, provides them with internship certificates, recruits people quickly, and is willing to give most commissions. The product brand has now produced a love investigation report. She went back and forth twice, couldn't help but shake her head and said, is college students so strong in entrepreneurship execution nowadays? You are going to get a new account quickly. We are still in the planning and preparation stage, and the internship certificate alone is still missing. Yu Xing said tactfully. Liu Weining looked at her brother's disciple with some appreciation and asked, do you know a move from Lilycom last year? Yu Xing shook his head. In December last year, Lilycom released an investigation report on the marriage and love status of Chinese people. Liu Weining said in a casual manner, "It has caused a lot of sensation. Have you ever thought about where to publish your college student love report?" Yu Xing pondered, "I want to try the campus network. It is quite popular among college students, and some of our future business will also be done through it." Liu Weining said tusk and thought for a while and said, "I think now that it is good if you treat it as a long-term business, based on the experience of Jinling, others like Shenzhen, Hangzhou, and Tianjin. Not to mention many of the top cities such as Suzhou and Beijing, we can gather 10 cities. Your potential customer group has cut a portion, and the conversion rate can also be increased. In this way, 10 cities are working hard to make revenue of 10 million, and the labor costs in the early stage are relatively high. If you don't plan to make money, you just make revenue and brand. When 2 or 3 years later, it will become a niche brand that will occupy the minds of college students. The team size will be cut, mainly online traffic, and a revenue of 10 million will generate a profit of 3 million, and the core team will get a share. A ordinary pathologist works 60,000 yuan a year. If you can make 1 year and 2 years in the future, it may be enough for an ordinary person to have a lifetime." Yu Xing didn't speak. This was indeed a way. Liu Weining stared at the male boss in front of her and said half of her words. "Just, no mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading." Seeing that she didn't finish her sentence, Yu Xing said for her, "As long as you run faster than the supervision." Ha ha ha. Liu Weining smiled happily. "Yes, but Yu Xing, you have to know that as long as you are not too sarcastic, supervision has always been lagging behind. According to some past cases, it has been lagging behind by 2 or 3 years or even 5 years. It's possible in 6 years. Now is the internet era. If you have a certain scale, you can quickly ferment in the student group. There are graduates every year. This is probably the peak season for the product and the off-season. You can be other students in school and social groups. Thinking from this way, it is really a good chance to make money by doing things with such a way of thinking." She smiled and said, "It just needs to take a try, but then again, if people want to make money quickly, how can they not fight?" "How can they not fight like this?" Yu Xing sighed. "I'm a little short of money and it's not easy to wait. I'd better pack it into a product and put it in a market with the same demand. There are a few buyers, but the risk is also lower." Liu Weining looked at the documents in her hand again and couldn't help but sigh at Yu Xing's execution. Finally, she put down the document and asked, "How much money do you lack? Did you really get jumped by the immortal?" Yu Xing had just taken a sip of water and was choked when he heard this. He coughed for a while and said helplessly, "Who said this?" Liu Weining shrugged. "This is your dear teacher Liu's guess. 2 good students suddenly stopped coming, and there must be something strange about this. No, it's just a loss of money in financial management, and it's a loss of family belongings for the whole family." Yu Xing shook his head. "I think this opportunity is good now, so I want to give it a try, so Sister Ying." Liu Weining closed the folder. 3 days, as fast as 2 days, how much is the registered capital?" Yu Xing stretched out 5 fingers and hesitated for 2 seconds to change to another one. 500 million, 100 million. Liu Weining nodded. 100 million is also appropriate. It can be a fool. Yu Xing said, Sister Ying, 10 million is enough." Liu Weining thought about it and said, "It's okay, it's a student group." Yu Xing asked again, "Sister Ying, can you hide the information on holding shares?" Liu Weining frowned and looked at the young college student in front of her. "What the asterisk are you doing?" "Average entrepreneurial college student." Yu Xing replied. Liu Weining sneered. "I think ordinary entrepreneurial college students will not think about hiding shareholding information when starting a business." She continued, "The information in Xinjiang must be made public unless you look for a proxy, but that is risky. Either it is a trust or a multi-layer company structure or a private equity investment. These all require money. You have money, is it?" Yu Xing stood up politely, bowed slightly, stretched out his right hand and thanked him sincerely. "Please trouble Sister Ying. We are waiting for the good news from the company. You can tell me anytime you want any lipstick in the future." Liu Weining let out her right hand with a smile, shook hands with this unusual male college student. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Liu Weining doesn't mind helping a group of brothers pioneer disciples. Of course, now I have to add the word "for" to the former disciple. In addition to his curiosity about project development and some degree of vision verification, the important reason is that my niece really likes him. Because of the rebellion, Liu Weining has been asked by her brother a lot in the past 2 days. She has said it over and over again, several times about the feasibility of the project, the product logic is valid, and the risk of making money exists. Can it be achieved? It depends on God's will. She knew that she had become an endorsement, but this was her objective perception and did not make exaggerated statements. At the same time, I have also learned actively or passively in the past 2 days that no matter whether they are brother, sister-in-law, or even niece himself, they have not avoided anything. Yu Xing has indeed been very good to Shanshan in the past year, and he usually has many pickups and drop-offs and tutoring homework. Liu Jingrong even reflected on this point, whether he had asked his disciples to help do more things. However, although Liu Weining has already had a good evaluation of Yu Xing, when I see him again today, I feel that his execution ability, thinking about the project and determination are really unusual. The commission of 200 yuan was paid for only 299 yuan, which was obviously to quickly expand the scale, and the purpose of doing so was not to be content. I'm afraid he had thought deeply about the communication with himself that day. Liu Weining couldn't help but exclaim in her heart, how could there be someone who could understand such a little bit? But in a blink of an eye, looking at the two college students who came together today, their emotions were much calmer. How do you share the shareholding ratio? Liu Weining watched her niece get off the carousel and asked casually what was happening in the registration. Yu Xing pondered, let's chat later. Liu Weining turned her head a little strangely. Have you said it's okay yet? This is not very executable. Anyway, the mainland still needs to register a company, and the specific business development is mainly based on this company. Yu Xingxian explained this and said naturally, it's easy to chat in front of you, college students are thin-skinned. You are. Liu Weining paused when she was about to take the water. I'm quite honest. She's going to make money and go to college students. The employees go to college students to find it. The team's equity is still holding college students. Yu Xing was not proud. Hi, it's a good thing. It's really easy. I didn't pick the food for lunch, but I ordered a table of dishes at a nearby restaurant in 4 large and 1 small. Yu Xing waited until the food was served and said while eating, Zhangjiang Company is going to register, and the equity needs to be divided. Xiaoying, what do you think? Liu Heiying said softly, glanced at her boyfriend who was caught off guard, then looked at Liu Weining who was unresponsive, and finally hesitantly looked at the senior brother who started the topic. It's okay, you can say whatever you think. We are all easy to talk to and discuss it. Yu Xing said kindly. Liu Heiying waited for a few seconds, but before she could get her boyfriend's opinion, she said shyly, I can do it. Yu Xing nodded, but did not continue to ask Zhang Xialing and got up to pick up food for the junior sister. Zhang Xialing's thoughts changed rapidly. He had been busy these 2 days. He wanted to wait for his senior brother to talk to him about equity or to ask him privately tonight, but he didn't expect to talk here. Although this project was indeed brought up by my senior brother, if you can get more points, you must want more points. Otherwise, relying solely on your salary, you will act as a test subject and then take a break from school. What's the point? Zhang Xialing felt that his senior brother would continue to the topic after picking up the dishes for his junior sister. Unexpectedly, he didn't even see him chatting, but instead talked about food from different regions. When lunch was about to end and Zhang Xialing was extremely restless, he suddenly heard another question. Xialing, what do you think about equity? Yu Xing turned his head and asked. That's right. Zhang Xialing took a breath and pondered. Yu Xing smiled and said, anyway, this is the parent company. Mainland companies will continue to set up a subsidiary. At that time, the business will be mainly subsidiaries. We can still divide it again, and now it will be 8.6%. Zhang Xialing was not very satisfied. He knew that the company was mainly composed of senior brothers and did not expect to divide it into 30% or 40%, but he felt that there was hope to achieve the goal of 20%. At this time, Liu Heiying asked in confusion, why is 8.6% so accurate? There are zeros and even holes. The questions she asked were exactly the same as when Zhang Xialing first heard the ability value. Yu Xing didn't look at his junior brother and said with a smile, Xiaoying, I'll explain this number to you. It's like this, according to Xialing and me. Zhang Xialing had not had a showdown with his girlfriend about debt. He wanted to wink his senior brother but had nowhere to fight. Seeing that he was about to start a detailed conversation, he finally interrupted. I can accept 8.6%. Yu Xing stopped explaining. Liu Heiying looked at her boyfriend, while Liu Weining felt something was wrong. Zhang Xialing said seriously, This is divided according to the abilities of my senior brother and I. My abilities are only 8.6% of that of my senior brother. Oh, no problem, I also need to register a mainland subsidiary. There are still opportunities, there are still opportunities. Liu Heiying laughed. Is that true? Then I can't do it. I'm too stupid to learn that accounting stuff. I don't know if it's okay to do business. My ability value will definitely be lower. In terms of business, no one has any experience, so I will practice it again. Think about what questions the customers will have, how should we respond, and so on. Yu Xing smiled and said, I will be happy with you again and again. I think of you this way. Xiaoying, you can get 6.4% first, you two will make up 15%, and I will hold 15% of the equity incentive on behalf of others. If we can do it, we also need to introduce talents. Liu Heiying nodded without objection. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Zhang Xiaoling could only nod and could not object. Okay, Sister Ying, we're divided like this. Yu Xing got the right thing and raised his cup again. Come on, thank Sister Ying together. Thank Sister Ying for helping us set sail. He stood up and Zhang Xiaoling and Liu Heiying also quickly got up with the cup. Liu Weiniang glanced at Yu Xing and smiled and said, Don't give me this. But she also picked up the cup and took a sip of the juice. I wish you success. If you succeed, remember to buy me lipstick. Several people laughed. After playing around for a whole morning, after chatting again, I finally plucked up the courage and said, Sister Ying, your lips are so beautiful, and the lipstick you put on are also beautiful. You are very proud, too. Liu Weiniang praised, I am quite energetic in college. Today, I think of you when I was in college. Come, Xiaoying, you sit here. I went shopping 2 days ago and my bag was still there. I put a few lipsticks and gave you a MAC chili pepper, which doesn't really pick the skin tone. Liu Heiying sat over obediently. Liu Weiniang first handed her wet wipes to clean her lips, then took a lipstick from her bag, and while teaching her to apply it, she said, You college students, you can do whatever you want, but you can also apply some makeup in the future. Men are all I always hope my girlfriend is more beautiful. Zhang Xiaoling spread his hands. Look at you, it looks better after applying it. Liu Weiniang looked at the little girl with satisfaction and smiled. Put it on light makeup, apply lipstick, and leave a long hair, and then transform from a female college student in an instant people in the workplace. Liu Heiying was silly happy. Zhang Xiaoling said, Well, long hair is good, you can keep it. Liu Heiying glanced at her boyfriend. You used to say that short hair was cool. Why do you say that long hair is better now? Zhang Xiaoling. Well. At this time, Yu Xing's phone rang. After answering, he said a few words and told the second in charge. Xiaoling, there are several school clubs tonight. If you go to get them, you will say that you will give sponsorship and the funds will be based on commission. A person raises 200 yuan, which is nominally a social science survey. Zhang Xiaoling was excited, okay, come to live. As long as you have work to do and do your own work well, the shares of the mainland subsidiary will have the confidence to talk about it. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing did not communicate with Liu Weiniang about the project after noon. Although he had received the approval from the registration, he still insisted on his own ideas and was extremely devoted to playing the amusement park with his junior sister. As the evening approaches, the activity of raising children and promoting work has ended. Yu Xing and his junior sister Liu Zhishan were slapped in high fives and received an evaluation from the other party. Reliable. Obviously, Liu Zhishan was very satisfied with brother Yu Xing's words. Yu Xing smiled, and after receiving the positive reviews, he finally thanked Sister Ying for her help. Don't worry, registration is fast over there, just telecommunications if you have any problems. Liu Weiniang knew what this male master really cares about. Several people said goodbye, and Liu Weiniang took her niece's hand and left. Liu Heiying looked at Sister Ying's back as she left and said enviously, Sister Ying's legs are so long, why does she give me such a cool feeling? When you have money, you can be free and easy. Yu Xing withdrew his appreciation gaze and said, Let's go. No matter how long her legs are, they are not as long as we want to go. Senior brother. Liu Heiying said that this metaphor is very easy to understand. In the evening, you two chat with the school club. Well, we've been pushing this for the past 2 days. Yu Xing's mind was filled with work. I'll go to find those agency companies for college students tomorrow. Then I will think about it in the post bar and the campus network, and call you anytime if you have anything. Zhang Xiaoling agreed. Although the company has not yet registered, he has clearly felt the speed of the project. That night, the second-in-command and third-in-command of Gycom jointly communicated with 3 clubs of Nanjing Medical University. The progress is okay. Although he did not agree to do the event immediately, he had already expressed that he would consider it seriously. The next day, Zhang Xiling did more work, exerted his subjective initiative, and then went to other schools to try it out. Then in the evening, he asked his senior brother to have dinner together and reported on his work, and he got a certain amount of praise. I took this project, but it also solved the problem for you. Yu Xing sighed. As long as we brothers work together, this matter will pass. Oh yes, tomorrow afternoon, you and Xiaoying will come to the classroom. Let's talk about frontline business, how to face customers. Okay, senior brother, I'll go tomorrow morning. Zhang Xiling paused. Go and ask those college students about their views on the project, and then summarize and chat in a simulated way. Yu Xing nodded with satisfaction, and his junior brother was motivated. The next afternoon, at 2 o'clock, Yu Xing arrived at the classroom that had become the temporary base of Gycom. A moment later, Zhang Xiling also arrived. Where is Xiaoying? Yu Xing asked. She asked a new prospective customer and came later. Zhang Xiling said with a smile. Okay, let's talk together when she comes. Yu Xing nodded and continued to reach out and write relevant information on his notebook. Zhang Xiling read the previous investigation report, charged the phone again, and then felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach, so he got up and went to the bathroom. When he returned to the classroom, he just walked in and heard the loud voice of his senior brother. Anyway, I just don't contact me anymore. Do you understand? Yu Xing looked serious. Zhang Xiling instantly ignited his gossip. Yu Xing raised his voice again and said firmly, Yes, that's it. Don't contact, don't contact, don't contact. He hung up the phone. Zhang Xiling smiled and asked curiously, Brother Xing, what's wrong? What? He was halfway through his words, and suddenly he saw the phone in his senior brother's hand was very familiar. Yu Xing slid his phone along the table to his junior brother and said lightly, A woman, I'll look for you and refuse it for you. Zhang Xiling picked up his phone in shock. The grass was indeed his own. He looked at the communication record and felt it was ridiculous. No, Brother Xing, what are you doing? What are you asking me? I'm asking you. Yu Xing frowned. You still have the leisure to go out to play tricks at this stage. Don't mess with me with those who are not there and delay the serious business. What a flirting with the grass. Brother Xing, I'm really convinced. Zhang Xiling said dissatisfied. She is just an ordinary junior sister. I encountered it in the questionnaire before. Yu Xing said lightly, I don't agree. Zhang Xiling said with a funny look, What do you disagree with? Brother Xing, you are crazy. As soon as you answer the phone, your tone sounds wrong. Do you think I have never been in a relationship? Haven't you ever had an ambiguous relationship with a girl? Yu Xing was cold and he said, I warn you, Xiaoying also calls me senior brother, don't do these things. Zhang Xiling gritted his teeth and said, Senior brother, you are too despised me. Lu Heiying is cheerful and a good girl. Yu Xing had not finished speaking. Even if you want to make a difference, even if you want to do something that is not available, then wait for the company's business to be done. Don't delay my business at this time. Zhang Xiling, he said helplessly. I really don't mean that. I'm just an ordinary junior sister. I want to ask her and her friends what they think of our project. She just wants to ask me how to learn. Whatever you say, I have rejected it anyway. Yu Xing looked expressionless. When our project is successful, there is no need for Lu Heiying to make you. You can learn whatever you like. Zhang Xiling was shocked. Xiaoying calls you senior brother. This is your most important purpose. He looked at Yu Xing's expression and felt that this person was too terrible. Also, just say it like this if you use her to control me. Yu Xing said again at this time. The shares of the subsidiary are set to 100% of the shares held by Zhangjiang Company. 100% of the shares means that the previous shareholding ratio remains unchanged in the subsidiary. Zhang Xiling never expected the topic to change like this and then turned to the issue of stock holding. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. He instantly changed his cognition just now. The one that just now occupied the moral high point was to throw this out. I don't agree, Zhang Xiling strongly opposed. Brother Xing, you can't do this. This is completely unrelated to 2 codes. Besides, I didn't feel sorry for Xiaoying at all. That junior sister is. The sound of footsteps from afar to a close came from outside the classroom. Zhang Xiling closed the voice. It was indeed Lu Heiying. She happily pushed the door open and said, Hi, what are you talking about? Yu Xing said slowly, Xiaoying, I want to tell you something. It's very important. Zhang Xiling gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. It was just his senior brother who was intimidating himself. This is related to Zhang Xiling. Yu Xing said slowly. He knows. Zhang Xiling had to speak. I met a customer. He took 2 steps, turned his back to his girlfriend, giving his senior brother a look of surrender. Yes, he met a customer, which made me think a lot. Yu Xing took the conversation smoothly. So, considering that you have to try more market work in the future, I have to tell you the most important principle, face it. There are actually 4 words for customers treating others with sincerity. He walked up to the podium, picked up the chalk, and wrote the 4 words on the blackboard. Zhang Xiling rubbed his face, grass. How to treat people with sincerity. That means standing on the balance between customers and us. Yu Xing said seriously, this is a world that should be true and realistic. What should be true and what is the reality? We hope that everyone in this world has food and everyone has a house to live in, but this is not the case. So when we can tell the truth, we should tell the truth. When we can't tell the truth, try not to tell lies. If we have to tell lies, then bring some kindness. Yu Xing wrote key points on the blackboard, saying the truth, no lies or goodwill. He gave an example. How does it reflect in our business? For example, we think the probability of getting married is 1%, but it is not good to communicate directly with customers. So we said, class, we heard from love to less than 40% of the people got married, so we made such products with the significance of social science surveys. Lu Heiying was stunned, 1%, less than 40%. This is true. This is the truth. She seemed to have grasped something in her mind, and she thought for a long time and suddenly asked, Senior brother, you just said you had to tell lies, so bring some kindness with you. What if you can't even bring goodness? Yu Xing sighed deeply and replied, that must be someone who is forcing us. Zhang Xiling, who was listening silently next to him, felt that your logic is still self-consistent. It is difficult to treat people with sincerity. Yu Xing put down his chalk and looked at Lu Heiying. Xiaoying, you have such talent. I hope you can achieve success in market business. You will be the second in command of our company in the future. Lu Heiying said in surprise, looked at her boyfriend, and smiled and said, where is Xiling? He is the third in command. Yu Xing said calmly, he has too low abilities and cannot bear the responsibility. Lu Heiying was amused by her senior brother's cold humor. Zhang Xiling also laughed, and she almost cried as she smiled. She was just an ordinary junior girl, and she really didn't have that meaning. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Treat others with sincerity. When Lu Heiying was taught by her senior brother, she seemed to have gained something, but she felt vague. She still worked with her boyfriend and promoted her work contact with the club. After dinner, she still muttered something while walking by the lake and discussing with Zhang Xiling. Xiling, how do you think you should treat others sincerely? Lu Heiying asked her boyfriend. Zhang Xiling smiled and said, Brother Xing is joking with you so you can follow your thoughts. No, Lu Heiying was very stubborn. Senior brother is very serious. I can see that. I am stupid, and it is difficult to understand how to implement these 4 words into my work. Our company will have to do this in the past 2 days. Register, everything related must be expanded, she murmured. So what do I do? For some reason, Zhang Xialing's scalp was numb. He walked beside him and listened to his girlfriend's words. A bad idea suddenly came to his heart. He struggled for a long time. Was it important to work or, if you have debt first, work is more important after all? I think this is very simple. It is to think from the perspective of others. Zhang Xiling took a breath, knowing that simple words are not easy to understand, and only practical examples can inspire people's deep feelings. For example, it's like me. Lu Heiying believed in her boyfriend's learning ability very much and immediately stared at her. Well, I'm just an example, it's like me. I have a girlfriend and I met another cute girl. She asked me to have a meal, but I didn't tell my girlfriend, but she discovered it. Zhang Xiling looking at the lake. At this time, my girlfriend appears in front of you. She is your potential customer. What will you do? Lu Heiying looked at her boyfriend blankly without any sound. Zhang Xiling was a little panicked. Example is an example. He felt that this should be what the senior brother wanted to express, but he expressed it with a personal version of the example. As for whether he should handle communication with customers, Zhang Xiling didn't know. Lu Heiying felt the example of her boyfriend, and it seemed that such a client really appeared in her mind. After a long time, she said at a loss, I don't know, I may cry, will she cry? I may cry, maybe I may cry with her. As Lu Heiying said this, there was a little crystal-clear tears in her eyes. Zhang Xiling seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, unable to speak in a daze. Is this the question actually solved? Is this a good idea to cry with the female client? This is not an idea, it is just the same as the customer's mood. If there is really such a customer, such a scene, and two girls sitting hand in hand on the steps and crying, can this business be accomplished? Maybe it cannot be achieved, but this customer may bring new orders that can be achieved. Is this the mystery of treating others with sincerity? Zhang Xiling wiped his girlfriend's tears, grabbed her hand, and said sincerely, Brother Xing probably teaches real things, or he teaches real things that suit you. Really? Lu Heiying didn't understand why her boyfriend suddenly turned like this. Really, follow Brother Xing, our project will be successful. Zhang Xiling had stronger confidence as the project was about to officially start. Although equity distribution, methods of doing things, and although he has been controlling himself, isn't it more suitable for starting a company, forming a team, and planning a project? He is not a human, but it's right that he is not a human. Zhang Xiling was shocked by his girlfriend's sincere treatment methods and also shocked his senior brother's skills and insights. Lu Heiying's understanding of treat with sincerity became deeper, but after returning to the dormitory, she thought carefully and called Yu Xing, shared her thoughts with him, and talked about her boyfriend's help. Senior brother, if I cry like this, do you think the client can agree with me? Lu Heiying asked his senior brother what he thinks about his reaction. I don't know either, but customers will definitely feel your sincerity. When customers can feel your sincerity, this is the best start. Yu Xing said calmly after listening to the second-in-command's sharing. Lu Heiying was recognized and said happily and a little embarrassedly, Brother Xing, I am quite stupid in learning things. I need Xiling to teach me about financial knowledge, and he will help me learn this. Xiaoying, the truth is always easy to speak with your mouth, and the most difficult thing is to practice it. Yu Xing was still calm. It is normal to learn things quickly and slowly, but this does not mean that you will not be excellent in your work. Actually, I think that not only work, you can adhere to this principle in your life. Lu Heiying smiled and said, Is that so? In life? Well, I am, so I am quite sincere. Well, I think it's difficult to treat people sincerely, and I often encounter some unpleasant things. Yu Xing pondered. Xiling took him as an example, right? Then I'll use him as an example. Suppose Zhang Xiling betrays you. Suppose one day he will have money, he will meet more girls, he will feel very attractive, he will treat you with deception, and then he will change to a younger and more beautiful girlfriend, but he will always think of you again in the quiet night because he lost the most important girl in his life. But you are different. You may be sad for a while, but you can still face life calmly and honestly, heal the scars, and meet another better person. Yu Xing cited such an example to help the company's new second-in-command understand the meaning of treating people with sincerity. Brother Xing, I feel a sudden enlightenment. Lu Heiying thought quietly for a while and said, I seem to have realized it. Very good, I look forward to you becoming an excellent market leader in our company. Yu Xing smiled, I'm optimistic about you. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Lu Heiying ended the call and felt a sense of joy that was particularly vivid in her heart. She immediately shared the communication with her senior brother with Zhang Xiling. Zhang Xiling was also very happy on the phone. Okay, Brother Xing really taught something. He congratulated his girlfriend and reminded him that it was just an example. Zhang Xiling finished the call and had to admit that Brother Xing's words made sense. He probably couldn't learn to treat others with sincerity, so he could only try to study treat others with others. The next morning, Zhang Xiling had just made an appointment with the club and received a call from his senior brother. With the little resentment he used as an example last night, he asked quietly, Brother Xing, what's wrong? The Zhangjiang of Giaicom has been registered. Yu Xingtong knew, you are now the second shareholder of a Zhangjiang company with a registered capital of 10 million yuan. Registered capital is 10 million. Even if he just registered without actually paying it, Zhang Xiling was cheered up and said, Brother Xing, so fast. Registering in Zhangjiang is fast. Sister Ying has friends, so it is no problem to register a company with the Zhangjiang company secretary. Yu Xing said happily, now you can use the company's name to move. Our first one is the goal is to win 100 orders. Zhang Xiling asked, why are there 100? This is enough money for us to continue to register subsidiaries in the mainland. Yu Xing replied. Zhang Xiling's mood eased a little. Well, after all, it was just registered capital, and it was used to scare others, so don't scare yourself. Second shareholder, let's move. Wear leather boots or straw sandals. It depends on our time. Yu Xing encouraged him. Zhang Xiling agreed, but after hanging up the phone, he was a little uncomfortable. The senior brother encouraged him so rarely. I didn't control me today, and I felt that something was missing. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The parent company of Zhangjiang in Giaicom has been successfully registered, which means that it has at least a formal name. Even Zhang Xiling felt that the results were too immediate. The school club that was originally talking about was finalized when he heard the name of Zhangjiang Company. Zhang Xiling, how did you find Zhangjiang Company? Zhang Yaqian, vice president of the Skin Beauty Inspection Association, was very curious about this. It's not me looking for them, it's them looking for us. Zhang Xiling answered the question seriously. This is an activity that has the significance of social science surveys. It's about paying attention to the love situation of college students. We also asked the counselor, if you don't believe me, go ask the instructor Hong Junfeng and Hong of the School of Public Health. Zhang Xiling has contacted 3 community associations in the past 3 days, and his important goal is the Skin Beauty Testing Association, and its business guidance unit is the School of Public Health. He has a good memory and deliberately looks for related people and puts what he has learned into practice. He casually mentioned the in-house counselor who has indeed filled out the questionnaire. Zhang Yaqian nodded, no longer hesitated, but just smiled and said, "That's good, that's right. This company is a bit stingy, and we have to order a sponsorship after we have an order. A 299 order is 200 yuan. This is an agreement between the two sides. After all, it's a commercial company, President Zhang, and this is still our own school." Zhang Xiling explained, "The other schools are 100, which is what we are working hard for. Besides, this time it's done well and we will get sponsorship later. It's easier. It is already higher than other schools, and there is a next time." Vice President Zhang Yaqian has nothing to say. The more Zhang Xiling did his work, the more he realized that it was not as difficult as he thought. President Zhang was already the most difficult. The other 2, Youth Health Education Association and Life Care Association, were better than her and agreed earlier. In this way, the club activities at the South Medical University were launched against the background of successful company registration. The 3 associations found a multimedia classroom and jointly invited couples from the school to participate in the friendship activities. As the sponsor, the 3 giants of Giaicom were all present and set up a small stall in the classroom to recommend a love contract that also has social science surveys. On Saturday morning, the event began, and couples arrived in the classroom one after another. When they saw a rough look, there were 100 or 200 people. The initial part was not the debut of Giaicom, but the members of the Skin Beauty Inspection Association talked on stage about how girls protect their skin and how to use cosmetics. Yu Xing was observing the situation in the field. Well, sure enough, the girls were all serious, and the male compatriots were already a little drowsy. After the cosmetics process, Giaicom took the podium, which was also the first appearance of the company's official operation. "Hello, everyone, I am your senior Yu Xing, who is from the first year of the school. This time, I accepted the commission from Zhangjiang Company and conducted a social survey at the school. The task is to observe and track the probability of college students entering the wedding hall." Yu Xing stood on the stage. His expression was very calm, and his tone was neither slow nor quick. "What do you think is the probability that our domestic college couple will be?" Some answered 30%, some answered 60%, and some answered half and half. Different people have different feelings. Some are 30%, some are 60%, which is twice the difference. Yu Xing pointed out the gap in the answers under the stage and smiled. "It is precisely because it is too vague that we accept it. Commissioned, intending to do a long-term tracking. For this tracking, just sign up. We will visit again 3 years later. If you get married, the company will give you 999 roses. You can put them at home or at the wedding site." Yu Xing told the company about the rewards. The couples in the audience were a little agitated, and naturally some people asked, "Just sign up. Is it free?" "It's not free, but it's not expensive. The registration fee is 299 yuan. Yu Xing answered the question directly. "I also asked this company, and I said, you can be free. Why are you collecting money? People say that at least half of them are less than the end. The cost of 999 roses is already very high. The 299 yuan collected is the blessing of those couples who have not reached the end." I asked again, "Even if it is half or half, this seems not enough. The company has to make money, right? I've given me a promise, I guess I have to make money." I thought to myself, it's right to make money and you have to make money to do it. Yu Xing smiled calmly and said, of course I didn't say this, I said it in front of everyone. I just thought, I must let the company build more and I have to find classmates who have plans to get married in the future. This. He emphasized again, volunteering, they are all voluntary. We are trying and we invite our classmates to try it. A small discussion broke out in the multimedia classroom. This activity is not complicated. Register for $299 and get married for 3 years. The goal is to investigate the probability of finally getting married. $299 in less than half a month's living expenses. Couples have even fewer living expenses. The living expenses of couples on the scene were generally higher, and the rich man didn't care about this little money, so he shouted out on the spot, willing to place an order to play, which shows his feelings about marrying his girlfriend. However, some rich guys' tastes did not drive more customers to come. It's okay, don't worry, they still have their own activities, wait a minute. Yu Xing felt Zhang Xiaoling's restlessness. There are already 3 orders. The friendship event continued. 3 associations took turns to play, and there were also duets of couples on stage and also organized on-site confessions. This confession benefited the sponsor, and the order changed from 3 to 4. It's a little bit less, it's a little bit less. Zhang Xiaoling murmured, this is inconsistent with the enthusiasm he imagined. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Yu Xing kept a smile on his face and responded to the different directions of his eyes. As the morning event approaches, the Skin Beauty Inspection Association also recommends cosmetics 1 by 1. The registration fee is $299, and you will get 999 flowers after getting married. This sounds good, but what if you run away when we get married? A couple moved over and asked about the situation. Giaicom is a Zhangjiang company with a registered capital of 10 million. Student, this is an activity with social science surveys, not just money. Yu Xing responded with a smile. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. The young couple discussed it and thought it was quite cost-effective, just 299 yuan. After getting married, they would take roses worth far more than this price. It was too profitable. Yu Xing had not made a final decision on his opinion on the customer, so he changed his mind and asked casually, student, what are your zodiac signs? I'll show you whether you can get the rose in the end. I'm Aries. The girl was so energetic when she heard this, she introduced, he's Leo. Oh, Aries and Leo are perfect matches. Aries are happy. Leo likes the stage and has a little selfishness. You two complement each other. If you don't get the click, call to collect this rose. Yu Xing smiled. No registration is not allowed. It's okay, but I think the 2 of you are really in harmony. The girl nodded with a smile. Hee hee, right, then let's have an order. Aries turned his head and solicited the lion's opinion, but the lion had no opinion. Order +1. This order seemed to open up sales and also allowed Yu Xing to find some inspiration to deal with customers. Student, what do you belong to? You are born in the ox and she is born in the monkey. This is a good zodiac sign. You two must appreciate each other. You usually have a tacit understanding, right? Niuhu nodded tacitly and ordered +1. Oh, you are the 3rd month of the lunar calendar, and she is the 5th month of the lunar calendar. According to the old saying, you two will definitely get wealth after marriage. Okay, oh, he wants to go to orthopedics. That means he has wealth. The order for the lucky group +1. Oh, the sign is not good. The zodiac sign is not in line with each other. Alas, it's not that the seniors criticize you. We all studied medicine and grew up under the red flag. What era is now? Do you still believe in feudal superstition? As long as you trust each other and work together, you will definitely be able to be together happily. Anti-feudal and anti-supercreation, order +1. Zhang Xiaoling and Lu Heiying were stunned and witnessed their senior brother doing their best to communicate with customers in various ways. In a trance, they felt like they were glorious. However, not all verbals are useful. Yu Xing observed the couple and considered the rhetoric, but before he could speak, the young couple started arguing by themselves. Don't buy it. Why not buy it? Just wait for graduation and break up with me. Do you want to get married? Don't you forget the surname Fang. What's good about him? Where is he good about him? Yu Xing looked at the quarreling young couple leaving and shook his head helplessly to the second and third-handed hands. Come on, sit down. I'll drink a sip of water. My throat is dry. He looked at the team that had been deserted from the door until now and blew the tea leaves and took a sip of water with satisfaction. It was okay. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The 3 clubs jointly engaged in activities, and the 3 giants of Giaicom fought their best. Yu Xing racked his brains. Zhang Xiling thought hard. Lu Heiying. Happy. When Yu Xing checked the customer registration book and ordered the money he received, he turned around and found that the second-in-command was outside the classroom and laughing with another girl. He did not disturb him rashly, but just listened to a few words at the door and heard the two of them chatting about the popular Korean drama, The Temptation of Wife. What are they talking about? I'm closing the stall. Zhang Xiling stuffed everything into his backpack and was about to call him back to his girlfriend. They are talking about a TV series. The plot is a woman who turns evil because of her husband's betrayal and eventually takes revenge. Yu Xing introduced this very popular Korean drama this year. Zhang Xiling took back his steps as if nothing had happened and complained to his senior brother. Brother Xing, don't be so sarcastic. It's really the plot. If you don't believe it, please ask her later. Yu Xing shrugged. After a while, Zhang Xiling waited until his girlfriend smiled and waved goodbye to another girl and asked casually, "Is that a customer? Have you placed an order?" No order was placed. Lu Heiying's eyes were bent with a smile, but we left a phone number. She said that she would bring all the sister groups in the dormitory to participate in the survey at night, and there was also the sister groups in the dormitory next door. Oh yes, and there is also the sister groups in the Korean dramas in the dormitory next door. The same professional demon party. Yu Xing and Zhang Xiling looked at each other. Zhang Xiling couldn't help but ask, "What is the demon party?" "Oh, we all watched a Korean drama where the heroine transformed into a witch and took revenge on her ex-husband." Lu Heiying explained, and her mind returned to work. "How are you? How many of us have today?" Zhang Xiling quickly replied, 42. There are 42 orders in total. There are 100 or 200 people who come to participate in the event today. The conversion volume is already quite high for a love contract to get 42 orders. This is a couple's activity itself. Once someone signs up or queues up, it can easily arouse herd mentality. Yu Xing was sincerely happy and briefly summarized the results of this appearance. "It's quite good, well, let's share the money." Zhang Xiling was stunned for a moment, thinking that his senior brother was going to pay the hard work, so he said politely, "Brother Xing, I've been busy for a long time now, no need to do it." Yu Xing didn't even look at his junior brother. He counted 8,400 yuan seriously. After confirming that, he said, "Go and calculate the registration book and the club. This 8,400 is their commission." Zhang Xiling looked at the money in his senior brother's hand and the obviously thin money on the other side. Suddenly, he felt a little bleeding in his heart. The commission of 200 is really high. He sighed, calmed down, took the registration book, and went to find 3 clubs to share the money. It's time to finish everything. When the 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria, Yu Xing added extra chicken legs and added drinks, which was a small celebration with the second and third leaders. After eating halfway through Zhang Xiling, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Xing, a total of 299 per order. Our commission is really high. It's almost 70%. They get 70% and we only get 30%. Yu Xing looked at Lu Heiying and signaled her to express her thoughts. Lu Heiying was a little hesitant. Yu Xing gave a word, "Sincere." Lu Heiying opened her conversation and smiled unconsciously. "We have more than 4,000 left in our hands, and these 30% are really a lot." Yu Xing nodded, took a bite of the dish, and then took out the 4158 yuan from the order from the bag and placed it on the table. He pushed the stack of money to his junior brother and said concisely, "I said before that you should take care of the money in the company. I have this money in total, and I will remember the expenditure and use." Zhang Xiling was surprised and put his hands on the money first and hesitated and said, "Is I in charge of the money?" "Do you really want me to?" Although this matter was said, he thought that just saying that the right to manage money is quite good. If the subsequent business can really be carried out as expected, it will not only be 41.58, but also 40,000 or even 400,000. He couldn't help but have an idea floating through his heart. Isn't Brother Xing afraid that he will run away with the money? I owe a total of 430,000 yuan at home, 43 plus 1.5. Well, if you ask you to take care of it, let's take care of it. Let's talk about it if it's more formal in the future. Yu Xing confirmed this and pointed at the second in command. "He takes care of the money. Xiaoying, can you supervise him?" Lu Heiying responded with a full spirit. Yes. Zhang Xiling didn't know if he was possessed or not. He always felt that his senior brother was invisibly exerting his system and sincerity, and this really made him a closed loop. His thoughts disappeared without a trace, and he said with some complaints, "She is here to supervise me, Zhang Xialing, then who will supervise you, Yu Xing? You take care of money, you are your girlfriend, and you are going to contact the club." Yu Xing spread his hands. "Do I still need supervision?" When Zhang Xialing heard this, hey, it seemed to be the same. "When the company's documents and seals are sent, we will sign and write a contract for today's customers." Yu Xing said to the club today that the company has to follow the process. Intermediary company, Taiba and school network. They all tried to contact people, made an appointment with each other in 2 days, and then they promoted to major universities. Whether the results were successful depends on this period of time. Today's club activities are a stunning trial, and the subsequent employee promotion belongs to the company's fundamentals. At this time, Liu Heiying got up and went to the bathroom first. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. When Yu Xing saw the second-in-command leave, he officially responded to the third-in-command's previous hesitation. "Xialing, our brothers haven't talked much about it for several days." Zhang Xialing said quietly, "Senior brother, we have never talked about heart. Haven't you always touched my heart?" Yu Xing didn't care about this little complaint, but just sighed. "Don't think that the money you've divided is too much. Our biggest task now is to spread the stall. Nothing else matters. Now, 2 people in debt are sitting in it. At the gambling table, we cannot think about winning all the time. All we need to do is to successfully cash out the chips in our hands." "Okay, Brother Xing, I just opened my eyes a little after seeing the money." Zhang Xialing nodded. "I actually have no objection. I will go to other schools in the past 2 days and then take our first batch of internships. Staff." Yu Xing said yes and said, "I'll be relieved if you do this. In this era, we must run faster." Immediately, he added, "It is not only our first batch of interns, but also our second batch of users." Zhang Xialing's eyes lit up, and he thought of his senior brother's rough operation. Does this group have girlfriends? In order to better cooperate and understand Zhangjiang Company's social survey, I strongly ask the agency to notify college students with boyfriends or girlfriends. Yu Xing replied, "This is a small business project that cooperates with social surveys. How can it be easy to understand without love experience?" So Yu Xing added such a small threshold. Zhang Xialing exclaimed, "It must be my senior brother." "Oh yes, when you go back and do accounting, you will do 2 sets regardless of the amount of money or the number of customers." Yu Xing instructed again, "1 set is real and normal. This hides the point, and the other set needs to be removed by an order of magnitude. Just keep this daily routine." Zhang Xialing's eyes were a little confused. After all, the subsidiaries in the mainland have not yet come down. Strictly speaking, our current actions are not very compliant. Yu Xing put down his chopsticks. "Walking in the world, safety is the first priority. Be cautious. You will never be wrong. The world is dangerous. Pay attention to safety." End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The registration certificate and official seal of Zhangjiang Company were not delayed and arrived in Jinling soon. According to Liu Weining, because he knew that Yu Xing was going to use it, he was carrying a human body to the mainland. Yu Xing naturally thanked him repeatedly for this and wished he could not agree to him. "What did you do with this project?" Liu Weining asked about the current situation before leaving. "We had preliminary contact with our classmates and were warmly welcomed by everyone. We all sent money to support us. We all hope to see the results of this meaningful social survey we did as soon as possible." Yu Xing described the grand occasion. Liu Weining gave Xia Xiao encouragement. "Okay, boss you, come on." Yu Xing is indeed working hard. As soon as he gets a firm company registration certificate, he thinks that it can be put on his face, and the official seal is eager to hang it on his waist to provide trust for the potential customer group. Whether this product that plays with probability is made into a contract or insurance, its internal essence will not change, but the biggest difference between the latter is that it has an insurance company providing trust endorsement. If it were an ordinary commercial company, this trust endorsement would be a bit difficult to do. Fortunately, the registered capital of 10 million is somewhat convincing for people who are not sure that Zhangjiang is different from the mainland, and the campus customer base is relatively easier to overcome, regardless of the name of social survey or the same student. Interns, this can all be superimposed on positive buffs. On June 21, it is still a multimedia classroom. Zhang Xialing hurriedly finished breakfast and came to the designated classroom, and then was surprised that so many people came. According to his intuitive feeling, This is almost no less than the last time the three clubs were involved in the event. I didn't expect that there were so many. Some of them probably called friends to come together. Yuzing was also a little surprised. Zhang Xiling wondered, is this internship proven to be so, able to attract people? Medical students do not have this pain point feeling. College students tend to take these things seriously, but that's the case. But with a foundation, you don't have to worry about anything you want to do later. Yuzing pondered, you can come on stage to introduce our business later. I'll talk about the internship. Zhang Xiling nodded silently and organized language in his heart. On the other side, Lu Heiying also arrived in the classroom. Seeing so many employees, she felt that the company's project was promising, and she was very familiar with communicating with future employees and introducing some situations in advance. At 9 o'clock, Zhang Xiling took the stage to introduce the company, social surveys, and love contracts. This is not complicated in itself. 299 and 3 years 999 roses are easy to understand, and college students from different schools also have the minimum ability to understand. Similarly, similar questions have been raised. 3 years. It will take 3 years to exchange. Can people be found in 3 years? Zhang Xiling tried hard to give a confident answer. Our company has a registered capital of 10 million. Do you have any idea about 10 million? What the company values more is this social survey. He had a sudden inspiration and said, also, the company has negotiated cooperation with Yunnan, and roses are directly purchased in large quantities. You think it can cost? What is the concept of 10 million? Zhang Xiling had no specific concept, but he still suppressed his doubts. Hey, classmates. Yuzing took the stage and answered the words. I want to emphasize one thing. When we do business and promotion, we try to find reliable couples and we just go for marriage. The company is not afraid of others getting married. Come in exchange, the more you can get married, the better. Why? He asked and answered himself. Every redemption is the best advertisement for the company. Similarly, the roses used at every wedding also make Yunnan roses famous. Students, you may not know that now, Midu, Dali is now, Kunming Anning is carrying out large-scale planting of roses. Domestic large flower heads, multiple petals, and high-quality roses are all very good. If you have the chance in the future, you are welcome to visit the rose plantation that the company cooperates with. Yuzing was full of confidence and extremely calm. Zhang Xiling next to him was almost stunned. He had never rehearsed with his senior brother. Yunnan Rose was purely his own inspiration. How could he say it was so decent? He was almost convinced. The questions in the audience were completely gone, and the Zhangjiang company has a profound layout. Because the company wants to develop business in the mainland, Jinling is the first attempt of Giaicom. Yuzing continued, everyone is willing to help with promotion. We can all provide internship certificates. For the specific commission ratio, please ask us for it. Lu Heiying, the market leader, said. Lu Heiying took the stage and introduced the share model. Individuals signed a commission of 169 for less than 5 orders within 1 month. 5 to 10 orders are 189, and 10 orders are more than 10 orders are 200. In addition, this internship is divided into 3 large teams, and the team with the highest performance will receive an additional commission of 10 yuan per order. Also, the basic internship salary is 850 yuan. If you can't finish a month, the salary will be converted according to the number of days. Oh yes, because it has the significance of social investigation, because to promote Yunnan Rose, the company's budget is limited. Since our classmates are here today, there is a chance to get the first experience. Don't clang when you promote it. If you take 1,000 orders by one person, the company will exceed the budget. Yuzing took the call after Lu Heiying's introduction. There are many people coming today, and we don't need so many people. You can report first. We will notify the selected students tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. There are restrictions on orders and the number of people exceeds expectations. As for whether it can be selected, Yuzing called out again. Come on, if you want to get the first experience, you can register with Zhang Xiling, and if you register for internship, you can register with Lu Heiying. The lecture on Giaicom has been completed. Then, experience and sign up. It's easy to calculate. The basic salary is 850. You can get 4 orders with the lowest commission, and you can get 1526. What's more, you can get an internship certificate. Even if you don't do business, people say that if you work for less than 1 month, you can get a salary of 300 yuan if you work for 10 days. What can I do for this 300 yuan? You can experience a 299 love contract. There are so many people today. Can you give priority to entering the company for internship if you don't experience it? College students are quick-witted, and some have already thought of the best way to get internship certificates, experience love contracts, and get internship salary. After counting for more than half a day, when the internship lecture of Giaicom was over, Zhang Xiling actually received another 138 orders, 138 copies, 41,262. It's a pity that there are still dozens of people who haven't signed up for the internship experience, but they just sign up for the internship. Yu Xing was a little regretful. Zhang Xiling was about to go crazy. Brother Xing, this is 40,000 yuan. My God, what are these people thinking? Why are they so trusting? Why are they so simple? What you said is like we are lying to others. Yu Xing shook his head. Let's work. I will notify part of it today, and I will notify part of it the day after tomorrow. I will take people to different schools tomorrow. We should be faster. Zhang Xiling was at a loss and felt that the money was making and the project was progressing much faster than he thought. I'm supervising you, don't have bad ideas. Seeing her boyfriend's expression strange, Lu Heiying pressed her eyes on her face. Zhang Xiling was amused and cried, had no bad idea, and now he was just going to do things wholeheartedly. The power of money is endless. Zhang Xiling notified 30 employees that night, informed him of the internship, and assigned his staff to his girlfriend, each bringing 15 people to carry out the work. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. With help, no matter whether you lead people to talk to school clubs or find potential customer groups, the efficiency will be greatly increased. Unfortunately, because there is no group atmosphere, the order conversion is obviously not as good as the previous 2 games. Even so, 11 orders were recorded this day. Zhang Xiling sighed sincerely to his girlfriend. This project is okay, really good. However, on the 3rd day, when he brought people to the tourism academy to continue to guide customers, the third in charge of Giaicom was caught by Uncle Hat. Zhang Xialing's mind was blank. Making too much money, what happened? This is too fast. He noticed that an intern saw this scene and did not dare to come forward, for fear of going out to inform him. Zhang Xiling got into the car with a dizzy head. The uncle on the left and right made him realize the status quo. It happened. What should I do if I do this? I still have debts at home, or take the matter off your own. Zhang Xiling was wandering in his mind. What's the name of your company? Zhang Xiling sat in the car heading to the office. When he heard the inquiry, he honestly replied, Giaicom. Who is the legal person? Zhang Xiling answered truthfully. It's me. Oh, do you have finances? Who cares about the money? Zhang Xiling was stunned for a moment and answered truthfully, it's me. Or you. Who is in charge of the team? Zhang Xiling was struggling between his girlfriend and himself, but he still replied, it's me. The uncle who asked about it smiled. Good boy, it's all you. You are the mastermind. Zhang Xiling found a problem, and it seemed that he didn't have to help his senior brother with it. This was his own fault. Lu Heiying, who is doing promotion at Pharmaceutical University, received a hasty call from the intern and learned that her boyfriend was captured, and she was stunned. After a while, she hurriedly called her senior brother with her cell phone. Senior brother, it's not good. The third leader was taken away. Yu Xing's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. I already know, don't panic, I'm there. When Lu Heiying heard this, although she had never seen a situation before, she felt relieved. Yu Xing asked, I asked Xiling to keep accounts before he. Lu Heiying quickly replied, yes, there is this, he will let me go. Yu Xing immediately said, okay, come and chat, don't panic, I'm there. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Giaicom suffered heavy losses as soon as it had good signs of development. This time, not only the legal person, but also the financial, market leaders, co-founders, and important shareholders all went in. The good news is that these titles are now carried by junior brother Zhang. The bad news is that I don't know whether he is strict or not. Yu Xing received the call first before Lu Heiying. After learning the news, he thought about the unexpected situation in his mind. Logically speaking, Zhang Xiling should know how to do it. If his psychological construction is not good, it means describing what has happened now. But I'm afraid of not being able to do so. If it is not reasonable, Zhang Xiling will be a little scared, and some will be balled together, such as direct sales elements, 2 sets of account books, tens of thousands of dollars, and even financial management deficits. Even if you have paid attention to it at the beginning of the design, there will probably be a lot of trouble. Yu Xing didn't want to cause trouble, and he didn't want this to affect his filling action. When he received another call from Lu Heiying, his mind had been running quickly for 800 times. He thought about it and first ruled out that he had to run away with his bag. It only took 5 days to count from the club. At worst, he could return the stolen goods and stop it. Besides, whether the stolen goods or not has to be calculated or not. Secondly, if the third in command can clear the suspicion of the crime as soon as possible, this project must be accelerated and cannot be done in Jinling. You must divide your troops to other cities within 1 or 2 weeks, and the use of network resources must be strengthened. Finally, this guy. Yu Xing roughly stroked his mind and moved his hand pressed on his suitcase. He transferred all his belongings, Zhangjiang company registration certificates, and official seals from his suitcase to his backpack, grabbed a white coat and student ID, then went downstairs to ride a bicycle, and headed straight to the girls' dormitory where Lu Haiying was. Lu Haiying was already waiting downstairs in the dormitory building. She was extremely uneasy and wandering back and forth. The moment she saw her senior brother, she couldn't help but hold back tears. "Don't cry, it's useless." Yu Xing stopped the bicycle, was very straightforward, and then reached out. Account book. Lu Haiying continued to cry and stopped her urge to stop her. She also held her worry back to her throat. She reached out and took out the account book she left for her boyfriend last night. This was an external account that reduced the customer and the amount. Yu Xing looked through it and found that there were detailed customer names, order time, and amounts on it, but the quantity was greatly reduced. With a club activity, an internship lecture, a day of daily promotion, plus Lu Haiying's activities, and orders from Zhang Xiling and Liu Weining, Giaicom's current orders are 219, and the amount involved is 69,702 yuan. If this number is fraudulent according to the contract, there are both individual criminal subjects and unit criminal subjects. The amount of the former exceeds 20,000 yuan constitutes a crime, while the amount of the latter exceeds 100,000 yuan, and different regions have different divisions according to their economic conditions. Of course, Yu Xing understood these just because he was curious about knowledge. The love contract did not meet such certification. Considering that the subsidiary has not yet been registered, it can probably be considered as operating without a license. It is operating without a license, rather than illegal operation. According to law, it should be under the management of the Industrial and Commercial Department, and the penalties are also banning, confiscating illegal income and fines. If you can follow the external account in your hand, you will have a total of 21 orders, and the amount involved is only 6279 yuan, probably not even fined. Yu Xing put away the account book, briefly introduced the situation to Lu Haiying, and asked again, "How much did you put it here?" "Senior brother, I have put 40,000 yuan in my bag." Lu Haiying was very confused. Her boyfriend only said that the project was good yesterday, but he didn't say it was very tortured. How could Xiling be taken away? But then again, the company is indeed making money very fast, almost 70,000 in less than a week. Is it really okay to make money with such a fast speed? Yu Xing saw the panic of the second in command of the company and comforted her with a small, kind lie. "Maybe just ask about the situation, don't worry, I've asked the lawyer." Upon hearing this, the worries on Lu Haiying's face really disappeared a lot. She asked again, "Senior brother, what should I do now?" It was only after Yu Xing noticed that the name of the second in command had changed. "Why did you call me senior brother?" He said this and continued, "Xiaoying, calm down first. Only when we calm down can we reduce mistakes. You go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau with me and we will say on the way." Yu Xing photographed the bicycle. Lu Haiying glanced at it and suggested, "Senior brother, use my electric car." Yu Xing changed his mount with a good attitude and ran towards the Industrial and Commercial Bureau while talking about his idea. "Let's go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to set up a subsidiary now. It's very fast. I should have done this once I have enough money yesterday." "Is it too late to start a company now?" Lu Haiying asked in response to the wind. Yu Xing replied, "Believe in scalpers. As for why scalpers are useful, it is right to be correct and practical. The scalper spends money, and the process of registering a company will be very fast." Yu Xing continued, "We will comply with the procedures, and then I will take the account book to explain the situation so that Zhang Xiling will not speak without his brain." Lu Haiying's lips moved. She wanted to say something for her boyfriend, but didn't say it out loud. It's business now, and the second in command must be able to correctly evaluate the risks of the third in command. "I don't know why Zhang Xiling was arrested, but except for the company registration, we have no problem overall." Yu Xing's words drifted into Lu Haiying's ears in the wind, but sometimes some things happen. It's hard to explain, so we have to ask for help. Do you look for a teacher? Are you looking for a school? Lu Haiying asked for an answer. First, look for the media, find reporters from Sina, NetEase, and Penguin, and tell them that we have a Huaxia College student love investigation report that I want to publish. Yu Xing has already taken stock of the few bargaining chips in his hand. Don't use our companies if you call in the name of the school. You will say that some students started a business and found such a survey, and hope they will come and interview them. Then, call the school again and apply to interview entrepreneurial students in the name of a website reporter to report such an investigation report. It's best if the reporter can come. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come. Let the school know that there is such a thing. Finally, I called Teacher Liu and asked him to go to the school to tell the entrepreneurial students that they had entered. Lu Haiying was a little confused. Is this okay? The investigation report itself is a bit valuable. Originally, I thought I would leave it to us for posting it myself in the future. Yu Xing said with some regrets, we can't solve the problem by ourselves, so let's turn things into our plus their affairs. I'll come forward to solve it. He guessed that there was nothing big about it, but now he couldn't contact Zhang Xiling and didn't know the real situation. He could only do his best to eliminate the risks. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. It doesn't matter if you don't have money or resources, you can only do everything you can do. If there is something to do, maybe just say hello. Senior brother, I'll go find Xiling, you can find a solution outside. Lu Haiying took the initiative to propose a replacement. You may not be able to see Zhang Xiling after you go, this is one of them. Yu Xing disagreed. You may not be able to say goodbye when you meet uncle. This is the second. Anyway, I hold the most shares, this is the third. I guess there will be a call to me soon. Lu Haiying could only agree, silently recite in her heart, turning our affairs into our affairs and theirs. Yu Xing stopped the electric car, looked back at the second-in-command and smiled. Don't worry, as soon as the school comes forward actively. This is not a big deal at all. He really didn't think it would be a big deal, but in addition to solving Zhang Xialing's problem, he also had to try his best to maintain the newly operated Giaicom, and it could not be banned just like that. Well, if it is banned, should I grow grapes or? Otherwise, go into your own business and selling your own house is a good player. A trace of thoughts about retreat appeared in Yu Xing's mind. I called the school, can the school believe it? Lu Haiying was worried. So we have to call multiple portals. If someone asks the school for verification, it will be easy to get confused. Yu Xing strives to be meticulous and comforts him. Don't worry, the world is a huge grassroots team. Don't be afraid, do it boldly. Lu Haiying was silent and began to recall the elder brother's previous teachings in her heart. Which level has this been? Is it a lie of kindness? The eldest brother asked me to do it boldly, and the third in command has already done it boldly. She watched the senior brother easily find the scalper and provide information. However, to the two of them, even if it is a scalper, the process of registering a mainland subsidiary of Zhangjiang Company will take at least 1 month, because it involves notarization of the document and steps such as filing and approval. But scalpers also provided suggestions to register a company directly and change the shares of Zhangjiang Company in the future. Yu Xing agreed decisively and added money slightly. The fastest tomorrow, the slowest day after tomorrow. When things are really done, there are unexpected things. Yu Xing followed the scalper to finish the procedure and immediately searched for the contact information of the portal website and sighed to the second-in-commander. Zhang Xiling encountered something unexpected this time, but always can solve it. Just as Yu Xing demonstrated how to communicate with reporters for Lu Haiying, a call he expected finally came in, and his uncle asked him to go to the institute to explain the situation. Yu Xing was calm when he received the call. It just explains the situation and his tone is not heavy. Then, still contact the website and school, Lu Haiying hesitated. Contact, we must try our best to take the initiative. Yu Xing said simply, Sina has called NetEase's, you call Penguins, but I can't find it. I'll call Sister Ying on the way and ask if she has it. Seeing that the senior brother was talking and getting on the electric car, Lu Haiying asked nervously, what's the matter? Remember to contact the school. I'll go to the teacher to help on the way. Yu Xing smiled and said, be more energetic, don't lose your share. You are the second in command of our company. My third in command and I are going in, it depends on you. He waved his hand and was about to ride away and then stopped to take out his clothes from his backpack. Lu Haiying saw the elder brother shook his white coat, put it on his body and went without looking back, and surrendered himself. Recommend a friend's book, copy the text of the child's road, and those who are interested can read it. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Zhang Xiling was very frustrated. He sat alone on the hard bench, feeling uncomfortable all over. As an excellent student, he has never been to such a place since childhood, and a week ago, he felt that he was the object of protection. Who would have thought that now it seems that I am the target of being attacked? Even so, Zhang Xiling just said something that should be said, and he had already taken the whole thing off. Is it me or me? I will carry it. I am a legal person, I am finance, I am responsible for the market, and I am the top leader of the company. As for the major shareholder, he was bewitched by me. I asked him to invest money in this entrepreneurial project. Zhang Xiling seized the position of the company's top leader in this way, and when asked about the company's business performance, his answer was deliberately blurred. About 10 or 20 orders. Such an answer was harshly questioned. How many? You only have 1 or 200 people when you recruit people. The company has just started, and it has not been time to start. It is surprising that I can achieve such results. We are just doing social surveys to see the love situation of college students. Zhang Xiling gave such a response and still insisted on this statement. At the same time, he probably knew where something was wrong. The previous internship lectures did have a good transformation, either the pursuit of internship proof, the recognition of love contracts, or the herd mentality. That group of college students maintained a clear background. Zhang Xiling was also moved with his senior brother at that time and was surprised by such a performance. Now it seems that college students are not only clear, but also very enthusiastic. I'm afraid that someone doesn't feel it's wrong, so I turned my head and called to report it. Zhang Xiling sat on the bench, unable to contact the outside world, nor could he discuss it with his uncle. He had more and more thoughts in his heart, and he became more and more chaotic. Although he said that, the uncles would not believe it. If it is found out, how do you divide this plot? I won't go to squat myself. I still have a large amount of financial management at home that will storm at any time if she went in. Would Xiaoying still wait outside? Senior brother, has he already wandered to other provinces now? Senior brother is so nice to me. I let myself be a legal person in the company and let myself take care of money. Okay. If the senior brother succeeds in wandering around, can he leave some money for his family in the future? He has a better character than himself. My mother came, why am I sitting here? The more Zhang Xiling thought about it, the more frustrated he became. The strong worry and fear in his heart were intertwined, and he felt that he was almost slumped on the stool, but he did not have the idea of offering his master's plan. Even if you pull your senior brother in, it's better to let your senior brother who can do things be outside. In this way, no matter whether he can save himself or not, he will not let his senior brother down. Just then, Zhang Xiling heard the sound of knocking on the door, looked up and saw the senior brother in white clothes walked in. Zhang Xiling's eyes felt sore, and the first thought arose in his heart. It's over. I'm taken away in one fell swoop. Immediately, a second thought appeared. Why are you still wearing a white coat? Zhang Xiling subconsciously sat upright. Seeing the senior brother looking at him calmly, he vaguely understood the meaning and shook his head with a very light amplitude. Yu Xing, who surrendered, did not expect to see his junior brother as soon as he entered the office. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was not in a special office, so the treatment meant that the matter was not too big. When I saw my junior brother shaking his head depressedly, I felt even more at ease, and I should be able to go home for the new year. Hello, I am Yu Xing. I was called to ask for an explanation of the situation. It was the one with him. Yu Xing quickly withdrew his gaze, calmly stated his identity and purpose, and took the materials in his backpack. Come out. This is a customer of the company. Uncle, what's wrong? I just came out of the lab. The uncle saw the student ID at the top of the material, picked it up and looked it up, then flipped the account book below, saw the records inside, and asked with a serious smile. That's all. Where do you remember the others? Yu Xing replied with a confused look on his face. That's all. Jinling Company has not been registered yet, so Zhang Xiling said it would be a trial operation first. Trial operation, said Uncle seriously. The trial operation recruits so many people. Are you the major shareholder? Are you responsible for this? As he said this, he got up and prepared to go to the next door to ask questions with the incoming staff. Yes, the major shareholder. I invested a little money. We are trial operation. The company's business license will come out tomorrow. Yu Xing looked innocent. We are still an excellent entrepreneurial project. We will accept Sina, NetEase, and Tencent in 2 days. Interviews. The uncle had no expression on his face, but he looked at the account book again and did not mention the interview. He just asked about the content. Are you guys still an excellent entrepreneurial project? Are you obviously cheating? Hey, how can you cheat? Yu Xing shouted. Zhang Xiling told me that this is doing social surveys. Sina, NetEase, and Tencent interviewed us, and we are going to release the Huaxia College Students Love Survey report. The current trial operation is for the long term, tracking data, he pointed to the materials. The investigation reports are all here. When the uncle heard this, he looked down and saw a very formal investigation report. He saw the estimated probability of marriage above 21%. We signed a contract with college students couples in accordance with the contract law. In the future, the rose exchange will be jointly promoted with domestic roses in Yunnan. Yu Xing defended, because the probability is not high, we can repay this. Aren't you studying medicine? Why are you messing around? The uncle frowned. The famous website of the century Jiayuan is a website that introduces people to people. Its founder was a graduate student and felt that it was difficult for students to find a partner, so he started his business and is about to go public now. We are doing social phenomenon surveys and will also launch the business of introducing the target later. This is all the same, not a mess. When Yu Xing said this, he smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's right, our business license will not be released tomorrow. I want to try the trial operation these days." The uncle looked at the white coat in front of him, looked at the investigation report and the materials in his hand again, and criticized. "Since the business license has not been released yet, we can't do it. Are you just a few days away?" Yu Xing nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I realized the mistake when I received the call. Because I wanted to compare the different love situations of college students in Xinjiang, I was a little anxious. This is not an urgent problem. I have to abide by the law. The question of following the rules." Uncle put down other materials, just looked through the account book and asked, "That's all?" Yu Xing turned his head and said, "I don't know, Zhang Xiling, come and take a look, are these?" While admiring his senior brother's psychological quality, Zhang Xiling stepped forward and silently checked the foreign account that might really take effect. He murmured one by one, trying to give an honest verification status. After a while, Zhang Xiling replied, "Well, that's all. The one who went to the tourism academy today has not yet agreed to. Sit there and call your school later to verify the situation." The uncle glanced at the two people. Considering that they were college students and considering the amount involved and the related impact, he planned to ask about the school again. Zhang Xiling felt a slump in his heart. What can the school verify? Yu Xing nodded calmly and asked again, "I have my student ID and there is also this investigation report. Uncle, don't tell the public. You can only expose the data in the first time during the interview." Uncle didn't comment and let the white coat take back the materials in his bag. "Senior brother, why are you here?" Zhang Xiling couldn't wait to whisper as soon as he sat back on the bench. "No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading." Yu Xing shook his head and signaled him not to speak. Zhang Xiling stayed quiet, but his mood was completely different from before. Yu Xing considered the conversation just now, and then he had called the instructor on the way he came. He guessed that there would be no big problems. No matter what others did, Teacher Liu would definitely come here. He quietly considered the impact and the subsequent speed-up of business. After a while, he suddenly noticed that his uncle was pressing his waist with his body straight. "If your waist is uncomfortable, you can do hip bridge and dead insect style when you go home." Yu Xing made a sound. The uncle took a look and remembered the professionalism of these two people again. He pressed his waist hard and said, "I went to the hospital before and the doctor said he wanted to do something Zio Oyan." Yu Xing continued, "Zio Yanfei." The uncle replied, "Yes, that's it. If you are uncomfortable doing this, you cannot do it for the time being." Yu Xing thought for a while. "Hip bridge and dead insect style are safer," the uncle said suspiciously, but the doctor said he wanted that, and he still asked to remember the movements. Yu Xing smiled and said, "Sometimes the knowledge is updated slowly, so it needs to be transmitted. Anyway, patients know their physical condition best, and they should be able to understand whether they are comfortable or not." Uncle was silent. It seemed that it was really uncomfortable to do that by himself. "Can I pour a glass of water?" Yu Xing made a small request at this time. The uncle pointed, "Do it yourself." Yu Xing poured a cup, turned around and took a few steps to his junior brother sitting upright, and then poured a cup for himself. After pouring the water, he did not go back to sit. Instead, he drank and explained the key points of the movements to his uncle and popularized relevant knowledge. The uncle listened carefully and suddenly asked a question. "You are good at studying medicine. Why did you start a company?" "It's not all okay to study medicine. Like the pathology I am studying for graduate school now, I will be a pathologist in the future, and it will cost about 5,000 or 6,000 yuan a month." Yu Xing smiled. The treatment of different departments varies greatly. My daughter will be in her third year of high school next year. What do you think of her studying medicine? Asked the uncle. Most departments have to work night shifts. Can she do it? This is quite boring to learn. Yu Xing replied seriously. She wants to study finance, and I think it's good to study medicine. Uncle said the situation. Financial tusk. Yu Xing sighed. This must be related to the family. When the uncle heard this, he thought for a while. How about learning computers? The computer is good, but you must also be prepared to work overtime. Yu Xing said with a smile, what advice do you have? It is not recommended to study medicine. Finance requires relationships. Computers have to work overtime, and biochemical and environmental materials should not be touched. News is boring. Yu Xing turned his fingers and thought for a moment. How is your daughter's personality? In fact, if you can go to China Southern Airlines, what can you learn? The aircraft manufacturing is professional, and it will be very good in the future. Why? The uncle asked sincerely. Well, let's leave a phone number. I'll go back and ask you friends from China Southern Airlines. Yu Xing first took out his cell phone and then introduced the professional pits mentioned earlier. Zhang Xiling, who was sitting on the other side, was stunned and saw his senior brother and his formerly serious uncle quickly entered a hot chat. When the door knocks sounded again in the office, Liu Jingrong, who was in a heavy mood, came over to lead the people and saw the eldest disciple chatting and laughing with Uncle Hat. He almost thought he had gone to the wrong place. Didn't Mr. Yu become Mr. Yu, but why did he look elegant? Liu Jingrong glared at another disciple with a sluggish eyebrow on the bench. Look at Mr. Yu and then look at you, Zhang, are all coming out to cheat, and the treatment is different at all. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Liu Jingrong verified the situation in the office and completed the final step of reaping people. In fact, just before he arrived, the school had called the acquaintance here to inquire about the situation and confirmed that it was not a serious matter, so the teacher finally got the final lead. Yu Xing and Zhang Xiling, they are still students of Nanjing Medical University. Liu Jingrong walked out of the police station first, and when he turned around, he saw the eldest disciple still greeting Uncle Hat. He suppressed his anger and waited until Yu Xing approached before he said sarcastically, "Don't be reluctant to leave. I think there is still a chance." Yu Xing was not angry. Zhang Xiling walked beside his senior brother. At this moment, he saw the light of day again and felt like tears were filled with tears. Too difficult. In less than a day, I was captured, interrogated, blamed, and free. My whole mood was ups and downs, with fear, confusion, regret, despair, luck, and of course, I also had persistence. Zhang Xiling took a few steps and finally couldn't help but feel excited. He grabbed the senior brother's hand and said sincerely, "Thank you, senior brother. Thank you, senior brother." Liu Jingrong walked 2 steps ahead and was already full of anger. When he heard this, he turned around and criticized with a stern voice. "You should thank the school, the organization, and thank you for the amount involved in the case is not high enough." Zhang Xiling was embarrassed and still retained his fear of the teacher and did not dare to refute it. "Teacher, what is the amount involved in the case?" "We are just operating without a license. Using Pula law, they should not be in charge of this matter at all, but the Industrial and Commercial Bureau should be in charge of it." Liu Jingrong was so happy. "What's wrong? I have to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to catch you again." "Thank you, teacher, but the Industrial and Commercial Bureau should not be depressed." Yu Xing thanked sincerely. "Thank you for your hard work, but what we do is not very illegal." "Isn't it illegal? How much do you think about it?" Liu Jingrong stared at his pioneer disciple. "Have you not had enough fun yet? Go back to study with me." He turned his head and looked at Zhang Xiling again. "And you, why are you fooling around with your senior brother?" Yu Xing said nothing. He called the teacher on the way he came before, describing the process and asking for help. He didn't blame him much on the other end of the phone, but immediately started to move to find someone to help. Now this is just concern. Seeing that his senior brother didn't speak, Zhang Xiling remained silent. He had just come out of the bureau and really had no confidence. Seeing that both of you didn't say anything, Liu Jingrong calmed down a little and said earnestly, "You have been reading books for so many years. Do you have to give up at such a time? Think about the sweat you have put in those years." He still didn't get a response. He took a few steps forward this time and asked the eldest disciple with a bitter taste, "How much do you owe? I'll give you a part first. Let's set up a pathology test company while you studying, paying back the money while working part-time." Zhang Xiling next to him suddenly looked up and wanted to talk, teacher, and me. "Should you say how much money you owe?" His heart trembled a little, and he looked at his senior brother worriedly. Yu Xing was really moved when he heard the teacher say this. Lao Liu is the kind of teacher who is really a bit erratic. He has never started a company before, but now he actually has such an idea for himself. He sighed but refused his kindness. Teacher, my heart is no longer in medicine. Liu Jingrong stared at the eldest disciple's eyes and was very disappointed when he heard such a reply. He was disappointed and angry again. If you don't study medicine, do you just cheat? You just cheat. You just cheat. This is not a cheating, it's a probability. Yu Xing said this and knew that the teacher probably couldn't hear it now, so he could only say, I won't tell you anymore. You don't understand this, you don't understand either. Law. Okay, you understand the law, Liu Jingrong asked. Why did you get in? Teacher, I'm not talking angry or slanderous. I really thank you for your help. Yu Xing didn't want to quarrel with the teacher and said very sincerely, I told my teacher that day that I will always recognize the teacher and the teacher. Master, these are the truth, but I really won't continue reading. If you have a hard time doing it when school starts, then I will drop out of school directly, and there is no need for academic qualifications or something. But if Zhang Xiling can give him a leave of absence, it will be better to do one. Liu Jingrong was so angry that he wanted to say that if he didn't recite, he would stop reciting, but he couldn't say it after all and said in extreme disappointment, Okay, Mr. Yu, I see what you can do. After Liu Jingrong said this, he turned around and left. Yu Xing looked at the teacher's back and suddenly raised some voices. Teacher, I will definitely shake half of the business world. Liu Jingrong paused and wanted to turn around and wave his hand, but in the end he continued to move forward without looking back. Yu Xing watched the teacher leave, shook his head and said to his junior brother, the teacher is very nice to us, don't blame him for saying that. I didn't blame him, I don't blame anyone. Zhang Xiling had a very good attitude to regain his freedom and he told the truth again. The teacher is very nice to you. He is good to me, I am good to you. Well, I will give you all the opportunity to retain your student status. I will take the risk to save you today, right? Yu Xing smiled. It's considered to be passed on like this. He's been nice to us. Zhang Xiling thought about the moment he looked up in the office and saw his senior brother sincerely. Senior brother, thank you. Yu Xing laughed and was about to walk back along the road when he suddenly remembered that there was an electric car. Ride the bike back, forget it. Zhang Xiling stopped and was unwilling to get close to the iron fist mechanism half a step closer. However, when he sat in the back seat of the electric car, the first sentence was to criticize his senior brother. Senior brother, you shouldn't come. Your heart is not cruel enough. Yu Xing laughed silently. Completely, I'm here to save you or you're wrong. Senior brother, do you know how I can handle it inside? Zhang Xiling said quietly. I almost told us everything, but when I thought that my ability value was only 8.6 and yours the ability value is 100, so I held it back. Yu Xing laughed out loud. Really, senior brother, I think you are much better outside than me. What can I do if I go out? Zhang Xiling said of his previous tormented mental journey. Besides, if the situation is serious, I will take you down. If I get in, I may not be able to go out myself, so I might as well just bear it like this. Yu Xing praised, it is worthy of being a graduate student, and most people really can't stand it. Zhang Xiling still said excitedly, so you shouldn't take such a risk. Yu Xing comforted, don't worry, I've thought about it, it's not that big. If it's big, I'll run away long ago. Zhang Xialing's excitement quickly cooled down because of this sentence, and his mood was unconsciously warm. You are so fucking. But you are right, and you are not at all risk-free. You have saved you several times. Yu Xing smiled. Be careful, you won't save you next time. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Zhang Xiling stopped talking. After a long time, he carefully said, Brother Xing, I was thinking that the essence of human beings is the sum of social relations. Yu Xing, no matter how poor my ability is, no matter how inexperienced I am, the company still needs me now, right? At least if I become a legal person, I can take care of the problem. Zhang Xiling said slowly, so you still need it. Mine, well, this stage requires me. It is worth it to take a little risk. Zhang Xialing's voice was a little more excited. If you look at it this way, you will be controlled by others when you use people to control others. Yu Xing praised again. It will be different if you go in and out again. He suddenly smiled and asked, Are you poor? Zhang Xiling was stunned for a moment. Why did the topic turn around, but he still replied, Poverty, the poverty is clear and clear. Yu Xing asked again, Has you been hit this time? Zhang Xiling sighed. Yes, everyone who was hit was stunned. Yu Xing smiled and said, So, it's still the old saying that it's hard to become a person without poverty. It's innocent and innocent. Zhang Xiling recalled this and said it again, and naturally brought out the next sentence. Since ancient times, heroes have been out of purgatory and have always been rich and noble. He said it again in his heart and encouraged himself. He has been eliminated since ancient times. Jiling, I also have a question. I'll take advantage of our brothers. I'll ask you. Yu Xing's electric car slowed down slowly. You gave the girl E on the phone last time, that's. Zhang Jiling recalled the past and replied in a ponderous manner. Well, yes, she is very nice. Yu Xing answered his doubts. Okay, restrain, Jiling, it's all over. Zhang Jiling said, okay. He was silent for a while, and suddenly he was a little suspicious. He was taking advantage of his unstable mood to talk, or he wanted to make a little bit of himself again, as if the familiar sense of control was back. Zhang Jiling changed his mind and felt that the electric car was about to stop. He was a little strange. I haven't arrived at school yet, why did I stop? Yu Xing stopped completely, got out of the car, patted the seat, and simply said, it's out of power, you push it, I'll take a taxi back. Why did I push it? Zhang Jiling was slightly dissatisfied. I was shocked and scared today. Yu Xing pointed to the electric car. Whatever you want, it's your girlfriend's car anyway. Only then did Zhang Jiling notice that this battery-free electric car was very familiar with it. He looked at his senior brother who had really left ruthlessly and felt that a hint of elegance was revealed in his ruthless back. Alas, no, he is so cool because someone is carrying a cart in the back. Zhang Jiling sighed and slowly pushed the cart back to school. He was sweating and savoring the taste of freedom again with only one thought in his mind. If the company is rich, he must hire a legal officer first. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Zhang Jiling successfully returned to school, and the cart had already adjusted his mentality halfway, but when he saw Lu Heiying and felt his girlfriend's tight hug, he still became excited again. Very nice. Zhang Jiling wiped his sweat, wiped his eyes, held his girlfriend's hand, and got an ice cream handed over by his senior brother. Summarize the experience and lessons, no matter what. This time it is safe. Yu Xing said calmly, this stall still needs to be cleaned up, and the business needs to continue to accelerate. Zhang Jiling deeply agreed. Yes, senior brother, the incident happened suddenly today, which made me feel so panicked. We must establish an offensive and defensive alliance in advance. Your word. Yu Xing was a little familiar with the word and corrected it. We must enhance our legal awareness, improve the corporate governance system, establish and improve the internal control mechanism and compliance management system. We should continuously improve our risk management capabilities, foresee and effectively respond to various legal risks and challenges, and lay a solid legal foundation for the company's stable development and long-term planning. Zhang Jiling nodded repeatedly and said in great conscience, yes, I suffer because I don't understand the method. The problem of weak legal awareness must be taken seriously. Yu Xing took a sip of mineral water, but since the mainland company has been registered, our top priority is to do a good job in the business. In the next half-month, we will be divided into Xincheng and Linen. Strive to make a preliminary opening before mid-July. Both Zhang Jiling and Lu Heiying's expressions were fixed. They originally only considered going to one city, but now they are divided into two places, which is obviously stimulated by the emergencies. At this time, Lu Heiying raised her hand and said, Senior brother, NetEase reporter said it will come to interview on Friday. Zhang Jiling was confused. Reporter? What interview? Yu Xing was also quite surprised. Is it really here? He signaled Lu Heiying to explain the situation to Zhang Jiling. After a while, Zhang Jiling realized that in order to rescue him, his senior brother and girlfriend had done a lot of actions. Fixed account book evidence, registered a mainland company, acted as a broker in the media and school, sought the help of teachers, and determined the candidates to go to the institute. Lu Heiying's description is not vivid, but her concerns about her boyfriend are real. Jiling, you can withstand the pressure inside, and she also has huge pressure outside. Yu Xing praised. This time, Xiaoying is energetic, not loses her duties, and treats others sincerely. She is worthy of being the pioneering development of Giaicom. Deputy working in Jinling. In half a month, I will go to Xincheng, and you will go to Linen. Xiaoying will definitely be able to take charge of a good job in Jinling. Lu Heiying was a little embarrassed when she was praised like this, and she quickly said humbly, I just do what an ordinary second-in-command should do. The strategies are all set by the senior brother. Third-in-command Zhang Jiling pursed his lips a little. Can't he go back to this position? Okay, that's it today. Let's contact our interns to calm our emotions and start working again tomorrow. Yu Xing stood up and ended his reflection on this unexpected incident. However, after Yu Xing left, Lu Heiying still asked Zhang Xiling with a little concern. The company's business will continue tomorrow. If so, what if? She is worried that her current business model will continue to attract blows. Instead, Zhang Xiling became more determined. I will go in for nothing if I don't continue the company. Facts have proved that the company's business can make money. Even if there is an unexpected situation today, it is like a cat who is eating meat. It is not only restless, but also more prosperous. Let's go. Let's go stroll by the lake, and I'll call a few employees to chat with you. Zhang Xiling got up. His mind was already tomorrow's job. Lu Heiying no longer has any objections. Zhang Xiling was walking along the lake, and the contents of several phone calls were similar to those of the interns. Go in? Haha, I've come out now and the company is fine. The uncles are just not familiar with our business and want to ask about the situation. Do you think the registered capital of 10 million is a joke? Is there any concept? The company's business will not be limited to Jinling. Now, it is only the first development in the mainland. Feng Zong / Qi Jingwei / YanKezhen / Q Shixiu, I think you are very motivated and must seize the opportunity of the company's development. The number of places to be reorganized is limited. Don't use other people. I mentioned this matter. Zhang Xiling went in and came out again, and his tone was more mature and his tone was stronger. Because of this incident today, the third leader of Gycom was captured in public. Some interns have indeed become tempted to withdraw and are unwilling to participate in such a project that was attacked by their uncles. However, Zhang Xiling's rapid return released an extraordinary signal. Either this company can really say hello, or the company's business is really fine otherwise. How to explain it? In addition to comforting some of the interns who knew the situation, Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying notified the interns who had previously waited for the results. After careful statistics, there were 118 left for the 138 college students who signed up to place orders. This is not entirely affected by the blow, but some people have had new trends in the past 2 days, either going out to play, returning to their hometown, or going to other companies. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. As for the 299 Yuan Love package they bought for internship through Gycom, they don't care, and Gycom doesn't care even more. On June 24, Lu Heiying, the second-in-command of Gycom, took the interns straight to Xianlin University Town, while Zhang Xiling, the third-in-command, went to Jiangning University Town, while Yu Xing, the top leader, needed to temporarily explain the situation to the school and then take people there. Puku University Town. Yu Xing didn't explain anything else. He first obtained a formal business license from the scalper and presented it to the school leaders with the company registration certificate in Zhangjiang, thereby improving the current framework. Zhangjiang Company has authorized the business, which is equivalent to outsourcing the products of the love contract to mainland companies. What a mess. Stop it quickly, stop it. Director Zhang of the General Affairs Office forced himself to listen to the introduction of the first-year graduate student in front of him and finally gave a comment to order the stop. This is normal business operation, legal and compliant. Yu Xing was very calm. I can't stop, how could I stop? Director Zhang looked at the student and gave him kind care. Do you still want to go to school? When Yu Xing faced this question, he had no choice but to put all the documents into his backpack and finally responded to 2 words. Everything is okay. The top leader of Gycom ended the unpleasant meeting with the school leaders, walked out of the office, walked out of the alma mater campus, and led the 13 interns who had been waiting for a long time to Puku. Today, Yu Xing will personally enlist in civil engineering to sweep away the gloom of yesterday's changes. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? After a busy day, Feng Zong's returned to his dormitory. He hasn't had a holiday yet, but the school's management is already very relaxed. Apart from trying to attract a wave of factory people, there is no other intervention. Feng Zong's didn't want to go to the factory, but there was no good place for a while. This time he joined Gycom and was called by an intermediary company that had previously worked part-time and mentioned that it could solve the internship certificate. He participated in the preaching, paid the fees, and followed the work with the idea of it was better to solve it early than to solve it later. Feng Zong's washed his face and was pulled to the card table before he could think about his work. Come on, landlord. Old Feng, sit down. I'll be assured that you're in my next house. Feng Zong's has average card-playing skills, but he likes this lively dormitory life. However, while playing cards today, he mentioned the work content, the seniors who were arrested in the company yesterday and the seniors who were selling business today. You think, why are they so brave? I heard that it was Zhangjiang's big company who came to develop business, but somehow they connected with it. Feng Zong shook his head, a little envious. Old Feng Kai will do it too. The roommate smoked and asked casually, what the asterisk is he doing? Feng Zong sorted out the cards in his hand and introduced the products casually. Suddenly, he noticed that two roommates with girlfriends were listening attentively and unconsciously revealed the template. Old Liu, you have a good relationship with your girlfriend. I've long felt that you were born together. Da Zhang, you are so serious about Kai and Qian, you will definitely be pursuing marriage in the future. The company is now engaged in business development and the quota is still limited. I think this is quite cost-effective. You can take a look. Feng Zong suddenly felt a little nervous for some reason. Is your company reliable? What if you don't give anything at that time? The roommate sent out a similar question that he had heard many times today. The registered capital of a large Hong Kong company is only 10 million yuan. I also planted roses in Yunnan. It should be promoted one stop in the future. Feng Zong said the information he knew. Old Feng, do you have a commission? How many can you give? Another single roommate asked. You can get 150 to 200 per order. Feng Zong said truthfully. Not many, then I'll place an order and you can have a meal tonight. Old Liu laughed. Feng Zong's agreed immediately. No problem. Influenced by Lao Liu, Da Zhang, who was still considering it, quickly made the same decision. Feng Zong's is in a good mood and even has a very good fortune in his cards. When the game was over, he fulfilled his promise and invited his roommates to have a midnight snack and drank a lot of wine. However, when he woke up the next day, Feng Zong's lay in bed and calculated that he spent 435 yuan on treating guests and drinking, and the commission for 2 orders was only 400 yuan. He also paid 35 yuan. Well, I have eaten and drunk myself. Feng Zong's quickly got up, washed his face, and walked away with great motivation. Work, work, I want to work. Team leader, I want to be the team leader. Seniors have their own ways of doing things, and interns have their own ways of being trainees. The work of the 3 giants of Giaicom has its own movements, but overall, the progress is still good. One of the main reasons is that almost every university has its own people. With your own people, you know where it is easier to discover and convert potential customers. In addition to the training and strategies of interns, Giaicom will still cooperate with the clubs in the school to give them a top 200 share to expand the scale. However, Yu Xing felt that the speed was not fast enough. He was already calling the agency in Xincheng and Linen to rent a house there, but aside from offline promotion, he was also invited by Lu Heiying. It is regarded as an opportunity to open up the situation online. The business must be done by offline teams, but online traffic may also bring unexpected surprises. On Saturday, Yu Xing, Lu Heiying, and Zhang Xiling met with NetEase's reporter Song Yufeng. The 3 of you are the founding team of this Giaicom. Song Yufeng has not been in the process for a long time and has not received any major news. He is willing to come here this time and just thinks that the College Student Love Survey report may attract some clicks. All 3 nodded, but Lu Heiying and Zhang Xiling also looked at the eldest brother. Song Yufeng nodded, and there was no doubt that he was the soul of this entrepreneurial team. I casually found a classroom where no one disturbed me. Song Yufeng had nothing to say to him, so he got to the point. Yu Xing, why did you choose to start a business? Yu Xing simply replied, do not make money by doing pathology. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Song Yufeng coughed and pointed. Hey, Yu Xing, you can't say that. You can say that when you filled out your college entrance examination application, your family asked you to study medicine. Now you have to choose your own life. Brother Feng, this kind of answer is too ordinary. Who would like to watch such interview content? It's better to just come straight forward. Maybe you can get more clicks. Yu Xing had different opinions. Song Yufeng thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. He acquiesced and continued to ask, then how did you think of making a love contract product? Because I think it is worthy of praise for being able to persevere to the end. Yu Xing said with a little excitement, love on campus is very beautiful. If you can withstand the test of society after leaving campus, it will be even better. I looked at your product settings. I want to know what your estimated probability of getting married after 3 years of love is the college student. Is this number very low? Song Yufeng noticed the key point. After conducting a large number of visits and surveys, we believe that the probability may be less than 21%, but we still need actual customer data verification to know whether the consistency is in line with it. Yu Xing did not talk about the perception of 1% and 2% and said seriously, I hope this probability will continue to increase as society develops. Song Yufeng asked sharply, do you really hope this way? Isn't the reason why such a product can make money because the probability of getting married is low? I just calculated it simply. At present, this probability does not seem to be enough to cover your company's operations and final redemption, the cost of that. Without waiting for the other party to answer, he asked again, if the company is difficult to operate, what should those customers who place orders and get married? Yu Xing thought carefully and asked back, Brother Feng, what do you think I'm better at answering? Song Yufeng smiled and said, didn't you just say you should be straightforward and straightforward just now? You can continue to be straightforward and straightforward. Yu Xing thought about it seriously and waved to the third in command beside him. Zhang Xiling came over quickly and first stuffed the fees for the media interview. Hey, what is this for? No. Song Yufeng could not resist the entrepreneurial enthusiasm of the third leader of Gycom. In desperation, he still charged the car fee and pinched the thickness in his pocket. When Yu Xing waited for him to sit down again, he still asked the same question. Brother Feng, how do you think I'm better answer? How to answer what? Song Yufeng took a sip of tea and shook his head. I won't ask that question anymore. Change the question. Have you witnessed any beautiful love during the process of starting a business? If you can't solve the problem, change it. Yu Xing understood and seemed to be able to let go and blow. Lu Heiying next to her seems to have gained something, treating others with sincerity and treating others with sincerity, so sincerity is in the money. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? After an interview ended, Yu Xing and reporter Song Yufeng were both very satisfied. Perhaps moved by the enthusiasm of college students to start a business, Song Yufeng also promised that he would polish it well after he went back, and that if there was better material before the report was published, he could also send it to him. Senior brother, do you think this is useful? Zhang Xiling had doubts about the effect of the interview. No matter whether it is useful or not, we must do things online or start with the campus network. This website is naturally suitable for us. Yu Xing smiled. Since we must do it, I don't expect him to be a timely help. It would be great if he could add icing on the cake. This interview was an unexpected surprise, and it was just an action taken to get Zhang Xiling before. Just as Yu Xing was about to end the exchange, he suddenly remembered a small thing. Don't call senior brother, it's strange. Zhang Xiling didn't know what was going on, and he changed his name since he came out of the bureau. He would answer with a good answer. Okay, Brother Xing. Senior brother, I'll go to Xianlin again and have to talk to the club tonight. I feel that the group activities are really effective. Lu Heiying said this while pushing the electric car. Yu Xing waved his hand kindly and signaled her to do what she had done. Zhang Xiling was about to leave when he suddenly realized. No, Brother Xing, she shouted like that too. Why don't you let her change it? I am your serious junior brother. Yu Xing didn't even look at his junior brother and said naturally, she is the second in command. Zhang Xiling was a little angry. The second in command had privileges, right? He just shouted whatever he wanted, right? I thought it was just a joke, but I didn't expect this position to become more and more reliable. Zhang Xiling had a little thought and continued to work on his Jiangning University town business. However, on Sunday the next day, according to the newly issued regulations, Zhang Xiling hurriedly had a meal in the morning and came to the classroom to hold a weekly meeting for business communication, and heard something that he was a little unacceptable. Jinling's business needs to be fully launched. We must work hard. Zhangjiang Company has already contacted an agent to change its equity, but it will take a month to go. Please pay attention when chatting with employees. Secondly, the houses in Xincheng and Linen are already renting, and we will not sleep on the street when we are developing business in the first week of July. We have talked about this before, and Xiaoying will be the Deputy General of Jinling, responsible for the business of the base camp. Xiling, you are a general in Linen and are responsible for the development of the third city, so I will go to Xincheng. Yu Xing was about to continue talking and saw the third in command raise his hand. Zhang Xiling had a small objection. Hey, Brother Xing, why is she the deputy general? Am I just a biased general? She is the second in command, and the deputy general is higher than the general. Yu Xing said casually, it's just a joke. I haven't finished talking about it yet. Listen honestly. The deputy generals were listening carefully, but they were about to make a splash. Zhang Xiling was disappointed. Yu Xing continued to say, that third is that although it is entrepreneurship, the salary of the official and the official should be determined. Of course, what we are seeking is the final sale of the company's big product, and the salary is set to be lower, which is convenient for the company's operation. Well, I'll get 2,500. Do you have any objections? Deputy General Lu Heiying of Jinling replied positively and loudly. No objection. Linen's sideline Zhang Xiling also agreed. No objection. Thank you, Brother Xing. You should get more. The senior brother is the soul of the entire team. Without him, the scattered slowly would not have been possible. Yu Xing nodded. Okay, then Xiaoying will take 2,200, Xiling will take 2,000, and this fourth. Hey, Brother Xing. Zhang Xiling couldn't help but stand up. Brother Xing, no, I'm hear you. This? Yu Xing looked at the third in command in confusion. What's wrong? Do you have any constructive opinions? Zhang Xiling glanced at his girlfriend, struggled for a few seconds, and said, Brother Xing, although the salary is not important, why is mine the lowest? Yu Xing said seriously, you are the third in command. Zhang Xiling was amused and crying. No, Brother Xing, are you real? What's true or false? Yu Xing wondered, aren't our opinions consistent? Xiaoying is the second in command, you are the third in command, and the salary of the second in command is 200 yuan higher than that of the third in command. Is there any problem? Lu Heiying looked at the third in command with bright eyes. Zhang Xiling couldn't help but pat his left hand, and a loud pop sounded in the classroom. No, this second in command did make acquiesce to him, but he was forced to be demoted. At that time, my senior brother used a girl to call me, and by the way, he decided that the shareholding ratio of the mainland company remained unchanged, and he joked that his girlfriend was the second in command. Why does this come true when you are joking? Brother Xing. Zhang Xiling felt uneasy and wanted to discuss this principle. Xiaoying, I'm not targeting you, let's just talk about the matter. I am the co-founder and the second one to join the company. Moreover, I joined the company for the company you're going to be the second in command. I should be the one who is the second in command. Just as Yu Xing was about to speak, he saw Deputy General Jinling wave his hand to him. Lu Heiying looked at the third in command who wanted to force the palace and said calmly, we are not a gangster. Can we put things like entering the bureau and talk about it? She also put forward a standard. We are starting a business, running a company, and doing performance. Brother Xing said he wanted to return to the official. You said that it was not targeting me, so let's just discuss the matter. I am not targeting you, just say, what is the performance of Jiangning University Town, which is responsible for these days? Zhang Xiling stared at his girlfriend in a daze. Lu Heiying said for the third in command. If I remember correctly, it was 45 orders, right? But the score for Xianlin is 51 orders. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. She shrugged and looked at the senior brother again. Everything has a reason. Yu Xing said this and then guided the second in command. In fact, you can communicate privately about this matter. Xiaoying, you can easily hurt the enthusiasm of your colleagues like this. Lu Heiying nodded and said yes. Zhang Xiling finally realized and wanted to speak. Seeing that Linen was about to get entangled, Yu Xing added, but since you have come to this point, you might as well understand more. The Jiangning University Town, which Xiling is responsible for, has more universities than Xiaoying's Xianlin. There are a few more sides. There are more universities than others, and their performance is not as good as others. What else can I say? Zhang Xiling finally felt helpless. He raised his hand, signaled to surrender, sat down again. Okay, Lu Heiying, you are a cruel person. Where is it? Oh yes, fourthly, we need to further divide the Jinling team into 3 large teams and then rate the rank based on their performance. First and second set different additional commissions, and thirdly, not I gave a commission. Yu Xing's attention returned to work. Seeing that the deputy general and the general had no objection, he said something more. With the same idea in the future, the performance of Jinling and Linen will be compared, and better market performance will be achieved. More funds are allocated. Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying looked at each other unconsciously, and sparks seemed to be intertwined in the air. Brother Xing, where is Xincheng? Why doesn't Xincheng participate? Zhang Xiling suddenly asked a question. Xincheng is quite special. Yu Xing said calmly, normal, I will definitely do more than you, so I won't add in and share your money. Zhang Xialing's mood was quite complicated at this time and asked, if you want to compete, just compete together, brother Xing. Yu Xing said concisely, vote. Lu Heiying simply made her position. I agree with senior brother. 2-1. Zhang Xialing had no time to vote, and the vote was over in a flash. Okay, since the opinions are unified, then it's decided. Yu Xing clapped his hands, come on everyone. If you have any opinions and good ideas in the next week, you can mention them at any time. These will be our future work experience. Lu Heiying also clapped her hands and said happily, okay, nail polish. Zhang Xialing took a photo twice, okay, add. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The company has been registered, the team has gradually become large, and the levels have been divided. Coupled with the double promotion of clubs and individuals, Giaikom's work in Jinling has been rapidly unfolding. In addition to determining the positions of the second-in-command and the third-in-command, regardless of whether it is suitable or not, interns who completed 3 orders were promoted to group leaders in 2 days. According to the discussion between Yu Xing, Lu Heiying, and Zhang Xiling, Jinling will divide 3 large teams, and each large team will divide 4 to 5 groups into combination with factors such as the potential customer groups and geographical location of different schools. On Tuesday morning, June 28, 9 group leaders gathered in the multimedia classroom with Lu Heiying and Zhang Xiling to listen to the analysis of the market by top leader Yu Xing. Yu Xing distributed information before the analysis, and some of the data came from the Huaxia College Students' Love Survey report. Of course, it has been modified. The estimated probability of real marriage is considered a commercial secret. Whether it is issued now or handed over to NetEase reporters, the numbers have been exaggerated. Look at the first sentence. The proportion of college students in love is 80%. About 30% of them are in love now, and about 20% of them have not broken up this year. Jinling now has 115,000 graduates and nearly 24,000 couples. Putting aside all the reasons, our potential customer base is counted as 20,000. This 20,000 is the goal of our project operating in Jinling. We will completely divide 15 groups this week. On average, each group needs to contact 1333 couples. That is, before the summer vacation, in the next nearly 1 month, each group of people should be exposed to 44 pairs a day. This number is more extreme. We count it as 40 pairs. The number of members in one group is about 6 to 8, which means that each person needs to contact about 6 couples every day. Every time Yu Xing said something, he would write the data on the blackboard, and the data in the first sentence would be written at the highest position. As he described it, the blackboard shows a layer of decomposition of data. He patted the blackboard with his hand, pointed to the last line of numbers, and said, "This will be clear at a glance, right? Or let me change the statement. As long as everyone communicates with 6 couples every day, our work for the next month is the same as the next month. It will inevitably achieve results." From the Jinling market of 20,000 couples to the daily tasks of each intern, the work is broken down very clearly. As the team leader, you should all know that the interns you have no work experience. All you have to do is to urge them while completing their jobs. All 9 of you have completed at least 3 orders. Tell me, do you think it's difficult? Yu Xing picked up a pink chalk again, and then saw the group leaders shaking their heads firmly or hesitantly. Not difficult. At least, it's not too difficult. The group leaders sitting in the classroom today completed the promotion task no matter how they completed it. Maybe they had a cheerful personality, maybe they had a good popularity, or maybe they were lucky, but they were done. Okay, with this perception, what can we end up with persevering like this for a month? Yu Xing used chalk to check the number 6 and visited 6 couples every day. He said, if one person can be converted into 6 people and get 1 order, the commission will definitely be the highest in 1 month, which is a total of 6,000 yuan. Plus our guaranteed basic salary of 850, if it's still with team bonus, you can get 7,000 plus rewards per month. Yu Xing wrote a big 7,000 and drew a circle to wrap it. He raised another question. Is it difficult to convert 1 order among 6 couples? This time not all team leaders shook their heads because this is not a one-time job and it must be found every day. I see some people nodding, some people shake their heads. After all, we are the first city developed by Giaikom in the mainland. Yu Xing smiled. I don't know if it's difficult, so let's take a look together. He pointed to the data of work segmentation, and finally pointed to the reward, indicating that the description of this morning meeting ended here. Although Yuzing finally had a do-and-watch attitude, the 9 team leaders were much more excited when they saw the clear tasks. The love investigation and love contract sounded rather hazy, and it was not easy for people to see clearly. However, such a meaningful analysis will immediately outline a clear market and goal. Brother Xing, this conversion rate is a bit high. Zhang Xiaoling had a little opinion before leaving. He clearly remembered that when his senior brother described the market size, he removed many unexpected factors, and the final conversion target was 1,100 couples, and now this one is at least 3 times larger. That is our lower limit analysis. Yuzing explained, this is the upper limit analysis. It is a positive and optimistic analysis, and there is nothing wrong with it. Zhang Xiaoling immediately understood that nothing was wrong. Yuzing patted his junior brother's shoulder. Come on, say it slowly, it's actually fast. When you come to Linen, you are facing a strange environment. You have to copy every bit of experience you have gained here. Yes, Zhang Xiaoling nodded. Slow again, he said slowly. I want to be the second in command. Yuzing laughed. Let you be the top leader in the future. Zhang Xiaoling takes it seriously for the time being. Work in the 3 major university towns is in full swing. In addition to paying attention to the feedback from the overall team and the market, Yuzing had to urge the rental of Xincheng and Linen, and also had to take into account the business development of Puku University Town. A new business is prone to problems, and when this business is conducted by interns who do not have work experience, the chance of problems arise is even greater. In the evening, Yuzing had just arrived at Nanong and saw that his stall had been surrounded on several floors. When he was about to get close, he could still hear noises. Hey, classmates, if you have anything to do, please tell me. I am Yuzing, the head of social science investigation. Yuzing loudly stated his identity while separating the crowd. However, he did not mention the company, but only mentioned the easily accessible group of students. Social science survey, accepted. The polite college students were quickly separated, and the situation inside was instantly revealed. An angry college student was holding a love investigation report, and behind the desk were 2 at a loss. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Classmate, tell me what's going on, I'll solve it for you. Yuzing took the responsibility. I want to withdraw, but he won't give it back. You didn't even give me the contract. I just want to withdraw, what's wrong? The person involved said angrily, you are all liars, what love investigation, what roses, what love, it's fake. Yuzing listened to the next half of the sentence, guessing that he was a broken heart and then a loss of composure. He said decisively, who said he can't retreat? He can retreat. Yuzing said this and targeted the onlookers, promoting a new policy that had just been released. Our social science investigation project can not only withdraw, but also support 7-day unreasonable withdrawal. The doubts in the eyes of the students around them suddenly disappeared a lot. Yuzing took out the money directly from his pocket and handed it to the out-of-command former client. He patted his shoulder again and comforted him. Brother, life is real. No matter what happens, life must continue. The person involved took the money silently, took a long breath, and his mood gradually calmed down. It's okay. This brother has misunderstood. If you want to understand, you can listen. Yuzing waved his arm and signaled that everyone would not have to watch and recommended the stall. The onlookers saw that there was no fun, most of them dispersed, and a small number of them were really curious to come forward to learn about the content of this social science survey. Brother, sit down, what's going on? Have you broken up? Yuzing saw that the person involved did not leave, so he pulled him to sit down. The person involved held the money and did not put it in his pocket. He described the things he had just discovered with a little excitement. It was not complicated, but it was a little bloody. He found that his girlfriend had an inappropriate relationship with a middle-aged boss. Yuzing listened quietly and acted as an emotional trash contemporarily. Brother, what do you think I will do? The person involved covered his face in pain. I don't want to break up. Yuzing was shocked. Don't want to break up. Then I will refund you 299 yuan. If you don't break up, what should I do? The boss has money. Yuzing was also embarrassed, not sure whether to persuade him to make peace or to divide him. The person involved was still in pain and said nothing for a long time. However, middle-aged bosses are usually rich. Yuzing couldn't bear it and gave some advice. It really doesn't work. You can show your advantages more. The person involved was confused. What advantages do I have? I don't have money and look average. Yu Xing pointed out, the little boss is usually weak and powerless. You have to be more fierce, show the advantages of a strong body, and stand up and kick. The parties involved looked at the person in charge. The person in charge suddenly didn't want to be responsible. Hey, I'm just talking nonsense, don't mind. Emotional matters are very personal, come and watch. Brother, I'll try. The person involved stood up. Look, you can take this money, today I'm unreasonable. Yu Xing looked at the college students back as he left anxiously and couldn't help but sigh. How great are college students, polite, reflective, practical, full of youth and vitality. Of course I am willing to pay. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? College students may be in a similar state of love. Or, in a hot graduation season like June, everyone's mood is subtle and complex, both looking forward to the future and fearing worries. As a result, when Yu Xing shared the emergencies, he encountered breakups one after another in the next 2 days. Some did not give up like the previous parties, while others did not give up the order as they wished. Yu Xing could be the closest brother once, but he couldn't catch up. He could only communicate with Lu Heiying, Zhang Xiling, and the group leader. What are our customers missing at this time? Do you think they really lack this 299 yuan? What they lack is encouragement to them, psychological massage. When the team leader Qi Jingwei heard this, he couldn't help but raise his hand and said, I didn't say anything before coming, but I still have to help someone with a massage. Is the money for massage necessary to be paid for? Yu Xing spread his hands. If you don't help them with massage, they have to take out the money you put in your pocket and then take out. This is also a kind of after-sales service, and not much. Qi Jingwei was speechless. Customers at this time are very emotional. I chatted with Lu Heiying yesterday and wanted to figure out the effective way to travel, but just giving psychological massages may not be very effective. Yu Xing said, so if this happens again, on the one hand, we will relieve them of their emotions, and on the other hand, we will ask them to write down all the last words. We still insist on a 7-day unreasonable refund. They will withdraw as soon as they want, but they have to leave something before they withdraw. This emotion may impress potential users who have not yet developed. For example, Yu Xing picked up the chalk and gave an example on the blackboard. It's my hero who is short-sighted. The 11 group leaders and 2 deputy generals and side generals were sitting in the multimedia classroom. After seeing this sentence, everyone felt that it was quite interesting. Yu Xing continued to write and gave a second example. You are my summer, but autumn is here. He pointed to these 2 sentences and said, college students love this taste. If our psychological massage does not take effect and the customer still wants to withdraw, then let him leave a sentence, which can be a summary of love or his own. Reflection, in short, is the more emotional one, and these will become part of our resources to use the internet to develop our business. The banner of 7-day unreasonable refund has been issued, and it is impossible to refuse a refund, but you can squeeze something else. How to use the network to develop business. This is something Yu Xing has thought about carefully these 2 days. He thought about it and found that this matter still fell on the current customer group college students. In addition, he also thought of a once popular liquor brand, Jiang Ziabai. One very important factor is the copywriting quotations that are very popular among young people. What is this? It is probably considered the construction of brand culture. Jiang Ziabai finally declined with just copywriting quotes, but Yu Xing felt that it would be okay for his own family to be popular for a while, and he didn't want to be eternal as long as he had it. Who knows college students the best? College students understand college students the best. College student who is heartbroken can impress couples more. Yu Xing reached out and wrote the 3rd sentence, saying, you can't shine the vernacular, you have to do something more literary. The spring breeze is so proud that the horse's hooves are fast, and only then can we realize that there is separation in the world. Yu Xing looked at the copywriting on the blackboard, thought for a moment, and continued, I still have to do some foreign poems like Shelley's poems. I would like to be a rapids, a small river in the mountains, passing by on rugged roads and rocks, but you don't want to be a small fish in my waves, you just want to run towards the surging sea. Yu Xing put down his chalk and looked at the deputy generals, side generals, and group leaders. Do you understand? We need to have something that can impress college students. We must have our own advantages in the internet. This is very inconspicuous, but maybe it will really have miraculous effects. This is called brand mental occupation. Of course, I'm just giving an example. Everyone should think about it and ask college poets to help us think about it when encountering similar situations. The 13 people in the audience were a little silent. Why do you feel that the seniors' random examples are really touching? Yu Xing wanted to continue speaking, but the phone on the desk suddenly lit up, but it was Song Yufeng, the former NetEase reporter. Come on, the second in command will go up and talk. Yu Xing picked up his phone and called him casually. Zhang Xiaoling's feet moved, and then he saw that Lu Heiying had already stood up. He could only keep calm and continue to sit. Yu Xing walked out of the classroom, pressed the phone on the phone, and greeted him with a smile. Hey, Brother Feng, have you returned to Xincheng? Song Yufeng is a reporter stationed in Xincheng. He is responsible for news in the East China region. He is not at a high level. He was looking for news before and happened to receive materials from his colleagues. Yes, Yu Xing. Song Yufeng's tone was a little slow and he coughed. I suddenly remembered that there was a question I forgot to ask you. Yu Xing said enthusiastically, Brother Feng, ask. That's right. When I was writing a report about your company yesterday, I thought of a question. Well, this isn't your threshold that high, Song Yufeng said with some caution. Yu Xing pondered. Yeah. He quickly changed his mind. What does it have to do with the high threshold? The previous interview and the agreed report were just a press release. Seeing that there was no specific response on the other end of the phone, Song Yufeng felt a little anxious. In fact, he had been hesitating for a long time whether he made the call or not, but since he finally called, he naturally wanted to effectively remind the other party. Song Yufeng returned to Xincheng yesterday morning, and when he was having lunch in the cafeteria at noon, he naturally talked about this business trip with his colleagues and mentioned a new project like Giaicom. I think this group of college students' companies will definitely not live for a year. Song Yufeng gave his own thoughts while eating. Unexpectedly, just as he wanted to talk to his colleague about the next topic, someone later asked about the situation. Can you tell me about this in detail? It sounds quite interesting. A NetEase employee who was sitting next to him introduced himself. I am Ying Jiadong from NetEase City. The project you just mentioned is interesting. Song Yufeng turned his head and saw a middle-aged man. He has just joined NetEase for more than a year. According to his age, I am afraid that the leaders will be the ones who look like this. Song Yufeng didn't realize that there was something strange and briefly described his interview with Giaicom. The threshold for this project is not high, Ying Jiadong asked. Yes, it's not high. Song Yufeng felt that it should not be high, but he did not have a deep understanding of business models, so he was just a general answer. You said they also made a college student love investigation report. Can you show it to me? Ying Jiadong stopped eating rice and sat directly next to the young reporter. Song Yufeng said, and did not take the information, but handed over the report taken on his mobile phone. Ying Jiadong read it carefully, estimated the impact of the relevant data, and when he handed it back on his phone, he said, the threshold is indeed not high and is easy to be copied. If there is a big company to do this, it can be done. He thought for a moment and commented, this idea is still very innovative. College students just have new ideas. One is willing to fight and the other is willing to be beaten. But after the process from campus to society, the probability of getting married is not high, so they can make money. The technique is really innovative. Ying Jiadong asked his colleagues after commenting, do you think their research is serious? Song Yufeng suddenly became a little uneasy, and he replied carefully, it should be quite serious. I think that the group of college students are very sincere. The founder has both ideas and action. It is said that he has investigated the data of many domestic universities. Ying Jiadong nodded and pursed his lips. This project has something to offer. Song Yufeng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and couldn't help asking, they are doing business as college students, so they probably can't do too big. Yes, only college students will definitely not be too big, but if you expand your business to society, the market will naturally grow bigger. Ying Jiadong said with a smile, if they can really make money in projects like theirs, if big companies follow suit, their space will be quickly squeezed because big companies have high credit. Song Yufeng became more and more uneasy and forced a smile. How much can you make money? What company can follow this trend? Penguin. They won't build such a small market. Ying Jiadong sneered. What's not about penguins? What else is it that penguins don't do? He shook his head. Hey, it's not easy for college students to start a business. Song Yufeng felt a little relieved. Yes, it's not easy for him. Thank you. I'll go back and apply for a review and check to see if we can do it. Ying Jiadong patted the young reporter's shoulder and then stood up after thanking him. Song Yufeng was caught off guard and couldn't hide the shock on his face. Hey, are we going to do this? It's not easy for college students to start a business. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Yes, it's not easy for college students to start a business. Ying Jiadong agreed with this and sighed. Who is easy? It's not easy. Song Yufeng looked at the man and smiled at him, turned around and hurriedly left the cafeteria. He stayed for a while and couldn't say anything about his emotions, asking his colleagues, "No, who is he? What kind of project is NetEase City?" Song Yufeng found that he had no impression of NetEase City, the deputy director of the same city. The colleague replied, "He is just a marriage and love relationship." The full name of the same city is NetEase Dating Channel. It has been a while since I remember it, for about 2 or 3 years. It was done in 2005 or 2006. Song Yufeng, what do he want to do? He won't say it anymore, it's not easy. Marriage and love are a business that can be developed, but they can't beat competitors such as Century Jiayuan and Baycom, and they have no sense of existence. A colleague said while eating, "Otherwise, why didn't you listen? By right, what else can he do? Maybe he wants to study." Song Yufeng was stunned. Dating in the same city, study and study, what to learn? This is not the same as the penguin. He wanted to say something but suddenly had nothing to say. The next day, Song Yufeng considered the enthusiasm of those college students, but was still a little dissatisfied. Before he could go to work, he called Yu Xing, the founder of Giaicom, to give a little reminder. However, when Song Yufeng asked the key, he could not get an answer. He could only endure it for a while and asked more bluntly, "Yu Xing, if a project like yours is favored by a large company, wouldn't it be easy to be copied?" Since he asked this, he simply became more direct. "Yu Xing, I ask you, what will you do if Penguin does a project similar to you?" "Well, Brother Feng, you really asked a key question." Yu Xing praised the NetEase reporter's question, but he felt that something was wrong in his heart. "I didn't write a good press release, and suddenly, I came to remind myself that there was a risk of copying by a large company. There was a reason for it." Yu Xing smiled and said, "Big companies do have strength and funds, but Penguin can't notice it in our small track, right? Other big companies are not as domineering as Penguin, right?" "Brother Feng, to be honest, I used to have considered this too. Including we wanted to find media reports. I thought about it seriously and finally called NetEase One Media. I have read NetEase's website a long time ago, and I sincerely admire many in-depth reports on social and people's livelihood of NetEase. You have character. Brother Feng, I still have to thank you. When the report you gave us is released, it will definitely help us grow further. At that time, we will not be afraid of any company like Penguin or any shameless company that follows the trend." Yu Xing expressed his passionate attitude. Song Yufeng felt unconsciously uncomfortable. How sincere the college students are. This thing. Well, he sighed silently and said reluctantly, Okay, Yu Xing, I think of you, you must work hard. That, by the way, didn't you say you even opened a Taobao store? I'll place a few orders in the future. Help your friend place a few orders. Jinling makes money and spends money, so I won't take this money home." Yu Xing agreed cheerfully. "Brother Feng, no problem." The last sentence Song Yufeng hung up the phone still couldn't help but remind the sincere college students. "Yu Xing, be careful of those big companies. There is no good thing in big companies." Yu Xing put away the phone. Well, what's wrong with NetEase? He was almost certain that the simple little reporter probably had a conscience and made a special call to remind himself. If a large company comes to do it, can it use hot topics to increase its own revenue? Yu Xing thought about it like this and saw Zhang Xiling walking out of the classroom in a hurry. Brother Xing, I told my family that I am working in summer vacation and I want to go to Linen. I don't believe it at home." Zhang Xiling covered the phone and whispered, "You are the leader, please tell me and my mother." Yu Xingwei said, "No, I can lie to you, but I can't lie to your parents." Zhang Xiling said anxiously, "Good intention, kind-hearted." Yu Xing had no choice but to accept the phone call reluctantly, walked a few steps to explain the relevant situation to his colleague's family. Zhang Xiling breathed and suddenly felt something was wrong. No, if you don't lie to my parents, don't lie to me. I'm already very pitiful." Zhang Xiling watched his senior brother pace and laughed loudly from time to time. He guessed that things were fine. A few minutes later, Yu Xing handed the phone back and said, "Okay, that's okay." He instructed again, Call the teacher later and tell me about this matter and let him cover it up so that your parents will not call you to verify. Zhang Xiling immediately felt embarrassed. Why did I tell the teacher? He almost fired me together last time. Tell him about our performance this week. Yu Xing said calmly, just say that your debt will be paid off soon, then we will see if we continue to study. That's all. Zhang Xiling was stunned. Yu Xing reminded him with his words just now. Good intention. Zhang Xiling was not stunned. This is a small problem. Yu Xing took 2 steps. I will go to Xincheng this Saturday. Zhang Xiling was surprised. Brother Xing, why did you go ahead? Yu Xing frowned and let go and smiled and said, because we are probably going to encounter more problems. This chapter is 2-in-1, no more chapters. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? NetEase is a threat, but maybe it is also an opportunity. Is NetEase a big company? Of course, but specifically when it comes to marriage and love business, is it still? Of course not. Yu Xing was not too panicked after receiving the call from reporter Song Yufeng. He still further checked the relevant situation after finishing his work for a day. He remembers that NetEase had vaguely had a marriage relationship, but it was definitely not as present as Century Jiayuan, Beicom, and Genicom in the industry. In other words, NetEase did not make this part. As expected, NetEase even entered and paid more attention to this area than Yu Xing imagined. It opened the NetEase City Dating channel in 2006, and now it has an independent City Dating, V-Dating Center, and very male and female, these 3 marriage and love businesses. As for Y3, Yu Xing guessed that it was doing internal competition, similar to the model of raising a gu. However, judging from the current business performance, this gu has not been raised. Large companies are not omnipotent. NetEase has developed to this day with its portals and games. This does not mean that it can be successful even if it is involved in the marriage and love business, but specifically, its threat to Giacom. Yu Xing thought about the time for supper and paced by the lake for a long time. In the end, he felt that this time it seemed that there was a greater chance. At 10:30 p.m., Yu Xing called Zhang Xiling and called him out of the dormitory to inform him of the possible threat of innovation from NetEase. What? How can they do this? Grass, what do they want to do? Isn't this bullying? Zhang Xiling jumped 3 feet high but never expected that a news interview would bring a huge threat. Brother Feng himself said that there is no good thing in a big company. Yu Xing was very calm. It's good if you see too much. If you don't bully you, you won't give it money to spend. If you bully you, you may have money. Zhang Xialing's face turned red. The company's initial development has just improved, and in a blink of an eye, he encountered a giant. What kind of company is this NetEase? It is an old internet company. The city deserves 20 to 30 billion. When Zhang Xialing thought about this, he felt dizzy in his mind. Damn, what is the concept of such a large company? As he frequently mentioned to interns this week, do you know what 10 million is the concept? He himself has no idea about 10 million, and he has no idea about the size of a company like NetEase. Zhang Xiling was stunned for a long time, and 2 words came to his heart. Spicy pills. If a company like NetEase is competing, what else can Giacom play? He sat on the grass, and the first thing he remembered was that he was sitting in the bureau lonely and cold. After a long time, Zhang Xiling suddenly realized that his senior brother seemed to be in a hurry. This was a call in the morning, but my senior brother was still doing business today, and he was not panicked at all when he spoke just now. Brother Xing, what should I do? Zhang Xiling raised his head and asked the senior brother standing next to him. Yu Xing talked about his analysis of the situation slowly and mentioned that NetEase's own unsmooth development in marriage and love business has tear open the dazzling halo of large companies. Zhang Xiling was sad first and then happy, and asked with some disobedience. Then is no problem, NetEase, can't NetEase win like this? NetEase did not do well in marriage and love, which does not mean that it was not good in our small track. Yu Xing said carefully, I simply read NetEase's 3 marriage and love websites. They are all aimed at social or company employees. If they don't dislike our lack of meat and directly target the college student group, Century Jiayuan, Beicom and Genicom will definitely be fine. But we. Yu Xing shrugged. He didn't know what NetEase was thinking, so he could only think about the different possibilities. Zhang Xiling stared at his senior brother and asked, what will happen to us? Yu Xing walked 2 steps to the lake, and after a while of silence, he said, even if NetEase directly entered the college student group, I don't think we don't have a chance. Zhang Xiling was excited. Brother Xing, what do you say? Yu Xing turned around and said, When you first heard me mention NetEase, you can do that again. Zhang Xiaoling was confused. What was his reaction? That's that. Yu Xing pointed out that angry reaction. Zhang Xiaoling tentatively said with some uncertainty, "What? How can they do this? Cow, what do they want to do? Isn't this bullying?" Yu Xing nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's it. Zhang Xiaoling. Is reputation important? Look at Penguin. It's doing this and that now, makes many industries complain, but it doesn't delay making money. Yu Xing continued to say his thoughts, but what group are we mainly facing now? He's a college student. He smiled and said, at this time, fame is important again. A very empathetic group, a very sensible group. Yu Xingchen also said his point of view in the morning that college students understand college students the best. Love and love breakup in similar states can impress each other, which will have the basis for building brand culture and company marketing. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Similarly, the timeline of Gycom's operation is very clear, and NetEase's reporting time will be very clear. If it also enters the college student group in the future, this kind of joint innovation is obvious at a glance. If you are a person who has been working hard in society for a long time, you may become numb if you see all kinds of bullying and current situations. But the founding team of Gycom is also a college student. Zhang Xiaoling's reaction is the most direct and realistic. Therefore, Gycom was filled with indignation, slapped the table, and angrily criticized the evil dragon. This was the reaction that was most in line with the attributes of the entrepreneurial team, and it was the most empathetic to the client group of college students. Yu Xing told the story, which made Zhang Xiaoling dumbfounded. The school network is a good thing. As long as NetEase dares to innovate together, we have the opportunity to ferment this matter. If it becomes famous and hype, the traffic will be greater and the cake will be greater. Yu Xing shook his head slightly. We can eat more naturally. Zhang Xiaoling digested for a while and said sincerely, Brother Xing, you are really incisive. This is linked to our customer base, so we can naturally think about this. Yu Xing was still calm, and we have another advantage. Zhang Xiaoling held his breath and listened attentively. Yu Xing said proudly, we don't make money, Zhang Xiaoling. Well, don't make money. As long as things can make a big difference, the background of our company will be easily revealed. However, an order of only 299 yuan is only 200 yuan for our employees, and there is an additional team commission. Yu Xing smiled slightly. This company is just to ensure the most basic operating costs. This is Gycom's current expansion strategy and the ultimate strategic guidance for selling itself. Gycom doesn't make money, it just wants to expand its scale and sell the company. Yu Xing looked at his junior brother and smiled and said, a company under the name of social investigation, we can write some black materials first to arouse everyone's anger and doubts, and then let people dig it out. Oh, this company is like this conscience. What will our customer base think? Super conscience. Because I really distributed most of the money to the employees, I felt very empathetic. A super conscientious grassroots company finally found a large company to report, but the backhand was innovated by the large company. Somehow, it was inexplicably smeared. Zhang Xiaoling imagined the possible situation and felt goosebumps suddenly. He said with some difficulty, then, will NetEase come here? I don't know. Yu Xing looked at the lake and said quietly, I hope I can come. If you come, then I will borrow the sign to use it. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing considered some responses to large companies. But no matter whether NetEase comes or not, the development of Gycom must be further accelerated. The next day, Yu Xing also informed Lu Haiying of the latest situation, while Zhang Xiaoling described the response of the grassroots company when she was worried. Not everything is strong in large companies, and not everything is weak in small companies. If it can be dealt with properly, Gycom can take advantage of the situation to develop. We need to be a little faster. We need to allocate budgets, raise new people, build teams, and replicate the Jinling experience to other cities as soon as possible. Xiaoying, you can communicate with the people in your team this week to see if anyone is willing to go to Beijing and Yangcheng. If they are willing to take people there, I've held 15% of the shares on my behalf before, and I can use them as a bargaining chip. Yu Xing did not place his hopes on the opportunities brought by NetEase innovation, but he felt that it would be faster. If he divided the troops in Beijing and Yangcheng, Gycom will do business in 5 cities in the past 2 months. Lu Haiying pointed. Well, Beijing and Yongcheng are not familiar with each other, so everyone will definitely hesitate, but I think there are interns who are quite professional. Yu Xing instructed, try boldly, it's nothing if you fail. It's our capital operation. Lu Heiying asked a question, if several cities work together, will the capital chain be a little nervous? It's normal to be nervous. Yu Xing pondered for a moment, but some materials and renting houses are not too high. It's really not possible. I still have 15,000 yuan in my hands. At that time, I can invest in any side where I lack money, and then, before going to Linen, Xiaoling went to the bank to apply for college students' entrepreneurship support, and that one still had a loan of 20,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaoling hesitated for 2 seconds. That loan seems to be in his personal name. There are too many lice, it won't be itchy. Yu Xing replied concisely and powerfully. Zhang Xiaoling controlled his emotions, and after his girlfriend left, he couldn't help asking a question. Brother Xing, the 15,000 you mentioned is very familiar with the number. Yu Xing verified the third-in-command's conjecture. Yes, it's the 15,000 I gave it to me. Sometimes Zhang Xiaoling feels that he should be numb. However, his mood still rippled unconsciously. Brother Xing, if our company is not done well, Zhang Xiaoling sighed from the bottom of his heart before work. Really, if this company is not done well, you can kill me directly then. Yu Xing looked at his junior brother's back as he left and was very moved. What a good person he is. Even if he assumes the worst case, he will not kill him, but let him kill him. This is not a good person. What is a good person? While thinking about his future work, Yu Xing handled the daily work in the university town, and he also communicated with 2 team leaders who performed well. If he was willing to go to Xincheng with himself, the food and accommodation there would be all of. After half a day of thinking, the 2 group leaders gave the answer willing. Yu Xing was quite happy about this and had a dinner with these 2 people in the evening and talked about the company's future and team building. The next morning, Yu Xing began to work on some things to go to Xincheng. He called his master's wife to confirm that the person was at home and went to buy a gift, so he came to say goodbye to his junior brother. Master's wife, this is a shaver for the teacher. This is a bird's nest for you to replenish, and a doll for Shanshan. I bought it with my own salary. Yu Xing carried the gift and faced the teacher's nagging. He proudly explained the money he spent. Hi hey, the surname Yu, have you forgotten to buy another one? Liu Weining came out of the room and happened to see the scene of Yu Xing giving gifts. Yu Xing was also surprised. Sister Ying, aren't you saying you are going back to Xianjiang to work? I want it, but the person hasn't left yet. Liu Weining rolled her eyes. Yu Xing felt a little embarrassed, so he had to spread his hands. Okay, Sister Ying, then I'll bring you a few questions. Liu Weining turned around and was about to go back to the room. Master's wife Yan Liang shouted twice. Xiaoying, it's just a chat, it's okay. He has never paid the consultation fee. Liu Weining complained. Yan Liang saw that her sister-in-law had turned around and came back, so she said with relief, I heard your teacher mutter to me, saying that this company has really improved. Your junior brother called him yesterday and said that you have received 100,000 yuan this week. The money income is really good. To be precise, it is the income of 103,298, with a total of 342 college student orders and 2 counselor orders. Yu Xing poured tea for Sister Ying and said with a smile, this is the company's income, not what we can get. Most of the money is from employees. That's pretty good too, Liu Weining commented. So, Sister Ying, do you think I can find money when I go to Xincheng to find investors? I want to accelerate the development further. Yu Xing was unwilling to waste time and went straight to the point. Liu Weining thought for a while. Go to find an investor. Why did my first reaction be that you are going to run away? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Yu Xing was amused and crying. Don't run away. Then you have nothing to say about investors. There is not much meat in the small track and there is not much room for imagination. The big track has already grown up with Jia Yuan, Genicom and Beicom. Liu Weining said casually, and these 3 companies will not know when they will notice you and can get in at any time. Your project is not safe, she said again. In addition, I read the latest version of my report. The number has been modified. Will your actual estimated probability be told to investors? Let's talk about it. It's easy to leak. If you don't say it, it can't be done. Convince people. Yu Xing was dissatisfied. Why can't you convince people? The probability is not low enough, and the income is not enough to cover the final exchange funds. Liu Weining took a sip of tea. If it's a business discussion, we can always have new customers and get new money. Yu Xing argued with reason. Liu Weining smiled and said, this investment logic is difficult to convince investors. If the business development suddenly slows down, the pressure of exchange will appear, and there is no such investment. Why don't you all buy Social Security? Yu Xing gave an example. Liu Weining complained, you can compare with Social Security. Yu Xing explained, yes, I can't compare, so I don't receive much. Liu Weining thought for a while. Let me say this, I advise you not to be naive. Lai Song, the founder of Genicom, how did he invest? He used to be from Morgan Stanley, his wife is Zhu Xin, and that one is Feng to vote for the queen. Whereas Gong Heiyan from Jiayuan, she is from Fudan, and the two who work on Lilycom are from Tsinghua University. The resources in this area are not for no reason. If you look for investors here, maybe the investors will turn around and call these 3 websites. Just sell them well, but your own company will be in trouble. Yu Xing pursed his lips and said sincerely, Sister Ying, can you introduce familiar investors? I will definitely thank you for the shares in my hands. Liu Weining smiled and said, this is really not good. You should develop the company first. Maybe you will face threats at any time. Yu Xing was a little disappointed, but immediately talked about NetEase's affairs and talked about his own idea of taking advantage of the situation. When Liu Weining heard NetEase's threat, her brows frowned, but the more she listened, the more she stretched. When she heard it at the end, she couldn't help but praise. Turn threats into opportunities. Tusk indeed, starting a business requires people like you who are not interested. Perhaps this is talent. Where are there any talent? Yu Xing quoted, I have nothing to do with it, but I am familiar with it. There is nothing else. If you are cheated too much, you are familiar with it. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Liu Jingrong returned home from school and saw the exquisite box on the table at first sight. He walked closer and found it was Philip's electric shaver. Where is your sister-in-law? Can she still remember to buy me a new one? Liu Jingrong took the box, sat on the sofa, and said to his sister Liu Weining, who was watching TV with a smile. Liu Weining replied lazily, my sister-in-law took Shanshan for a walk outside. I said she was hot, and she insisted on going out. This razor was bought by your beloved disciple for you. Liu Jingrong paused in his hand, and after a moment he snorted, he is really interested. Yes, why would you buy a razor specifically? 80 most noticed it last time or when I don't know when I came. That razor is the same. It's useless if you lack a head. Liu Weining praised, he said. He is really careful. Liu Jingrong touched the new razor but did not try it out and sighed. How much money can he make? He will buy me something now. Yes, so they have to go to Xincheng to make money. This is probably a farewell gift to the teacher. Liu Weining said with a smile, I hope he can make a lot of money in Xincheng so that the teacher will not look down on him. I'm not looking down on me, Liu Jingrong frowned. Wait, why did he go to Xincheng? Is it something happened to Jinling again? Liu Weining said concisely. Business development requires that if you don't expand your scale quickly, you probably have to die. Liu Jingrong was shocked and wanted to hear more specific situations, but his sister was not interested in talking more and just wanted to watch TV. So he could only physically turn off the power and use the remote control to turn off the TV. Liu Weining had no choice but to describe the business situation and potential crises to her brother, who was still caring about the students, as well as the response thoughts of the founder of Giaicom. Liu Jingrong was even more surprised. If a company like NetEase does the same business, what else can he do? Isn't it a delusion to market for college students? If I knew that this company gave all the money to the salesperson, I would definitely be worried. Can it still be exchanged for my portion then, and how could it still be bought? Regarding the company of the eldest disciple, he has figured out what is going on, and it is indeed not complicated. So I can also talk about the issues in this way. Liu Weining shook her head. So if you don't buy it, don't buy it. Of course, if you are willing to buy it, he will buy it. His business is aimed at some groups, and he is considering taking advantage of the situation to fight back. Liu Jingrong stared at his sister and wrote 3 words on his face I don't understand. 100 couples. Do you think they want to get 100 orders in business? Of course not. It would be good to get 5 of them. Liu Weining could only explain patiently. For the other 95 couples, if they don't trust them, just say that if they don't trust them, then they will have no trust. If you don't trust it, just have these 5 orders. Similarly, if NetEase promotes the same business after reporting on Giaicom, you excitedly fights back. He faces 1,000 or 10,000 students. 90% of these students question his project and believes that he can't do the final job, as long as 10% of people are willing to believe and support it. What's more, I think this ratio will probably be higher. In that case, some potential customers are no longer thinking from the perspective of customers, but are prioritizing the bullied college student entrepreneurial team. As long as there is a sound, no matter whether it is red or black, Yu Xing can get the target. He just wants to attract some customers. Liu Weining talked about what she could see. Liu Jingrong frowned deeply and remained silent. After a long time, he asked, "Can this work? NetEase is so big, can he beat NetEase? Where did he learn these messy methods? Hey, you are always stubborn." Liu Weining no longer lay lazily, but sat upright and criticized. In terms of the current potential threat, compared with NetEase, he is undoubtedly a good person. Can a bad person do evil and just put down the bleeding knife and turn around and become a Buddha immediately? If this good person uses some means, he will be criticized by thousands of people. This is not a messy method. It is the possibility of Yu Xing being able to find counterattacks in limited resources. He also wants to have a teacher who can invest in him, a girlfriend with resources and a mature team, but he only has a few cards in his hand, so he can only maximize his mining now. Objectively speaking, I think he has considered it very well. If there is any change or additional factor in the middle, it will be not a crime of war. Liu Weining commented on the founder of Gycom in this way. Liu Jingrong sighed. The problem is that he is just a small stall, and NetEase is such a big company. What did you rely on to use softness to overcome hardness? Liu Weining smiled. It is relying on inner tenacity. Yu Xing is quite tenacious. In fact, I think he should be able to achieve his ultimate goal, just relying on how much he earns. Liu Jingrong stood up and said, "Hope." Liu Weining was not talking to her brother at this time, but said thoughtfully, "I'm thinking about another question. Yu Xing can use cards in different ways now. If he has a good one, he will have a good one. What can I do if I tinker with cards? I'm going to find your sister-in-law. It's quite hot tonight." Liu Jingrong put the box on the table again and shook his head out. Liu Weining didn't care and wanted to continue watching TV, but she touched the sofa and couldn't find the remote control. "Hey, where is my remote control?" Liu Jingrong left the house and did not go to find his wife. He took out his cell phone from his pocket with his left hand. Well, he took out a remote control and then took out his cell phone with his right hand. He took a walk slowly, thinking about it, but he never dialed the phone. He only sent a concise text message to his disciple. "Don't break the law, pay attention to your health. If you don't work, come back and work for me." Liu Jingrong waited for a long time before he came to the reply from his eldest disciple. "Okay, take good care of the teacher's wife and Shanshan, and wish the teacher a happy family and a happy life forever." Liu Jingrong sighed, feeling that the eldest disciple must have thought for a long time after receiving his text message before he responded slowly like this. "No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading." After he took 2 steps, he suddenly received a second text message. "By the way, if my mother calls the teacher and helps me with lie, she will say that I am in the lab, thank you, teacher." Liu Jingrong put away the phone expressionlessly. Rebellious disciple, rebellious disciple. NetEase or external threats have increased, and Gycom must accelerate its development speed. Yu Xing finished dealing with the matter about Jinling and repeatedly communicated with Zhang Xiling, Lu Heiying, and the group leaders. Although he was still worried, he still took Feng Zongs and Qi Jingwei, who were willing to go out with him, on Saturday to take the bus to Shenzhen. The distance between Jinling and Shenzhen is only 300 kilometers, and you can get there in less than half a day. However, Feng Zongs, who had never been to Shenzhen, was still full of curiosity and excitement about that international metropolis. "Mr. Yu," Feng Zongs changed his title according to the senior's request. "Where are we going to Shenzhen?" Yu Xing sat in the car and closed his eyes to rest. "Songjiang University Town." Feng Zongs asked, "Why is this place?" Yu Xing replied concisely, "There is no wall there." When Feng Zongs heard this answer, he felt respectful. He was worthy of being a senior and Mr. Yu. His speech was metaphorically, and it was really charming. However, when he really arrived at Songjiang University Town in Shanghai, he was suddenly a little stunned. "Mr. Yu, no, there are really no walls here." Feng Zongs was stunned. Yes, Songjiang University Town does not have a wall, and it pays attention to the interoperability of resources of several universities. Yu Xing looked at the team leader who performed well in confusion and asked, "Otherwise, why are you?" Feng Zong's embarrassedly. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? It doesn't seem to make a difference here. How far is it to the Oriental Pearl here? How long does it take? When will we go see the Oriental Pearl? Mr. Yu, where do we live? Feng Zong's has a cheerful personality. When he got off the car, he fully showed his curiosity and excitement. The opposite is that Kui Jingwei, who is introverted, just observes and thinks silently along the way. However, even though Kui Jingwei was introverted, he saw that his senior led him and the two of them to the university town in his suitcase, and he couldn't help asking, "Mr. Yu, are we going to start business today?" It is already evening, and the sunset is reflected in the sky, which does not seem to be a good time for business development. "No, we will live here. We will go get some new materials tomorrow and recruit people," Yu Xing replied. Feng Zong's asked in surprise, "Just live in the school. Didn't you say you rented a house?" Yu Xing nodded and pointed to the house that was close to him. "Jiu, here is the place, rent it here. Our business in Shanghai first week will focus on Songjiang University town." He briefly introduced, "This is the 6th phase of the apartment, which is mainly for rent to students who take the exam, postgraduate entrance examination, or job hunting. However, some people rent for too long and have a place to live outside, so they transfer the room to their house when they transfer the room if they have a place outside. Rent it out." Feng Zong scratched his head. Okay, it was a bit different from what he imagined. "When we have money in the future, we can rent it next to the Huangpu River, or we can stay in a 5-star hotel, and the river view will be seen as soon as we open the curtains." Yu Xing said with a smile, "But before that, welcome to the 6th phase apartment." Feng Zong's and Kui Jingwei looked at the senior, and the cake was not real at all. "Oh yes, it will take about an hour and a half from here to the Oriental Pearl," Yu Xing replied to Feng Zong's previous question. Feng Zong's had a concept of distance. It's almost enough for me to go back to Jinling. If you want to go, you can go on weekends," Yu Xing said casually. "Let's have a good rest today." "Then let's go up." Feng Zong's patted his suitcase. "Wait for someone to come and send the keys." Yu Xing said concisely. Feng Zong's, "Yes." Fortunately, the wait was not long, and Yu Xing waited for the second landlord in about 15 minutes and brought the two group leaders into the apartment. The layout of the apartments here is the same, with an area of 38 square meters, an independent bathroom and air conditioning, and 2 sets of standard beds, tables, and chairs. Feng Zong's put down his suitcase, circled around the room, and murmured, "I stayed in the dormitory in Jinling, and I stayed in the dormitory in Xincheng." He scratched his head and asked the senior, "Mr. Yu, how much does it cost to rent here?" "One room is 1,200 yuan, and there is another sublease fee of 300 yuan, and the water and electricity are paid separately." Yu Xing smiled. "I think this place is okay. It is clean and tidy, and it is convenient for us to start our business." Kui Jingwei agreed. "Yes, we live here so that if the customer has doubts at night, it will be convenient for communication." Yu Xing glanced at the team leader, but he didn't expect that he could still take the initiative to think about working overtime. He was so very motivated. "Well, you can walk around at night. Be careful. You can go to Wenhui Road to eat." Yu Xing grabbed his cell phone and instructed, "There are fried chicken, stir-fried beef, spicy lotus root slices, and corn baking there. What's the matter?" Feng Zong said in surprise, "Mr. Yu, how do you know so clearly?" "I will ask the landlord. He was a student here before." Yu Xing smiled. "I went to find a media friend. I don't know when I will come back at night. Everyone will eat and drink well, and this will be reimbursed." He had promised before that food and housing are all for guaranteed, so he naturally would not go back on his word. Feng Zong's asked curiously, "Media friend, male or female?" Yu Xing replied angrily, "Male, it's a serious business." He gave a few more instructions, left the key, turned around and left. Yu Xing has a media friend in Xincheng. He contacted Song Yufeng, a reporter stationed in Xincheng, on the way, and tried his best to invite him to have a meal together in the evening. After all, he made the other party agree. "I guess the friend Mr. Yu is going to meet must be a woman." Feng Zong's made a little gossip after the senior left. "Old Kui, what do you think?" Kui Jingwei shook his head. "Brother Xing is not so colorful. He's the one who cares about work the most. I think he worked all day long when he was in Jinling." Feng Zong's agreed with this, but said, "What if the friend is a woman? Can he help with the work?" Kui Jingwei hesitated for a few seconds. "I don't know if Brother Xing minds dedicating himself to work." Yu Xing didn't know that the two group leaders were discussing their character behind their backs. He was considering how to communicate with Song Yufeng, a NetEase employee, when he went out. It is said that one way to quickly increase friendship is to drink together and scold the company and leaders. But I am not an employee of the same company. Can this work? Yu Xing thought about this all the way until he met Song Yufeng, but he didn't think about how to enhance each other's relationship. However, as soon as he met, he warmly thanked Brother Feng for his care and also showed his purpose this time, asking when the report could be published. It's almost next week. Song Yufeng was not particularly sure. It's either next week or next week. Don't worry about this. Oh, Brother Feng, I'm just not very relieved. I called me that time and I thought about it for a long time. Yes, if Penguin saw us doing this, or if another company saw it, I would do it like this together. Business, what should we do? Yu Xing pretended to be worried. Song Yufeng said, and had to agree. Oh, it's really not easy. But it's not easy. Yu Xing said something familiar to Song Yufeng and comforted him. We have already made the business and everyone can see it. This can't be stopped. Song Yufeng felt much better when he heard the founder think so. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Let's have a walk, Brother Feng. Let's have some drinks today. Yu Xing pulled his media friends and found a small restaurant that looked pretty clean on the street without looking for a big restaurant. At the end of June, it was the season for crayfish. I ordered a large portion and then ordered a barbecue from the nearby store, poured ice beer and served stir-fry. Yu Xing poured a glass of beer and raised it with a smile. Brother Feng, I will give you a cup first. Thank you for not looking down on a grassroots team like us. I did it. Seeing that the college student had a drink, Song Yufeng felt that he was not as good as he looked down on a grassroots team like them at the beginning. Or you shouldn't talk too much after you return to the company and you won't cause trouble. He drank beer and a bit complicated. Yu Xing kept introducing the company's business enthusiastically for a while and mentioned some interesting things about the process and then toasted. Brother Feng, I respect NetEase very much. Unlike Penguin, it really does whatever it sees to make money. I do it. Now, Song Yufeng. He drank the beer and said carefully, actually, big companies always have some conflicts. Yes, Yu Xing slapped his thigh. I know, but for example, I'm afraid that companies like Penguin will learn from me, but I'm not afraid of NetEase. Song Yufeng wanted to speak but stopped. Brother Feng, I won't say anything. I'm going to pay attention to NetEase. Yu Xing raised his glass again with a smile. Song Yufeng suddenly felt a little numb and couldn't help but sigh. This cup can be disrespectful. Yu Xing looked strange. What? Cough. Song Yufeng rubbed his face. I mean, I can't drink enough. Drink slowly. Wait and drink this glass before drinking. When Yu Xing heard this, he smiled and said, Okay, Brother Feng, drink slowly. I will do this first when I raise this cup. Seeing this, Song Yufeng still accompanied him for half a cup, then shook his head and said, I really can't drink enough. If I drink too much, it's easy to scold the company. Yu Xing laughed. Brother Feng is really good at joking. If you want to say that, I have to drink you. Song Yufeng pursed his lips. Yu Xing, you have nothing else to do with me today. It's nothing, I just thank Brother Feng. Oh, by the way, our core probability now has more data, so we have to practice it, and the more realistic one is about 15%. Yu Xing mentioned a small matter. Song Yufeng thought for 2 seconds before he understood. What does it mean? The probability has become lower. Can you really make money? Yu Xing said happily. Yes, Song Yufeng. He looked at the enthusiastic, sincere, and innocent college student in front of him and silently poured himself a glass of wine. Oh, I'll give you a toast. If it is broken, you can really make money, then you will really not make money in the future. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Song Yufeng also came from his student days. He knew the innocence of college students and the ignorance of college students. In the more than a year he joined NetEase, he grew up a lot. He often lamented that society and the workplace were not easy at some nights. However, I just interviewed and had not even published it, and my internal colleagues turned around and actively participated in innovation. This situation really made Song Yufeng feel a little reluctant. Even if you are 3 months and 6 months apart, if this happens, what kind of face will I have to face the interviewee? The more enthusiastic Yu Xing was, the heavier Song Yufeng felt. As he drank and chatted with him calmly, he unknowingly lost consciousness. When he woke up again, it was already late at night on his own bed. Song Yufeng groped and sat up, pressed the desk lamp again, and his girlfriend who was sleeping next to him woke up in a daze. Why am I at home? How did I come back? Song Yufeng drank half a glass of water and became much more energetic. Your brother sent it back. Girlfriend Yin Bei replied in a daze. Song Yufeng was stunned. Which brother? It's the one who runs the company. Yin Bei rubbed her eyes and turned her sideways. That Yu Xing, you guys came back with your arms and shoulders, and they even said they wanted to cover him. Song Yufeng was silent. It would be better to drink less wine. Yin Bei yawned. Is his company reliable? Can he make money? Song Yufeng sighed and expressed his good wishes. Reliable, you can make money. Yin Bei muttered, pulled the thin air conditioner quilt, and continued to sleep. Song Yufeng didn't know what he talked to Yu Xing after getting drunk, but it was just bragging and talking about the inside story of the industry. Nothing else would happen at most. At most, I revealed to him that NetEase's marriage and love business shared the same place. Signs of innovation, if that. Song Yufeng took another sip of water and thought for a while. He felt that even if he really told Yu Xing, there was no problem. Instead, he had no guilt. He was just a minion. Could he still manage other teams in the company? This is because other people are willing to do their jobs when they see sex. Just like Yu Xing said himself, this project will be seen by others when it is made. Even if colleagues in NetEase's marriage and love business don't see it from themselves, they may also pay attention to competitor information on the market. Song Yufeng felt much more comfortable and got out of bed and went to the bathroom and went to bed quickly. I have to go to work tomorrow. No matter what, that enthusiastic and simple college student is just a passerby who quickly disappeared from work. Perhaps it was because of a drink that made the mind liberate. Song Yufeng wrote a new day as if he was a god. He quickly processed the 2 press releases. He hesitated for a moment and changed the probability of getting married in the previous manuscript to 14.8 according to Yu Xing's request. Percent and then submit it as the final draft. That's it. If anything happens later, it will have nothing to do with me. Song Yufeng put aside his distracting thoughts and devoted himself to his work again and confirmed that he would go on a business trip in 2 days. He was busy all day, passing by overtime, leaving on time with his backpack. However, when she returned home, Song Yufeng found out that his girlfriend was not at home today, and in the past, she had prepared the meals at home. Have you gone to buy groceries? Song Yufeng made a phone call, and after answering, he heard his girlfriend's answer that she was about to arrive home. He watched TV for a while, and his girlfriend Yin Bei, who was coming and going home, was surprised by the joy she wrote on her face as soon as she saw it. Have you got the offer? Song Yufeng blurted out that his girlfriend was a computer student, but she was a little arrogant and quit her job after the new year, and her new job could not be finalized. Yin Bei looked at her boyfriend puzzledly and said in a hurry, Yes, go out and eat. I'll treat you today. Song Yufeng was also happy and stood up and asked, What company is it from? Did you invest in the company last week? Yin Bei replied in a little confusedly, Giicom. Song Yufeng's expression froze and his eyes widened. What? Giicom? Yu Xing's Giicom? Yes, it wasn't what you introduced to you yesterday. Yin Bei said strangely, What's wrong? Song Yufeng felt countless absurdity in his heart and said with a funny look, What I introduced, my grass, I got drunk yesterday, you are also a talent. This is a **** Giicom that doesn't even have an office. Yin Bei retorted, Why didn't there? Yu Xing just arrived in Xincheng yesterday, and his company did not have an office. Song Yufeng still vaguely remembered that he had talked to Yu Xing about this before Zui. When the college student team first came to Xincheng, everything had to start from scratch. Yin Bei argued, I have it today, I rented an office with me, Song Yufeng. He smiled angry at his girlfriend's sonorous expression. What's the difference? Song Yufeng asked twice in a row, What's the difference? Of course there is a difference. They are serious about running a company. Yin Bei said seriously. Yesterday you asked me for a job opportunity. I asked you in the middle of the night. You said this is reliable. I just today. Go. What's wrong with you? Song Yufeng felt the darkness in front of him. What did he do after getting drunk last night? He was dumbfounded and wanted to talk about innovation in the company. He endured it back and took out his cell phone without saying a word and called it directly to Yu Xing. Yin Bei felt that her boyfriend's attitude was completely different. She rolled her eyes and stopped asking for food. She turned around and went into the room to change her clothes. Song Yufeng dialed the phone angrily, and before he could speak, he could hear the enthusiastic voices from the other side. Hi, Brother Feng. Yu Xing said hello. Yu Xing, Song Yufeng said calmly, what's going on with Yin Bei? Why did you ask her to join your company? Yu Xing said inexplicably, "What's going on? My sister-in-law is very good and it is indeed suitable for our company." "I don't know whether she is excellent or not," Song Yufeng scolded. "Your company, why are you recruiting her?" Yin Beiai, who was halfway through changing clothes in the room, heard the movement outside and her anger began to rise in her heart. Yu Xing's voice was a little unhappy. "Brother Feng, hey, I was so puzzled. It was you who snot and tears yesterday in front of your sister-in-law and insisted that I give me a job opportunity. You are now what? What do you belong to?" "My nose and tears." Song Yufeng was a little confused. "Aye. If you don't believe me, ask your sister-in-law." Yu Xing hung up the phone in a hard tone. "I have something to do, I'll be busy first." Song Yufeng pinched his phone and was confused for a moment. After changing his clothes, Yin Beiai walked out angrily. "My surname is Song, what do you mean?" I drank too much yesterday." Song Yufeng took a breath. "No, his company is really not good. It's just a grassroots company. There's not much business. How much money can you give you when you go?" Yin Beiai said coldly. "The company gives equity." "Can you get equity in NetEase?" "Equity?" Song Yufeng was stunned. "Equity? If the company is not open well, the equity is waste paper." At this time, he finally couldn't help but tell the innovation in the company, hoping to convince his girlfriend. "So, before this probability is modified, your company thinks that this business can be done." Yin Beiai heard a different angle and said disapprovingly. That deputy director also said that he wanted to investigate the internal process of a large company. "There are so many, but it may not be possible to do it. What are you afraid of?" Song Yufeng no longer knows what to say. "What's more, the probability has been modified now. The opportunity is in front of you. How can you make money without taking a try?" Yin Beiai pointed to her boyfriend. "If you don't take a try, how can we stay in Xincheng?" Yin Beiai took 2 steps forward and raised her voice. "Who is it? 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 Is it?" Song Yufeng felt angry, cursed his mother, and said loudly, "Who do you rely on?" "Do you think you rely on? Then you can't rely on Yu Xing. To take a step back, the market is so big, so what if NetEase really does it? Can it finish all the meat?" Yin Beiai was already obsessed with equity. "If you don't fight it this time, when will you fight?" Song Yufeng sat back on the sofa, hugged his head with both hands. "I'm really convinced. You just don't trust me. I'll tell you the surname is Song." Yin Beiai said word by word. 30 years Hedong, 30 years Hexi." She slammed the door and went out for dinner. Song Yufeng was nestled in pain on the sofa, drinking and making trouble. "Drunk is a mistake. This drunkenness made my girlfriend drunk." Song Yufeng made a decision in his heart, starting today, quit drinking. However, he slowly recovered his emotions while sitting on the sofa. In some cases, he had to admit that his girlfriend's words made sense and his company might not necessarily end up doing this. The last time, the deputy director Ying Jiadong may have been a temporary interest, and he may not be able to promote the department to carry out this new business in the future. No mistakes. 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. If this is the case, can Giaicom develop? Song Yufeng did not make any decisions at this time. After all, he was not a professional. As for the girlfriend's job, if the company does not develop well, at worst, it will be considered a waste of 3 months or 6 months. If it really happens, Song Yufeng rubbed his face and still felt it was mysterious in his heart. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Song Yufeng heard the sound of the door opening while eating instant noodles. When he turned his face, he found his girlfriend carrying the packaged food. He walked over and put the things on the table in anger. He entered without saying a word. The room was gone. "Thank you, I knew the baby was the best for me," Song Yufeng said softly. "Eat it quickly." Yin Beiai's annoyed voice came from the room. The conflict between young couples is simple, and most of them are gone. When the exercise after the meal ended, the two had no conflicts. Song Yufeng talked straightforwardly about his views on the company and the causes and consequences of internal innovation. Yin Beiai hugged her boyfriend's arm and criticized thoughtfully. "Then the deputy director of your company is really not a thing. How difficult is it for us to start a business?" Have you really become a shareholder or what?" Song Yufeng smiled bitterly. "Let's just find a job down to earth and save money slowly. If it really doesn't work, you can go to other cities." I want this place," Yin Beiai said stubbornly. Song Yufeng stopped talking. After a moment, he shook his head slightly. "What do you think of that person Yu Xing?" He said whatever he had, and he didn't hide it. Yin Beiai commented, "Although he hasn't been in contact for a long time, I think he is quite sincere." Song Yufeng sighed. "I'm afraid he's too sincere. This world is dangerous. He thought about it and felt his girlfriend's determination, so he could only compromise and said, "Then let's try it. I will ask again afterwards. Maybe Ying Jiadong is really no longer interested in this." The bedroom lights were turned off. Yin Beiai fell asleep quickly. Song Yufeng tossed and turned in the dark, and it took him a long time to slowly close his eyes. Alas, the world is dangerous, Zio Yu. Don't be too sincere. Yu Xing's business started very quickly after arriving in Xincheng. Within 3 days, we recruited 7 new interns, 1 programmer, rented 2 small offices, and prepared the required materials. It is very easy. This is first thanks to the accommodation choice. There are already students looking for jobs in the 6th phase apartment, and the effect after getting the replica of the experience in Jinling is also quite outstanding. Secondly, Yu Xing did not expect that Song Yufeng's alcohol tolerance was really as bad as he said. Therefore, he had a heart-to-heart talk with each other and got another programmer to bury half of his nails on NetEase, which was a surprise. Well, this reporter may be of great use. Finally, neither the company nor the business is complicated, and everyone can understand it very quickly. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Giaicom officially launched its first business in Songjiang University Town in Shanghai, with the goal of choosing East China University of Political Science and Law. Why should I be here the first stop? Feng Zongs was puzzled by this. Yu Xing gave his own reasons, because they understand the law. As expected, as a University of Political Science and Law, when social investigations are opened, Yu Xing first faced the doubts about whether the business is legal. Why is it illegal? Students, whether our contract is valid or not depends on 3 conditions. The perpetrator has the corresponding civil capacity, and his intentions are true, and he does not violate the mandatory provisions of laws and administrative regulations, and does not violate public order and good customs. Whether it's you or us, we have no problem with our ability to act. Which one of the contract is concealed? What mandatory regulations are violated? We are doing social surveys, verifying the probability of love and marriage, conducting long-term data tracking, and finally, the high-value wedding gifts are also to praise love. What is not in line with public order and good customs? Secondly, Yu Xing faced the question of whether he could be finally redeemed, that is, whether he had the ability to perform the contract. He gave his own explanation. Students, we are doing large-scale social surveys. When the data from different regions is sufficient, we will end accepting new orders and at the same time reduce the team size and reduce operating costs. Also, because there are enough orders accumulated in it, which can reduce the price with the rose supplier and also reduce the cost. How much does it cost to buy a rose? It costs several dollars. How much does it cost to buy roses for thousands of people? $1 or even a few cents. There is no need to worry about funds and operations unless we run away with the money. When Yu Xing said this, he heard doubts coming from around him. Someone shouted, "Yes, what should you do if you run away with the money?" Yu Xing looked in the direction of the voice and replied humorously, "That's right. Isn't it just the right time for you to show your skills?" All around were students studying investigation, public security, law, and other majors. When they heard such an answer, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yu Xing took the opportunity to shout loudly, "There is no compulsory, no concealment. Absolutely support the 7-day no-reason refund." In this afternoon, Giaicom's debut in Shanghai really achieved some results. The next day, the work became easier, and I set up a stall to the Foreign Studies University, which was also questioned. Yu Xing did not go through a lot of trouble this time, but just took out the order from yesterday afternoon and said lightly, "The students from East China Political and Legal Affairs have placed orders, and they all confirmed that there is no problem. What are you afraid of?" The doubts disappeared. The staff are convinced. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing made a smooth progress. He replicated the Jinling experience to Xincheng as expected and also took charge of the overall situation a little, grasped the situation, and actively guided the interns' progress. According to his true thoughts, the interns were really too awkward. Fortunately, everyone is facing the same group, but they are somewhat inexplicably incompatible. Besides that, university interns are not without advantages. They have student ID cards. Although there is no wall in Songjiang University Town, setting up stalls and doing business will still attract inquiries. At this time, student ID plus social investigation will play a significant role. Commercial projects or social surveys. Of course it is social investigation. Promote products or data tracking. Of course it's data tracking. Induce ordering or build a model. Of course, it is building the model. This way of explaining the work from different angles makes people respectful, especially when cooperating with students in our school. The use effect is better, which can help the operation of Giaicom to reduce a lot of trouble. After paying attention to the effect of this, Yu Xing immediately shared with Zhang Xiaoling, who arrived in Linen, reminding him to tap into more potential for college students. Subsequently, the three giants of Giaicom held a conference call to discuss the development of current work and the planning of future work. The candidates for development in Beijing and Yangcheng have been confirmed, and the same will be carried out within this week. When the official exchange was almost over, Yu Xing informed the new shareholder to join and truly talked about the origin and potential changes in the equity. This 1.5% equity will not be reflected in our company because she is Song Yufeng's girlfriend. I still have to avoid this relationship. I will sign a contract with her in private. If NetEase really does make innovations similar to us, Song Yufeng will be useful. He himself interviewed our parties. If he can stand up and prove it, the public opinion trend will be easier to grasp. As for how to stand up and prove it, equity that is not visible is a bargaining chip. Yu Xing first mentioned what he considered and explained. This 1.5% equity is not expensive compared to the effect we want to achieve in the future. If the company can sell 5 million, 1.5% will be 75,000. 1 million, that's only 15,000. Equity sounds good, but it seems quite shabby to refine it to specific numbers. Whether it is 15,000 or 75,000, such money can leverage the possibility of Song Yufeng's backslaying boss in the future, which is extremely worthwhile. When Zhang Xiaoling heard this, he said strangely, "How could Yin Bei be willing to agree to join?" Song Yufeng was drunk. He encouraged me in front of Yin Bei and asked me to make the company go public and draw such a big pie. Yu Xing mentioned this, and it was a bit funny. The equity seems very attractive. I'm very strong. Lu Heiying asked, "What did Song Yufeng say after getting drunk?" Yu Xing said lightly, "I have recorded it and I will release it for you in the future. Well, I will also send it to him when necessary." Whether Zhang Xiaoling or Lu Heiying, the same thoughts appeared in their minds. If it was not necessary, it would be better not to drink with the senior brother in the future. After a few seconds of silence that was difficult to describe the atmosphere, Zhang Xiaoling asked the last question. "Brother Xing, do you think NetEase will really enter a small market like ours?" The market for love contracts is too small, and NetEase is such a large company with a market value of tens of billions of yuan. These actions are based on a hypothesis. If NetEase doesn't come, then we will continue to be ourselves. The cost of 1.5% is just a gamble. If you get a bet, you can make a lot of money. Yu Xing first talked about another possibility and then said, "You can't make NetEase. Treat it as a perfect whole." NetEase is indeed a big company, but it now focuses on games and advertising. The marriage and love business is just a small business under such a large company. If it were Ding Lei, he would definitely not have any interest in such a small business, but from top to bottom, what about the marriage and love department? How would people in this department think about the future trends related to us? Although NetEase's marriage and love business has 3 independent and parallel teams, these 3 teams are not outstanding and cannot shake the market at all. In this case, a new project that seems to be self-consistent, a new growth point or entry point is placed in front of you. If you are in such a department, what would you think? Yu Xing gave an analysis from top to bottom. The originally vague situation seemed much clearer all of a sudden, and Zhang Xiaoling and Lu Heiying were both shocked. "Brother Xing, this motive for the crime seems to have come out." Zhang Xiaoling's voice became much higher. Yu Xing said and said, "So, after thinking about it repeatedly, I think there is a good chance. Big companies are used to being domineering. Now we are just thinking about it and not being mindful to see if we can get a good chance." He said this and comforted the 2 accomplices. "After all, we did nothing wrong. We are a grassroots team that worked hard to start a business. We are good people. Good people carry guns so that we can better protect ourselves. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading." Lu Heiying was a little confused at this moment. Whose good guy is carrying a gun? However, she thought again, if she didn't have a gun and seemed to be really passive, then isn't the one with a gun considered a good person? That's how I am here. Anyway, we keep communicating at any time if we have something to do. Yu Xing instructed. Now we are about to start the business and make full use of the mitosis of our customers. Mitogram is called internally, avoiding the words direct sales. The conference call of the Big Three ended. After putting down his phone, Zhang Xiling thought about the meeting. Thinking about the drunk Song Yufeng and his girlfriend who were recruited from the company, he couldn't help but complain. Xing Goth is simply a girlfriend killer. Who has a girlfriend? When he thought about this, he felt that Song Yufeng was simply a copy of himself. The difference was that no matter how Song Yufeng looked at it, how could he feel worse than himself? What would be the good thing about backstabbing? Zhang Xiling reminisced for a long time and couldn't help but take out his cell phone and call his senior brother, wanting to talk to him about his work in linen again. You two are really from the same family. You called as soon as Xiao Ying's phone was hung up. Yu Xing said this after answering the phone. Zhang Xiling felt nervous. The second in command was so active. Do you really not leave a chance for yourself, the third in command? He pretended to be a normal person and asked, what's wrong with Xiao Ying? Just talk about Jinling's work, she's still good. Yu Xing smiled. She mainly talked about some of her thoughts and experiences in her work. Brother Xing, I just want to talk to you about linen again. Time is getting tighter and tighter. I plan to conduct performance competition between groups and groups to further refine the commission level, so as to better stimulate everyone's motivation. Zhang Xiling said his considerations. This is a thinking developed from the work experience of using people to control people using groups to build groups. Yu Xing didn't make a sound for a while. Zhang Xiling asked strangely, hey, Brother Xing, are you listening? Well, I'm listening, I'm thinking. You go to linen to control people by using people. Xiao Ying and I just talked about treating people with sincerity. Yu Xing said, I'm looking forward to the performance of both sides now. A flame ignited in Zhang Xialing's heart. Okay, let's see who is the authentic direct descendant. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Jinling and linen have two different working ideas which still need to be expressed, but the stalls in Xincheng have been successfully established. As a new employee, Yin Beiai obviously ran with Yu Xing for a day before renting the office. She also knew that Giaicom had just started business in Shanghai, but she watched the company almost every day. It's the same every day. There were a few people in the morning, but in the evening, there were a group of people talking and laughing. On the second day, there was almost no one in the office, and the interns recruited could only go outside, preach, group, sub-team, commissions, and ideas. It was in this process that Yin Beiai discovered that Yu Xing was not only sincere, but also spoke and did things in an orderly manner. However, on Wednesday evening, she couldn't help but look for her boss and mentioned the equity with a little twisted attitude. Equity? Oh yes, Sister Yi, that's it. Yu Xing explained. Our company is now making equity changes, and there will be 100% of Zhangjiang company holding stakes, but the procedures in Zhangjiang are relatively complicated, and it is expected that at least one should be 1 month. I am now holding the equity of the company for outstanding talents. Well, the part that holds the company is 15%. In a month, this equity pool will register another Xincheng company, which means it will be changed to a company for 15%. And finally, outstanding talents who can obtain equity hold the equity of the newly registered company. In this way, the equity in your hands will be protected by the most solid legal protection. Yu Xing explained the company's procedures clearly. Yin Beiai turned her mind. Then now. Let's sign a contract first. When the company completes the procedures, it will be changed to renew the company's equity. Yu Xing said this and wrote a contract, finally signed the name and pressed his handprint. Yin Beiai followed the signature in a confused manner. Sister Yi, to be honest, do you not understand? Yu Xing noticed the expression of this person. Yin Beiai thought for a moment and nodded honestly, but she really didn't understand much. Yu Xing smiled at her. Then just say it straight. Why did you sign the contract if you didn't understand? Let's do this. I will write this process on the back of the contract. Brother Feng is knowledgeable. You can tell if you go home and ask him. He sat down again, wrote down the company's procedures, and wrote down the approximate timeline. According to estimates, everything could be done as early as September and December at the latest. The main reason is that there is uncertainty over Hong Kong companies. Yu Xing explained another question of time. Yin Beiai almost understood this time and couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. President Yu is particular. Whatever you should be, what's the big deal? Yu Xing said with a smile. Our company website must also be launched as soon as possible. Sister Yi, you have to help check and urge. Giaicom currently opens a Taobao store and registers a Tmall store after obtaining a business license. Now it is a website, but it is only used for display, without specific functions. Of course, although I have already found Yinbei, the work of setting up the website has been outsourced. Yinbei was still confident in this stalking work and agreed. When she got home from get off work and saw her boyfriend, she showed him the contract and process. Song Yufeng took a closer look, called and asked his friend again and said, "It's no problem. Well, Zhangjiang Company's equity changes have more procedures and the time is slower. The biggest question now is whether the company can develop." Yinbei felt relieved. "Did you ask? How about the marriage and love business?" Song Yufeng folded the contract and frowned. "I asked, there seems to be no movement. Ying Jiadong probably has returned to Yongcheng. NetEase's headquarters is in Yongcheng, and this is just a branch." Yinbei snapped her fingers and said, "No news is good news. I'll just say that your company may not be able to like our company's little meat, don't worry." Song Yufeng nodded slightly. It was so good news. He reached out and held his girlfriend's hand. "I'll go on a business trip tomorrow. I'll come back on Saturday. You can make a big splash here." Yinbei witnessed the company's popularity these days with her own eyes and said confidently, "That's necessary." However, potential shareholders were very confident in the company, but Yu Xing quickly frowned at the development of the market. It was not that there was any problem with Shenzhen or linen, but that there was something wrong with Qu Shixiu, the marketing manager sent to Beijing. Qu Shixiu called the next day after arriving in the capital, saying that he wanted to increase his budget. Yu Xing agreed. However, 2 days later, Qu Shixiu complained, saying that the employees he came into contact with were dissatisfied with the share and wanted to mention it again. Yu Xing was shocked by this. One order costs 299 yuan, and the highest order is 200 yuan. The team can add more, how can it be raised? But they are just not satisfied. "I met 10 interns today." Qu Shixiu was also very aggrieved. Yu Xing was very dissatisfied. "I asked you to develop the market. You either put forward a budget or add a commission. It's only 3 days, what are you doing there? No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading." He had doubts about Qu Shixiu, and after hanging up the phone, he asked Yan Kejin, the deputy who arranged this trip, to verify the situation in the past 3 days. "It's true, Mr. Yu." Yan Kejin's tone was consistent and complained about the pain. "The rent near the school here is quite expensive. The air conditioner broke down the first night and it was so hot that it couldn't sleep. Yesterday's the water heater is broken again." "Mr. Yu, it's not me who complains. It's." Yu Xing had doubts about Qu Shixiu and Yan Kejin, suspecting that the two of them had already united the front after going to the capital. And now they were trying to get more money in a different way, but there was also a reality that was what they mentioned. Giaicom has insufficient staff and the capital is too far away, which is really beyond reach. After hearing the complaints, Yu Xing changed his attitude, asked about his well-being, and patiently comforted him. Finally, he asked, "Since you think the commission is low, how much is it reasonable to raise the commission now?" Yan Kejin said carefully, "The maximum commission for individuals is 230 and the team is 240. Mr. Yu, what do you think?" Yu Xing asked back, "Can this work be carried out? Will it work?" "I think it should be fine." Yan Kejin said seriously, "This is another 15% increase. Mainly, our company's business is not easy to accept, so we can only give more money." Yu Xing pondered, "If such a change is not effective, then I will go to the capital to do pioneering work." After saying this, he agreed, "I'm not waiting for time, so let's do it. I hope to see the results as soon as possible." Yan Kejin immediately replied, "No problem, Mr. Yu." Yu Xing ended the call. No problem, I will sell you all together, and that's even more so. I just saw that there was more leader. Thank you to the book friend, 151,201,40,954,786 for the reward. Thank you tilde thank you for your reading, rewards, and voting. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing was a little angry with the performance of the 2 marketing managers in Beijing, but what made him even more angry was that the market had indeed not opened yet. The difference is that the development in Yongcheng was very smooth and there were no troubles. Not to mention Jinling, it is the place of origin, and not to mention Shenzhen. After all, I am watching here. Linen, Jingcheng, and Yongcheng are all about conducting business. Why are Yan Kejin and Qu Shixiu alone responsible for the market? Positive feedback. Why are these two people doing small things? Not the point, but more importantly, the market. Yu Xing planned to observe the results. If there is no movement within 3 days, Zhang Xiling will immediately go north. The job in linen can be selected from the Jinling side. After all, it is indeed time to wait. Now on the 4th, it is less than half a month before the arrival of summer vacation. At that time, college students leave school one after another, which will inevitably have an impact on the order volume of Giaicom. Although they intend to use network resources to hedge the impact, there is no actual effect. Before, the performance of the offline market was undoubtedly the most important. Yu Xing did not inform the second and third leaders of the capital market as soon as possible. He needed to think carefully before chatting with these two people. Moreover, after the time entered July, the actions of the middle and late months also need to be well in his mind. Solve it. After the day's work, after get-off work and shopping, Yu Xing had a simple supper, but did not return to the apartment, so he lit a cigarette and squatted on the side of the road, carefully pondering the operation of the company. The company's framework is stumbled, but in the second half of the month, I want to get traffic on the internet. Is NetEase coming? How can we get NetEase to come? The more Yu Xing thought about it, the more anxious he became. After smoking a cigarette, he was about to light a second cigarette and then reflect on himself. Are he too dependent on NetEase? He took out his cell phone and pressed the address book, looking for people who could communicate from top to bottom, but he couldn't find a suitable candidate, even if he looked up and down. In the end, the name was frozen on Sister Liu Wanying. It seems that she has returned to work in Xinjiang after her vacation. Will she disturb her? Always bother her, isn't that good? Yu Xing dialed the phone while thinking this way. Hey, Liu Wanying's voice came. Sister Ying, I want to ask you for help in something. Yu Xing got straight to the point. Liu Wanying didn't hear any greetings, and the first thing she said was to help. She laughed angrily. Hey, Yu Xing, the surname Yu, please ask me for help. At least you should ask me for a question. Sister Ying, I'm afraid of wasting time, so I want to shorten the call time as soon as possible. Yu Xing said seriously, Sister Ying, are you okay when you go back to work? Are you willing to come to Giaicom? Liu Wanying was silent for a few seconds and said, Forget it, let's talk about it if you have something to do. Yu Xing said the content without hesitation, wanting to ask Sister Ying if there is any friend who can help push the internet. I really don't have this, Yu Xing. I'm just a person working in a consulting company. Liu Wanying was amused and crying. Who do you treat me like? Okay, I have dates or no dates too. Yu Xing sighed, Sister Ying, goodbye. I'll buy you lipstick when I have money. Liu Wanying said angrily, Wait, you are just empty talk, right? How is your company? Sister Ying, do you have time now? It was difficult for the people around Yu Xing to give any details, and he was very happy to communicate. I just arrived in Kunming yesterday. There was a state-owned enterprise merger and acquisition case here. There was a dinner party in the evening, but the state-owned enterprise released the pigeons. Liu Wanying said, Now I'm going to go to my college roommate's house to see the cat she has. After hearing this, Yu Xing pondered for a moment, organized the words, briefly described the company's current development, the problems encountered, and the covetousness of NetEase. From the official operation on June 14 to the current July 4, the Jinling market can now be stable at around 75 orders per day. Beijing and Yangcheng are not counted. The 3 cities of Jinling, Xincheng, and Linen have received a total of 1620 orders these days. Total revenue is 485,264 yuan. According to the current trend, the total revenue will inevitably exceed 1 million with the further development of the 4 new markets of Xincheng, Linen, Yangcheng, and Beijing. Of course, revenue is revenue, and most of it is distributed to employees. The remaining needs include operating costs and not much profit. Even so, Liu Wanying couldn't help but smile and sighed. Okay, it's really good. Well, less than a month after the company was opened, some employees began to want to make money. Sister Ying, is this pretty good? Yu Xing really doesn't have a good way to deal with the market in Beijing for the time being. The company that is in the game has its own thoughts and small actions, which is actually normal. Liu Wanying was serious. Of course it's good. In less than a month, you pieced together a company that sells companies, boyfriends and girlfriends, Erwuzi, fantasy equity, and a large number of interns, and even worked for nearly 50 yuan. 10,000 revenue, she sincerely exclaimed. This is not bad, what's not bad? No matter how rough it is, no matter how tricks it is, no matter what means it is used, pulling the frame up in such a short time is hard to be amazing. A rough and unstable company that is pieced together may not be very strong in combat. But just say, is it a company that can do things? Liu Weining endured the absurdity, amusement, and admiration that rose in her heart and said, maybe it is not appropriate, but I really remembered the TV I watched at my grandfather's house when I was a child. That TV always had problems. When I called me grandfather, he came out of the room and took a picture of the TV, and there was another picture on the screen. She smiled and said, you can really build this company and wait for NetEase to come secretly. This is more shocking than the first time I saw a young man easily make money with a note. Yu Xing was really flattered at the praise and sincerely asked for advice. So, Sister Ying, how do you think we can attract NetEase? I really don't know, but after your analysis of NetEase just now, there is a small detail that may not be as you said, and its marriage and love business trends may not be presented to Ding Lei. Liu Weining said carefully, NetEase really wants to develop a new life. For new business, otherwise we wouldn't have created 3 independent marriage and love teams, which is a bit of a desire to play with social products. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Yu Xing was surprised. I think Century Jiayuan's annual revenue is only 20 to 30 million. It will grow, try it. Liu Weining said, NetEase really wants to develop new businesses, or in other words, Sohu and Sina like it are the same. NetEase, which has done instant messaging in 2002, has been doing instant messaging in NetEase. Bayon, it was upgraded in 2004, and later it was built on the Bubble game platform. It has done all kinds of things, and the development of marriage and love business will definitely be more valued by NetEase than you think. But I think your logical judgment is correct. People from NetEase's marriage and love team will be happy to try new entry points. Just look at when. Yu Xing received some encouragement, thought about it, and asked, Sister Ying, how do you think I can optimize it? Liu Weining pondered over and said sincerely, I will definitely not be able to exchange for these things for me. I am too dogmatic, and you, my friend, you are too dogmatic. She smiled and said, so don't ask me anymore, just let it go. Yu Xing was excited. Liu Weining continued again. Anyway, something really happened, and it was not me who entered. Yu Xing, I'll wait for your good news. Liu Weining said at the end, okay, I'm at my friend's house, I'm going to see the cat. Okay, if there is really good news, you can just browse the portal at that time. Yu Xing said again, search for me, I like cats too. The call ends. A moment later, a MMS message of a cat picture was sent over. Yu Xing looked left and right, not knowing whose leg this fat white cat was on. But this cat is indeed thin, no, his legs are indeed well-behaved. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Good news from the capital still came. Perhaps the worry was too immediate and there was no movement in the capital the next day. On the 3rd day, Yan Kezhen, deputy marketing manager, reported the good news. He had formed an intern team and started working in the university town initially and achieved 12 orders. Yu Xing was relieved about this. Otherwise, linen, which had just improved, would have changed again and would have lost a lot of losses if it was involved in the round and round. As for whether there are any personal pockets or rebates in the middle, anyway, Gycom's clear regulations are to use the maximum additional commission of the team as the standard. Once a new owner has, these will be handed over accurately. The 5 markets have been on track no matter what, but the new trend in Jinling has reflected a bad signal. On the one hand, the employees are resigning, and on the other hand, the order volume is reduced. The best week in Jinling is that there are more orders per day of 75, but in the first week of July, the order volume gradually reached around 70. Is there a school that has started summer vacation? Is the potential customer base increasingly declining, or has the mitotic effect of the client been reduced, or these factors or both? There are 70 orders per day, about 2,100 orders per month. Even if the decay is considered, the total volume should be 1,500 orders, which means revenue of 448,500. This has actually exceeded the 1,100 order lower limit target that Yu Xing had previously discussed with Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying. However, considering the similarity of the college student population, this attenuation signal will inevitably soon arrive in other markets. Yu Xing had to worry about this. Therefore, he was willing to take the initiative to explore resources, and his goal was to meet the alternate shareholder Yin Beiai. On July 6, near noon, Yu Xing came back from school in advance. carrying 2 boxed lunches and additional chicken wings and chicken legs, and a cold drink in his bag, sharing lunch time with Yin Bei. By the way, he talked about his performance with the alternate shareholder. Our company is developing very well. The revenue this month will definitely exceed 1 million, and it will exceed a lot. Yu Xing talked while eating. A rose merchant has come to Jinling. I hope it can help promote it. If you agree, you can get a profit. Since Rose can promote it, some wedding photography, wedding supplies, and even wedding hotels can be followed. When school starts in September and our market expands downward, we can use the accumulated experience to open up a larger group. Yu Xing talked enthusiastically about the future of business. Yin Bei was also very happy. The company was developing well, and her equity could also rise. Yu Xing ate a chicken wing and suddenly said in a dilemma, "That's it." Yin Bei waited for a while, and before she could finish the following question, she asked, "Mr. Yu, what is it?" "It's just that the connection between August will be difficult. The graduates are on holiday, and there is time to start school." Yu Xing lowered his head slightly. "We can't cut off the intern just because this August is relatively free. The company considers use the internet to promote it, the school network, Taiba, Sina, NetEase. But the resources are not good." When Yin Bei heard this, she turned her eyes and helped her think. "We also have to invest money in online publicity so that we can only have resources if we invest money." Yu Xing nodded seriously. "You are not afraid of investing money. Our company and business can be promoted, and the revenue can be restored. Now I am afraid that if you want to invest money, you don't know how to invest or how to stuff it." After he said this, he continued to lower his head to eat. Yin Bei thought about this matter carefully and calculated the profits that might be possible during the process of investing and stuffing money. She glanced at Yu Xing, who was eating a lunch box, and said, "Mr. Yu, Song Yufeng is a media person. He may be able to ask you." Yu Xing looked up and said in a dilemma, "Is it convenient for Brother Feng? Last time he seemed to have some opinions to our company. It's all over, and sometimes it's a bit difficult for him to accept new things." Yin Bei smiled and said with some embarrassment, "However, looking for resources on the internet, just like you said, this is a stolen money." Yu Xing immediately said, "So, Sister Yi, I will write 2 key points such as the promotion in Beidou Taiba, the promotion in the campus network. You ask Brother Feng if he can find someone, and then ask Brother Feng to give him a price. It's easy to discuss between us." Yin Bei nodded seriously. "Okay, I'll go back and ask for help." The previous chat from her boss flashed through her mind, and the company's revenue at the end of the month was about to exceed 1 million. When he went home that day, Yin Bei saw her boyfriend and told her everything about it, asking about online publicity resources such as Taiba and School Network. "Oh, I'll ask. This is probably not difficult. Didn't Yu Xing plan to use the campus network to promote it before? He said that it overlaps with the company's customer resources and the effect will be very good." Song Yufeng responded first, but was strange again, he said. "Didn't he look for someone in advance?" "I haven't found it. I think he's busy all day from morning to night." Yin Bei touched her boyfriend's arm and asked, "I'm not just talking about this, but you think it's just a post bar and a school network. How much does it take to do this? Money. It's usually a complete set." Song Yufeng has little contact with this aspect, and sometimes he will listen to his colleagues' chat. He thought about it carefully and said uncertainly, 10,000 yuan is enough. I'll ask my colleagues tomorrow. If you have an acquaintance, it might be cheaper. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Then ask your colleague. I will report 50,000 to Yu Xing tomorrow, and I will die if I don't say anything. Yin Bei's eyes were bright. Let's see you tomorrow and wait until you get off work. Song Yufeng said, and hesitated a little. This is not good. Yin Bei immediately said, I am also a shareholder. Besides, this kind of thing has to be given a red envelope. If you find a good result, as long as you can do it, she said again. If you spend money, it must be effective. Song Yufeng smiled bitterly and said, You are really a shareholder and you are still concerned about the effect. If you don't work, will you still have a next round? Yin Bei said with a smile, This will last for a long time. The worst thing is that you will get a discount next time. Song Yufeng frowned and said, The problem is that you are working in the company now. If Yu Xing knew about it, the scene would be ugly and he wouldn't be able to ask others. So you have to find a reliable one first. I heard that he meant that we would give the price and would not contact the other side. Yin Bei had already thought about it at home. Also, If the price is different, it won't be the same. The same thing, the reason why it is expensive is because the effect can be good. As long as the revenue can be achieved, the promotion cost is only a small amount. She had already seen the company's business expanding rapidly in Songjiang University town, with 50,000 yuan only a few days of revenue. Yin Beiai slapped the sofa and decided to say, just treat it as adding chicken legs to the shareholders. Song Yufeng didn't say anything, which was accusation. After a while, he said, I asked in the company. Now the marriage and love team is not moving. I haven't heard of a new business. I probably won't be here to do this. You will tell Yu Xing first tomorrow. My report is sure, posted on July 13. Yes, you paid back the car fee last time to the company. Yin Beiai heard her boyfriend say this. Since NetEase doesn't plan to follow, the money can be taken back in another form. Song Yufeng shook his head. Okay, add chicken legs. Let's not take the example. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The orders between Beijing and Yangcheng have made breakthroughs, which makes Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying particularly happy. Unlike Jinling, Xincheng, and Linen, the achievements made by these two cities are not core executives, are somewhat different in the sense. However, when Yu Xing informed the second and third leaders of the possible problems in the capital, most of their happiness quickly disappeared. If I had known this, Brother Xing, you should have let me go to the capital. Zhang Xialing's voice obviously had a suppressed anger, or let Xiaoying go to the capital. The time is too short, Jinling's business is progressing well, so it is not appropriate to interrupt. Linen's business is equally important. The most important thing is that I really didn't expect them to have other thoughts so soon. Yu Xing was not angry at all now. Instead, he laughed and said, this is the one who is here, and the king will not accept it. Otherwise, college students are brave and might not agree to the request of those two people. They turned around and changed their brands in Beijing and did it themselves. Zhang Xiling was silent. After all, the time was too short and the staff was too small. He also needed someone to control others by taking advantage of others. Lu Heiying thought, when his senior brother taught us to treat others with sincerity, he said that if we could not even give us good intentions, then someone must be forcing us. After a while, Lu Heiying calmly asked, Brother Xing, how should we deal with this follow-up? Young people are bound to make mistakes this matter. Yu Xing said slowly, look at the effect of the Beijing market, but the documents clearly announced by Giaicom are calculated based on 200. This is true, no matter if they take them to Beijing. The documents from other markets are the same. When Lu Heiying and Zhang Xiling heard the senior brother's answer, they all thought of the company's core strategy now selling the company. Anyway, the document stipulates this. At that time, whether it is one or the other party, it will be easy to figure out the matter clearly whether it is one or the other party. This matter is to be put on hold for the time being. Before hanging up the phone, Zhang Xiling couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Brother Xing, this money comes quite quickly. With nearly 500,000 yuan in revenue, this money can already cover its own deficit. It is precisely because most of them are divided, so it can be so fast. Yu Xing knew what the third master was thinking and emphasized. If we didn't have the money we spared, the employees would not have such motivation. The reason why Giaicom, a rough team, is driven to do things is a key point. The revenue generated now needs to cover the operating costs after paying the salary, and the profits you really get are not much left. Moreover, this does not consider the final redemption situation. Yes, I know, Brother Xing, I just look at a lot of money I really want to. Zhang Xiling was silent for a few seconds, without the urge to hide the most real thing. I really want to run away. If you don't pay your salary, you will run away directly and your own deficit will be over. However, you cannot escape, which is the responsibility of the company's legal person. Yu Xing laughed. Is that so? I think so too. Zhang Xiling lost his impulse in an instant and quickly persuaded him. Brother Xing, I'm joking. Yu Xing laughed again. Is that so? I'm joking too. Zhang Xiling found that he could not make a joke and quickly ended his experience exchange with his senior brother. Yu Xing did not get entangled with the third leader and finally summarized the fundamentals and talked about the recent focus. We need market performance. NetEase is very good. It can help us capture the transitional traffic in August. If it doesn't come, we need to develop the revenue we can bring. Don't forget that we need to pay wages. Revenue has been initially implemented, but the payment of the first month's salary is not far from the time of payment. The first batch is calculated from the 15th to the 18th, and there are only about 10 days left. The money you can use at that time it will decrease rapidly. The second in command and the third in command respectively expressed their determination to do the market. Yu Xing finished another conference call, looked up at the dark sky, and lit a cigarette on the side of the road without going back to the apartment. As soon as the salary is paid, the psychedelic joy brought by early revenue will quickly dissipate, and as the summer vacation is about to end, the situation for the next month will become difficult. Although the company is a straw troop, it is not easy to handle. Yu Xing smoked a cigarette and thought for a long time, and waited until he was impatient with the mosquitoes coming to bite him frequently before he went upstairs. Fortunately, although the sole figure needs to consider revenue, salary, business, city, marketing, threats, networks, and sales, teams in the 5 major cities just need to ask seniors for money to spend. With the good news from the alternate shareholder Yin Bei, Giaicom's online publicity has also basically determined the framework. Yu Xing did not bargain much for the 50,000 quotation from Yin Bei, but only asked Brother Feng to talk more, which would be another cut in the name of the poor student. At the same time, he accidentally mentioned the pattern of the marriage and love industry, accidentally mentioned that NetEase also has a marriage and love business, and also listed some of the threats that these companies may bring. Yin Bei didn't talk much about this, but just revealed a known news: NetEase probably won't. Its own marriage and love business has not been done well, so she will definitely not pay attention to small companies like us. When Yu Xing heard this, his face turned as usual, but he frowned in his heart. Did you make a mistake in your own judgment? Is NetEase extremely conscientious? Or is it that Song Yufeng doesn't know what method to use to dissuade the internal impulse of innovation? Or the NetEase marriage and love team really doesn't like these 3 melons and 2 dates? But no matter what, our own publicity must be promoted, and what should be done must be done. On July 10, Giaicom published a Huaxia College Students' Love Survey report on its official website and the campus website. Among them, an important data is that the probability of college students falling in love to getting married is approximately 14.8%. In addition, there are some interesting surveys in the report, such as the proportion of college students in economically developed regions is higher, and the top 3 are Jingcheng, Jinling, and Yongcheng. Unlike the one I imagined, Giaicom has no traffic, so it will naturally not attract attention. As the school network, it did not attract too much interest, and the situation did not change slightly until that night. It is said that the team Song Yufeng is looking for is working hard, and on the afternoon of July 11, there was an interview from Sina. The reporter was Song Yufeng's college classmate Liu Yilin. Yu Xing didn't know if Song Yufeng gave him the coaching fee for this college classmate, but he still came up to do some things first, so he saw Liu Yilin's smile immediately. Senior reporters are not old and probably won't get a good report position, but this person asked in detail, which made Yu Xing give a more comprehensive project explanation. The most important thing here is the customer redemption issue. Yu Xing's answer was a conversation with offline customers. We are doing a long-term social survey. When we accumulate enough data from different regions and schools, we will gradually stop absorbing orders, and at the same time reduce the team size, negotiate cooperation with rose suppliers in large quantities to reduce most of the costs. Of course, it's not that we must not do it. We will consider more possibilities depending on the company's operation. In the specific operation during this period, we found that some couples are not interested in roses, so we are also considering changing the last exchange for wedding photos, banquets, and other wedding gifts. Or gold diamond ring anyway, we'll consider more flexible communication with couples. Yu Xing was interviewed under the company's banner, and there were curious potential customers watching. The reporter also asked the college students on the spot and got some real reviews, whether good or bad. However, when the interview ended, Liu Yilin also comforted the leader of Giaicom. Don't worry, those bad reviews will not be reported. Yu Xing thanked the reporter for his thoughtfulness. On the 13th, it was also the day reported by NetEase. Whether it was the campus network or several post bars with a lot of traffic, it seemed that the switch was turned on all of a sudden. The College Student Love Investigation Report from Giaicom has received good exposure. The comments below are naturally from all angles to this exposure. what really reflects that the Taobao store and Tmall store are both ushering in curious inquiries. Of course, they are just stopping at curiosity and have extremely low conversion rates. Like Giaicom's offline business, Jinling is more representative, with a conversion rate of approximately 10%, which means that 10 orders can be obtained from 100 couples. Otherwise, Taobao and Tmall stores received inquiries from more than 1,000 users within one day, and finally got only 8 orders, with a conversion rate of less than 8 per thousand. Although it is not representative to only pick up one day of the online business, the gap between the two is very obvious. However, there are advantages of being difficult to compare offline. If you want to reach 1,000 users offline, you need at least 2 teams of 100 people in Jinling. In 3 days, the online is quite relaxing. Mr. Yu, this effect. Yin Bai was quite nervous after knowing the transformation on the 13th. There are only 8 orders, totaling 2392 yuan. The previous quote was 50,000 yuan, but the actual charge was 45,000 yuan. It's okay, things on the internet need to be brewed, and there will be some more in the future. Yu Xing was broad-minded and did not blame him for this. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Yin Bai was a little relieved and hoped for subsequent reactions. By the way, she sent the actual conversion of Giaicom to her boyfriend and urged him to let the internet marketing team do the results. If there was not much growth in the future, she would be disappointed if she didn't place a few orders. Yin Bai vaguely understood the mood of her boyfriend returning the car fee at that time. Don't worry, there will be some more on the campus network. The post bar probably isn't targeted enough. Song Yufeng was his girlfriend who replied at the company. He needs to work overtime today to process some manuscripts. My phone no longer vibrates, and my girlfriend will obviously wait until she gets home to talk about this. Just as Song Yufeng was writing quickly, a slow voice suddenly came from behind him. Teacher Song, I see you posted a report today. Why are the data different from the last time? Before Song Yufeng turned around, at this moment, it seemed as if a chill was drilling straight from the back of his spine, and goosebumps appeared on his arms. His heart beat faster and his mouth was a little dry. He slowly turned around and saw Ying Jiadong, deputy director of the NetEase City dating channel, standing behind his seat. Ying Jiadong smiled harmlessly and saw that his colleague did not answer. He reminded him, "It's the college students' love investigation report. I heard you say last time in the cafeteria. Isn't the probability of marriage they surveyed less than 21%? I read the report on our website today. How could the probability become 14.8%? A smile appeared on Song Yufeng's face and subconsciously replied that it was the company that modified the probability. Ying Jiadong said strangely, "Why do you need to modify it? Is it better from the past or the present?" Song Yufeng swallowed, his voice slightly lowered. "It's probably this, I heard they have more data, so the probability was corrected." Ying Jiadong nodded slightly, which was a correction. He pondered for a moment and made a small request. "That's right, Teacher Song, our team is very interested in this business. I went back to Yongcheng last week and went to the headquarters to talk about the new developments in the industry. The headquarters also thinks it's good. Businesses like this that are somewhat bet-related are a very innovative entry point. Can you contact the Giaicom here and ask them for some original survey data?" Song Yufeng's face looked a little ugly. "What do you want this? Since they say it is a college students' love survey report, they must have obtained a lot of data from the region." Ying Jiadong said naturally, 1, we want to see if the data is correct, and 2, we also want to see if the business cannot be refined and optimized. Song Yufeng's heart had already sunk. He was not interested in this when he asked about it before. This is full of interest and has also returned to the headquarters to discuss. It's over. My girlfriend's equity is probably going to be waste paper. Ying Jiadong asked strangely, "Teacher Song, are there any problems?" "Director Ying, this is not good." Song Yufeng mustered up the courage and explained the obvious truth. "Our website has reported on the development of Giaicom, and it is the first in the entire network. If your team goes to do this business in a blink of an eye, it is the first in the network." "Not very good." Ying Jiadong pulled a chair and sat down, sighed, seeking the understanding of the young reporter. "I'm going to hide it from you, Teacher Song. If it was not a forced one, I wouldn't want this, but there are 3 people in the company who have marriage and love." For a team, the top really wants to make a breakthrough in the marriage and love market and may have to merge 3 teams in the future. Companies need grades and we need grades. It's just a project idea. If we don't do it, there will be other companies doing it. Since other companies will do it, why don't we do it first? Teacher Song, please do a favor. Ying Jiadong stretched out his right hand, with some requests and scrutiny in his eyes, and added, "The headquarters will also organize research in a few days. This is not a personal matter, it is an organizational matter." Song Yufeng slowly stretched out his right hand. Ying Jiadong took the initiative to step forward and shook it and said with a smile, "Teacher Song, thank you. Can you give me a call from Giaicom? I can also call it if necessary." Song Yufeng pursed his lips and replied reluctantly, "Okay." I know Teacher Song's embarrassment. Ying Jiadong let go and said, "It's okay, there will be no problem. Isn't it just a team of college students? We didn't post it today, we will do it tomorrow. It needs to be investigated." Song Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief. It was better to have buffering time than not. He shook his head slightly in his heart, and I'll just say, my girlfriend shouldn't go to that company. How can grassroots fight with big companies? End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Song Yufeng returned home in a complicated mood. The first thing he said when he saw his girlfriend was, "It's over. Your company is going to go bankrupt. Your company has just gone bankrupt." Yin Beiai said with a smile, "My company is developing very well," she said, shifting her attention from TV to her boyfriend's face, and then she realized that something was wrong. Her boyfriend's expression was very serious. Yin Beiai frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Yufeng fully described the situation he encountered during overtime. The company's marriage and love team really took a fancy to projects like love contracts. After hearing this, Yin Beiai stayed for a while and regretted, "Oh, I would have known that I would have quoted Yuzing for 100,000 last time." Song Yufeng was stunned, but unexpectedly his girlfriend's first reaction was this. He sat on the sofa. "Then what should I do now? Will I resign?" Yin Beiai thought, "What should I do if the equity agreed to buy Yuzing? Can it be cashed out now? The contract signed before has a time limit. She has no feelings for Giaicom and has less than a month's work time, so she can't talk about these 2 words at all." Song Yufeng didn't speak. Yin Beiai thought for a while and said, "I can't quit. I can work on Giaicom while looking for other jobs. Even if NetEase wants to do it, Giaicom will not go bankrupt for a while, if it happens later. Are you still investing in online marketing?" Yuzing invests again, he still has to find us. Song Yufeng hesitated. What's this? You're a good old man." Yin Beiai saw that her boyfriend was a little unhappy and criticized, "If someone gives you a car fee, you can even place an order back. It's not that you copied his project, you are from the marriage and love team. Director, did you make the decision? What are you guilty about? This one is the one all day long." Song Yufeng smiled bitterly, spread his hands, and was silent. "What do you think you should do now?" Yin Beiai threw the question over again. Song Yufeng hesitated for a few seconds and gave a suggestion. "You can just quit your job and change your job. It's refreshing so as not to encounter any bad things again. If you don't have equity, you have received marketing expenses last time. Giaicom gave 45,000 yuan last time, but there was still 32,000 yuan left in his pocket. This money alone has been worth several months of salary." Yin Beiai listened to her boyfriend's voice, thought about it, shook her head and said, "Giaicom will not go bankrupt immediately. The revenue this month can be at least 1 million. The more NetEase does the same project, the more the company does not need marketing promotion. The marketing effect last time needs to be promoted." Song Yufeng thought carefully. "No matter what, I am from NetEase and have interviewed Yuzing again. NetEase is now launching the same project." "Lass, I'm afraid of trouble." Yin Beiai said disapprovingly. "What trouble can there be? Aren't they just a group of college students? If there is really something wrong, it's also aiming at your company. Can you still make things difficult for you as a young reporter? I think Yuzing is not a difficult person just like that. It's settled anyway, I won't resign." Song Yufeng rubbed his face and sighed silently. Although he could make money, he always felt confused. He put down his hand and watched his girlfriend start watching TV. A thought came to his mind that he didn't have enough time to do it. After a long time, it would probably be fine. The effect of online marketing takes time to show, and this will be directly reflected in Giaicom's online store traffic. On the 13th, users in their early 1000s asked, and the data on the 14th suddenly increased, and users across the day approached 2,000. However, due to the conversion rate issue, only 14 orders were reached. 22 orders in 2 days, with revenue of 65.78 yuan. The time has arrived on the 15th, half a day has passed in the morning, and the online traffic is temporarily consistent with yesterday. Yu Xing did not conceal the situation of online orders and maintained interaction with the alternate shareholder Yin Bei. If this is the case, half a month's revenue will be enough for the promotion fee. Yin Bei helped to make a calculation while having lunch. In a month, the revenue is twice the promotion fee. Our company still we need to continue to promote online, Yu Xing said with a smile. The effect of online marketing is definitely a curve. First grow and then decay. You will definitely not be able to earn marketing expenses in half a month. Yin Bei subconsciously avoided the boss's gaze and defended her slightly. But no matter what, we won't lose money, and the brand is considered to be out. This is not a fight. Yu Xing smiled. How come he needs a big shot? Yin Bei raised her head when she heard this. A big wave, how much does it cost? Yu Xing shrugged and did not answer the question. He smiled at the alternate shareholder, greeted the newly hired programmer in the past 2 days, turned around and left the small office and ran towards the work stall of Yanyang World. The business in Shenzhen is also expanding rapidly, not limited to Songjiang University town, and there is no difference in the experience used. However, this place is still the basis of the Shenzhen market and also plays a role in absorbing existing customers. It was just afternoon, and the weather was still hot, so the flow of people was of course very low. Yu Xing did not force the employees to stand guard or visit customers. He carried the cold drinks he bought and found the employees who were enjoying the coolness under the shadow of the teaching building. He followed them and talked about the mountains, then went straight to another stall and finished the university town. 7 stalls were covered in sweat. Don't you smoke? Yu Xing sat on the stairs of the School of Economics and Trade. He took out a cigarette and asked Zin Zongjian, an intern who had not been in office for a long time. Zin Zongjian shook his head shyly and rejected the boss' kindness. Yu Xing smoked half a cigarette, and as the hot sunlight spread on the ground, his mind was filled with communication with the candidate shareholders at noon today. He vaguely felt something was wrong. Yin Bei seemed to be a little wrong in both speaking and looking these 2 days. How do you say this feeling? It's like when I was in school, I thought I was secretive in my seat. Later, I stood on the podium and realized how clear it was to look down. Is there any news on NetEase, or is the alternate shareholder uneasy due to the marketing effect? Yu Xing held a cigarette in his mouth and slowly sorted out his thoughts. Whether it is your own judgment or discussion with Sister Ying, NetEase is willing to try it, but if its attempts are not implemented, it is inevitable that it will be impatient and worried. Yu Xing put out the cigarette, took out his cell phone, thought about calling Liu Weining again, and hesitated for 2 seconds before turning into a text message. He thought about the last exchange and carefully compiled a paragraph, taking selling companies as the general outline, recruiting boyfriends and girlfriends as checks and balances, catalyzing team leaders as the context, and using unstable interns as flesh and blood. I'm a business, it's too hot. I will never start a business in the summer next time. After a while, Liu Weining replied to the message. Praise love as the general principle, let boyfriends and girlfriends promote each other, use talents in an unconventional manner, believe in the simplicity and enthusiasm of college students. Who will succeed if you fail to succeed in such a business? Then there was a second message. If this company can be sold smoothly, what do you want to do next time? Yu Xing looked at the screen of the phone, lit a second cigarette, and thought for a while. I haven't thought about it seriously yet. I've really racked my brains during this period and tried my best. The company can sell it, but it really doesn't work, so I will plant grapes. Now, Liu Weining replied to a question mark. Yu Xing replied seriously. My uncle grows grapes. There is a kind of grape in Japan that is very good and can be introduced. Although I haven't conducted a careful investigation, the price of this product should be a bit profitable if it is slightly hyped. Liu Weining admitted, it has touched my blind spot in knowledge. I have to go to eat mushrooms at night. I heard that Yunnan mushrooms are delicious this season. In July, most areas in Yunnan enter the rainy season, which is suitable for the growth of wild bacteria and is the time to taste delicious food. Yu Xing gave serious suggestions. You must cook it and find a store close to the hospital. He waited for a while but didn't wait for a reply, and I wonder if Sister Ying was busy with work. Liu Weining on the other side was really busy. She took the materials handed over by her colleague Sujayati in the office. She just turned 2 pages and heard irrelevant inquiries. Sister Ying, why are you laughing at? Liu Weining looked up and said strangely, did I laugh? Sujayati confirmed, yes, the corner of her mouth is smiling. What happy things are you thinking about? Liu Weining brushed her lips and looked at the sunny sky outside. I feel happy when I think of the cold and hotness of the same place. The sun here can also shine on the flowers planted at home. Sujayati asked suspiciously, did you plant some wild flowers at home? Liu Weining rolled her eyes. You will make a list of due diligence tomorrow. Sujayati raised her hand and saluted. Yes, madam. However, after tasting fresh mushrooms at night, the and a consultation work may have to be postponed. Liu Weining tasted the seasonal mushrooms, which were indeed delicious, and there was no discomfort. But the moment she walked out of the shop, she saw a row of Yuzing squatting on the tree. They were all talking to themselves and immediately realized something was wrong. Sister Ying, please help me. Sister Ying, I don't want to pay the consultation fee, but I still want to ask questions. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Do you have money? Lend me some. Sister Ying, I'm thick-skinned. Sister Ying, are you here in GUI AICOM? With you, the company can sell more money. Liu Weining calmly turned around and said to Sujayati, who was tasting delicious food together, let's go to the hospital, I'm hallucinating. Sujayati said in surprise, is there an hallucination? Really, what did you see? Liu Weining took a breath. I saw 7 monkeys on the tree. Eating mushrooms is risky, so be cautious when trying them. Fortunately, the small shop I chose this time is indeed very close to the hospital. The next day, Yuzing received a text message from Sister Ying describing the illusion. While laughing happily, he sent a text message to question, no, you are so thick-skinned and borrow money. If you dream of me, how can you still have such an image? Liu Weining corrected, it's not a dream, it's an hallucination of eating mushrooms. You know what I was thinking at that time? I think this Yuzing is going to make a messy project. If there are 7 Yuzings, what would it be like? Yuzing, Sister Ying, you really look down on me. Thank you, I feel more confident when I struggle. Your job has been postponed, so you have to deduct bonuses. Liu Weining, no, the leader's hospital bed is next door. Under the sunny sky, Yuzing sent a text message to Liu Weining in the shadow near the stall. Hey, Xiao Liu, I'll reimburse you for a few ice creams. Yu Xingjai sent an employee who was also a little bored, and he disappeared when he saw him happily. Just as Yu Xing was about to reply to the text message, a strange mobile phone number entered. Hey, hello, is it Yu Xing, the founder of Giicom? I am a reporter from NetEase. The call was very warm. I noticed the website's report on your project. I want to ask again. I'll give you some in-depth reports on some details later. When Yu Xing heard the identity of the other person, he started chatting without thinking much. However, when he was halfway through the conversation, he suddenly felt something was wrong and slowly began to talk about the customer group positioning and development of Giicom with a recommendation mentality, and even expressed the probability of marriage in a tactful way. Of course, my own investigation is true, but how real it is, that it is so real that it is to do good deeds, it needs to be weighed. I chatted on the phone for a long time. By the time Yu Xing put down his phone, the ice cream that the employee bought for him had melted. Mr. Yu, is it an interview? Xiao Liu next to him heard some replies from the boss. Yes, right. Yu Xing sighed deeply, took a deep breath and said quietly, he is too enthusiastic. What's the reason why this old guy's voice is so enthusiastic? It's right to be lifeless. It's right to be like owed him 200,000 or not to pay the car. He also called himself in the name of a NetEase reporter. Although Yu Xing could not be sure, combined with Yin Bei's performance in this inexplicable call, a strong intuition arose in his heart. NetEase, which he coveted, was finally coming. Ah no, it's NetEase that is finally coveting itself. Forget it, covet each other and go to each other. Yu Xing felt that every nerve was beating in the hot weather. He never thought that the first opponent he faced in a startup project would be a large company like NetEase, and he didn't know if he could really let such a big brand help him carry his sedan chair. I can only say that I am willing to sacrifice myself and dare to take down the emperor. Mr. Yu, where are you going? Xiao Liu saw that the boss was about to leave. Yu Xing said with a normal expression, go and prepare something and ask for an appointment with the right person to have dinner. You are here, don't have heat stroke. Xiao Liu nodded ignorantly. watching the boss crawling into the sunshine and walking faster and faster, and in a blink of an eye, he had already run away. On July 19, NetEase made adjustments to its business, and the original same-city dating channel and Extraordinary Men and Women teams merged into the new NetEase Dating. At the same time as NetEase Dating adjusts its marriage and love business layout, it has also launched a love contract business for college students on this page, which will be more vertically and refinedly to build the marriage and love market. NetEase's actions did not make much noise on the internet, but attracted the attention of traditional marriage and love brands. All of them heard that NetEase Dating were established, and NetEase did not pay attention to NetEase's entry into it. The college student group also has some thoughts. But overall, Century Jayayuan, Baycom, and Genicom do not think that NetEase can shake the marriage and love market, nor do they think that it will pose any actual threat. On this night, Gycom, which encountered the most direct competition in the corner, held a meeting. The founder, second-in-command, third-in-command, group leader, alternate shareholders, and others all attended the meeting. The atmosphere in the office was solemn and everyone looked hesitant. Some wanted to resign, some wanted to make money, and some were talking about salary. Everyone was united and did not think that Gycom still had a future. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? I received the notice and it was released at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So fast. The end of the previous book is still like yesterday. The beginning of this book is even more like yesterday. Well, I considered two directions before I opened the book. One is the current book, and the other is the beginning of the 1980s and 1990s. The reason for finally using this book is the accumulation of information and the freshness. The former is that although I have read a lot of information from the 1980s and 1990s, I even think it is good to have a beginning, but I always feel that the accumulation is still not enough. The latter is that rebirth is an old theme, and the internet industry has also used too much material. This time, I have tried to write some fresh things since the beginning of 2008, which may bring a good sense of reading. Of course, freshness is also a driving force for me to write, so I wrote this book. Because the previous book is very long and has a lot of content, and has written a lot of projects and companies. I want to try to avoid duplicate things. If it is really hard to avoid, try to change the angle. Moreover, as the introduction says, giants and capital has taken shape and the times are different, so the protagonists in this situation naturally have different choices and practices. However, these are just my perspective and thoughts. As a reader who also likes reading, I only have one standard for reading whether it is good or not. If it is good, read it, and if it is not good, change it. As an author who likes to create, I just hope to try my best to bring you an interesting story. Regarding the update after it is released, we will update 10,000 words today, and update 10,000 words tomorrow, and update this month. Try to be more firm. Thank you for your reading, rewards, and monthly tickets. Finally, please subscribe. Thank you till the end of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Song Yufeng hurried to Gycom. This is his first time in. He has been looking out when he got off work when he got free 2 days ago. But today he saw that the space is really not big, and it is a typical entrepreneurial environment for ordinary college students. He thought of his girlfriend's comments and saw Yu Xing, the founder of Gycom, on his seat. Come here, sit down. Song Yufeng wanted to shake hands but heard such an ordinary sentence and hesitated a little and sat down. Tell me, what's going on with NetEase's marriage and love business? Yu Xingping asked plainly. Song Yufeng estimated two situations on his way here, either the expenses of online marketing or the similar business launched by the company. He heard this and confirmed the matter and sighed. I don't know either. Maybe there have been many online marketing promotions recently, and people on the marriage and love side have seen the potential of new businesses. This tone is consistent with Yin Bei's. At this time, Lu Heiying from the next office came over and poured 2 cups of tea, and then sat next to her without leaving. Yu Xing also sighed, took the pen away from the paper and sighed. It's really hard to write the manuscript. Song Yufeng, I have to ask you to write a copy for me. Song Yufeng frowned. What did you write? Write a proclamation of the siege that NetEase has forced us to work together with us to innovate. Yu Xing said expressionlessly. Song Yufeng pursed his lips and persuaded him. Yu Xing, I know you are very unhappy now, but market competition is like this. I asked you before, and you also said that if you make a project, you will be competed by other things. The opponent saw it. It's another competitor, not NetEase. Yu Xing said lightly, when you ask me Tencent, why don't you ask NetEase? Song Yufeng said helplessly. What's the difference? Is Tencent going to do this? The competitive situation you are facing is better. Market competition, Yuzing, since you have started a business, you should have some predictions. Yuzing smiled, slapped his pen on the table, and said firmly, but it can't be NetEase. Song Yufeng looked at the indignation of the college student in front of him and wanted to say something, but he felt that it was actually unnecessary. He stood up and said with some pity, there is no difference. Today, after 2 days of digestion, Song Yufeng has realized the reality. If the company thinks it is profitable, it will definitely do it. This is how market competition is. As for the previous guilt in my heart, alas, letting go of my personal ethics and enjoying a free life is the most realistic in today's society. There is a difference. You interview me first and then copy the project. Yuzing sneered, is this NetEase's style? He said angrily again, you are not penguins. Song Yufeng looked at Yuzing's expression and sighed. Yuzing, don't be too naive, we also copied. We have also done some micro-innovations. To put it bluntly, Sina has also reported your projects before, Tiber, and there are also your posts on the campus website. Since you promote this way, you have to accept this risk. What's more, there is no moat for projects like yours. This is not my fault, nor is it NetEase's fault. I still say the same thing. Even if NetEase doesn't do it, if it's changed to other companies, you can find it again if they do it. Who? Are you still looking for me? It's done by Jiayuan, Beicom, Zhenaicom. You will still find me and vent your dissatisfaction with me. Listening to this defense, Yuzing pointed at Song Yufeng and said to the second-in-command in surprise, look, see what it means to be honest. This is our Song Yufeng reporter. Song Yufeng looked at Lu Haiying, who was also a college student, and suddenly felt bored when he looked at her weird eyes. He shook his head and said, Yuzing, Lu Haiying, this is society. This is society, I'm leaving. You guys are ready to fight NetEase. Yuzing did not reach out to stop the person from leaving, but said leisurely, I've recorded it. Song Yufeng stopped when he had just walked to the door. He suddenly turned around and said, what does it mean? Last time I drank, you told me something, and I recorded it by the way. Yuzing said slowly, I'll let you know. He reached out and moved his mouse to find the audio file that had been copied in his notebook. Song Yufeng stared at Yuzing in the seat, remembering the last drunkenness, and it was after that time that he had his girlfriend's job at Giaicom. Lu Haiying, who was sitting next to her, was excited. Is there really a recording? Last time, my senior brother talked about Yin Bei's joining, and then he said he would have a recording after getting drunk, and he also said that he would play it for Song Yufeng when necessary. Now it is time to be necessary. Song Yufeng stood at the door, thinking that it was just a threat, and his wine should be pretty good. The notebook starts playing recordings. Brother Feng, do you think our project has been seen by your internal team and there is a risk of being plagiarized? Hehe, I will definitely copy it. Critical strike at the beginning. Song Yufeng felt a staggering heart. It's over. What are you doing with your phone holding up? Oh, I'm recording. Can I record it? Ha ha ha. Record. Make a date with 98. Record. Make a date with 1998. 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 Make a date with 1995. Make a date with 1998. Make a date with 1995. Make a date with 1995. Make a date with when Song Yufeng heard his singing. He felt that his whole body was instantly irritated. Brother Feng, are you telling NetEase's deputy director of marriage and love? Hey, he insisted on asking me, and I didn't want to say anything, but he said, what did he say? Oh, he said your project is interesting, the threshold is not high and it is easy to copy, and said that you college students have new ideas and can make money, and said that you are not easy, but not easy. Song Yufeng covered his face. It was over. The recording continues. Brother Feng, what is the name of the person who asked you that you want to copy our project? He is called Ying Jiadong, and he laughs at my Ying with affectionate letters, and his home with a fortune of 10,000 yuan, and his home with a collapsed home with a collapsed home. Lu Haiying next to her couldn't help but exclaim, it's so clear. Yuzing clicked on the pause. Lu Haiying asked the senior brother, but what does this building collapse mean? Yuzing spread his hands, really didn't know. A moment later, Song Yufeng's somewhat dry voice sounded. This is from Zuo Zhuan. It is the road is broken and the bench collapses, and the overseas Chinese are tired of it, and they dare not say it all, meaning. It means that the beam is broken and the rafters are broken. I will be suppressed. How dare I not try my best to tell the truth? Yuzing was stunned. He didn't expect that there was such an illusion in the recording. If it weren't for the explanation of the person involved, he really didn't know whether this drunken queen's words were quite appropriate. He applauded. Okay, good, a cultural person. What a dare not say enough. Song Yufeng took 2 steps and wanted to return to his original seat. Yu Xing suddenly changed his face and scolded him angrily. You educated people do this kind of thing. Song Yufeng was embarrassed, and this matter was a bit embarrassing. He reluctantly said, You actually recorded it, Yu. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. I recorded the wrong record. Yu Xing looked coldly. He clicked the play button again. Yu Xing tusk, did you see the one who passed by just now? Her legs are so white. Let me tell you that there is a very exciting one in our company. Song Yufeng started coughing violently. Yu Xing clicked the pause button. What do you want to do? Song Yufeng felt heartbroken. What do you want to do? He never expected that he would have talked so much that day. The point was not to help his girlfriend find a job, but to tell her everything. The value of this wine is still rising. What do you think I want to do? Yu Xing looked cold. You think our project is easy to replicate, so after the interview, you started discussing replicating without even publishing the report. Is this your style? Song Yufeng could answer this sentence just now, but now he can't answer it at all. Yu Xing did not criticize the reporter's intentions much and said directly, I want you to stand up and expose this matter. I want you to be unbearable. The ancient Taoist is kind-hearted and enthusiastic. Song Yufeng looked at the college student in front of him blankly. Or you stand up or I'll release this recording. Yu Xing said without hesitation. Song Yufeng felt his heart thorned. You want me to die? No. Yu Xing looked at the reporter with a changing expression. Whether you stand up or I announce it, the effect on the company is the same. I am saving you now. I let you speak it out yourself. You are a respectable journalist with ethics and enthusiasm. Otherwise. Yu Xing tapped the table with his fingers, making a crisp sound, and finally said, Otherwise it will be indecent. Listening to this description, Song Yufeng suspected that he had said something too much later. He suddenly felt a little unstoppable. Who is naive? It's me. Whose society is it? It's Yu Xing. But this is so social. Song Yufeng was speechless. After a while, he suddenly said excitedly, Did you give me medicine? I remember, you are a doctor. Yu Xing looked at Song Yufeng, who was out of control, and said, Funny. You are thinking too much. Who knows that this is your virtue when you are drunk? Song Yufeng sat on the chair, bent down, and covered his face with his hands. I would rather be you who drugged me, just let me die. Yu Xing didn't say anything and let this person digest and choose. After a long time, Song Yufeng sat upright again and said helplessly, The company has reorganized its team. Do you think that if I stand up, their competition will stop? Stop and do whatever they want. Yu Xing played with the pen in his hand. I just want Giaicom, as long as my founding team and I become fighters, and in the eyes of college students' customer base. He smiled slightly. All warriors want to fight the evil dragon, but how can a warrior without flesh beat the evil dragon? Song Yufeng felt that his tears were coming out. Giaicom was established not long ago. The company has no combat power and still has a lot of corrupt bones. Yu Xing stared at the reporter in front of him. But you are the hard bone. Either we hold your bones as torches or we step on them. Take your bones as a torch, choose yourself. The hardest bone of Giaicom is net ease. Song Yufeng's tears really flowed out. He said the most powerful words that could make Giaicom. Okay, but the recordings will be destroyed. Yu Xing's pen poked onto the paper and replied with a strong voice. One word is certain. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Song Yufeng's bones must be hard, but his body is indeed soft. Things are going completely different from what you imagined. I thought it was because of Giaicom, but I didn't expect it was because of myself. I thought it was Yu Xing's naive, but I didn't expect that he was the most mature one. Since he knew the situation on the day he was drunk, he even sent himself home and even agreed to his request to help his girlfriend find a job, not only giving equity, but also giving extra money for online marketing. It has been more than half a month since that day, but he has been reluctant to send it until. When Song Yufeng looked back like this, he saw that he was cunning, profound, so sophisticated. He caused trouble for himself. After listening to the recording, the conditions agreed. Song Yufeng let go instead. Yu Xing, I really look down on you, but even if I really stand up, it will be difficult for your company to beat NetEase. What kind of company are you? It's only a month to make a full plan, you can't win. It really doesn't work. Stop selling the company to NetEase. Song Yufeng said a few words and suddenly found a way to save himself. If you stand up, your job will definitely be gone, and the industry doesn't know how to view yourself. If you don't stand up, it's even worse. But if NetEase can buy Giaicom, it can not only solve Yu Xing's problem, but also save his career. If NetEase is willing to buy it, it will not copy it without asking. Yu Xing understood clearly. Even if it really buys it, how much is it willing to pay now? I want NetEase to pay or sell the company. A good price, you have to burn your hard bones. There was a villain in Song Yufeng's mind who kept shouting, "It's over." He shook his head vigorously and suddenly asked, "Yu Xing, if I don't agree, will you really play the recording?" Yu Xing looked at Song Yufeng strangely and said bluntly, "Mr. Reporter, why are you still naive? Otherwise, my company can't survive anymore and I still care about life or death." Song Yufeng said weakly, "You don't care much about my life or death now. Some people die, that is indecent death." Yu Xing said, "Some people die, that is indecent death. As a reporter, you can just charge me for the carriage fee, but you can turn around and give me my project to you." Others explain, "And how much did you leave your marketing expenses?" Song Yufeng swallowed, remained silent, and did not want to leave any more handles. Yu Xing didn't ask, but just said this, sneered. "To put it bluntly, it depends on how we are easy to bully. You just think that the small company has no right to speak, or you think that college students have no ability, even if you come and ask me woolen cloth." Song Yufeng sighed. "Who can ask you? Can you agree just by asking?" "Yes, I don't agree," Yu Xing said loudly, "but I don't agree. Are there any mistakes?" Song Yufeng was speechless again. "That's right, Giaicom and Yu Xing are not wrong. The company does that. Alas, the industry is like that." He felt uncomfortable, and as he saw Yu Xing finally got up from his seat, he asked, "Can I go back?" "Okay, go back and tell Yin Bei that we will try to make her equity more valuable." Yu Xing carried the bag of money. Song Yufeng felt that this was a slander, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "I will ask her to tear off the contract when I go back." "What are you doing torn it off?" 1.5% said. Yu Xing shook his head. "I won't be ignorant of this little money anymore. Do you think everyone does things like you educated people?" Song Yufeng finally responded, "Yes, you don't do things like a cultural person, you're just recording and coercion." Yu Xing smiled at the reporter who had known each other for almost a month and was not angry. He also invited, "I'm hungry, we're going to have a meal, are you going?" Song Yufeng looked at the deep entrepreneur and suddenly felt some indescribable resentment in his heart, and he agreed. "Okay." "Eat?" Yu Xing was a little surprised, but he didn't care. It was completely dark. Yu Xing and Lu Heiying didn't mean to eat and drink, so they found a small restaurant, and they answered the phone and handled the matter. Only Song Yufeng, he thought about his work and the coercion he suffered, and even hung up the call from his girlfriend and didn't want to answer it. "Don't cry." Yu Xing noticed Song Yufeng's expression and persuaded him, "Your company is here to kill me, I don't cry, so why bother?" "Yes, I am the torch shining on you, what's the point of mourning?" Song Yufeng sighed. "I can't make it in the future after finishing your order." Yu Xing said with a smile, "What? You who work in the media are too innocent and too righteous, but you can't survive." Song Yufeng said nothing and suddenly said angrily after serving the food, "Why are you pretending to be innocent? You're also giving me a traffic jam fee." "What can I do? Brother Feng, you always stand on your own position and from your company's position. You think the industry is like that, so your company does nothing wrong. You think the cost of a car is an unspoken rule, so you can accept it." Yu Xing was amused and crying, "It's up to us to be unlucky. We must pay more money and we must be innovative and silent." He knocked on the plate with chopsticks. "Brother Feng, what should you do if you ask me again?" Yu Xing fell into memories and shook his head sadly. "When I heard you say drunk, I was shocked and angry. Am I worried and scared? But I have no choice but to do my best to protect my company myself." These words are sincere, but Song Yufeng only looked at the man and weakly pursued the truth. "Did you lure your confession at that time?" Yu Xing rolled his eyes. "Don't think too much, it's over here. Just do whatever you should. No matter whether we make the company bigger or we finally sell the company, we will give Yin Bei 1.5% of the promised 1.5% of the ones we promised to give to Yin Bei. Your marketing expenses, I'm too lazy to pursue them. They're considered a sum of money." Song Yufeng stopped talking, ate and drank, and even wanted to drink a little. However, when he thought of the consequences of drunkenness last time, he hated the wine again. As the supper was coming to an end, Song Yufeng weighed the pros and cons and realized that he had only one way to go. He put down his chopsticks and asked, "Yu Xing, how do you ask me to write?" "I am good at writing articles." Yu Xing's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you finally understand what to do. You can write a criticism and counterattack against NetEase from our perspective. Well, add the simplicity of our college students. The indignation is that kind of," Song Yufeng thought, "black or white." "Yes, yes." Yu Xing nodded. You have to explain the truth first and then exaggerate the feeling of our grassroots fighting giants. Song Yufeng nodded slowly while pondering, probably understanding the needs of Party A. Yu Xing said again, when our manifesto is released, you will be lost and jump out so that you can prove the authenticity of what we say. After all, you are the interviewer and a NetEase employee and you can help us quickly. Things are fermenting. Well, it's not our post in the morning, you'll come out in the afternoon. You can do the next day or the third day. I understand. Let things ferment and ferment. I will help you after some movement. Song Yufeng understood the positioning of his torch. Yu Xing found out that this person changed his mind and said in particular. A moment later, Song Yufeng gave his own thoughts. What do you think about making a fuss in the company before I stand up? I scolded Ying Jiadong in front of my colleagues, scolding him for being like this. The practice denounced his team's practices. Yu Xing cast a surprised look. Would he move by himself? Song Yufeng felt the meaning in this look and finally said with some confidence, my bones can be harder than you imagined. Yu Xing said happily, yes, that's the feeling, Brother Feng, keep it. Don't call me brother, I call you brother. Song Yufeng said in a complicated tone, Brother Xing, will your recording really be destroyed, right? Of course it's true. Yu Xing spit out a spit. Yu Xing said seriously, besides, you can't continue to do this at NetEase. What threat does this recording have to you? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Song Yufeng said carefully, I'm afraid that the recordings you didn't release will also insult my personality. Yu Xing thought for a while and said, I'll give you a USB flash drive later. You can take it back and listen to it yourself. There's nothing else. Song Yufeng was only a little relieved. Brother Feng, I don't want you to do anything. I have no objection to you. Yu Xing expressed his opinion at this time. I just want to develop a company. Well, if you go back today, you will think about it. You have to make me real. Indignation is written in. He signaled the second in command to check the bill. Song Yufeng was still very serious about work and asked the party, what about? For example, even if NetEase innovates together, he can completely replace the exchange things. He can completely eliminate roses. He can change it to diamond rings, gold, and many things with love elements or even cash. Yu Xing frowned. This model is the essence. As long as the final exchange value far exceeds the order price, it will work. He spread his hands. But he hasn't changed at all, and he hasn't even changed his name. He is so arrogant. Standing on the stance of this group of college students' entrepreneurial team, Song Yufeng couldn't help but nodded. He was indeed quite arrogant. Do they think we can win with a big brand? Yu Xing smiled disdainfully and said proudly, they never thought that we have a tough heart. Song Yufeng. He really couldn't be proud. That's it, Brother Feng. You write the manuscript and send me a copy of it, and then we will discuss the right time, and you will help contact online marketing resources, and then you will have a fight in the company and finally reveal the truth directly. Yu Xing stood up and gave the final instructions. Song Yufeng heard the Yu full of ears and felt that he had never been so important. The three of them stood at the entrance of the small restaurant. Song Yufeng said goodbye, not wanting to go back and face the difficult future. Brother Feng, I wish us good luck. Yu Xing stretched out his right hand. Song Yufeng's heart was ups and downs that night, and he stretched out his right hand helplessly. Yu Xing, don't call me Brother Feng, just call me my name, I'm more comfortable. Yu Xing shook the right hand up and down and said with a smile, okay, call me Mr. Yu. Song Yufeng looked at the young entrepreneur in front of him, thinking of his methods, cunning, and sophistication, and shouted sincerely, Mr. Yu, see you again. Yu Xing let go of his hand and watched the reporter leave his sight. The recording is really useful. Lu Heiying next to her said, it's quite uncomfortable to die in society, but the nature of this matter is different. If it weren't for NetEase's report at the beginning, even if NetEase did the same business, it would probably not make people feel that there were too many inappropriate things. Yu Xing looked at the second in command. In this way, you were better at contacting you at the beginning. Lu Heiying said modestly, no, it should be said that Xialing is good for entering. It was Zhang Xialing who was captured in the first place, and then Yu Xing and Lu Heiying tried to borrow the name of the media to attract the attention of the school. This try really attracted NetEase reporter Song Yufeng. This is how the two sides can cooperate today. I can only say that when the Golden Wind and Jade do meet, it is all fate. Lu Heiying followed Brother Xing back and asked, can you push this up on the internet? Penguin may be interested. Its reputation in this area is not very good. Normally, it should be willing to drag people into the water. Yu Xing said casually, I asked Sister Ying and asked her to help find a way to contact Penguin's resources. I will go back to the prepare more car and horse fees, and then let Song Yufeng accept an interview with Penguin. Lu Heiying felt that this was about to make the best use of it. She walked a while and asked, "Will NetEase consider acquiring us to save public opinion?" "It's very difficult. We have to find a breakthrough in the three companies of Century Jiayuan, but the company is not that easy to sell." Yu Xing said casually, "Most of the money in our accounts belongs to employees, and how much more are we users? There is less need to be redeemed. Those companies can only buy one brand. If you change it, how much are you willing to pay for such a brand?" Only then did Lu Heiying seriously stand on the buyer's position, but it seemed that she could not give too high prices. Fortunately, those three companies are competitive, and we still have room for mediation. Yu Xing stopped. NetEase can help us carry the sedan chair. The traffic that the public opinion time in August can bring is very important. If September and October cannot, we are prone to facing various problems, big and small, big and small. Giaicom is a company that has been forced to raise. The revenue scale can be achieved because of the cost of spending money. Regardless of rules and regulations or compliance management, these are prone to more problems over time. Lu Heiying said, "Yes, NetEase is really important." Yu Xing smiled and said, "Do you know how I felt when I heard the news of NetEase's entry? It was like when I got home and opened the door, Tang Seng was sitting in the pot by himself." Lu Heiying felt that the metaphor of her senior brother was very vivid. She recalled what she saw and heard today, and carefully studied and absorbed the operating experience from her senior brother's words and deeds. Jinling will be left to colleagues for the time being, and what happened in Xincheng is more critical. However, Lu Heiying didn't wait too long. As a professional reporter, Song Yufeng's workability was still very strong. He only sent the proclamation of the attack the next day. I wonder if he had self-incorporation, but his content was full of righteous indignation. It's like crying and complaining, quite infectious. However, the title is a bit difficult. Finally, after discussion between Yu Xing and Song Yufeng, the first article published on the campus online was named NetEase Riding I Innovation, Penguin Doesn't Come Out, Who Will Compete With Me? End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? On July 24, a post appeared on the campus website, which soon gained a wide range of dissemination. As a social platform for college students, in addition to the communication between familiar users, the campus network naturally also has a content recommendation system, which has its own high-quality content screening and push. Moreover, the system of real name registration makes certain content more effective. This is what the post from the users, Yu Xing, who made a love contract, is like this. His school certification is Jinling Medical University. His explanation of his entrepreneurial projects over the past half-month has made everyone in the classmates know that he is doing it. What? Although he jumped from medicine to entrepreneurship, this choice and the content he chose surprised his classmates, and even felt that he was too stressed in the laboratory. His latest self-report still made his classmates and friends suddenly angry. I started a business and worked on a project. I was interviewed by NetEase last month. This month, I bizarrely discovered that it has become the latest project of NetEase's Marriage and Love. I was angry, but then I thought, NetEase rode me to innovate like this, and maybe the popularity of the Fengxiu can fight Penguin. In this way, I suddenly felt relieved that grassroots entrepreneurs can still play a role. He pointed out the topic for Song Yufeng, who was written by Yu Xing, and described the incident process in 3 sentences, benchmarked the word of mouth, and expressed dissatisfaction with irony. Penguin has a very bad reputation now. Its behavior of using traffic to copy various projects has caused many people to complain, and there have been public opinion of all sizes, but it has always stood there unmoved. I'm not used to speculating on my peers with the worst malice, but today I have to stand up and express my surprise. My surprises are 2 things. First, this company is not training journalists but commercial spies, and second, the internet company I respect is so despicable. I think I shouldn't have any entrepreneurial dreams because it is not for big companies like NetEase and Penguin. On June 28, I was interviewed by NetEase reporters at my alma mater, South China University of Science and Technology. At that time, I thought that it was the sailing of my entrepreneurial journey. I never thought that I had not even a month, so I trembled from the bottom of my heart. On July 19, NetEase merged the 2 teams of marriage and love business into NetEase Dating and launched another love contract project facing the college student group. When I learned the news, I was incredible and I was stunned. Whether it was the name or the business, even the most basic settings of 299 yuan, 3-year, and 999 roses were the same, exactly the same, even if you change it slightly. I'm very surprised. I haven't heard of NetEase also having a marriage and love project. I'm not surprised. NetEase adheres to this attitude to do business. It's not uncommon that I haven't heard of it. My companion was very shocked. He asked me in disobedience, Brother Zing, this is a self-taker without asking. I said, no, it asked. This is asking and grab it. I thought it was a guest at home. We warmly treated him and explained it carefully, but I never thought that this was a robber. He listened carefully, turned around and handed over the project letter to his colleague to copy it. From the 19th to today, I have been confused, and in pain for the past 5 days. I probably want to accept my fate, but I feel that I shouldn't do this. My companion advises me, my junior brother advises me, my junior sister advises me, my elder advises me. There is no way just like that. The environment is like this, the industry is like this, entrepreneurship is like this, and society is like this. No, I don't agree. I don't think this is the case. I don't agree with NetEase writing me to innovate like this. Okay, I'm done. NetEase, come on. Song Yufeng posted a link to his own company to the post, which was announcing the team's adjustment measures, the new interface, and new business of NetEase's dating. At the same time, he carefully marked the timeline and asked Yu Xing for a photo of the investigation draft and some data. Because the group of the campus network is all college students, his wording is very emotional, and the content prepared for other post bars and BBS forums is even more calm. In addition, Song Yufeng also explained his future remarks to the media. Yu Xing praised Song Yufeng's proactive behavior with the highest praise. Brother Feng, you are simply like a mastermind. Song Yufeng was very modest. I just did what I should do. Since you have done it, try to do your best. Of course, this is also related to going back to appreciate your drunken works. Some chats between men are not suitable for release. A person will die first, but he cannot die in society. Song Yufeng was in the office and stopped writing the press release. He just paid close attention to the marketing quality of the campus network and saw very good results. On the one hand, Gycom is indeed the one that has the rule. On the other hand, the school network is one of the most popular social platforms today, and its popularity is the high-quality activity of college students, which is also related to Gycom. The entrepreneurial background is consistent. Song Yufeng believes that such an effect will be better over time. However, I will go into battle today. Song Yufeng turned off the computer page, drank half a cup of tea to moisten his throat, turned his head to ask his colleague, Brother Wang, have the meeting upstairs not finished yet? No, what's your business? Brother Wang answered without looking back. Song Yufeng said seriously, a big event. Brother Wang laughed and didn't take it seriously. The newly established NetEase dating department is on the rise. They are holding a market analysis meeting under the leadership of Director Ying Jiadong. In fact, at about the same time, Yang Cheng is also holding a meeting. NetEase Dating is a merger of two teams. Although Ying Jiadong became the director, he was only responsible for the development of the northern market and still had an internal competition mechanism. However, he has great confidence in the new product. That small company has verified the existence of this market with its actions. As long as its marriage and love brands, Century Jiayuan, Genicom and Baycom, did not react and took the lead in promoting resources to occupy the market, it would make the NetEase marriage and love team shine. Although Ying Jiadong was the deputy director in the past, he had no sense of existence in the company as his own business. It has been unable to achieve a breakthrough in 3 years, and the marriage and love market does not recognize the brand NetEase. Fortunately, the above are still willing to try, so they are waiting for this opportunity to find another way. Ying Jiadong even heard rumors at the Yongcheng headquarters last week that as long as NetEase Dating can achieve results, there is a possibility of upgrading to a dating business department in the future. If that happens, my position can be further improved. Ying Jiadong smiled when he suddenly heard the suggestion of a colleague in the conference room, and his smile immediately faded a little. We can add more options to our customers, not just roses, but also a lot of appealing things. Do clients only need roses when they enter marriage? Obviously not. A small discussion rang out in the conference room. Ying Jiadong coughed. This issue will be discussed later. What we need to do now is to seize the market as soon as possible. The discussion in the conference room disappeared. Ying Jiadong pointed at the conference desktop with his finger. Since there are companies on the market that have proved that their route is fine, then we don't have to take risks. We can send someone else, but it's not necessary. It's respect for the market. When we open the market and we already have a solid share, we will make more innovations. Can I make changes to this project? Sure, but it's not necessary. Since there is a road that has been set in front of you, why take the risk again? Ying Jiadong's respect for the market received applause. However, when he finished the meeting and walked out of the conference room, he suddenly saw his colleague Xing Lianhui walking over in a panic. Mr. Ying, your team are. Xing Lianhui wanted to use the word slander, but felt that it might not be very accurate, so he could only show the laptop screen he was holding to Ying Jiadong. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Ying Jiadong looked at the laptop screen a little confused, then frowned deeply. School network. NetEase rides me to innovate. Penguin doesn't come out. Who will compete with me? He simply flipped down, and this was a condemnation from the founder of Gycom. Ying Jiadong didn't expect that this college student was quite personality. He took his hand back and asked, "Is the impact a lot?" Xing Lianhui replied, "It's quite popular now. Let me find someone to contact the school network and ask them to withdraw the article." Ying Jiadong said without hesitation, "The content is not true." Before Xing Lianhui could agree, a loud shout suddenly echoed throughout the floor, attracting everyone's attention. Ying Jiadong. When Song Yufeng learned that the meeting was over, he went upstairs and made great strides towards director Ying Jiadong. Ying Jiadong was so scared that he shivered by the roar. When he turned his head, he saw that it was the angry Song Yufeng. "Ying Jiadong, you did a good thing." Song Yufeng's Danshan was so lucky that his voice was even higher, and a strong emotion burst out. "Why did you want to copy the projects of ordinary entrepreneurs?" Ying Jiadong was shocked and subconsciously said, "No, Song Yufeng, what are you doing? Come to the office. Didn't you help me? When I asked you before, you didn't object." "Ying Jiadong, I report on someone's entrepreneurial project. Why do you have to copy it?" Song Yufeng didn't care what Ying Jiadong said at all, and just asked himself. The colleagues at the workstation had already stood up one after another, and the department employees in the conference room were also scattered around. Even in just a few words, someone downstairs got news and rushed up to watch the fun. Ying Jiadong noticed the onlookers of his colleagues and his face darkened. "Song Yufeng, what do you want to do?" "I don't know what I want to do." Song Yufeng remained angry. "I'm just here to ask you, what do you want to do?" Ying Jiadong felt that this young reporter was simply crazy and completely unreasonable. He turned his head and said, "Come on, drag him to the conference room." Song Yufeng no longer knew whether he was pretending. He could have collected the car fee safely and lived a simple life with his girlfriend. An ordinary news report passed, but Ying Jiadong fell in love with such a project. If Ying Jiadong had no intention of seeing the profit, everything would be normal. Even if Ying Jiadong was not so anxious, this matter would not have developed like this. Song Yufeng's questioning was a confusion and fear of the future, a corresponding to Jiadong's anger when he saw the profit. Of course, there was also a hint of sadness that was coerced by Yu Xing. Such complex emotions mixed together made him burst out with huge energy. "Who dares?" Song Yufeng looked at 2 or 3 colleagues who wanted to obey orders majestically. "I just depend on who dares today." Seeing that more and more people gathered, Ying Jiadong was panicked. You, what are you doing?" "He doesn't understand. I just can't stand it." Song Yufeng asked, "Why do you want to copy someone else's project?" Ying Jiadong felt that the accomplice in front of him was very strange. I. What are you?" Song Yufeng said loudly. "Ordinary college students start their own business and work hard every day in the scorching sun. After seeing my report, you actually brought the entire project over. You still have a conscience. You still have ethics." Ying Jiadong was stunned. You. What do? I have tolerated you for a long time." Song Yufeng's emotions reached its peak, and even his voice broke the sound. "Do you think you are the leader? Do you think you are the director? Do you think you are the celebrity in the company? Do you think you are the celebrity in the company? Do you think can you do whatever you want in this way? I tell you, Ying Jiadong, I'm ashamed to be with someone like you." Ying Jiadong suddenly felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. You had never been like this before. Song Yufeng pulled off the handmade card worn on his chest and threw it on the ground. "We are NetEase, not penguins. I'm quitting." He turned around and left, suddenly feeling refreshed as he stood on the side of justice. Mad is it so cool in the camp of justice. Song Yufeng disappeared. Only the work sign was quietly left on the floor. Ying Jiadong never expected this to happen, and he didn't know what the little reporter was wrong. He only heard the whispers around him and saw the shameful eyes of colleagues in the department and felt a strong feeling in his heart. Come out. Broken. Things are not going well. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Reporter Song Yufeng angrily scolded his leader in public, not ashamed to be a member of his rank, and resigned angrily. This incident immediately caused a sensation in NetEase's Shanghai branch. The news spreads quickly. Colleagues, friends, and various departments were shocked. Someone who knew and had contact with Song Yufeng heard about this and was extremely puzzled. Who? Who do you mean, Song Yufeng? Which department Song Yufeng? Renamed it. No duplicate name. So what a guy, I haven't seen this guy's bones be so hard before. Awesome. Damn, I really want to quit my job. I can't say it, Song Yufeng is awesome. The news of whom and whom are usually a fair in the company is spreading quickly, not to mention the scene of Song Yufeng angrily denounced the new director in public. Although acquaintances are inevitably confused, they do this kind of thing, and more people also think about it. Very simply, they are angry and very talented. Who says that even journalists have no conscience? Song Yufeng would rather not have a future than stand up and argue with anger. This is simply NetEase's last character. The Shanghai branch is whispering everywhere, and the Yongcheng headquarters has heard a little. However, the headquarters noticed more that the school network criticized NetEase friends, but it did not take it seriously and only followed the normality of media public relations. The way is walking. As one of the parties involved, Ying Jiadong hid in his office and looked through the posts on the campus website that had not been withdrawn. He saw a lot of supportive remarks for Giaicom, and almost every refresh, such remarks become more. The project timeline of Giaicom was earlier than that of NetEase, which is obviously impossible to refute. Ying Jiadong now only hopes that the public relations will be successful as soon as possible and withdraw the article as soon as possible, so that this small storm can disappear invisibly. If it cannot be dissipated, will this have a significant impact on NetEase dating? He is also a little confused now. There will definitely be an impact. How much can it affect? Ying Jiadong breathed a sigh of relief, walked around the office for a few times, then took out his cell phone and asked his subordinates, "Have you not contacted Song Yufeng yet?" A negative answer came from the phone. Song Yufeng did not answer the phone or reply to text messages, which was completely a gesture of refusing to communicate. Ying Jiadong hung up the phone fiercely and cursed, "I'm crazy. This little reporter is completely a lunatic. Tin Yang, Giaicom has a big relationship with you. Let you jump out and argue for it. Really, do you think of yourself as Hai Rui? Grass." Ying Jiadong remembered the first time he heard about this project when he asked him in the cafeteria that he was completely submissive. If you have a kind of style, don't say it at that time. Now jump out to be a big-tailed wolf. Ying Jiadong was puzzled by this inexplicable experience. When he calmed down, he quickly grasped the most important thing he should pay attention to now. As long as NetEase dating can still achieve results, he will not be in the company. Affected. The promotion comes from above, not below. What are you looking at above? It's not that it depends on the results. Ying Jiadong sat back on the office chair and still felt inexplicably irritated. He called again and asked his subordinates to properly handle Song Yufeng's resignation. The subordinates understood the proper and said, "I understand, Mr. Ying, I'll find someone to stop him." Your asterisk is also crazy. He can make trouble so much. Why are you stuck with him? Ying Jiadong was furious. Let him leave quickly. Get out quickly. Do you think he is so depressed that he can't vent his anger? Let him get out quickly. Ying Jiadong angrily patted his cell phone on the table. Employees who can cause trouble cannot be stuck so as not to cause any ugly things. Grass. In the afternoon, Song Yufeng left the company and felt that the world was particularly big. However, he suddenly realized that he had no place to go, and after the pleasure of justice faded, his whole body became sad. Song Yufeng took out his cell phone and wanted to call his girlfriend, but unconsciously sent it to the initiator of everything. "Ah, are you him so soon? Then come here. I'm at the student apartment of Donghua University. Here is Shangxi Road." Yu Xing on the phone was a little surprised, but then sent an invitation. Song Yufeng put away his phone and sighed deeply. When he arrived at Songjiang University town, he found the booth of Giaicom and saw that Yu Xing, the real mastermind behind him, was enthusiastically explaining the situation of the love contract to college students. Song Yufeng didn't get too close, so he just squatted aside to observe. One by one, Yu Xing always enthusiastically explained the business. The weather was still very hot, and Song Yufeng could see that the entrepreneur's clothes were soaked in sweat. Oh, Brother Feng. Yuzing wiped his sweat and saw the reporter squatting there silently withering on the other side, walked over and said hello. Song Yufeng raised his head and said, I don't understand. Yuzing was stunned. What don't you understand? Song Yufeng said in confusion. The internet storm has begun to be pushed forward. Why are you still so patiently doing business here? Then what should I do? Yuzing laughed silently. I always make money. I can make money by doing business and it won't delay NetEase. Isn't it your help? Song Yufeng shook his head. Maybe this is a real entrepreneur. He still doesn't understand how this person has the patience to do grassroots business at this time. He briefly described what happened in the afternoon and had already completed the firing of the director. Okay, although it's a bit early, it sounds like the effect is good. This is also considered a proof of someone, and it's considered a public stating. If you accept another penguin interview tomorrow, your task will be almost done. Yuzing said happily. Song Yufeng was about to nod, but suddenly asked stiffly, what, accept an interview with the penguin? Where did the penguin interview come from? No, aren't we sarcastic in the penguin together? Yuzing confirmed, it's penguin. I asked my friend to help. It's just right. I'm interested in this. In addition, I'm sarcastic about penguin. You are innocent. You are just a NetEase employee. It doesn't matter. No, it's related. I don't want to accept an interview. Song Yufeng stood up and found that he was squatting numb, so he had to squat back and raised his head excitedly and said, I'll just post. I'll prove my identity, then I'll help you prove the incident from the side. Yuzing shook his head and said, no, you must accept an interview. Song Yufeng said stubbornly, I don't. A fierce light flashed in Yuzing's eyes. I have paid all the car and horse fees, can you tell me? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. You. Song Yufeng's tone was a little soft. Don't force me, I've helped you a lot. Since you don't want others to listen to the recording. Yuzing mentioned the recording and continued to persuade him. Since you want to be tough, then you should be tough to the end. Anyway, you will not work on NetEase in the future, and you may even be a reporter business, maybe even as a reporter. I can't even make it, what else can I be afraid of? Song Yufeng looked at the mastermind behind the scenes blankly. You are really good at comforting people. Yuzing said seriously, I am helping you. If NetEase has no character, then you are the last character. Song Yufeng was helpless. Sometimes I don't want to be so kind. You are simply forcing a good person to become a prostitute. Yuzing, you are just forcing a good person to become a prostitute. No, think about the whole thing. Think about our things. Yuzing's face happened to have the light of the sunset. I'm forcing prostitutes to be a good person, Song Yufeng. Yuzing also squatted down at this time and looked straight. Brother Feng, it's time to this point. The success or failure of Giaicom depends on you, and the equity value of your girlfriend is also on you. Please, Song Yufeng sighed, really didn't want to take off. However, the director has been bombarded, which means that the buttons have been unbuttoned and it is impossible not to take them off now. He reluctantly agreed, just as he had before. Let's have some food later, let's have some drinks. Yuzing felt relieved. When Song Yufeng heard this, he felt like he was about to be fed poison and shook his head repeatedly. However, when I really arrived at the dining table, I still had a drink and a glass of beer in front of me. Yuzing brought the cup toast, drank half a cup by himself, and Song Yufeng only took a small sip. Now that things have come to this point, Song Yufeng is drunk without getting drunk, and he is also telling his feelings. I angrily scolded Ying Jiadong this afternoon. That feeling is so good. He knows that I am on the right side and I also knows me. Standing on the justice side, when I really stood up, other voices immediately fell down. Yuzing gave a thumbs up. Brother Feng hard. Song Yufeng was not happy at all, but just shook his head. Yuzing, you don't know, I have been a reporter for more than a year. Many times, it's not that I want my blood to cool down, but that's what I saw. What kind of charity institutions? What are the inside stories of competition? Forget it. It's meaningless to say this. He raised his cup and took a sip. I still remember that once I went to interview a left-behind child who helped a good-hearted person to help students. Hey, guess what? That kind-hearted person turned out to be a rag pickup. I was shocked at that time, and I was too I don't know what's going on, but I seem to see many things clearly, but I don't seem to see clearly at all. Yuzing sighed. Brother Feng, if you continue talking, I'm going to record again. Song Yufeng's nerves were pulled back. He smiled and said melancholy, you have coerced me. I really don't know what to do in the future. When this matter is over, I have to think about it carefully. Yuzing picked up the wine glass and said seriously, okay, Brother Feng, if there is a high horse, a short stirrup, and the mountains are poor in the future, and no one can solve the problem, he will say nothing, I will care about you. Song Yufeng scratched his head in confusion and replied, okay. Halfway through the two of them, Yuzing put down his chopsticks, glanced at the time, and said, "It's almost time for Sina phone interview." Song Yufeng was stunned for a moment and couldn't help asking, "It's a penguin again, and it's Sina again. How much did you find? How much did you spend?" "I have found all the things I can find," Yuzing said lightly. "I have spent all the things I can spend. Brother Feng, I have done all the things I can do. I have taken advantage of my big company to take advantage of the slowness of my big company. It's over." Song Yufeng looked at Yuzing with bright eyes and suddenly felt the belief in killing him hidden. It is easy to say that it is easy to do it, but there are not many people who can really do it like this. Song Yufeng held the wine glass and sighed. "You dare to bet. Didn't you pay all your salary before? What if all these were public relations? Don't you leave more money yourself? Then I'm willing to accept the loss." Yuzing smiled calmly. "Anyway, I have nothing to lose." Song Yufeng shook his head, not understanding the mental state of this person, nor his barefoot mentality. A moment later, Sina's phone interview arrived as scheduled. Song Yufeng heard the first sentence. Yuzing answered the question. Yuzing held his cell phone and replied calmly, "As a medical student, I really didn't expect that business competition is more tense than doctor-patient relationship." End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Song Yufeng listened to Sina's phone interview with Yu Xing throughout the whole process. As a former reporter, he feels that many responses can be quite impressive. In addition to using the doctor-patient relationship to describe the current situation, we also have a false remark to NetEase. "I advise NetEase to treat diseases if you are sick, but if you are not sick." That is impossible. I've been wearing a white coat that I've been wearing for several years. A friend said, "This is NetEase paying tribute to me. Okay, then my post today is also paying tribute to it." NetEase is too arrogant. It can wait for a while. At least, it will not be available on the portal website after its own reports are not available. Of course, Yu Xing also responded to some business matters, which did not exceed the scope of previous interviews. He just took advantage of this storm to explain the content of the project clearly. Song Yufeng waited until the telephone interview ended before talking about his feelings. "Yu Xing, Mr. Yu, I had a feeling I wanted to say but forgot to say that you were really calm when you were interviewed. When I interviewed many people before they spoke. Without you, you are organized." Yu Xing just smiled at this kind of praise. "Well, is my carriage and horse fleeing so fast? This is difficult to evaluate," but Song Yufeng still commented with conscience. "It's indeed very easy. The car and horse fees are very quick, the recording is very quick, the coercion is very quick, and the biting is very quick. Okay, after eating and drinking, you are not drunk, just go back by yourself, I have something to do." Yu Xing said while getting up to check out, "I have invited this meal, you have no job, so don't you're welcome." Song Yufeng said tusk and felt like he was stabbed again. He wanted to stroll and chat with the mastermind behind the scenes again, but he didn't expect that Yu Xing didn't say it casually, but really wanted to handle things with the phone, so he had to go home in a bad mood. By the time Song Yufeng arrived home, his girlfriend Yin Beiai had already returned. Because of the incident with Giaicom, the two fell into a cold war. "Why are you back so late?" Yin Beiai asked coldly. Song Yufeng wanted to talk about what happened in the company today, but for some reason he felt bored, so he shook his head and did not answer. Yin Beiai didn't ask questions and watched TV on her own. Song Yufeng sat in the study, facing the computer, looking at the unprocessed manuscript inside, putting his finger on the keyboard, and suddenly felt sad. No more, nothing more. It seems that only innocence can be left in the world. The next morning, Song Yufeng woke up earlier than usual. After washing up, he still went out with his backpack and even subconsciously took the subway to the company, but he realized that he didn't have to go there. Fortunately, not long after, a text message from Yu Xing was found on the phone with the contact information of the Penguin reporter. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Song Yufeng waited for the reporter. Unlike last night's sorrow and this morning's confusion, he was already refreshed after a cup of coffee. He also happily described the incident and expressed his unwillingness to be with the flow. Because of his previous ingenious draft, Song Yufeng mentioned NetEase and his position, and inevitably led Penguin as a target again, but he didn't care about this and believed that his former colleagues would delete these issues. The interview did not end until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. "Kong Huolin, I'll treat you to a meal." Song Yufeng saw that it was time for dinner and invited his colleagues to have dinner together. Kong Huolin shook her head and did not accept the invitation, but she expressed her admiration and said sincerely, "No, I'll eat again when I go back. Song Yufeng, I really admire you." You can be so angry, to be honest, if I can't do it from my position, Song Yufeng said modestly. As a reporter, I've been in the industry a little longer than you. I have encountered all kinds of things, but I can't always stand up. Sometimes my heart is like a dark room, but this time I just want to open the window. He spread his hands and smiled. Guess what? Kong Hualin listened quietly. Song Yufeng sighed. I didn't open the window completely, but I just pushed open some gaps. The sunlight outside actually ignored the darkness, and suddenly the room lit up. Kong Hualin was in awe. She can't do it, so she admires people who can do it. Song Yufeng did not make any politeness and stretched out his right hand. Kong Hualin shook hands with this former colleague and used a little effort to express her mood. Song Yufeng said goodbye to her and turned around and walked out of the cafe. Kong Hualin looked at the ethical reporter's back gradually disappearing and was moved to deep thoughts. If a person looks very hard, speaks very hard, and does things very hard, then he is very hard. The school website still withdraws the article. However, reports from Sina and Penguin emerged, and the voices of the two parties also appeared on a larger scale, and their words were also memorable. I really didn't expect that commercial competition is more tense than doctor-patient relationships. If NetEase is no longer a media with attitude, then I can only express my attitude. If NetEase doesn't give me an attitude, I will give it an attitude. One is the party involved in the business, whose background is to abandon medicine and engage in business, and his words are humorous. One is NetEase interviewing the person involved. He has a tough attitude, is extremely ethical in journalists, and is directly facing the hard steel company. The matter has been proved that the founder of Gycom did not lie. Newly established NetEase Dating does have the problem of forcibly joining hands to innovate, and what is more sensitive is that this innovation comes from the internal circulation of interview reports. According to Song Yufeng's statement, Director Ying Jiadong had scrutinized the relevant projects before the report was published, and later asked himself to ask Gycom in an attempt to obtain more clear investigation data. This kind of nature is quite bad. At the same time, with the reports from Sina and Penguin, users who noticed this incident on the campus website also became dissatisfied. What about the grassroots manuscript of that college student? Why is his manuscript missing? More people flocked to Yu Xing's homepage and left messages to express their support, and some people spontaneously transferred the report link between Sina and Penguin to the campus network. For 3 consecutive days, the founder of Gycom criticized him. NetEase reporters directly refuted. Sina and Penguin reported one after another. However, NetEase has not responded for a long time, and even the NetEase dating business is underway. Under such circumstances, Zhang Xiling, the third leader of Gycom, called the senior brother to provide advice. Brother Xing, let's sell Song Yufeng. This will make the public opinion more reversal. A strong reporter who has just been shaped suddenly fell down, which will definitely trigger more traffic. Zhang Xiling gave his own observation suggestions. No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading. Yu Xing did not respond for a while and then sighed for a long time and questioned. Xiling, didn't you say you have a good character? Business is the most important thing. I am willing to sacrifice my character. Zhang Xiling is now in charge of the linen market. He has also been very worried since NetEase really entered its own track. He said without hesitation, Brother Xing, if you need to maintain your image, then I will expose his cartilage. Yu Xing did not answer. Zhang Xiling suddenly remembered the scene when his senior brother came to the bureau to catch him. He sighed and questioned, Brother Xing, didn't you say that you have average character? Yu Xing was amused and crying. He explained, the situation is already good now. Yesterday, there were nearly 6,000 users of the online store and 125 were successfully placed, with a conversion rate of more than 2%. If you knock down Song Yufeng at this time, it might be a new addition. Complex issues. Before the incident was exposed, the peak of Gycom's online store was 1,000 visitors, with a conversion rate of less than 8% of the time. Today's visits are 6 times the original, and the conversion rate is more than twice. This contrast is extremely obvious. At the same time, Yu Xing's number of friends on campus has also increased rapidly, and he will inevitably further bring Gyagui AICom's online orders. Well, start from the overall situation. Zhang Xiling pondered, yes, Brother Xing makes sense, it's because I'm not thinking well. He thought for a while and said, the offline orders in linen are declining very quickly, and the speed of employees' resignation is also getting faster. If such online orders can last for a whole month, our August will be smooth it's past. The graduation season in July has ended. Zhang Xiling can feel the intuitive changes of Gycom, and the performance of online stores with an average of more than 100 orders per day is undoubtedly a powerful supplement. 299 asterisk 100. This is 29,900 yuan in a single day revenue. If it can be maintained, it will be 900,000 yuan in a whole month, almost comparable to the offline revenue of Gycom. As long as the time comes, the school starts and offline traffic is available, it may be possible to build a balanced and healthy structure with online. I feel that this traffic has not reached its peak yet, but it will definitely decline later. Yu Xing said, "We still have doubts about the company. When a series of things are over, the revenue in August will not be bad. Whether it is previous online marketing or the current criticism of NetEase, these are all for the company's business." The two of them had finished their call and were waiting for the further development of the incident. Yu Xing waited for a day and saw that NetEase still had no attitude, so he posted the original post content on the campus again. This time he was not publicly closed, which made him feel that he was not far from NetEase's statement. As expected, on July 29, NetEase announced the suspension of its NetEase dating business and fired the relevant person in charge. At the same time, a deputy general manager personally called Yu Xing to express his deep apology. Yu Xing received a call and gave his attitude. "I hope to accept the apology openly in your company or under the media footage." Student Yu Xing, the company has fired Ying Jiadong. What else are you not satisfied with? Do you still need this? When NetEase Vice President Cao Yongnan heard this request, his tone was a little stiff. A director was fired. Isn't this enough? "Mr. Cao, you are not my classmate or my teacher. Since it is a communication between the two companies, please call me Mr. Yu." Yu Xing was serious and naturally showed his answer to these questions. Cao Yongnan couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Yu, you are quite reasonable and unforgivable." Yu Xing asked back. "So, Mr. Cao, who handed me the reason?" Cao Yongnan asked with some jokingness. "Mr. Yu, do you want us Mr. Ding to come to you personally to apologize?" Yu Xing said in surprise, "Is it really possible? I do." Cao Yongnan. He took a breath, neither agreeing nor denying the previous request, and said, "On behalf of NetEase, I apologize for the matter of this business. Our director Zhuo Shiming will communicate with you in the future. Mr. Yu, I wish you successful business." Before Yu Xing could answer, he heard the busy voice on his phone. A moment later, the call from the third in command of the company interrupted his thoughts. Zhang Xialing's somewhat surprised voice came from his phone. "Brother Xing, have you started to do it? I see a lot of black posts appearing." This is a part of the previous discussion. First there are doubts, and then the high score of Gycom is revealed, which is also a reversal. Yu Xing was stunned. "Ah, I haven't started yet." Zhang Xialing was also stunned. "It hasn't started yet, then this is." On the night when Yu Xing received a call from NetEase, doubts about the company and business of Gycom suddenly emerged on the internet, and it also mentioned that the company uses a large number of interns to work. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The doubts about Gycom appear a little suddenly on the internet, but the content does not exceed what Yu Xing planned previously. The company, business, and employees are either whether the company can support the final redemption, whether the business of the love contract is compliant, or the use of college interns. Apart from this, there will be no sharp problems. Of course, this almost includes the focus of Gycom. Yu Xing received a notice from Zhang Xialing and hurried back to the office. He browsed the relevant situation quickly and found that this public opinion attack mainly came from Taiba, and the school network that played an important role in the past few days was just an auxiliary. If it is organized, the attacks of these two platforms are probably the fastest, and portals such as Sohu and Sina will generally be slower. As for where this attack comes from, NetEase. Its new business was forced to stagnate, and a director was fired, with a trace of dust on its reputation, and perhaps it was unconvinced. Jiayuan, Genicom, and Baycom. Because of NetEase's wave, they will probably notice the love contract market segment, and maybe they can just make a gossip-com. Or, the fired director appeared in Yu Xing's heart. Ying Jiadong was also very motivated. Not only did he lose his job, but his reputation also became much darker. He must be very angry. But no matter where it comes from, it saves oneself from taking action. Yu Xing had talked to the second in command and the third in command before, and the question could be answered. And whether it is black or red, these traffic will inevitably increase the orders of online stores. Since the outbreak of public opinion, The revenue of online orders has shown potential, and this situation is what Giaicom wants to see the most. Moreover, online orders have an advantage that is difficult to match offline, and these orders do not need to be shared. There are only 99 orders for employees to the company's account offline, and everything online belongs to the company. This is the one order online is equivalent to 3 orders offline. As long as it can last for a period of time, it will greatly alleviate Giaicom. The pressure of operation. Yu Xing sat in front of the computer smoking a cigarette, browsing the web while considering the relevant situation. In short, NetEase's reaction was still very fast, and it was still the kind of positive reaction. If NetEase can ignore negative voices and NetEase Dating can continue to operate, the marketing of this storm will be promoted more and more. Yu Xing even considered that if NetEase Dating could enter the campus, find someone to throw eggs by himself, or simply scold him in person, and then post it online, the traffic this time will definitely last longer. Pity, things are not exactly as imagined, but it can be considered a small bite of meat. Yu Xing smoked one cigarette after another, and the things he was thinking about were no longer on the black manuscript or NetEase, but on the company's next step. Judging from the current situation, the 3 traditional marriage and love brands have not made any noise. Although it is not ruled out that they cannot know the internal movements at all, their quietness is not good news, so it is difficult to judge the situation. Yu Xing stuffed the cigarette into the mineral water bottle with some water left, got up and left the office. It is still necessary to find a way to get the 3 most likely buyers to move. A quiet thing is worse than a movement. The next day, Yu Xing ignored the bad articles online and planned to let them ferment. The third-in-command Zhang Xiling had already set out to Xincheng, while the second-in-command Lu Heiying returned to Jinling first. From the end of July, offline orders suddenly dropped, which actually had a huge impact on Giaicom. The original 5 major cities could contribute a total of 550+ orders in 1 week, but now it has dropped sharply to about 240 orders. At the same time, taking Jinling as an example, the team size before July 15 was around 110. As of July 30, there were only 63 employees left, a decrease of 42%. Yu Xing was mentally prepared for the rapid blood exchange of the college student internship team, but he still felt that this loss ratio was. It's worthy of you. Some people go out to play after getting a monthly salary. Some people think the weather is too hot. Some people feel the freshness is over. Some people feel that it is too difficult to communicate with customers, and some people. In short, various reasons, including the reason for the difficulty of work, have led to a sharp decline in employees. However, almost none of the 5 cities have continued to recruit new products. This reduction in scale is conducive to the current operation of Giaicom. After all, it is difficult for special businesses to be supplemented with offline traffic at this time. According to the development plan, August will continue to seek mitosis for customers on the one hand, and on the other hand, it will try to take a step towards guiding social groups. In this way, the product Giaicom is perfect. The essence of the business is the extremely low probability of marriage for customers. The company's brand has been tempered by NetEase, and the employee team has been streamlined. The customer group has both students and has moved into society. Only in this way can Giaicom be sold. Chance. However, the price is also something to consider next. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the weather was hot, and the third-in-commander Zhang Xiling arrived at the office of Giaicom. Tusk, Brother Xing, your office is bigger than mine. Zhang Xiling met with senior brother and was still happy. Yu Xing was surprised. This place is already quite small. Zhang Xiling smiled and said, save money, the office is not important to us. Yu Xing nodded and asked, how is he feeling in linen? An indescribable complexity appeared on Zhang Xialing's face, and he replied after a moment. Shucksing and sleeping at night, this nearly a month is really more tiring than any month I have in the past. He sat down and said sincerely, so, on the way I came, when I was sitting in the car, I thought that it is really not easy for senior brother to pull up the company and spread this stall. Before in Jinling, Zhang Xiling followed his senior brother's and did whatever he asked him to do. This month, he had to take the lead in everything he had to do. Although he had already had experience in Jinling, he still felt it was particularly difficult. Only by sleeping slowly and at night can you be considered diligently at the end of the month. Yu Xing nodded with a smile. It's not easy, but we have done it step by step. Yesterday's online store transaction volume was 131 orders, 5 more orders than the day before yesterday. When Zhang Xiaoling heard this, he suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Brother Xing, I also want to talk about this time. 131 a day, 125 a day, which has more than 70,000 revenue, so it doesn't take it yet. Share, if this momentum can be maintained, you can make up for the deficit. Then, with the current operation of Giaicom, no matter how much you make, you will make money. The traffic comes quickly and goes quickly." Yu Xing said lightly. The three kingdoms commented on Yuan Shao. "I cherish my life when doing big things and forget my life when seeing small profits. How do you determine that this wave of traffic can be enough to make us the gap is filled? Have you opened an online store? Do you have any experience in network operation?" Yu Xing asked 3 questions in a row, but Zhang Xiaoling couldn't answer. "Of course, the most important point," Yu Xing said frankly. "Maybe you can fight and get your 430,000 yuan, but I will definitely not be able to do it." Zhang Xiaoling sat back silently. "Okay, senior brother, you have completely convinced me. This revenue from the internet does not need to be shared, but this money needs to be used to buy traffic and pay for operating costs. Once the offline order is not enough to cover the employee's salary, this can still be compensated. Money." Yu Xing explained clearly, "If you don't run away, there won't be much money left. Online orders are starting to drop sharply now, and the whole month of August will surely be even more difficult." Zhang Xiaoling frowned and said, "So, Brother Xing, I just said yesterday that Song Yufeng can be sold." Yu Xing said ambiguously, "This matter depends on the situation. Don't think that selling him will be done. If we lose the can and throw away, we will not look good if we get the traffic jam and the operation of our business." He said again, "What's more, I'm really impatient. One day I'm so proud that I'll stab you really reflect the tension in business competition." Zhang Xiaoling thought about it and was indeed a little bit lost in his life. The main reason is that seeing a wave of opportunities to solve problems is really easy to make people restless. In August, some employees will be transferred to regular employees, and the company's cost will be further increased. Yu Xing thought about the situation next month and shook his head slightly. "We have just initially polished the products. Whether they can be sold is still a matter of whether they can be sold." He wants to talk about the situation next month, but an unfamiliar number appears on his phone. When Yu Xing took it, he found that it was Zhuo Shiming, the director who handled the follow-up matters yesterday, mentioned by Vice President Cao. "I am Yu Xing, and I only have one demand now. Since your project is to innovate our things in the past with integrity, I also request to get an apology from the beginning. Since you said NetEase is responsible, then take it seriously. I don't ask for compensation for money." Yu Xing said a few simple words before ending the call. "No mistakes, 1 song, 1 content, 1 in 6, 1 book, 1 bar, 1 reading." "Brother Xing, did NetEase agree?" Zhang Xiaoling asked excitedly. Yu Xing shook his head. "I didn't agree immediately, but it shouldn't be a big problem. This director seems to be the new person in charge of their NetEase dating. Anyway, the blame is also from his ex, and it's just showing off." He pondered for a moment and said, "Even if they agree, we will delay the time just by using NetEase's apology to respond to the black articles on the internet." Yu Xing thought for a while and felt that the current internet was a bit inconvenient, and the communication between the Taiba and the school network was a bit poor. "If there is Daoyan, I am afraid that this small public opinion will attract exponential traffic." The weather is still hot, and while Yu Xing acted as a temporary online store customer service, he talked to the third in charge about the situation in different markets. When the two were about to go out, the hard-bodied Song Yufeng called in. "Mr. Yu." Song Yufeng's voice was so loud that Zhang Xiaoling not far away could hear it. "You said, Brother Feng." Yu Xing called out, "NetEase asked you to go back to work. NetEase has completed all my resignation procedures." Song Yufeng answered this with a sad tone. "My girlfriend broke up with me." Yu Xing said indifferently, "Oh, then you are so miserable. My work is gone, my girlfriend breaks up." He immediately asked again, "Then do we still need to cash the equity that our company gave you to ex-girlfriend?" "Wait." Song Yufeng was a little adapted to Yu Xing's style, but he had not adapted to the identity of ex-girlfriend. "You, Brother Feng, this is not an emotional line, let alone, I am serving couples specifically." Yu Xing said, "Tell me I can't help you get someone back." You are in love. I digest it myself. I still have to work hard for this. There was really no one to tell Song Yufeng. He heard the meaning of hanging up on the other side and immediately said, "What did you say last time that you were at the end of your life?" When no one solved the problem, he would say something to you. Yuzing smiled and said, "I'm kidding." Song Yufeng sighed on the phone. "Forget it, I'll come to find you." Yuzing was about to refuse but stopped hearing the next sentence. "I can't help you sell products." Song Yufeng felt empty. He had neither job nor girlfriend. He just wanted to find something to do, hoping to divert his attention. Yuzing finished the call with Song Yufeng, turned around and talked to the third in command and said, "Look, he used his girlfriend's equity to build the first system, but in the past 2 days, his girlfriend disappeared. If you sell him again at this time, nothing will definitely happen." Zhang Xiling deeply agreed with it, and the cartilage was probably not on the verge of collapse. He thought so, but when he really saw Song Yufeng, he found that this person was really depressed, but he had no complaints after following him one afternoon. Yuzing was surprised. "Brother Feng, don't you really want to come to our company, right?" Song Yufeng just shook his head, and he was really empty for a moment. Yuzing looked at this person and had a bad idea in his mind. "Brother Feng, we may go to NetEase to accept a public apology in 2 days. I will also get a car of students and witness it over, so you can go with me." Song Yufeng only replied briefly, "Don't go." Yuzing felt that this person still had potential to explore and asked again. "I saw that there was an internet conference in Jinling in September, which was the first time he was held in a city outside the capital. You help find someone to get me go in. I can talk to your former boss in person." Song Yufeng was helpless. "If you don't have such resources, Mr. Yu, I'm just a minion, let alone resigning." Yuzing put down the questionnaire in his hand. "Then what can you do? What do you want to do?" Song Yufeng said sadly. "I don't know what else I can do. The resume I submitted to Sina yesterday was quickly rejected." "What do you think I can do?" It turned out that it was not only work, girlfriend, but also the fact that new job was rejected. "You are so arrogant and so strong, someone must have said hello." Yuzing joked with a smile, "You find someone to pay for your colleagues to see if it can be useful." "I am so backbone, those are all unspoken rules. Who dares to ask for my money?" Song Yufeng also knew the situation. "Aren't you afraid that I will jump out and scold him in public?" Yuzing glanced at this person and was about to get a bottle of mineral water, but suddenly the 3 words "unspoken rules" passed in his mind. His eyes turned back to the employees in front of the factory and pondered. "Yes, you are that way. I have backbone, but I came up with a good idea. How about you create a community that can complain about the unspoken rules of the workplace?" Song Yufeng said listlessly. "Who complains about this? I don't want to work anymore." Yuzing smiled and said, "What if I can be anonymous?" He remembered a used Meimai. "If Gycom doesn't sell enough money, you might be able to prepare more ways besides growing grapes." Song Yufeng thought for a while, shook his head and said, "Then he must be constantly prosecuted." He couldn't help but say, "Mr. Yu, I found that when you do business, you are in this darkness. This kind of assassin-like. Can hard bones be afraid of prosecution? What's going there?" Yuzing said with a smile, "But let's talk about it later. I'm just the idea that suddenly popped up." "Brother Feng, you're not as quiet as you move now." His tone and eyes became much more kind, and he continued to ask, "Brother Feng, please help me think of a solution. Can't you really find someone at the internet conference in Jinling in September?" Song Yufeng was silent for a while. "I can't find someone, but it really doesn't work. You can use the camera outside." Yuzing patted the man on the shoulder and praised, "I knew you wouldn't be of use at all." End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? On the last day of July, the work at the Shanghai headquarters of Gycom was completed. Speaking of which, Gycom does not specify where its headquarters is, but since Yuzing is in Xincheng, Jinling, which currently has a larger team and revenue scale, has become the first branch. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yuzing paid a salary for a resigned team leader and found a food stall to greet the third in command and the broken Song Yufeng. Zhang Xiling originally advocated selling this reporter, but seeing that he was taciturn and talkative, he felt a little pitiful to this corrupt man when he saw him last time. "Come on, Brother Feng, thank you for your help." Zhang Xiling poured the beer. "The life will be better." Song Yufeng only took a sip of wine and said unhappy, "Your life will get better. I have no job, no girlfriend, no future, no savings, nothing." Zhang Xiling had dried the beer and felt even more pity. "Brother Feng, have you not saved the money?" "Yes, I only have 120,000 yuan in my card." Song Yufeng shook his head. Nothing is enough. Zhang Xiling, who was in debt and started a business, suddenly put away all his pity and commented, "Who asked you to charge us for the car and horse fee? Who asked you not to refuse Ying Jiadong's inquiry?" Song Yufeng couldn't answer. Sometimes he felt that he had made no mistakes, and sometimes he felt that he was indeed wrong. "Okay, Xiling." Yu Xing frowned, took a big sip of ice beer and said to Song Yufeng, "To be honest, I think I really can do the idea I proposed in the evening. Since you are innocent, you are not, it's better to find a right job, it's better to use this innocent job to do a career." Song Yufeng asked with a funny look, "Me? I'll do a clean career. What should I do?" Yu Xing said the message he just heard. "Take 120,000 from your card." Song Yufeng sighed, "Mr. Yu, do you really want me to die? That's my last money. Taking it to start a business is like throwing a stone into water and you may not even hear the sound." "Hey, Brother Feng, I'm serious. Anyway, I have a little bit of fame. People think you have a very hard bones. If you set up a website like you said, you will be sued. Every time you sue, you will build it again. Every time you build it, your bones will be stronger and the more famous this website will be." Yu Xing said, thinking. Song Yufeng sneered, "Then what? How to make money?" "Prepare to blackmail a large company." Yu Xing shook his head. "No, no, no, then it will fall into a bad position. If you can attract a large number of employees from large factories, as long as you can achieve scale, advertising fees, membership fees, or recruitment services, the money will be natural. Then come and career will be completed." "What is this called?" "This is called making money while standing up." Song Yufeng now had a headache when he heard the word hard bone. In the evening, he received a call from his parents and was asked about recent questions. He didn't know who sent the news to the old man. He drank 2 sips of wine, pressed the wine glass on the table, watched the bubbles inside, and swore, "Whoever likes to be a hard bone, just do it. I will be my cartilage in the future. Do you understand anything? Call him Higuang Tongshan. Mr. Yu, you said so well, if you like to do it, do it. Don't be tempted by me anymore." Yu Xing shrugged. He was so kind. He shook his head and raised his glass. "Okay, I'm just chatting, don't worry." Song Yufeng was in a bad mood, but he still controlled his alcohol tolerance and was unwilling to make the same mistake again. However, he became more and more bored and more reluctant to speak, especially when he listened to the enthusiastic discussions between the 2 college students about entrepreneurship. He became even more worried. When she returned home that night, Song Yufeng lay alone on the bed and suddenly felt sad. "My girlfriend has left. Didn't you agree to stay in this city? Why did you go back to your hometown so resolutely? There is no sound of TV, no melody of music, no one speaks, only blurred city noises from outside the window." Song Yufeng thought about everything he had lost and suddenly howled and cried. There is none left. There is really nothing. He was crying when the cell phone at the head of the bed suddenly rang. Song Yufeng immediately reached out to grab it, thinking that it was his girlfriend Yin Bei's change of mind, but he didn't expect that the phone number shown above was Kong Huolin, the Penguin reporter who interviewed him before. Kong Huolin has not been a reporter for a long time, and she said last time that she only seemed to be half a year. Song Yufeng answered the phone and said hello. "Brother Feng, your voice seems to be wrong." Kong Huolin felt a little strange. Song Yufeng covered up and said, "Some people have a congested nose. The pressure has been high recently. You know, well, I came out of NetEase, and this matter has made many people dissatisfied." Kong Huolin immediately said, "Yes, this must be a lot of pressure, so I really admire you and Brother Feng's hard bones." Song Yufeng coughed, as if even tears were automatically taken back into his eyes. He said modestly, "I just did some trivial things. Many people can do it, as long as you reach a certain situation that touches you. Brother Feng, I've been in Xincheng recently. Well, tomorrow night, do you have time tomorrow night?" Kong Huolin's voice was a little light and a little shy. "I want to treat you to a meal." Song Yufeng was excited and said slowly, "Okay, I will treat you tomorrow as the friendship of the landlord." Kong Huolin smiled and said, "Don't delay your affairs. You need to settle your work now. Will you still be a reporter?" Song Yufeng's beautiful face and fair skin appeared in his mind, and he blurted out in one sentence, "Oh, maybe it's not right. I'm considering starting a business and thinking about spreading more light to more places." Kong Huolin was surprised and admired. "Really? Brother Feng, I believe you. You will definitely succeed. I think if a person like you cannot succeed, it must be the tragedy of our society." Song Yufeng sucked a piece of paper and wiped the tears from his face. Suddenly, he was not so sad. The cordyceps that were determined to be with Guang Tongshan also became **** their own. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, Huolin, can I call you like this? Market it is very objective. It will not give you success or failure because of your character, but I do have some practical entrepreneurial ideas. He thought about what he heard at the dinner table tonight, and then thought of a movie he had watched and asked with a smile. Huelin, have you ever watched Shawshank Redemption? Kong Huelin replied, Of course I have seen it. Some birds cannot be locked up. Every piece of their feather shines with the glory of freedom. Brother Feng, I think you are just like this. The feathers that cannot be locked up are shining with freedom, a glorious bird. You really praise me, Song Yufeng said modestly, but I am not bragging. I have been very hard since I was a child. What I want to say is the way of redemption is in it. He said in a deep voice, My way to succeed in starting a business is in the middle of a tough heart. The lights in the city are gradually turning off, and the night is gradually quiet, but the phone has been on for a long time. On the first day of August, Yu Xing had just arrived at the office and was drinking porridge. He saw a shadow blocking his vision. He looked up and saw that it was Song Cartilage who was sad about spring and autumn yesterday. Don't bother me about love affairs. Brother, I'm very busy all day today and I have to go to the mall to set up a stall. Yu Xing lowered his head and drank porridge again and said, Your recording has been destroyed, don't worry. Song Yufeng sat down and smiled and said, Oh, Mr. Yu, look at what you said. I'm not worried about recording. The recording is not forcing me to speak. It's just that I did something wrong myself. I thought about it yesterday, and these lessons were also learned. I deserve it. Yu Xing raised his eyebrows and said, After you've been going out after you it, become a saint. I tossed and turned last night, thinking about my future. I think, Mr. Yu, you didn't talk casually yesterday. Song Yufeng said seriously. Do you think I really have a future when I set up an anonymous workplace community you mentioned? Yu Xing waved his hand and did not answer immediately. He quickly wiped out the porridge and buns, then threw the rest into the trash can and said firmly, There is definitely no future. Song Yufeng was stunned. Ah, do you have any entrepreneurial experience? Do you know what kind of pitfalls you will step on? Yu Xing asked. Song Yufeng was a little dissatisfied. You don't have much experience either. Didn't you still be a college student before you did this? And you are a doctor. Yu Xing nodded. Indeed, then say that, can you withstand the pressure? Your inner pressure and the pressure from outside companies, including what litigation you can think of. If you say anything else, you can still argue. I know myself the most. Song Yufeng doesn't bear the pressure. He still has the same personality that needs people to push and press before leaving. Then what community did you tell me yesterday and what anonymous? Song Yufeng inquired. Yes, this is indeed possible. The route is okay, but this process will definitely lead to various setbacks. Yu Xing said leisurely, Brother Feng, that's it. Look up at those big companies, Sina and NetEase, Sohu, Penguin, Baidu, Alibaba. They are now spreading to many industries, and now they can only do vertical segmentation things if they want to create a name. Just like what I'm doing now, it's also vertical segmentation, and it's hard for us to compete with big companies for resources and money. So, I think the advice I made is okay. If you want to do it when I go bankrupt, let's see if it can be done. Don't worry, don't worry. Yu Xing was not in a hurry, and the goods in his hand had not been sold yet. Song Yufeng was really anxious. What should I do now? Look, I'm anxious. Yu Xing wondered. I was determined to be a corrupt yesterday, but today I changed my mind and wanted to make money while standing. Just your hesitant and swaying mind. At least, it is not suitable for entrepreneurship at this stage. Think about it. What kind of qualities should be for those who start a business? Song Yufeng really thought about it and easily thought of the college student in front of him. He was as forbearing as a wolf, sneak attack like a tiger, cunning as a fox, decisive as an eagle, and changing his face like a dog. The excitement that came early in the morning was dispelled, and hesitation was regained. Song Yufeng said depressedly, When you go bankrupt, you have to wait for hundreds of years. Yu Xing couldn't help but smile and said, Okay, you said something happy. When Giacom is on track, we have the opportunity to cooperate, if you think about everything clearly. Song Yufeng frowned but felt that this is very sincere. I'm anxious and can't eat hot tofu. Yu Xing looked at the person's expression and felt strange. You have an epiphany overnight. Don't you want to be a cartilage? Don't you want to be with the light? Song Yufeng waved his hand and said, That was just a moment of anger. Mr. Yu, you may not know my character. I'm not afraid of power in my bones. Yu Xing didn't understand this change, but no matter whether this person was afraid of power or not, he said after a brief consideration, The director of NetEase communicated with me again last night. We plan to meet at NetEase on Saturday, which is considered formal. Let's finish the matter. Will you go with me? Song Yufeng had already refused once yesterday. He still wanted to refuse now, but when he looked up and met Yu Xing's unidentified look, he suddenly understood the meaning of this sentence. If you want to make money while standing, want to be a tough guy, and want to learn about your business strategy, you have to say something. A sudden realization flashed through Song Yufeng's mind. Probably, this is the case of arguing for fame. He spit out a word, go. Yu Xing was a little surprised and asked tentatively, can the internet conference help me think of a better way? No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Song Yufeng thought about it and agreed. Okay, I have a teacher who is the deputy editor-in-chief in the newspaper, so I'll look for him. Yu Xing continued to ask, well, Brother Feng, I plan to let Century Jiayuan, Zhenaicom, and Beicom hear my voice. I'm going to lure it for profit. Can you ask the media to give me an exclusive interview? It's right here. After accepting NetEase's apology, just after I responded to the online black article, I plan to announce that Giaicom's revenue target this year is to sprint for tens of millions, and it's best to package me as a new star. Song Yufeng listened to this request and scratched his head and rubbed his face. I'm afraid I'll have to stuff money again. I can try it. Yu Xing threw out new words. Brother Feng, your website can actually start building a website now. Take out the 120,000 yuan in your card first. Song Yufeng stood up and warned, Mr. Yu, don't go too far. I have a bottom line. My 120,000 won't move at all. Yu Xing shrugged. Just kidding, he said sincerely. Then thank you, Brother Feng. Well, but I just said that the website is real. I have thought of the name for you. You can call it those things. If you are prosecuted, you will be blocked. If you build a new one, you can call it just those things, repay those things, just these things, etc. Every time you write it, you will be stronger. Song Yufeng opened his mouth unconsciously. Ah. Are you mentally prepared for being prosecuted and banned? I just think that if we really do it, no resources or connections, why don't we block it a few more times? But this is not a bad thing. Yu Xing smiled. Brother Feng, if you haven't had it for a while now, if you go to the place, then come to Giai Internet Cafe, which just helps us do media work. Song Yufeng did not agree immediately, but took a breath. I'll consider it again. Yu Xing snapped his fingers and said, no problem. Although I don't know why the cartilage has to become hard, this is a good thing for Giaicom. Before Yu Xing could make some noise about the marriage and love brand, he had to create some news by himself. Announcing revenue targets would undoubtedly be easy to alarm the snake, but what he wanted was the snake coming out of the grass. Similarly, the internet conference held in Jinling next month is also an occasion where it is easy to be exposed. In the past few days, it has been proved by facts that traffic is indeed money. With the scorching sun, the daily work on the first day of August is still unfolding in sweat. Yu Xing was really busy this day. On the one hand, he was listening to the social stalls in various places, and on the other hand, he was dealing with shopping mall security and urban management who came to drive people from time to time. Even if the latter was given the name of College Student Social Survey, it was not so easy. Dealt with it. It is completely different for college students to do activities on campus and do activities in society. Similarly, the difficulty of customer conversion is not the same level. Overall, the conversion rate of campus customers is roughly 10%, and 10 orders can be obtained from 100 couples, while the conversion rate of social customers this day is less than 2%. The questions asked by social customers are similar to those of campus customers, and the content answered by Yu Xing and others will naturally not deviate. However, the former's attitude after listening to the answer is mostly unanimous, and his interest in paying money is very low. Yu Xing got 2 orders and had various guarantees to move out the registered capital of Zhangjiang Company 10 million before he barely won it. After finishing work in the evening, Yu Xing heard similar feelings from the team leader. This is too difficult. Their eyes seem to be looking at the thief. Brother Xing, it's very difficult to make this social customer. If we rely on such online orders, we will starve to death. Although today is just an example on the first day, if it is the case in the future, 10%/2% equals 5 means that the order volume of Giaicom from campus to society will be sharply reduced to one unable to bear the existing employees and level of operational costs. Yu Xing knew it, but he couldn't vent the anger of the employees. He just smiled and comforted. Our brand has not been printed out, and it will get better slowly. When he returned to the office, Zhang Xiling, who also took people out to set up a stall today, was already sitting in it solemnly. First thing he said when he saw his senior brother was, "It really has to be sold. This trend of development is very bad. Yu Xing was not too frustrated inside, so August's difficulty is expected, and this is nothing more than a verification. Zhang Xiling shook his head. Brother Xing, you are sober. It's not sober, Yu Xing said, but don't think things are so optimistic. You always have a layer in your heart. He threw a cigarette to the third in charge and smiled and said, I want to be happy. I will accept NetEase's apology in a few days. Then the online store traffic will be able to run. If Song Yufeng goes well, he can also hold an interview. To attract the attention of marriage and love brands with revenue, this matter will be done. At most, it can be sold at a bargain price. Zhang Xiling lit the cigarette and took a sip. Today, he was a little more depressed and excited after a day of depression. The socialization progress of Gycom has not improved with time, or has only improved a little bit. From Tuesday to Friday, 4 days, according to the performance of the 5 cities, the conversion rate of the social customer group is about 3%. Some employees are a little higher, while others are a little lower, and they are nowhere higher. The minimum can be as low as 0. It was Saturday at 9 o'clock a.m. The new director Zhuo Shiming was waiting at the company's door in advance, preparing to apologize to his competitors as required. He didn't want to do this, but he couldn't get any concessions after communicating with Yu Xing over and over again, so he finally made a decision, and it was easy to go early. At 8:55, 2 vans arrived downstairs of NetEase Shanghai branch. The door of the van was pulled open horizontally, and a young man in a white t-shirt jumped off first. Then another group of young men, Wang, came out of the 2 cars, laughing as if they were here to play. Hello, I am Yu Xing, you are Director Zhuo. The young man glanced left and right, aimed at the target, stepped forward to shake hands, and introduced himself. Zhuo Shiming shook his hand with a look of ugliness and whispered, Mr. Yu, what are you doing? Why are they holding up their phones? Let's go up and talk. Hey, I'm not going to go up. Yu Xing said loudly, I'm not afraid of being photographed, otherwise it's called one of the most honest and bright. Come on, I'm ready. Zhuo Shiming felt the natural pressure of shooting and said dissatisfiedly, Mr. Yu, don't you need to create such a situation? We must be gentle, respectful, frugal, and kind. Director Zhuo said that people should be gentle, respectful, frugal, and kind. Yu Xing let go of his hand, turned around to face all kinds of mobile phones and hippo-smiling college students, and also gave reporters a little farther away to improve their voices. But I have to say, morality first of all, it is to restrain yourself, and you will restrain yourself first. Second, he turned around and faced Director Zhuo Shiming again and smiled and said, Secondly, just take care of yourself, don't worry about me. Yu Xing paused and kept his voice. Finally, can you start apologizing? Zhuo Shiming looked at the aggressiveness of the young man in front of him and felt a little aware of the style of a college student. He was stunned for several seconds, nodded repeatedly, and said seriously, On behalf of NetEase, I would like to apologize to Gycom for the behavior of its NetEase dating department. Mr. Yu, sorry. Apologize early and end early. What else can I do if I apologize? Yu Xing took the initiative to stretch out his right hand and snatched it hard. After Zhuo Shiming held it, he wanted to pull his hand but was tightly held. I offended. Yu Xing's words were very polite, but his voice was low, and then he smiled and raised his voice. I accept NetEase's apology. I hope that Gycom can make great strides forward after this storm and sprint for annual revenue, a goal of 10 million. The mobile phones around recorded this scene, and the reporter not far away also took pictures of the handshake and declaration under the NetEase logo. The employees who came out of NetEase all had their faces drooping, and the director Zhuo Shiming's face was stiff, while the college students on Gycom were extremely relaxed and diverse, and Yu Xing himself had a bright smile. The 2 sides in the picture form a sharp contrast. Zhuo Shiming originally thought that this was a way for college students to deal with without mercy and condoms, but when he heard the saying, offended, his mind suddenly felt like he was poured down by a basin of cold water. Is this a normal college student? If this is a normal college student, I will immediately eat 2 Fujianese raw. You can let go, Zhuo Shiming reminded in a calm voice. Yu Xing let go of his hand, ignored the joys and anger of Director NetEase, turned to face his employees, raised his right hand high, raised his index finger, and announced his goal loudly again with a firm expression. 10 million. This is the revenue target claimed by Gycom, and it is also the bait that Yu Xing threw to the traditional 3 brands of marriage and love downstairs. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? The van came and the van left. A car is not a good car, nor is a person. What a college student who is like a wind, a college student who is like a lunatic. The new director Zhuo Shiming stood at the door smoking, thinking about what happened in the morning, but suddenly he thought of the words of the college student entrepreneur: morality is what restrains oneself. Just talking about this matter, the right position is actually very clear. Zhuo Shiming took a sip of cigarette, and the scene after the apology appeared in front of him. Yu Xing seemed to be doing a show. After the end of this and getting on the car, his expression went from intense to lighter. In addition, according to a colleague by the window upstairs, the van stopped and picked up the suspected reporter's person into the car before driving very far. There was another person who looked very much like Song Yufeng who had left his job. How did Song Yufeng and Giaicom get mixed together? This question is a little puzzled. But don't think much about it. Although he came to take over his position from Yongcheng and had only a flash of contact with the college student, Zhuo Shiming clearly felt that Yu Xing was undoubtedly a person who was good at seizing opportunities. Giaicom has marketing on campus network, so this wave may increase a lot of orders. Zhuo Shiming smiled and crushed the cigarette butts. He didn't hate Yu Xing's way of doing things. Anyway, everything is a matter of taking office. However, there was something that had to be thought about, and Yu Xing shouted the slogan, 10 million. 10 million. How dare he shout it out? It took less than 2 months for Giaicom to be established in product operation. What does 10 million mean for marriage and love? Others don't know that Zhuo Shiming is very clear that his team's annual revenue is only about 5 million, and even Jia Yuan, the forefront of the industry, has an estimated revenue this year of only about 30 million. In addition, the revenue of the two companies, Genicom and Baycom, will not widen too much. The revenue of 10 million will be twice that of our own, and 30% of that of Jia Yuan. Although revenue cannot simply describe whether a company is strong or not, it undoubtedly proves its amazing potential when it hits the market so quickly. Zhuo Shiming has handed over his work with his ex. After hearing about Giaicom's revenue information last month, it is estimated that it is hundreds of thousands or even millions. However, it is all for graduates, which is considered a high season. Now, Zhuo Shiming thought about online marketing and social groups, and thought about the thoughts in his mind, but he couldn't figure out how much moisture Yu Xing and Giaicom were. 10 million. Hey, 10 million. Zhuo Shiming threw the cigarette *** into the trash can and decided to continue the project. But he just needed a slightly modified one. I also said apologize, I can't help but let people make a living. A group of people came and left. 2 vans were rented for a day today, one of which sent employees to work stalls one by one and then drove to the office of Giaicom. Yu Xing has allocated the matter today, leaving a day to deal with the interview and respond to questions on the internet. In fact, he didn't expect the interview to come so quickly, and he felt that he still underestimated the potential of Song Yufeng, a corrupt person. Mr. Yu, I'll pick it for you, but this may not be possible. I can only say I'll try my best. Penguin reporter Kong Huelin held a recorder and explained the situation seriously. Okay, thank you, Sister Lin. Yu Xing thanked and made another small request. Can you send me your compiled text manuscript back? Kong Huelin thought for a while and nodded slightly. At this time, Song Yufeng walked into the office with a smile. Yu Xing said politely, Brother Feng, go and do it, I'll do it here. Song Yufeng couldn't help but look at Kong Huelin, and Kong Huelin also looked at him. Huelin, thank you. Song Yufeng smiled heartily. Yu is the best at entrepreneurship among college students. He is a very elegant person and has a special position in doing things. As soon as NetEase happens, Mr. Yu is the first thing he does. The thing is to pay the employees' salaries first. I believe entrepreneurs with such spirit will definitely succeed. Kong Huelin nodded. Although this is a must, it is not that easy. Song Yufeng nodded to Yu Xing again, then turned around and went out. Yu Xing looked at the communication between the two and felt something was wrong. His expression was not right, his eyes were not right, and his words just now were too righteous. He thought of Song Yufeng's change overnight before, and a speculation came to his mind. No. If that is the case, this wave of interviews is considered a seduction. Yu Xing immediately became more serious. No matter what, the opportunity was hard won. Mr. Yu, I'm very curious. What are the differences between you now as an entrepreneur in a company and as a medical graduate student 2 months ago? Kong Huelin took back her gaze and asked the first question. The feeling of starting a business is still very strange. Yu Xing said the truth and thought again. First of all, I respect my major, my classmates, teachers, and senior doctors, but not everyone is suitable for studying medicine. I am a person with strong empathy. Every time I see those symptoms, I feel more depressed, and I always associate them with their current pain. But I am doing this project now, personally. I feel much lighter. What I witness is a beautiful love, and I am willing to witness their persistence. Kong Huelin nodded and asked, I know your project will give roses to couples who come to the marriage hall. This is indeed beautiful, but those couples who break up halfway through, even those who break up are most of the customers, and you can do it too. Feel the beauty. It's really beautiful, so there's no need to redeem it, but I can't say that. Yu Xing pondered for a moment and replied, Love is always winding and twists. If my clients break up, I will regret them, but these regrets will definitely make me feel the value of marriage more. What I hope is that we will eventually the gifts given to the winner can give more support and encouragement to those loves that are winding and twisting. Kong Huelin stared at the college student entrepreneur in front of her and asked, Mr. Yu, today I called out the goal of sprinting 10 million in revenue. Isn't this basis for expanding the scale the relationship between those breakups? What you said is praise whether it's a gift. Are they all covering up the goals of a commercial company? She is a journalist. Yu Xing realized this and was a reporter who confiscated the car fees. How did someone surnamed Song do things? He asked without hesitation, Sister Lin, you know how much commission we give to employees per order. A maximum of 200 yuan is added to the team's performance share, and a maximum of 220 yuan is allowed for a order. That is, the company only left 79 yuan. It's true that you say we are a commercial company, but our current operations are based on social surveys. Maybe we will carry out business activities aimed at profits in the future, but now, I must say that you have seen a business is the company operating like this. Yu Xing reached out and opened the drawer and handed the employee salary calculation and team share calculation to the reporter. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Kong Huelin took a brief look and was very surprised this time. Then she quickly gave the label in her heart, a not-so-business company full of romantic atmosphere for college students. She couldn't help but smile and said, I have to doubt whether your company can last until the final redemption time. Faced with such a problem, Yu Xing turned out the previous cost reduction rhetoric and added this time. We have started operations on the internet. Currently, there is no high share of orders relying on network channels, which also means then, this will be an important part of supporting our company's operations. If I really wanted to make money by relying on this social survey, I wouldn't give the high share to the employees. If I really wanted to commercialize social investigations quickly, I wouldn't be like that. My idea is that we can complete a social survey based on the college student population, which is a cool thing in itself. I'm still young, let's talk about it first. If I could make some more money, it would be even better. But as long as I can keep it going, I can often witness everyone's love, which is already great. 3 years, 5 years, I hope to see more and more clients enter the wedding hall. Yu Xing said seriously when facing the reporter, I want to continue it for a long time. If one day the company really cannot operate, even if I personally accept it, I will send the roses to the hands of every new couple. Inside, Kong Huelin couldn't help but smile. Is this a romantic idea for college students to start a business? No wonder Brother Feng couldn't bear it anymore. It is like a flower blooming in the sun, without being polished by the world. Kong Huelin put away her smile, nodded, and continued this interview journey. The company's boss accepted an exclusive interview, and the company's new temporary worker Song Yufeng organized a network-level explanation. On the one hand, it is an explanation of projects and businesses, and on the other hand, it is to reveal the existence of high-scoring shares. The company does not make money at all, we just want to do social surveys. Someone scoffed. If you don't make money, is your company doing charity? Is there such a company? Soon, more substantial evidence was posted, and even employees who had already left were contacted to prove that the business share was indeed high, and the money left was basically the cost of maintaining the company's operation. The project and business were put aside first, and this obviously over-charitable behavior suddenly occupied the attention of the majority. Damn, I've never seen such a person. He's 299 points and 200 yuan. Are you opening a company for employees? Really charity company? Brother, this is not how the company is, and it is not how to start a business. Let me teach you how to start a business. I just finished my MBA and was not interested in such things, but seeing the company's share setting, I really laughed at me. Send me a contact information and I will tell you how to start a business. Let me come. Tsinghua Guanghua Academy applies to compete. To Song Yufeng's surprise, public opinion did improve, but this direction was a bit inexplicable. Why did he teach Yu Xing to start a business? Is he a naive and cute little white rabbit? He is also teaching for fear that he will not kill anyone, right? End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing talked a lot with Penguin reporter Kong Huelin in a naive manner and also showed her the company's plans for the future for a long time. Kong Huelin has it because it sounds real, and she still had dinner with Song Yufeng that night, and it was inevitable that she would talk about today's exclusive interview and mentioned her impression of Yu Xing, the founder of Gycom. He is simple and not worldly at all, but he has ideas about the company's development, but I think a company that has never been seeking commercialization will definitely be prone to problems. In this way, its ability to withstand market fluctuations will decrease. College students are motivated and can talk endlessly when talking about business. He has a glory of idealism. Song Yufeng was almost stunned when he sat opposite Kong Huelin. Are you talking about the same person as me? It's still the glory of idealism, that dog college student. Kong Huelin thought about it and added, like you, no wonder you can be friends. Song Yufeng took a sip of juice and admitted with a smile, I am a little bit ideal. Kong Huelin glanced at the tough guy opposite and smiled. Yu Xing also has a high opinion of you. Song Yufeng coughed, suddenly felt a little relieved and adjusted his sitting posture slightly. We are often jokes. Kong Huelin shook her head. No, he commented very seriously, he said. She paused, lifted the juice cup and said seriously. He said he had never seen such a strong man. Song Yufeng breathed a sigh of relief, clinked glasses with Kong Huelin and said sincerely, it's a mistake, it's a mistake. I think you two are very gentlemanly when you can become friends. Kong Huelin held her chin with one hand. It's not long before you know him, but she is willing to abandon her future and stand up. Isn't this the friendship between gentlemen as light as water, is it? Song Yufeng looked at Kong Huelin in front of him and suddenly said, a beautiful lady is a gentleman. When Kong Huelin heard this, she reached out to pick up the food and hurriedly lowered her head, but her ears turned red unconsciously. Though Brother Feng's appearance was average and not as good as his handsome college friend, his backbone was particularly attractive. Looking at this scene, Song Yufeng suddenly felt that his life seemed to usher in new sunshine. On the same night, Yu Xing used a laptop to browse the suggestions of enthusiastic netizens in the apartment, while Zhang Xiling next to him was acting as a temporary customer service to answer questions for customers entering the online store. The apartment in Songjiang University town is equipped with 2 beds in one room. In order to save money, Zhang Xiling, who came from Linen, slept directly on the second bed in the eldest brother's room. Soon, the smoke in the room was already a little choking. Enthusiastic is really enthusiastic, and funny is really funny. Yu Xing held a cigarette in his mouth, squinted his eyes, and looked at the suggestions on his laptop. Brother Xing, the traffic in the online store today is really good. After your account posted the photos of your apology, the effect will be immediate. Zhang Xiling stood up, opened some windows slightly, and said happily. Yu Xing was quite happy when he heard this. Is that so? There are more people here at night. Well, there are already 97 orders from afternoon to evening. Zhang Xiling calculated the order and said with emotion, it seems that this August really depends on online traffic. I just answered the call from Linen downstairs. They are today the total number of orders is only 31, and it is almost falling below 30. The failure of offline orders is almost the same every day. Orders in the 5 cities were originally compared 1 week, but now they have become 1 day. Zhang Xiling used the time and order quantity to make a chart, and he could clearly see the downward momentum of the curve. But in the same coordinate system, the state was particularly prosperous 2 weeks ago, which could bring people endless confidence and also allowed Zhang Xiling to think that he could continue to do this project. Yu Xing didn't say anything. Zhang Xiling shook his head, as if he was talking to his senior brother and as if he was talking to himself. It took only more than a month, and it almost seemed to have witnessed the rise and fall of the business. Now this online store is performing, again like a replica. How similar is the performance of the online store now compared to the offline performance 2 weeks ago? You can still do it. Yu Xing replied with another message from a distant netizen. He looked at his junior brother, who was obviously mature and obviously thinner. August is destined to be the bottom, and September will inevitably rebound. but it has to be said that the difficulty of developing social customers is 2 levels higher than I thought. The difficulty of social customers has been estimated, but it is even more difficult now. The reason is that most of the money for college couples comes from their families, while social couples have realized the difficulty of making money and know the general practical problems between them. Although Giaicom has reduced the marriage time to 2 years when facing social couples, this is not enough to impress them especially. In addition, the redemption credit of Giaicom is also an obvious problem. There are 2 treatments for the same product being launched by different companies. Yu Xing had already considered this when he decided to do this project. Insurance companies have natural credit. If they were replaced by nationally renowned companies such as Alibaba and Penguin, it would naturally reduce the difficulty. However, after Giaicom left the campus, going through harsh tests, there seems to be an extremely clear line between the college student group and the social group. Seeing that his senior brother lit another cigarette, he also accompanied him and nodded. Yes, I haven't realized it in my heart when I heard you say this before, but I've experienced it so much after doing it in the past few days. It's so deep. This is really something that comes from paper and you will never realize it. You must practice it yourself. My personal experience is so profound. It's so sad. The sadness is profound. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the line that his senior brother drew when he was in Jinling. Brother Xing, I said that September is the earliest, and it will be September next month. It depends on whether our interview can be released, and it depends on the reaction of the marriage and love brand. Yu Xingning said in a daze, we are a small person in every corner and we have no influence. Without the help of the media or the platform, we can't splash at all. I was thinking, if Penguin can't pass the exclusive interview, I will announce another 10 million revenue on the campus network, and try it. He moved his gaze to the window, felt the night coming in, and slowly said, Marx said that commodities to currency were a thrilling jump. And at this time today, the green love network in our hands is gradually polishing out the product, but whether it can successfully jump is also the most thrilling. In layman's terms, if you can't sell it, you will lose your hands. Whether it is online or exclusive interviews, everyone's attention is focused on the love contract product of Giaicom, and they are discussing order. It is nothing more than stimulating the enthusiasm of employees and teams, and then quickly occupy the market. As long as the market is occupied, it will be relatively simple to make a profit next. However, there may be many problems here. Although young people accept new things quickly, their interest has also shifted quickly. This year, this love contract will be slightly popular, and it may not be the case next year. Of course, this can be maintained by adding different exchanges. The freshness. The market cannot be occupied so easily, especially since there is no threshold for this kind of product. All peers with their own team can reach out and try to do it, and the competitive situation is likely to deteriorate quickly. And the more critical factor in this product, what level is the estimated probability of marriage? Before making this call, Jialan had organized personnel to prepare for a small-scale investigation to see if the probability she got here was much different from the 14.8% of Giaicom, which can be regarded as a more accurate judgment on the feasibility of this business. As for this tentative acquisition, Genicom was not known about Giaicom that I saw Penguin's report today. NetEase had previously reorganized its team, entered the campus, and gave up halfway. At that time, I naturally noticed Giaicom, which suddenly jumped out of the way. The name Giaicom sounds like a peer at first, but after careful examination, I realized that it was a new junior. Genicom is not afraid of NetEase's marriage and love business, or maybe it was a little worried 3 years ago. To this day, NetEase's internet company has proved that it cannot play in the marriage and love industry, and its market share so far is about 5%. There is nothing to worry about. Therefore, such a small character who is entangled with NetEase's transparent business was just a little attention before. Unexpectedly, Penguin's interview revealed that Giaicom's monthly revenue is close to 1 million, and its goal in the next year is to achieve tens of millions. This is a kind of shocking surprise. You make half a Genicom in 1 year. Even if you squeeze in water, it is difficult not to study new things that young people have created. Jialan browsed the school network again and looked at the online store of Giaicom, intending to mention the acquisition of Giaicom again. She is focusing on social groups. If she wins Giaicom at a good price, new business can be relatively easy to do. College students have new ideas, especially the head of the college student, may not be able to shine on Genicom. Giacom got a quote. Such a signature signal not only made Yu Xing and Zhang Xiling toss and turn that night, but also immediately attracted the second-in-command Lu Heiying from Jinling the next day. This was a gathering of 3 founders for a meeting. However, this will not be particularly formal. It was eating and chatting at night, and a temporary worker, Song Yufeng, was also gathered. Because of the effects of the Penguin report, Yu Xing was quite grateful to the cartilage. 450,000, this price is not sincere at all. Zhang Xiling said the offer. Does we think we are college students? No matter how much, the company's value must be worth millions. He was very happy last night, after all, it was a quote. But today I am worried that the price is too low. 450,000 is enough to solve your own problem, but even if you really make a deal of 450,000, you won't be able to get much. Lu Heiying's emotional process is roughly similar, from happiness to calm down, and then she said objectively, "We are still facing many challenges. It is precisely because of the challenges that I lowered my expectations." Zhang Xiling shook his head. "Half a month ago, I thought the company's value must be at least 3 to 4 million. When Song Yufeng heard this, he said strangely, "Why is the value you judged in your heart shrinking so much?" Giacom now has online stores and is also developing into the society, as well as large media reports like Penguin, which is full of vitality. Zhang Xiling ignored Song Yufeng. He has had great ups and downs in his mind about the company's valuation. The important reason is that his performance since the beginning of this month can now be described as dismal, and online traffic has also declined in the past 2 days. Even if the senior brother judges it is fine, the company will rebound in September. But if September does not have the blessing of the graduation atmosphere like June and July, it is hard to say how much effect can be achieved. To put it simply, the rest of this year may be the off-season for Giacom's business. After calculating this, it seems that the company can sell for more than 1 million yuan. If we use this as the benchmark, mixing the data for August with sand and selling for more than 1 million yuan in packaging, it seems to be good. When September, we are facing a group of college students, not just graduates. Freshmen, sophomore, and junior couples are estimated to have less conversion rates than graduates, but their total volume is expanding. Lu Heiying said seriously, "I think we can do it again, which will naturally increase the company's valuation." Zhang Xiling was carrying debts on his back and did not agree with his girlfriend's idea. The discussion between the two became increasingly fierce. Song Yufeng was stunned when he saw this scene and couldn't help asking Yu Xing, who didn't say much, "Mr. Yu, are they really couples? Why didn't I see tenderness or sweetness at all?" Yu Xing nodded slightly and said, "Well, they are indeed, and they will kiss you when the atmosphere comes." Song Yufeng incited inappropriately. Come one." The second-in-command and the third-in-command of Giacom looked at him coldly together. Immediately, Zhang Xiling complained to his senior brother, "Let's talk about things ourselves, so don't let outsiders come and have a free meal." Song Yufeng was dissatisfied. "You asked me to look for the media, but this was not the same," he stressed. "Hey, I'm also a member of Giacom now." At this time, Lu Heiying asked, "Is that so? You received your salary?" Song Yufeng said stutteringly and turned his head to find a backer. "Mr. Yu, are they jealous of my talent? Are you just watching?" Yu Xing was a little distracted just now. He looked at the cartilage and smiled and said to the second and third leaders, "Stop talking, he is useful." Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying both withdrew their slightly attacking and contemptuous eyes. Song Yufeng, "Is this a little too straightforward? I refused the price of 450,000 without hesitation. It was too low. Moreover, Genicom is probably a test. They must come to do this business by themselves." Yu Xing said carefully, "But yesterday it was at Penguin. The phone call that came after the report was nothing more than seeing the revenue targets we announced. Therefore, whether it is Genicom, Century Jiayuan, or Baycom, it is difficult for them to not be touched by such numbers. The market share of these 3 companies is similar," he said. "The revenue level is estimated to be quite different. Since you see the meat, you will be more or less moved. But no matter how they touch, our actions in September will still be bigger." Yu Xing said seriously, "I was thinking about how to increase the momentum and how to make them more touched." When Song Yufeng heard this, he suddenly felt a little reminiscent and said in surprise, Wait, Mr. Yu, what do you mean? Isn't Giacom going to do a long-term business? Didn't it do a lot of business planning internally? You touch your competitors, this. What is this for? Isn't this trying to raise the price? Prepare both hands." Yu Xing said calmly, if you can sell it at a good price, you can also let other companies do those plans. Who will do it or not? Song Yufeng. Although these words sound like a fulfilling one's turn, this college student has to give a discount on what he said, right? However, he thought again, if Giacom quit, this person has money and stands as a tough guy to make money together. Wouldn't the future be better? Song Yufeng immediately said, indeed, Mr. Yu is very good at seeing you. Yu Xing glanced at the cordyceps, probably guessing his psychological activities. However, when he had the idea of making money from a big player in his mind, he considered the relevant situation and configuration. It seemed that it was good to be able to create an internet paparazzi website, and it seemed to be effective when necessary. No mistakes, one song, one content, 1 in 6, one book, one bar, one reading. Whether it is a long-term plan or a company value, we should be more influential. This month's revenue needs to be used to buy traffic. In addition, we have a weak foundation after all, and some money needs to be spent on the edge. What do you think is that we will send offline advertising near the headquarters of Century, Jiayuan, Genicom, and Baycom? Which bus stop or billboard is brushed on the nearby walls, and we will announce the initial success of our social customer base at the end of this month. Yu Xing gave Zhang Xiaoling a look. This pioneering success is inseparable from the modification contract that he talked about before. Since you want to revise the contract, and since you want to change the data, it is better to make this modification more meaningful. Instead of exposing favorable data at the negotiating table, it is better to openly announce the successful development of the customer base from now on, which will obviously be stronger. Zhang Xiaoling immediately understood this. Yu Xing turned his gaze to the skeleton and asked, Brother Feng, you are a media person after all, and we are not familiar with it, so let's come back. I am a media person, Song Yufeng said in a difficult situation. I am a reporter. I have never done such a job before. Yu Xing said lightly. Just add experience to your new website. Where does the entrepreneurial experience come from? A little bit by bit. Our entrepreneurial experience, like Giacom, has been replaced by someone else. You have to pay for your studies. Now you can do it for free, so you can cherish it. Instead of learning this experience, it's better to learn from your mouth that can make black say white. Song Yufeng was not confused. Yu Xing shook his opinion a little and suddenly changed the topic. Actually, it's not difficult to succeed in this website, you just need to grasp its nature. You used to be a reporter, and you must know what things are everyone. I like to watch it. Song Yufeng pondered. You should be an internet-style paparazzi and melon-eating center. Yu Xing identifies the website's products. Isn't this the easiest way to attract users? Song Yufeng felt that he couldn't help but say ah in his heart, as if he was enlightened. Yu Xing continued, as long as you can be anonymous, everyone can be a paparazzi and everyone can be a melon-eating crowd, but how can you ensure that anonymous revelations are of considerable authenticity? Song Yufeng was listening to the class like a monkey and asked, how to guarantee it? Then let's start by advertising us. Yu Xing turned the topic back. Song Yufeng only scratched his ears and faces, and saw that the dog college student had no intention of speaking anymore, and agreed. Okay, you really make sense. People like me have to accumulate entrepreneurial experience, otherwise they will definitely get anything if they go up. No, Mr. Yu, thank you for your advice. Yu Xing smiled and nodded. We are also communicating with each other. At this time, Lu Heiying said, Senior brother, Jinling's offline business this month, I made a special analysis before coming here. I have a lot of ideas to talk to you. Yu Xing said and heard the meaning, saying, it just so happens that I want to talk to you about some company matters. After we finish our meal, we will say it when we digest it. Zhang Xiaoling also said, okay, Linen's data is out today. Let's talk together. Yu Xing pondered for a moment and said, this is some communication between the top leader and the second leader. Let's talk to you again, Zhang Xiaoling. Song Yufeng was drinking beer. When he heard this, he saw Zhang Xiaoling's surprise and immediately laughed and choked. You're just laughing. Zhang Xiaoling turned his head to look down on the cartilage. Who are you and that penguin? Are you progressing so fast? I remember that someone was still in love with him and wanted to be cartilage and to be with the light. Song Yufeng's expression immediately became embarrassing. This matter, it is easy to threaten a relationship that has not been officially reached. Hey, the way a person can quickly get out of one relationship is probably to enter another relationship. Yu Xing made a little effort to smooth things over. Brother Feng, he is too lonely. Lu Heiying put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with paper, and said, Senior brother, I've eaten. Yu Xing handed his inquiring eyes to the third in command. If Zhang Xiaoling really insisted, he could also talk together. Zhang Xiaoling hesitated and waved his hand. You guys talk first. I haven't finished eating yet. Yuzing nodded, not planning to go far, and was preparing to talk to Lu Heiying about the current situation of the company and the reasons for its urgent monetization. As the saying goes, treating others with sincerity, you have to start with yourself. As for whether the second in command can guess the financial situation of the third in command, it is not clear. Yuzing felt that Zhang Xiling might not have the courage to spread his words now, but when Giaicom received a preliminary offer, Lu Heiying needed to know some of the situations to be more fair. After all, she is the second in command. After all, past experience has proved that if the second in command is dealt with, the third in command is more likely to be dealt with. End of this chapter. What's wrong with me being a rich man? Yu Xing and Lu Heiying were strolling under the streetlights, and the two of them did not step out of Zhang Xialing's sight. Many times, Yu Xing pays more attention to the degree and distance, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Senior brother, it is very difficult to develop offline, but I have led the team to run the past 2 days, and the proportion has been slightly improved. Lu Heiying was always in her heart. She kept summarizing her experience in Jinling and trying to make more good communication with customers from social groups. Xiaoying, I have a private matter to tell you. Yu Xing said in a gentle tone, speaking of this, I have selfish intentions in running a company. The reason why I hurriedly gave up my studies is because my family lost a lot of money in financial management. He briefly explained his entrepreneurial background and also mentioned the timeliness of selling the company. Yu Xing had previously made it clear that Giaicom was regarded as a product. At that time, he talked about many factors that did exist, such as public order and good customs, and the competitive environment that would deteriorate, but he did not mention personal factors. Lu Heiying listened quietly to the senior brother's narrative, and some of the wrong feelings in the past were finally clear. Yu Xing finished speaking. Lu Heiying was silent for a long time and suddenly asked, "Where is Xiling?" She saw the elder brother under the street light showing a gentle smile. The answer is already in the smile. At first, I always felt something was wrong. Lu Heiying sighed softly, but I want to give myself and Xiling a chance. Love is blind, she asked again. Senior brother, why do you want to tell me this time? I didn't say it before. I didn't care about the future of you two. First of all, I was very worried about Xialing's state. His emotions were very unstable at that time. Yu Xing said with great frankness, a person in that state, it would be better to find something for him to do. Now, I think you need to know the need to sell a company. In addition, the websites I talked about with Song Yufeng, including other possibilities after the company was sold, I think everyone still has room for cooperation. When Yu Xing said this, he said apologetically, but no matter what, I started this company with selfishness. Lu Heiying nodded. Senior brother, needless to say, I understand, who is not selfish. I don't think you have any mistakes in this matter. You have to say something wrong. She thought about it for a while and shook her head slightly. I'm not very angry. If it were Xiling, maybe I would make the same choice as him. Since the result is getting better now, I will be tangled up and still what's the point? Yu Xing looked at the second in command with some surprise. Lu Heiying thought for half a minute and gave herself a conclusion. Just look forward. Yu Xing started walking back and asked again, how do you talk about this with Xiling? Lu Heiying looked at the senior brother and said seriously, Senior brother, I know you may be in a dilemma. If you say this or that, you don't say it, but since Xiling chose not to tell me before, I will choose not to tell him now. We are continuing to do this, but the company's sales are indeed the first one. Didn't know he knew. He knew he didn't know he knew, so he did it first. Yu Xing thought about it, and it seemed that the two of them had indeed been even. I was a little apologized for helping Xiling hide from Xiaoying. Now I am a little apologized for helping Xiaoying hide from Xiling. The two apologies offset each other, and there seems to be no feeling anymore. Yu Xing confirmed that the second-in-command's decision was serious. He pondered for a moment and talked about the company's strategies this month and next month. The top and second-in-commands of Giaicom wandered under the street lights for a long time. Song Yufeng stared at it for a while and felt that both of them were serious, probably just talking about business. He lowered his head and thought for a moment and asked Zhang Xiling, did your girlfriend bring you into the entrepreneurial team at the beginning? Zhang Xiling looked at the cordyceps in anger, but instead of Tiangang. After a long time, Yu Xing and Lu Heiying talked about the company's current situation and the situation they were about to face, and then clarified Song Yufeng's marketing tasks and Zhang Xialing's goal of continuing to overcome difficulties, and then Song Yufeng went home and Yu Xing returned to the apartment. As for the young couple Zhang Xiling and Lu Heiying, they naturally have their place to go. However, the two of them walked along the road and did not speak for a long time. When I was about to arrive at the hotel, Zhang Xiling couldn't help but speak. You guys are really strict in their ranks. What else can I do if I can't listen to? If you are the second in command, you will become the second in command. Then what do you want? Do you still need to get involved in personal relationships at work? Lu Heiying looked at her boyfriend with bright eyes. Then do you think that every time I talk about work in Jinling, you must listen? What does this have to do with the leaders? She asked back again. Does I have to be present every time you talk to your